Yi Feng, how many times must I reiterate that you are not permitted to employ the sword technique to ride a flying broom? Moreover, you absolutely cannot seize Hermione's wand and use your own as chopsticks. Chapter 1. Are you joking? In the early morning, within a picturesque village, a youthful boy, strikingly handsome despite his tender age, awoke in a quaint little villa. As the boy opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance akin to starlight momentarily illuminated his gaze, only to vanish almost instantly, leaving behind a pair of eyes that, while still brighter than most, appeared rather ordinary upon closer inspection. Ah, yet another day brimming with possibilities. After stretching lazily, the boy tossed aside his covers and stepped barefoot onto the floor. If anyone were present at that moment, they would surely notice that his delicate feet were even more refined and fair than those of 99% of girls. However, should anyone harbor ill intentions, the owner of those feet would swiftly demonstrate the harsh reality of cruelty. With a flick of the wrist, the curtains were drawn back, allowing the warm, orange sunlight to cascade into the room. Illuminating the boy's face, he stood with one hand gripping the curtain, turning slightly to face the half-risen sun, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Just in time, it is time to commence my training. The boy's name was Yi Feng, a name he had possessed since birth. Regrettably, a name is merely a name, and the world he inhabited was far from the one he once knew. Indeed, as is common in countless well-worn novels, he was a traveler from another realm. Although the manner of his arrival was somewhat peculiar and even absurd, he was fortunate to find himself in a peaceful world, one he was familiar with. Even more fortuitously, he possessed a system as for the manner of his arrival. It was a rather embarrassing tale. After reading a Xinxia novel, he fashioned a wooden sword and, in a fit of youthful exuberance, attempted to mimic the protagonist's sword-riding technique, ultimately resulting in a rather comical death by his own hand. 11 years. A full 11 years, though. You know how I've spent this time. This life of ease, free from the worries of sustenance and future prospects, is truly delightful. Unlike many unfortunate predecessors, Yi Feng, though not reborn into a prominent family, found his parents to be humble teachers in a nearby town, earning a decent salary. At least their combined income spared him the burden of seeking financial security from the moment of his birth, as many others had. Thus, armed with his intellect and the remnants of his elementary school knowledge, Yi Feng excelled at the local primary school, consistently earning substantial scholarships, leading to an exceedingly comfortable childhood. After expressing his gratitude to the rising sun, Yi Feng exhaled deeply, and a beam of white light, akin to sword energy, shot forth from his mouth, dissipating gracefully after traveling several meters. Fortunately, the verdant mountains loomed behind his villa, and given the early hour, he was free from the prying eyes of onlookers after all, expelling breath like a sword was. Not an ordinary feat, ding. Daily breakfast task completed, spiritual energy 10. Upon hearing the system's notification, a broader smile graced Yi Feng's lips. Though his means of arrival was unconventional, the cultivation system accompanying him was rather advantageous. As long as he persisted in his cultivation and fulfilled the system's tasks, he would reap rewards varied and peculiar, yet generally beneficial to his training. The only regret was that after a decade of cultivation, he had already mastered the art of sword riding, but despite venturing out at night for the past 2 years, he had found no traces of fellow cultivators, which left him somewhat disheartened. However, Yi Feng did not succumb to despair. He was mindful of his parents in this world. Even when sneaking out at night, he refrained from lingering too long and thus explored only nearby locales. Now that he had graduated from primary school, he looked forward to having more time to seek out kindred spirits in middle school. To spare his parents unnecessary worry and trouble, he had feigned childishness for 6 whole years, were it not for his cultivation system, which consumed most of his focus. Leaving only fragments for school, he might have been driven to madness by the tedium. Fortunately, while he was reluctant to attend middle school, he found that boys at this age gradually began to mature, that he no longer had to meticulously monitor his words and actions to avoid shocking others with unconventional statements, nor did he need to pretend to be introverted or shy away from conversation. Those school days were not particularly enjoyable. The time after classes brought Yi Feng great joy. He could pursue his passions, such as using the family's induction stove to concoct elixirs while his parents were away. As for homework, it was child's play for him. Since mastering the art of manipulating objects, completing assignments had become trivial with a mere thought. He could control several pens simultaneously, finishing even summer assignments in under half an hour. While the system's rewards are decent, relying solely on them is ultimately insufficient. Indeed, although the system's rewards were satisfactory, the frequency of task refreshment was low, and the majority of rewards consisted of spiritual energy and various techniques, formations, and alchemical skills. precious items, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and materials for forging were scarce. This scarcity was the reason Yi Feng, having attained a degree of self-protection through sword riding, sought out kindred spirits she simply lacked materials for practice. Common herbs and metals, while usable, were only marginally effective. I hope that this situation improves in middle school. As Yi Feng sighed internally. He heard sounds emanating from his parents' room. Next door his parents were waking up. Upon hearing the noise, Yi Feng rubbed his face and donned a sweet smile before stepping outside. He intended to venture up the mountain to search for suitable herbs to test a new alchemical formula, a plan that required his parents' approval. As the sun dipped toward the west, Yi Feng returned home, carrying a small bag of wild fruits. To his astonishment, the moment he stepped through the door, he was met with the grave expressions of his parents. "Dad, Mom, is something the matter?" Yi Feng's smile faded as he approached them, noticing their serious demeanor. His parents, upon hearing his inquiry, solemnly presented him with a piece of paper. Yi Feng, receiving the paper, he glanced at the English text, of which he could barely decipher a few words, and his mind filled with questions. Observing the confusion on his face, his mother suddenly slapped her forehead in exasperation. "Oh dear, I completely forgot that you are not yet proficient in English. This is an admission letter of acceptance from a school in England called Hogwarts." Hogwarts? Upon hearing that name, the questions in Yi Feng's mind multiplied. After a decade of cultivation, now he was being told that this was not a world of cultivation, but rather one of magic. Surely, they were not jesting with him? Chapter 2. The Round-Faced Fat Chicken. A letter of admission from Hogwarts stirred the tranquil existence of Yi Feng, who never anticipated that he was not destined to be the protagonist in a tale of spiritual revival or urban cultivation, but rather entangled in a fan fiction of magic, entirely unrelated to his own narrative. Alas, a moment of clarity dawned upon him. He was indeed in his homeland, albeit the timeline seemed slightly askew. Though he had scarcely engaged with the Harry Potter series, he had indulged in fan novels. Did not Hogwarts require 11-year-old children born in Britain with magical aptitude? While Yi Feng grappled with his bewilderment, far away in Hogwarts, the cat-like deputy headmistress Minerva McGonagall was equally perplexed by Dumbledore's decision. She could not fathom why the headmaster would know of and insist upon sending an admission letter to an obscure young boy residing in China. Meanwhile, our protagonist, upon hearing his mother recite the contents of the acceptance letter, fell into a contemplative silence, which soon transformed into exhilaration. Despite having cultivated for a decade, Yi Feng was uncertain of his own limits. Perhaps he could vanquish Voldemort with but a finger. Nonetheless, he held a budding curiosity for the powers of magic, especially considering the magical realm boasted dragons, fantastical creatures, and peculiar artifacts. As the saying goes, all paths may diverge, but ultimately lead to the same destination. Although the magical system differed from that of cultivation, the fundamental principles should not be vastly disparate. Even if the characteristics varied, a little research could yield insights, allowing him to categorize their uses accordingly. Thus, after absorbing the contents of the acceptance letter, Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement. As for the authenticity of the letter, even if it were a hoax, the lingering trace of an unfamiliar energy was undeniably real, compelling him to investigate further. Of course, his parents' skepticism played a significant role, as they suspected it might merely be a prank from a friend. The following day, Yi Feng rose as usual, greeting the newly risen sun while absorbing the ethereal energy of the dawn. Just as he concluded his morning ritual and exhaled the residual energy, an owl descended silently from the heavens, colliding with the sword-like energy he had just expelled. Yi Feng, watching the owl tumble and screech as it spiraled towards the ground, startled Yi Feng, prompting an instinctive reaction. In the next heartbeat, the curtains of his room fluttered slightly, and by the time they settled, Yi Feng was crouched beneath the shade of a tree outside his window. The owl, human speech? Fortunately, the owl did not possess the ability to speak. Otherwise, it would surely have scolded Yi Feng vehemently. Recognizing the creature's plight, Yi Feng gently placed the owl, which bore a gaping wound through its abdomen, onto the ground. With a deft motion, he retrieved a small, fragrant pill, roughly the size of his pinky finger, and, prying open the owl's beak, administered the remedy. "Fear not, dear owl," he assured. "This is a panacea crafted from a harmonious blend of 18 exquisite spices. While it may not possess the power to resurrect the deceased, it will surely mend your grievous injury with ease." "Oh, no, I believe I can still manage to salvage this." An hour later, Yi Feng, well, be sure to indulge a bit more, for this is indeed a rare delicacy. Yi Feng, Brother Eagle, I apologize. Each year during Qingming, I shall burn an extra pair of mother eagles for you. Farewell. A few minutes later, alas, I must admit, Brother Eagle, your flavor is quite delectable. As he mused to himself, Yi Feng handed the empty bowl to his mother, asking her to fill it once more. Although the first owl sent to deliver the message met a heroic demise, Yi Feng's letter was successfully dispatched through its successor. The very next day, Albus Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts, adorned with a small round hat and a flowing white beard, unexpectedly appeared at their doorstep. Yi Feng, observing Dumbledore se beaming contenance, instinctively cast a glance at the refuse outside, which he had yet to dispose of. Upon noticing Yi Feng's subtle gesture, Dumbledore chuckled and turned his gaze, only for the jovial expression on his face to falter. Ahem, you are Headmaster Dumbledore, I presume? It is a surprise to have you visit in person. Please, do come in. Though not particularly astute, Yi Feng's father sensed the delicate atmosphere and promptly invited Dumbledore inside, shattering the tension. Sighing in relief at Yi Feng's father's radiant smile, Dumbledore's expression brightened once more. In this enchanting land, abundant with culinary delights, yet untouched by magic, it was only natural for the owls delivering messages to be regarded as potential ingredients. However, next time, a different courier must be employed to deliver messages to this mysterious realm of young wizards. Unbeknownst to Yi Feng, myriad thoughts flitted through Dumbledore's mind at that moment. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that Dumbledore would pursue the matter of their burial of the messenger. Nevertheless, Yi Feng deemed it prudent to exercise caution. As he followed Dumbledore inside, he discreetly tucked his hand behind him and with a flick, the refuse bag, still revealing a long tail feather, vanished as if it had never existed, albeit ignoring the wet imprint left on the ground. An hour later, having arranged to take Yi Feng shopping for various school supplies the day after tomorrow, and instructing Yi Feng's parents to complete the necessary paperwork for studying abroad, Dumbledore, under their astonished gaze, suddenly disappeared using apparition, leaving Yi Feng filled with anticipation for the magical district known as Diagon Alley, which he had only heard about. Of course, he would not neglect his cultivation. After all, he had been practicing for a decade, making it second nature, a habitual part of his existence. Yi Feng's parents were equally exhilarated, as their son was to study abroad, a matter of considerable pride. Chapter 3. Moving into Zhang Qiu's home. Diagon Alley. Oh, how I eagerly anticipate it. I wonder what my wand will be like. Will it endure my magical prowess, or will it shatter? Reminiscent of the tropes found in fanfiction? Truly, I am filled with excitement. In the gentle murmur of Yi Feng's voice, the prearranged Dumbledore appeared punctually at the doorstep. Illuminated by the morning sun, one cannot discern whether Ye's parents were overly trusting or if Dumbledore truly inspired confidence, for they allowed their son to embark on a journey across the ocean with him. In this era, not only were smartphones non-existent, but even landline telephones had yet to become ubiquitous. Many villages had but a single phone. Yet under such circumstances, his parents exhibited remarkable trust in permitting their 11-year-old son to accompany Dumbledore to a foreign land for his education. Despite his precocious maturity, he remained, outwardly, merely an 11-year-old child. However, upon arriving at the domestic magical division through apparition and utilizing the Flynn network to reach London, Yi Feng soon comprehended why his parents felt so at ease. The husband of his mother's old classmate bore the surname Zhang, and they had a daughter named Zhang Qiu. How small the world seemed. Observing the girl before him, who was a year or two his senior and was curiously tilting her head to scrutinize him, he marveled at her youthful beauty, which was already beginning to blossom. Yi Feng never anticipated that his mother's acquaintance would be the mother of the renowned beauty Zhang Qiu from Hogwarts. Perhaps it was only under such familiar circumstances that his parents could genuinely allow him to pursue his studies independently. Well, since you are acquainted, I shall entrust the task of assisting our young friend Yi Feng with his preparations for school to you. Is that agreeable, Zhang Qiu? Certainly, Headmaster Dumbledore. I will ensure that Yi Feng has all the necessary supplies ready, Zhang Qiu replied. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction, although Zhang Qiu was not yet widely recognized. She was indeed a reliable and trustworthy young lady. It was precisely this dependable nature that encouraged him to seek out another young wizard from the domestic realm, leading him to Yi Feng. Zhang Qiu's family proved to be exceptionally hospitable. On the very night of Yi Feng's arrival, they not only prepared a sumptuous dinner, but also designated a spare room for him to stay in. Such treatment far surpassed that of a certain savior residing in a stairwell. Now let us focus on acquiring the textbooks required for first-year students. Originally, Yi Feng intended to borrow materials from higher grades, but Zhang Qiu deemed such aspirations overly ambitious. With just over a month until school commenced, she doubted whether Yi Feng could adequately familiarize himself with the first-year books in time, and she thus declined his request. Yet, Zhang Qiu underestimated Yi Feng, After all, he was a practitioner capable of telekinetic manipulation. The absence of restrictions or prohibitions on these texts meant that he could peruse them effortlessly with a mere flick of his mind. His choice not to delve into other materials was solely out of courtesy. Although their family is relatively well off in the country, they do not possess a currency known as the pound. In other words, he is left with not a single cent in his pocket, while Hogwarts requires students to procure various supplies upon enrollment. Moreover, although Aunt Li, Zhang Xiu's mother, assured that they would cover all expenses, Yifeng felt it was inappropriate to rely on them for sustenance and accommodation, while also taking advantage of their generosity. After all, they were not yet a true family. Thus, Yifeng pondered on how to procure some funds. The most prudent course of action would be to borrow money, as he vividly recalled a historic event that transpired in 1991. At the end of that year, one of the superpowers collapsed dramatically, leading to the depreciation of the ruble, which had been issued by this colossal entity. Indeed, there were individuals who capitalized on this situation. Our third brother was one such person. When the giant fell, he seized the moment to take advantage of the situation, leaving a lasting impression on the inheritor of the ruble. Ever since, he had often found himself ensnared by the machinations of that inheritor, and aside from the fact that he nearly bore the label of foolishness for his wealth, this was perhaps a significant reason for his predicament. However, acquiring a loan typically necessitates collateral, and he certainly could not pledge Hogwarts as security. While deep in thought, Yifeng's gaze fell upon a row of test tubes glimmering like crystals under the dim light of the table. Speaking of which, the Philosopher's Stone should be quite valuable, wouldn't it? If only he could use the Philosopher's Stone to secure a loan at Gringotts. At this thought, his eyes sparkled with excitement. But the fact remained that the Philosopher's Stone was still housed within Gringotts, and he was scheduled to visit Diagon Alley the following day. There was simply not enough time. It appeared he would have to make some sacrifices. Muttering to himself, Yifeng flipped his right hand, and with a flash of light, a crystal the size of an egg appeared in his palm. Although he had not ventured far in the past decade, due to his age, he had managed to accumulate some wealth through daily check-ins and routine tasks. What he held was one of the spiritual stones he had amassed over the years. Though it was not the Philosopher's Stone, but rather a low-grade spiritual stone, it still contained a rich and pure essence of spiritual energy. It should fetch a considerable sum at Gringotts. Now that everything was in place, he merely awaited his journey to Diagon Alley the next day, hoping that the magical realm of this world would bestow upon him a continuous stream of surprises. With a quiet murmur, Yifeng placed the spiritual stone on the table and then retrieved a top-grade spiritual stone from his spatial ring, holding it in his hand for his daily cultivation practice. Chapter 4. Entering Diagon Alley, the morning holds the promise of a successful day, and congratulations to the host for rising early. The random reward has been credited. Please check your account. The following morning, as soon as Yifeng opened his eyes and sat up, he received a reminder from the system. However, he was already accustomed to such notifications and paid little mind to it. He proceeded with his routine, first walking to the window to bask in the morning sunlight and inhale the auspicious energy of dawn. Like a creature of instinct, Yifeng made his way directly to the window. Yet, upon reaching it, he suddenly realized that he was no longer in the familiar room of his home, where merely drawing back the curtains would reveal the rising sun. Instead, he found himself in a foreign land, residing in the home of a future classmate. Although, from an astronomical perspective, the sunlight reaching Earth remains largely unchanged, Yifeng could not comprehend the principle behind it. The ethereal qi that could be consumed through the art of feeding was only present at the very moment the sun barely ascended, absent even a second earlier or later. Huh? Did I wake up so early because I didn't tease sleep well last night? As Yifeng, determined to stretch his limbs on the rooftop since he was already here, prepared to descend, he was suddenly greeted by the voice of Zhang Xiu at the stairwell. Good morning. I slept quite well last night, but I am accustomed to rising early. Are you here to breathe in the fresh morning air? Upon seeing Yifeng's somewhat rigid posture and expression, Zhang Xiu couldn't help but stifle a laugh, which left Yifeng feeling a tad embarrassed and at a loss, for he had little experience conversing with girls in either his past or present life. Observing his awkward demeanor only brightened Zhang Xiu's smile. Nonetheless, being a gentle and kind-hearted person, she stepped forward, extending her delicate, fair hand, more slender than Yifeng's, above his head. Do not be nervous. From now on, I will be your sister, and I shall take care of you. As warmth enveloped him from above, Yifeng found himself momentarily stunned, for he had never experienced the affection of an older sister before, and he rather enjoyed this new sensation. After the gentle head pat from Zhang Xiu that morning, he felt a burgeoning sense of belonging in this temporary abode, and his relationship with her family grew a little closer. While it would be premature to say they had become intimate or familiar, the The barriers between them had certainly diminished, making their interactions more comfortable. Thus, after finishing breakfast and with Zhang's parents off to work, Zhang Xiao, clutching a hefty sum of 500 pounds, firmly grasped Yi Feng's hand as they set off toward Diagon Alley. To be honest, while Zhang Xiao's small hand was soft and warm, being led like a child made Yi Feng feel somewhat resistant. However, Zhang Xiao, concerned that he might get lost due to his limited English and unfamiliarity with the surroundings, held on tightly. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to free himself, Yi Feng surrendered to her grip. Under Zhang Xiao's guidance, they arrived at a bustling street, where they encountered a shop that appeared quite decent, yet had few patrons, as if passers-by were oblivious to its presence. Is this place under some enchantment that repels those unversed in magic? No, I do not sense any aura of a formation at work, so it must be under some sort of expulsion spell. Lost in thought, Yi Feng was pulled by Zhang Xiao to the storefront that bore the trace of such a spell. Once inside, Yi Feng realized they had entered the legendary Leaky Cauldron. The wizard in the bar was taken aback upon the entrance of 2 children, for it was quite rare to witness young wizards arriving unaccompanied, particularly when it was evident that these young sorcerers were of Chinese descent. As Yi Feng observed the wizards around him, he suddenly felt a tightening grip on his hand. Zhang Xiao was unknowingly increasing her hold, indicating her nervousness. Although her small face remained composed and natural, Yi Feng could sense her anxiety through her clenched fingers. Consequently, he narrowed his eyes and surveyed the assembly of wizards. The rowdy wizards, who had been indulging in their drinks, transformed into more amiable figures under the scrutiny of Yi Feng's gaze. A few even nodded at him with expressions of goodwill. However, this goodwill was merely a fleeting sense of familiarity. It did not imply a genuine friendship or absence of hostility. As Zhang Xiao sensed the warm glances surrounding them, her mood gradually lightened, and she continued to lead Yi Feng forward until they arrived at a small courtyard behind the broken axe bar, where the barrels were stored. Could this be the fabled entrance to Diagon Alley? The gap in the wall, directly facing them, must serve as the marker. While Yi Feng pondered this, Zhang Xiao finally released his hand, exhaling in relief, and spoke. This is the entrance to Diagon Alley. The incantation for today is to count 3 bricks up, then 2 bricks to the right, and finally 3 bricks down. As she spoke, Zhang Xiao drew her wand, preparing to tap the designated brick. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. It is widely acknowledged that during the 1990s, China's economy was not thriving, and as a result, children grew at a slower pace. Typically, they would not experience significant growth until junior high or even high school. Yi Feng, being only 11 years old, was not much shorter than Zhang Xiao, who was merely a year his senior. The height of the gap leading to Diagon Alley, as depicted in novels, was unknown to Yi Feng, but he distinctly remembered it being of equal height to Hagrid in the films, who towered above the average adult. Thus, while they were aware of the incantation and the necessity to tap the brick, they found themselves unable to reach it. Observing Zhang Xiao balancing one hand against the wall while raising her wand with the other, straining to tiptoe, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile. The thought of moving a nearby barrel to stand on was futile, given that it was not significantly shorter than them and its weight would be cumbersome. Therefore, Yi Feng kramchit besides Zanqi. Suddenly, Zhang Xiao gasped in surprise as she was lifted, but upon realizing it was Yi Feng, she immediately relaxed and quickly pointed her wand at the brick. As she tapped the designated brick, the wall began to transform before their eyes. Yi Feng gently set Zhang Xiao down, though she did not notice as he discreetly shoved some old bricks into the swiftly parting wall. Chapter 5. The Doubtful Wizard. Is this Diagon Alley? It seems rather unimpressive. Zhang Xiao. As soon as Yi Feng's words were uttered, Zhang Xiao beside him was instantly engulfed in a sea of questions. After all, this could almost be regarded as the most bustling trading hub in the entire magical realm. Although it could not quite compare to the most vibrant streets of the Muggle world, it was still relatively lively and prosperous, far surpassing the underdeveloped regions back home. Yi Feng was unaware of Zhang Xiao's doubts, yet he himself harbored similar sentiments. This Diagon Alley truly fell short, for in the world he hailed from prior to arriving here, even the relatively backward town was not much inferior. Of course, comparing the economic development level of the magical realm, which might still be lingering in the 19th century, to the developed nation of the 21st century was somewhat unfair. Nevertheless, apart from the magical items for sale, the rest of Diagon Alley was rather unimpressive. Therefore, when Yi Feng spoke, his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement upon spotting numerous items radiating unique waves of power, presumably products of the magical world. This revelation eased Zhang Qiu's confusion. Let's proceed. I shall first take you to Gringotts to exchange for some galleons, and then we can procure your school supplies. Despite an overwhelming urge to dash out and purchase the magical items, especially various herbs and materials, he was constrained by the absence of galleons in his pocket, compelling him to obediently follow Zhang Xiu. As they walked, Zhang Xiu naturally bent slightly to grasp Yi Feng's hand once more. After Yi Feng and Zhang Xiu departed, another adult wizard accompanied a young, which was also on the verge of enrollment, arriving at the same little alley. The adult wizard turned to the young, which after guiding her into the alley, pulled out his wand and seriously stated, "You young witches and wizards must not use flue powder recklessly. To enter Diagon Alley, you must do so through these special entrances, and the secret to opening this portal lies within the wall behind me. Remember, the gap in this wall serves as a marker. Count 3 bricks up from the left of this gap, and then move to the right. Wait, where is the gap? The gap is gone." The exclamations of shock echoed throughout the entire leaky cauldron, and as the wizards who came to investigate arrived at the little alley, they were met with a wall that was perfectly intact, lacking even a single chipped corner. Could it be that we have taken a wrong turn? One pondered. What if, just what if, this truly is the entrance to Diagon Alley from the leaky cauldron, but someone has repaired the gap? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If it were repaired, the person who did so would not remember where to start counting. Do you think someone might have cast a confundus charm on this wall? As soon as this suggestion was made, a wave of excitement swept over the gathered wizards, and each of them eagerly drew their wands. To them, it felt as though a challenge had been issued, and they were determined, come what may, to break this confundus charm. Soon, the small courtyard was filled with the echoes of incantations, while the broken axe bar radiated with flashes of magical light. Yet, despite their exhaustive efforts, the wall remained impervious to their spells, leading them to gradually transform from a state of unwavering confidence to one of self-doubt, ultimately questioning the very purpose of their existence. Meanwhile, Yi Feng and Zhang Qiu had arrived at Gringotts. "We wish to exchange for galleons," Zhang Qiu stated. Upon hearing this, the goblin seated behind a desk of nearly equal height cast a cold glance in their direction, responding with palpable impatience. "Present the muggle currency you wish to exchange. Remember, each young wizard may not exchange more than 1,000 galleons at a time." Zhang Qiu, perhaps having visited Gringotts before, seemed unfazed by the goblin's demeanor. However, Yi Feng found the goblin's haughty attitude somewhat displeasing. It is well known that the goblins of the Harry Potter world are an exceedingly avaricious race, possessing a fervent desire for certain precious objects. They may even lower their proud heads and humbly beseech you to sell or pledge such items to Gringotts. Naturally, once they obtain what they covet, they revert to their former lofty demeanor. Yi Feng recalled a character from a certain novel who had cleverly exploited their greed, using an opportunity during a giant's collapse to mortgage Hogwarts, subsequently seizing control of Gringotts and transforming from its largest debtor into its principal creditor. Thus, as Zhang Qiu passed a small stack of pounds, Yi Feng casually toyed with a low-grade spirit stone. Wait, just 2 seconds later, before Zhang Qiu had even received the exchanged galleons, the goblin, who had previously maintained an air of superiority behind the counter, suddenly widened its eyes, almost leaning over the desk in eagerness. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the goblin's previously indifferent expression transformed into what it believed to be a radiant smile. As it said with excessive obsequiousness, "The galleons have been exchanged for these 2 young wizards. Please take your galleons. However, I have a request. Could you possibly show me that gem again? Just for a moment." Seeing the goblin take the bait, Yi Feng waited for Zhang Qiu to secure the exchanged galleons before reluctantly retrieving the low-grade spirit stone from his pocket. The instant Yi Feng revealed the stone, the goblin's eyes bulged in astonishment, as if they might pop out, its wrinkled hands instinctively reaching for the stone in Yi Feng's palm. Initially, Yi Feng intended to tease the goblin's appetite, but considering he was merely an 11-year-old child, he restrained himself from allowing the goblin to take the stone. After seizing the spirit stone, the goblin's face lit up with sheer ecstasy. Though this joy was swiftly tempered as it claimed the stone would need to be assessed for its value alongside its fellow goblins. After a brief interval, the fairy, with a serene expression, reappeared before Yi Feng and his companions, clutching the precious spirit stone once more. She then presented her offer. They were willing to acquire the gem for 100 galleons. Although Yi Feng was aware of the fairy's notorious reputation for being unscrupulous, he was taken aback by the audacity of their proposal, which nearly elicited a laugh from him. Beside him, Zhang Qiu stared in disbelief, her delicate, moist lips slightly parted in astonishment. She had not anticipated the gem to be worth such a sum. Yi Feng recognized that this was the most prudent approach for individuals of their age, yet he had no need for it, as the stone held little value for him. Thus, he shook his head and extended a finger toward the fairy. 10,000 galleons, if you offer even one less. We shall turn away and never sell to Gringotts again. Chapter 6. Surely the method is flawed. The moment Feng uttered these words, an immediate silence enveloped the vicinity. Even Zhang Xiao, who had accompanied him, was taken aback by his audacious offer. After all, 10,000 galleons was no trifling amount. Indeed, it would be considered a fortune even in the Muggle world, should it be converted to pounds. However, to Zhang Xiao's astonishment, the expected vehement rejection from the fairy did not materialize. Instead, an almost surreal scene unfolded before her eyes. The fairy, upon hearing Feng's price, initially appeared taken aback, but then her countenance transformed into one of unbridled joy. Although the exuberance quickly subsided, they could still perceive it, and the fairy promptly produced a contract, swiftly inscribing a figure upon it with her gnarled hand before signing and presenting it to Feng. The contract is now binding, young wizard. If you inscribe your name upon this document, you shall receive 10,000 galleons from Gringotts. A fleeting look of pain crossed the fairy's face as she mentioned the sum. Clearly, they deemed the acquisition of Feng's spirit stone for 10,000 galleons a lucrative deal, yet parting with such a substantial amount still pained them greatly. Feng, however, was more than willing to accept the price for his inferior spirit stone, and he readily inscribed his name upon the contract. In the magical realm of the Harry Potter universe, there exist items akin to space bags. Thus, when the fairy escorted them to a warehouse brimming with galleons, Feng, in the presence of both the fairy and Zhang Xiao, collected the entire mountainous pile of galleons. While they were somewhat surprised, they were not overly shocked. Yet, as the fairy observed Feng absconding with the entirety of what had once belonged to them, leaving not a single galleon behind, and even meticulously searching for any overlooked coins, an expression of anguish flickered across her face. Zhang Xiao, noticing this fleeting look of discomfort, couldn't help but smile. After all, opportunities to cause distress to the usually aloof goblins were indeed rare. Feng paid no heed to the pain of the fairy, and after stowing the last golden galleon into his storage ring, he grandly addressed Zhang Xiao. Let us depart. From this moment onward, I too am a wealthy individual. Whatever you desire, we shall procure it at once. Upon hearing Feng's words, Zhang Xiao couldn't help but smile, her expression radiating an extraordinary brightness even in the dimly lit depths of Gringotts, momentarily leaving Feng entranced. With her delicate, fair hand entwined with another slender, yet equally fair hand, they ventured out of Gringotts and into Flourish and Blots. Half an hour later, both emerged from the bookstore with satisfied smiles, bidding farewell to the proprietor, who was quite pleased with their patronage. Although Feng was merely an incoming first-year wizard and Zhang Xiao was preparing to embark on her second year, Feng's pockets brimmed with galleons. Consequently, when Feng purchased every book he deemed useful and suitable for Zhang Xiao, the shopkeeper could hardly contain his joy, for these tomes were not inexpensive. First-year Hogwarts students, upon their admission, must not only acquire textbooks, but also prepare 3 plain work robes, a wand, a pair of dragonhide gloves, a standard-sized No. 2 pewter cauldron, a set of glass or crystal potion vials, a telescope, a brass scale, and an owl for delivering messages, among other items. Naturally, if circumstances allow, one might also procure a cat or a toad as a pet. However, these creatures are not merely pets, as they can be utilized in transfiguration classes. Transforming a cat into a goblet, for instance. Feng effortlessly acquired the robes and dragonhide gloves. Yet he found himself in a quandary when it came to purchasing the cauldron, for pewter is toxic. Prolonged exposure may hinder growth, prompting Feng to deliberate and ultimately decide to custom-make one, substituting pewter with platinum. Upon exiting with his newly acquired cauldron, Feng chanced upon a vendor selling owls. However, after scanning the area, he found none that caught his fancy. Just as he was about to leave in search of a wand, a soft, juvenile hoot reached his ears. Instantly turning around, he heard another call, allowing him to pinpoint the source of the sound, which emanated from a haystack behind the vendor. "Excuse me, do you have owl chicks?" Feng inquired, returning to the vendor, who appeared somewhat surprised. The vendor paused for a moment before replying, "Indeed, we do have chicks, but untrained owlets are ill-suited for delivering messages or packages. Young wizard, you will be better off considering these trained adult owls. Add 10% to the price and prepare the nest. I shall take it with me," Feng insisted. "Just a moment, it will be ready shortly." 3 minutes later, Feng, carrying a cage containing a nest and an owl, followed Zhang Xiao into Ollivander's, the wand shop reputed to have a history of wand-making spanning 2,000 years. "Good afternoon, young wizards," the proprietor greeted them. "Let me see which of you requires a wand that suits your needs." Before the figure even arrived, his voice had already reached them. As the words faded, an elderly man clad in a black suit, with a mane of white curls, approached them. "Mr. Ollivander, I am in need of a wand." Upon hearing this, Ollivander produced a measuring tape and began assessing Yi Feng's height and arm length, speaking as he did so. "Indeed, quite remarkable. Young man, though I am yet to learn your name, I foresee that you shall carve out an illustrious reputation in the magical realm. Your physique is exceptionally suited for magic. I have never encountered someone with such perfect proportions. Now get a wave." Yi Feng had long awaited this moment, and without hesitation, he waved the wand in his hand. Yet, nothing transpired. There was no explosion of magic, no surge of power that could shatter the shop. It was as though he had merely wielded an ordinary chopstick, devoid of any magical resonance. Could it be that I am misusing it? This script seems flawed. Observing the wand's stillness, Yi Feng began to doubt his own magical aptitude, for this was far removed from the tales he had read. Indeed, it must be a matter of technique. He resolved to try another wand. At that moment, the two individuals beside him were equally astonished, for not even Zhang Qiu, who had witnessed countless wand sales, nor Ollivander himself, renowned for his vast experience, had encountered such a situation. Chapter 7. Yi Feng, a trivial effort, hardly worth mentioning. Ever since inheriting the wand shop, Ollivander had welcomed hundreds of young wizards. During their wand selection, a myriad of phenomena had unfolded, ranging from surges of magic that had damaged a shop to flames igniting the very air. However, regardless of the circumstances, a young wizard would invariably evoke some reaction upon waving a wand, be it a gentle breeze or a mere sound. There was always some commotion. Yet now, as Yi Feng waved his wand, nothing occurred, as though the wand was in the hands of a muggle, utterly devoid of magic. Nevertheless, as a competent wand maker, Ollivander would not hastily question the abilities of the young wizard before him. Instead, he would assume that the wand was unsuitable for this Eastern wizard, acknowledging that their constitution might differ from their Western counterparts. With this thought in mind, Ollivander presented Yi Feng with another wand, but to no avail. The situation remained unchanged. Witnessing this, Ollivander's frustration mounted. As a wand maker of considerable experience, he could not permit a young wizard to leave his shop empty-handed. Thus, with unwavering determination, he offered Yi Feng 3 or 4 additional wands to trial. Yet, despite his meticulous efforts to select those he deemed appropriate, the outcome remained unchanged. Yi Feng's wand continued to yield no response. Just as Ollivander began to doubt his existence, and even questioned the authenticity of Hogwarts, contemplating whether Yi Feng was truly a wizard, Yi Feng himself discovered the underlying reason. Ultimately, a wand serves merely as an instrument to assist wizards in channeling their internal powers, enabling them to better control the release of their magical energy, especially for young wizards, lacking the knowledge of magic, struggle to manage their innate abilities, and thus require a suitable wand to guide them, preventing any turmoil of magical energy. In contrast, Yi Feng had cultivated for a decade, and to put it bluntly, even Dumbledore would not surpass him in controlling his internal power. This implied that the wand's limited guiding ability could hardly influence the strength within Yi Feng, hence the peculiar situation. With this realization, Yi Feng refrained from accepting the wand offered by Ollivander. Instead, he closed his eyes and relinquished his control over his internal celestial energy, allowing it to flow freely. In an instant, as Yi Feng released his internal power, the wands in the shop began to vibrate with fervor. Ollivander was taken aback, sensing their joy, anticipation, and fear, emotions he had never before encountered. Simultaneously, as Yi Feng let go of his control, he gently extended his consciousness outward. Unfortunately, he did not find any wand that resonated with him, yet one particular wand piqued his interest. Consequently, Yi Feng opened his eyes and reached toward the wand's location. With a whoosh, a wand soared through the air and landed in Yi Feng's hand. At that moment, he reined in his aura, and the surrounding tremors ceased. "I'll take this one, sir." "How much?" 77 galleons. Initially, Yi Feng had intended to take Zhang Qiu shopping, as her family, though not impoverished, was not particularly wealthy. However, Zhang Qiu declined, for while they were not affluent, their basic needs were sufficiently met. Nevertheless, despite her refusal, Yi Feng insisted on purchasing various items, including materials he favored, trinkets that delighted Zhang Qiu, snacks, and more, ultimately spending over 1,000 galleons before they contentedly made their way toward the exit. Upon entering, they had to recite a spell to reveal the mechanism that granted access to Diagon Alley, but exiting posed no such requirement. Thus, Yi Feng and Zhang Qiu ambled toward the exit with ease. However, as the passageway opened, Yi Feng instinctively stepped forward to shield Zhang Qiu, raising his right hand in front of him. In the next moment, a beam of white light struck Yi Feng, but to his surprise, it bore no harm. Simultaneously, A tremendous cheer erupted from the other side of the passage. We did it! Have we finally dispelled the illusion? After a moment, Yi Feng discerned that these individuals bore no malice, and he soon realized that the recent spell was not an offensive one. Rather, it resembled a restorative or illusion-dispelling enchantment. It was then that Yi Feng finally recalled what he had done previously. Realizing the potential circumstances that had unfolded, Yi Feng discreetly extended his hand to grasp Zhang Qiu's small one, urging her to hasten their exit. With a charming smile, he cheerfully inquired, "Uncle, Annie, what are you up to? Are you planning to repair this wall?" Indeed, the wall had deteriorated to such an extent that it warranted attention. To access Diagon Alley, we had to climb atop it to tap the bricks beside the hole in order to unlock the entrance. Should it collapse, it could pose a danger to passersby. Nevertheless, there is no need for concern. I managed to replace several bricks I found outside to mend the gap upon entering. Now, we need not search for the hole to count the bricks again, and without that unsightly opening, doesn't it look much more appealing? My mother taught me to lend a hand whenever I can within my means, and adding a few bricks is a trivial task, not worthy of gratitude. The moment Yi Feng uttered these words, an unexpected silence enveloped the assembly of wizards. Even Zhang Qiu gazed at him in astonishment. Unfazed, Yi Feng maintained his radiant smile and continued, "Of course, if you genuinely feel the need to express your gratitude, I would find it difficult to decline your kind intentions. Perhaps a small token of 1 sickles from each of you would suffice." Zhang Qiu couldn't help but swallow hard at Yi Feng's remarks. As she noticed the expressions of the surrounding wizards begin to shift ominously, she instinctively tightened her grip on Yi Feng's hand and fled, pulling him along before many of the wizards could react. "Stop him. Yes, just a child. Don't let him escape. Use a stunning spell. Just knock him out. We can deal with him later." In an instant, the broken cauldron erupted into chaos, as amidst the clamor, a nervous yet spirited young girl tugged a blissfully unaware boy out of the establishment. Chapter 8. A most fortuitous encounter. "Oh dear. It's not my first time in school. I know the way, so please stop worrying so much." At the bottom of her home, Zhang Qiu exhibited a hint of impatience as her mother fussed incessantly. After all, this was not her inaugural journey to school alone, rendering her mother's repeated admonitions somewhat irksome. "You're overthinking it. I'm not worried about you, but rather about Xiao Yi," her mother replied. Before she could finish, Zhang Qiu's father interjected, "Exactly. Your well-being is of little concern, but Xiao Yi must not come to harm. He is unfamiliar with the area, so keep a close watch on him. If anything happens to Xiao Yi, I will hold you accountable." Zhang Qiu thought to herself, "Aha, the mystery is solved. These are indeed my parents, for only they could devise such schemes to torment their daughter." Of course, this jest was merely light-hearted banter, for Zhang Qiu herself regarded Yi Feng as a younger brother deserving of her care. Thus, when Yi Feng witnessed Zhang Qiu's parents teasing her, he promptly interjected, "Uncle, Annie, you need not worry. Although I am not yet fully acquainted with the surroundings, under Qiu Ji's guidance, I can engage with others quite normally." Indeed, after a decade of cultivation, Yi Feng possesses formidable strength and a sufficiently powerful mind. However, the elementary school in his rural town did not offer English as a subject, and his previous struggles with the language were akin to pouring water into a sieve. In essence, while he could effortlessly memorize the contents of those magical tomes with a mere sweep of his consciousness, he remained oblivious to their actual meanings. Therefore, to ensure Yi Feng could thrive at Hogwarts, Zhang Qiu dedicated nearly a month to teaching him English, and now he is proficient in listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Zhang's parents finally relented and released Zhang Qiu. Zhang Qiu, sensing the opportunity, cast a grateful glance at Yi Feng before dragging her suitcase forward. They had arrived at King's Cross Station, but did such an oddly named platform as 9 3/4 truly exist? As Yi Feng and Zhang Qiu deliberated over whether to purchase some snacks like sunflower seeds or peanuts to pass the time during their journey, a bespectacled boy, murmuring softly to himself, walked past them. "Yi Feng, les Zanqi." Though Yi Feng had never fully watched Harry Potter, he recognized the boy as the protagonist of this world, the fabled savior. Thus, even without seeing the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, Yi Feng instantly identified him. They had arrived early enough, yet here was Harry Potter. However, Yi Feng recalled that in the films, Harry boarded the train shortly before it departed, so their early arrival should not have allowed for such an encounter. Suddenly, a rather plausible yet somewhat cruel hypothesis crossed Yi Feng's mind. Could it be that Harry had been wandering around until he encountered Ron and the others, who informed him of how to access platform 9 3/4? Just then, a small hand landed sharply on Yi Feng's shoulder, accompanied by Zhang Qiu's mildly annoyed voice. "Yi Feng, what are you daydreaming about? I called your name several times. Huh? Harry? The boy rumored to have survived Voldemort's attack? I can't believe you even know his name and can recognize him. Harry's fame is indeed considerable. Seeing that Zhang Xiu was surprised yet not shocked. Yi Feng felt no astonishment himself, for her nature was not one to revel in excitement or gossip, thus rendering her relatively unconcerned about the affairs of Harry Potter. As for Yi Feng, while he was uncertain of the full extent of his strength, he felt confident that defeating a dark wizard nearly vanquished by Harry's parents would pose no challenge. Consequently, he did not place much significance on Harry Potter, the so-called savior. However, since they would be attending the same school, and possibly the same house, he figured it would be prudent to lend a helping hand if the opportunity arose. Thus, as Harry pushed his considerable luggage forward, Yi Feng called out to him, "Mr. Potter, just a moment, please." Hearing a voice, Harry Potter halted his steps and turned towards the direction from which the sound emanated. The moment he beheld the pair of individuals standing together, his eyes behind his glasses sparkled with sudden brilliance. How exquisite! Though Zhang Xiu was still quite young, she was undeniably a rare beauty, especially since her mother had taken the time to tidy her up before she left home, adorning her in a new outfit. Thus, at the first glance of Zhang Xiu, Harry was utterly captivated. However, just 2 or 3 seconds later, the light in his eyes dimmed, and he slightly lowered his head. Although he had escaped the home that had only brought him pain and found a brief respite, his childhood experiences had instilled in him a sense of inferiority, making him feel inadequate in the presence of Zhang Xiu's splendid attire and the equally polished Yi Feng standing beside her. Zhang Xiu, though kind-hearted and quite intelligent, was merely a 12-year-old girl. Consequently, while she noticed Harry lowering his head, she was unaware of the underlying emotions. She assumed he simply hadn't heard her. Thus, she called out to him, "Harry, over here." With a sense of self-doubt, Harry, who had instinctively thought he must have misheard, finally confirmed that the two were indeed calling for him. Yet he was certain he did not know them, which left him rather perplexed. Nevertheless, despite his confusion, Harry trudged towards Yi Feng and Zhang Xiu, dragging his luggage along. "Do you know me?" he inquired, with a hint of wariness on his face. Yi Feng stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Of course, the renowned boy who lived. Who in the wizarding world doesn't he know you? I just didn't expect you to be starting this year as well." As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, Zhang Xiu chimed in, "Shall we walk together? Finding platform 9 3/4 can be a bit challenging for new students without anyone to guide them." Clearly, while Zhang Xiu may not have discerned Harry's emotional fluctuation, she astutely guessed that he might have difficulty locating the entrance to platform 9 3/4. Thus, with genuine kindness, she extended an invitation to him. Upon hearing Zhang Xiu's words, having already spent over an hour searching for the entrance, Harry was moved to tears. However, when he saw Zhang Xiu head straight towards a pillar that appeared to be part of the wall, he was taken aback. As she vanished directly into the pillar, astonishment crossed his face. "This is magic. Welcome to the wizarding world, Mr. Harry," Yi Feng remarked as he stepped forward with his luggage, entering what, in his eyes, was a doorway that lacked any brick wall. Chapter 9. Yi Feng, the Helper. So this is platform 9 3/4? Gazing at the station before him, steeped in historical charm, though one might call it dilapidated, and watching the steam-emitting, vintage locomotive, Yi Feng could not help but exclaim. Observing the look of disappointment on Harry's face, Yi Feng fell into a moment of contemplation. One thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this fellow had already taken a liking to Zhang Xiu? However, it ought not to be so. After all, he is merely 11 years of age, a mere child who scarcely comprehends such matters. It is likely that he is grappling with an emotional turmoil stemming from the departure of a familiar and trustworthy adult. Contemplating this, Yi Feng exchanged a greeting with Harry before making his way towards the steam-emitting train. Just as he lifted his foot, a figure suddenly burst forth from the entrance behind them. Had they not already taken a few steps forward, a collision would have been inevitable. Goodness, do none of you exercise caution? Yet, one cannot entirely fault them, for upon entering, they were indeed unable to perceive the situation within. Speaking of which, the arrangement of this entrance seems somewhat ill-conceived. Perhaps I should lend him a hand? In his musings, Yi Feng instinctively raised his hand and snapped his fingers with a resounding crack. At that very moment, Harry noticed a flicker of light from the illusory brick wall of the entrance, but the illumination vanished almost instantaneously, leaving Harry to wonder if it were merely a figment of his imagination. Bang! Meanwhile, Yi Feng, who was walking ahead, bore a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, a detail Harry would have observed had he caught up with him. The modified magical effect was rather impressive, ensuring that no harm befell those attempting to enter while simultaneously preventing any collisions with those already inside, a flawless execution. Simultaneously, outside platform 9 3/4, a tall man with flaming red hair sprawled awkwardly on the ground. Ouch! Who on earth did this? He exclaimed, utterly bewildered that the entrance had transformed into a wall. Caught completely off guard, Percy found himself on his back, his face contorted in pain. Although the collision had not inflicted serious injury, and the wall appeared to be somewhat soft, anyone would find it uncomfortable to be unexpectedly struck in the abdomen by a small card. Thus Percy Weasley struggled to rise. On the other side, witnessing their brother's predicament, the twins paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. How splendid! Why didn't we think of this idea? If someone attempts to enter, and we suddenly cast a spell to turn it into a wall, the sight would be utterly delightful. As George Weasley spoke, he cast a glance at his brother, still lying on the ground. Nay, I have conceived an even better plan. We could allow someone to enter, and just as they are halfway through, we cast a spell to trap them within the wall. Smack. Before Fred could finish his thought, a sharp slap landed on his head, accompanied by their mother's voice ringing in his ears. Still laughing, are you? Quickly help your brother up. It will be troublesome if we attract the attention of numerous muggles. Upon hearing their mother's admonition, the Weasley twins hurried over to assist their brother. As they helped Percy to his feet, George reached out to touch the wall. Initially, he merely intended to confirm the existence of the wall, but upon extending his hand, he found it passing straight through. This indicated that the enchantment had likely dissipated. Typically, when magic is cast, the caster is nearby. Thus, the disappearance of the wall implied that the spellcaster was on the opposite side. Upon reflecting on this, George abruptly rose and dashed toward the entrance. In the next instant, a resounding thud echoed, followed by George's pained exclamation. Who was playing tricks on us? Mrs. Weasley, noticing the oddity, initially dismissed it as a prank by her son's classmates. But as the incidents continued to occur, she could no longer remain silent. Protectively, she shielded her daughter Ginny behind her. However, after Mrs. Weasley uttered her words, an eerie silence enveloped them, casting doubt among the five as to whether they were merely overly sensitive or if their tormentors had indeed departed. What is happening? Fred, growing impatient with the prolonged stillness, stepped forward to touch the non-existent wall. A sharp sound reverberated as Fred felt as if he had slapped a somewhat loose dough. Yet, what astonished him most was that when his hand came to rest upon the substance, it vanished as his hand continued its forward momentum due to inertia. Realizing this, Fred's eyes lit up with excitement as he shared his discovery with his family. Through their experimental efforts, the twins also discerned the peculiar nature of this wall. It did not prevent them from entering Platform 9. Rather, it merely obstructed wizards rushing toward it. Thus, as long as one approached calmly, the enchantment would not take effect. Although they were eager to locate the caster of this spell, they were equally reluctant to miss the unfolding spectacle. Consequently, as one classmate after another bumped into the barrier, the Weasley twins kindly offered guidance on how to successfully access Platform 9. Meanwhile, observing the young wizards who, no longer running but instead entering the platform in an orderly manner, Feng nodded in satisfaction. In such crowded places, recklessness could be perilous, especially with so many newly enrolled young wizards. A collision could prove quite dangerous. Alas, I cannot seem to shed my penchant for helping others. If Dumbledore were to find out, he would surely award me a commendation for my altruism. Nearby, Harry felt an unexplained chill as he watched Feng laughing inexplicably. Chapter 10. The Triad Gathers. Have you heard? It is said that the Weasley twins have devised a remarkable spell capable of creating an invisible wall to block individuals. I have heard that as well, but according to them, they did not invent the magic. They too are victims. They even mentioned that they would reward 2 galleons to anyone who could provide information about the caster. 2 galleons? That seems rather paltry, does it not? You ought to be grateful. Given the Weasley family's circumstances, offering 2 galleons is already a considerable expense. That is a fair point. In a mere half hour, the Weasley twins had cast a magical spell at the entrance of the station, causing a stir throughout the entire train. At that moment, our scapegoats, the Weasley twins, were trembling in fear, hiding in a compartment. However, the confines of the compartment were limited, and where else could they conceal themselves? Consequently, less than half an hour later, they were discovered, and after relinquishing 2 galleons to purchase a significant amount of snacks, their classmates finally let them be. Meanwhile, a boy with fiery red hair leaned against the door of the compartment occupied by Feng and his friends, gazing at Feng as he inquired, "Excuse me, may I sit here? Everywhere else is full." Upon seeing the boy's flame-like long hair, Feng smiled subtly, noting the black mark on his face and the disheveled state of his clothing, which bore signs of having been tugged at. "Of course, please take a seat," Feng replied. He had not anticipated that Ron would find Harry just as he did in the story. Yet this Ron appeared far worse off than his fictional counterpart, his already tattered clothing in an even more dilapidated state, a predicament that was not entirely unrelated to Yeffing himself. It was due to Yeffing's slight alteration of the entrance's magical effects that Ron, after boarding the train with his brother, had found himself caught in the ensuing chaos, resulting in his current predicament of still being without a seat and looking more forlorn than in the narrative. "Thank you." Ron expressed his gratitude and settled beside Yeffing. After sitting down, he promptly introduced himself, saying, "By the way, I'm Ron Weasley." Ron's arrival provided Harry with a companion to converse with, while Yeffing found little to discuss with Harry, given that Harry's understanding of magic was still beneath his own. Furthermore, what topics could an 11-year-old boy, who had previously lived in a different country, possibly engage in? Nevertheless, while Yeffing refrained from joining their discourse, he maintained an attentive demeanor, occasionally nodding in agreement with their conversation. Amidst this jovial atmosphere, a considerable amount of snacks brought forth by Yeffing had been consumed, when suddenly, another figure appeared at the door of their compartment. "Hello, have you seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville has lost one," she asked. Upon hearing the voice, Yeffing and the others turned to the doorway, where they were greeted by a charming girl with chestnut curls and hazel eyes. Although she did not possess the stunning beauty of someone like Zhang Xiao, and at first glance appeared rather ordinary, a closer inspection revealed that her bone structure was quite remarkable. With time and proper care to enhance her complexion, she would undoubtedly blossom into a school beauty, rivaling Zhang Xiao. However, what truly captured Yeffing's attention was not the concealed potential beneath her ordinary exterior, but rather, if he was not mistaken, this girl was likely Hermione, another protagonist from the Harry Potter saga. Within the narrative, there exists a phrase that encapsulates the trio of main characters, Hermione and her two flaws. Although this statement may not be entirely conventional, it nonetheless reveals Hermione's significant role within the trio. Thus, when Yeffing caught sight of the girl with chestnut curls, his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. If this truly were Hermione, the main characters would be gathered together. How delightful it would be to have a camera. Perhaps I could attempt something like this. With that thought, Yeffing produced his wand, gently tapping it while softly murmuring, "Neville's toad, come forth." As he spoke the final word, a burst of light emanated from the tip of his wand, and a large toad landed with a thud on the carriage floor, croaking in distress. Observing the enormous toad that had nearly flipped over from the fall, Yeffing offered an awkward smile and said, "I apologize. It's my first time using the summoning charm, and I'm still a bit unaccustomed to it. Perhaps you could summon that fellow named Neville to verify if this is indeed his toad." "How astonishing. How did you manage that?" "This is no mere trivial spell," Hermione exclaimed. "I had contemplated using that charm myself, but scoured the entire first-year spellbook without success. Are your parents wizards? Would you be willing to teach me this spell?" Hold on, dear lady," Yeffing interjected. "Please do not be overly excited. Our immediate priority is to reunite this toad with its owner. As for the summoning charm, if you remain interested once we arrive at school, feel free to seek me out. I assure you, I shall not withhold my knowledge." Upon hearing Yeffing's words, Hermione finally regained her composure. After approximately 3 minutes, Neville was brought to their compartment by Hermione, and the moment he reached the door, he recognized his toad at once. With a startled exclamation, he rushed forward, crouching to scoop up the large creature, prompting Yeffing to sit up straighter in response. While he did not harbor any disdain for others keeping such a large toad as a pet, he still preferred fluffier companions, such as shape-shifting foxes or cat girls. Since there was still space in Yeffing's compartment and they were nearing their destination, Hermione and Neville decided to remain with Yeffing and his companions, and she reminded them to don their robes. As Yeffing finished the last of the snacks he had brought, night descended and the Hogwarts Express arrived at their destination, Hogwarts. When the train came to a halt, a throng of eager young wizards rushed to disembark, and Yeffing leisurely followed behind Hermione and the others. Upon stepping off the train, they heard a booming voice from the front calling for the first years to follow him. Yeffing's eyes lit up upon seeing a giant towering over them, not because he recognized the individual, but rather because he could detect the powerful sense of numerous other creatures emanating from him, suggesting that, if his instincts were correct, these scents belonged to magical beasts. With the enchanting aura of such magical creatures surrounding him, it is none other than Hagrid, the invisible magnate. Establishing a favorable relationship with him could prove invaluable for acquiring the various materials I require in the future. As Feng's intense gaze was fixed upon Hagrid, the latter seemed to sense it and glanced in their direction. However, his attention was entirely captivated by Harry, who stood beside Feng. It appears that even without the desire to follow the narrative, it is essential to foster a connection with Harry. With him around, The prospect of obtaining materials collected by Hagrid from those magical beasts seems promising. Chapter 11. The gluttonous nature revealed. The young wizards hurriedly followed suit and made their way to the boat, being cautious not to slip into the lake. At Hagrid's invitation, a group of young wizards trailed him to the lakeside. Watching Hagrid lightly leap onto a small boat just large enough to accommodate him made Feng's heart race with apprehension. To his surprise, although the boat swayed violently upon Hagrid's descent, it remarkably did not capsize, earning Feng's admiration for Hogwarts boat-building skills, and he felt reassured enough to leap aboard as well. Seeing Feng aboard, the other young wizards mustered their courage to join him. But Feng was somewhat taken aback when he noticed that Harry did not board his boat. Rather, he and Ron opted for another vessel. However, when Feng observed the slightly awkward glances exchanged between Harry and Ron towards Hermione, he understood their decision. They likely felt that Hermione's assertiveness prompted them to choose a different boat after she boarded with Feng, rather than crowding into the same one. Though Feng had not watched the entirety of the Harry Potter series, he was well aware of the illustrious name of Gryffindor's swordmaster. In fact, he admired Neville more than Harry, as Harry had always been guided to follow in his parents' footsteps, a path he accepted as right. In contrast, Neville, inherently timid and fearful, displayed unwavering courage by drawing Gryffindor's sword to confront Voldemort for the sake of his friends. Although Feng considered Voldemort rather unimpressive, he was nonetheless regarded as a formidable dark wizard capable of instilling terror in the magical realm. In such circumstances, Neville's willingness to step forward for his friends demonstrated true bravery. Unlike Harry, who initially sought only to escape his previous environment, driven by the expectations of pursuing his parents' legacy. Of course, even in being propelled along this path, Harry's willingness to act is a testament to his formidable courage, especially since he was informed from the outset that the scar on his forehead was left by Voldemort. Because of his admiration for Neville, Feng was inclined to assist this introverted and timid boy. Therefore, he gently pressed down on the small boat, and in an instant the vessel, which had been rippling with water, came to a halt, ready to follow Hagrid's lead. "Neville, what are you still searching for? Hurry up and get on board." Anxiously searching for any available small boats or familiar faces, Neville's eyes suddenly brightened upon hearing the voice of Feng. As he followed the sound with his gaze, he spotted Feng and Hermione, who were nearly engulfed by the darkness. "Feng! Hermione!" Neville called out, his voice trembling with a hint of sorrow, causing Feng to shiver involuntarily. It was not merely the quiver in Neville's voice that stirred him, but the fact that he had called out only his name, coupled with the faintly weeping tone, reminiscent of dramatic scenes where lovers call each other's names in moments of parting. Seeing the glistening tears in Neville's eyes, Feng fought the impulse to turn away. Once Neville boarded their small boat, he spoke up, "Neville, from now on, you may call me Feng, Brother Feng, or Xiao Feng, but please refrain from calling me Feng again, all right?" "Why not? Is that a custom from your side?" Neville queried. "Let's just say it's a custom from my side," Feng replied, gently resting his hand on the edge of the small boat. The moment he did, their vessel began to glide through the water at a speed surpassing that of the other boats. With the boat now in motion, Neville ceased his inquiries. Meanwhile, on the opposite bank of the lake, Minerva McGonagall, peering through a telescope, observed the small boat that had seemingly fallen behind but was now swiftly catching up to the main group. Her expression was one of astonishment. As her words faded, a white figure appeared beside her, sharing in her shock upon witnessing Feng and the others. "Truly, he is a wizard from that mysterious ancient land. The magic he employs is beyond my comprehension. It appears Hogwarts will become quite intriguing. Our young wizards shall not be lonely anymore," Dumbledore remarked before turning to head towards the Great Hall, leaving the scene in McGonagall's capable hands. If Feng's assumptions were correct, they were currently traversing the lake known as the Black Lake, which, under normal circumstances, was strictly off-limits in proximity to the Forbidden Forest. This rule, particularly emphasized for newly admitted young wizards, stemmed from a singular reason. Both locales posed significant dangers. It was widely known, even among those who were not fans of the series, that the Forbidden Forest housed numerous magical creatures, while the restrictions surrounding the Black Lake were similarly justified, albeit with its own aquatic inhabitants. Gulp. Reflecting on this, Feng could not help but swallow hard, prompting Hermione, seated across from him, to regard him with confusion, unable to fathom why he exhibited such curiosity towards the ominous surface of the lake, especially after observing it for so long. Hermione was confident that the gulp of saliva that Feng had just swallowed was not due to thirst. It was undoubtedly a manifestation of hunger, as she had witnessed a similar expression, demeanor, and action more than once before, particularly on the train. Earlier, when Ron had laid eyes on the snacks in front of Feng, he had exhibited a comparable look. With this thought, Hermione followed Yi Feng's gaze, but unfortunately, lacking night vision, all she could perceive was the dark surface of the lake. Nevertheless, true to her reputation as the intellectual pillar of the Harry Potter universe, she merely shifted her eyes slightly and conceived an excellent idea. Is there something delectable in the lake? Yi Feng could not resist the urge to slurp the saliva that had pooled at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the giant squid that had followed them beneath the small boat seemed to comprehend Yi Feng's words, causing its massive form to tremble momentarily before it swiftly descended to the depths of the lake, disappearing from view. Chapter 12. The ears are the essence of the cat girl. As the gentle night breeze caressed them, the small boat glided forward, gradually dispersing the mist hovering over the lake's surface. Before Yi Feng and his companions, the brilliantly illuminated central edifice of Hogwarts School emerged against the backdrop of the distant shore. Even Yi Feng found himself momentarily awestruck by the sudden appearance of the radiant spires of the castle, while the other young wizards aboard the boat gaped in astonishment. Perhaps this is precisely why Hogwarts has preserved the tradition of allowing newly admitted students to traverse the Black Lake in small boats, the site of the grand, illuminated Hogwarts structure materializing in the dark of night is undeniably breathtaking. Yi Feng was uncertain whether the scene would leave a lasting impression on the hearts of the young wizards, but it certainly etched itself deeply into his memory. Although the recollections of Hogwarts might fade over the years, this particular moment would remain vivid in his mind for a long time to come. Amidst the awe of all the newcomers, the small boat gently approached the shore, and as it reached land, the young wizards erupted into lively chatter once more. Their excitement was not merely due to arriving at their destination, but rather the realization that the small dock was shrouded in darkness with little illumination, leading to only a winding path toward the academy. In daylight, this might not pose much of a challenge, but at night, navigating the overgrown path with only a lantern that illuminated merely a meter or two ahead was fraught with difficulties. One might ponder, is Hogwarts truly so impoverished that it cannot construct a better road leading to the school? Moreover, even if funds for roadwork are lacking, surely there could be enough to install a few more lamps? As Yi Feng disembarked, he reached out to steady Hermione, who had nearly slipped and fallen into the water. "Thank you," she said, still shaken from the near mishap, before adding, "I've read about the history of Hogwarts. It is said that this tradition allows new students to experience the hardships faced by the four founders when establishing Hogwarts, which is why every cohort must traverse the same path they once walked. Although I am unaware of the hardships they endured in those years, I have indeed experienced the difficulties myself." As Hermione voiced her grievances, Neville successfully disembarked from the small boat. Although Feng and the others eventually caught up, they remained towards the back. By the time they disembarked, the rest had already made it to shore, awaiting their arrival. Hagrid, upon noticing that no one had fallen behind, lifted his oil lamp and called out loudly to the young wizards on the shore, cautioning them to watch their footing on the slippery ground and to keep up. Under no circumstances should they lag behind. Having said this, Hagrid turned without checking if anyone had heard him and began to walk along the path. Although the young wizards were somewhat flustered by this, they hurriedly followed suit. However, only a few among them carried oil lamps, leaving many unable to see their feet clearly. If it were merely a matter of following the slower pace of those ahead, it would not have been too troublesome, but their guide was Hagrid. Most of the first-year wizards were around 11 years old, and even the more well-developed among them stood at a height of only about 4 feet. In contrast, Hagrid was a towering figure even among adults. Consequently, as Hagrid strode forward, even Harry, who trailed closely behind, found himself occasionally breaking into a jog to keep pace, which only heightened the anxiety of the already nervous young wizards. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the line, and as Feng turned towards the sound, he couldn't help but chuckle. For amidst the dark crowd, a golden-haired boy lay sprawled on the ground, and judging by the footprints on his robe, it was clear his fall was not merely a simple misstep. When Feng noticed Ron hastily quickening his pace in the darkness to catch up with Harry, a realization dawned upon him. Given Ron's character, it was unlikely he would push Malfoy down in secret. However, it was entirely plausible he might have inadvertently tripped him while passing by, especially if he had not been particularly fond of the boy. As he pondered this, Feng cast a glance at Harry, who appeared somewhat breathless and agitated, clearly having just engaged in something rather exhilarating. Perhaps as he passed by someone in the darkness. Unable to discern who it was, he had missed the opportunity to extend a hand and instead inadvertently added a kick to the mix. Possessing night vision, Feng was not frightened. Rather, he found the unexpected turn of events quite amusing. However, this sudden commotion startled Hermione, who was equally unable to see, and compounded by the near mishap of almost falling into the water moments before, she instinctively grasped Yeffing's robe in fright. Noticing the grip on his clothing, Yeffing turned to find Hermione, understanding she was understandably shaken. He then drew his wand. Lumos. With the incantation, a bright light emanated from the tip of his wand, illuminating several meters of the path ahead. This spectacle not only brightened Hermione's eyes, who clutched Yeffing's robe in fear of falling, but also elicited gasps of surprise from the nearby young wizards, who, after nodding their thanks to Yeffing, hastened to follow in Hagrid's wake. Before the commencement of the academic year, I diligently reviewed our curriculum, thus acquiring a few minor spells, which is quite reasonable. Although surprised, Hermione felt a sense of relief upon realizing that she had also mastered several small enchantments. Simultaneously, a competitive spirit surged within her, making her feel that her efforts were still insufficient. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. They needed to hasten to catch up with the group. With the flickering glow of Feng illuminating their path, their pace quickened considerably. Even though they initially found themselves at the rear of the line, they soon caught up to Hagrid. The illumination provided by Feng's glow enabled them to traverse the challenging terrain with greater speed. And it was not long before they followed Hagrid out of the narrow path and into the brightly lit halls of the academy. The sight of the illuminated architecture filled the young wizards with excitement, and Feng shared in their enthusiasm. For he was soon to encounter the renowned Sorting Hat and the wandering ghosts of the school. He pondered whether the Sorting Hat truly possessed the ability to delve into one's thoughts and discern one's character. Would it be wise to slightly relax the defenses of his mind? Otherwise, would the Sorting Hat fail to glean anything and mistakenly regard him as an impostor, perhaps even a Death Eater? As Feng contemplated these matters, they arrived at a grand door at the end of the staircase, where an elderly lady adorned with a pointed wizard's hat stood at the center. Upon seeing her, Feng's eyes lit up with intrigue. Transfiguration is indeed marvelous. I wonder if it is possible to transform only partially. After all, cat ears are quintessential to a catgirl's essence, he mused silently, glancing at Hermione beside him. It was a pity that her hair was not golden. However, the brown-haired catgirl seemed charming nonetheless. Chapter 13. Pure Bloodline. Regarding the topic of whether transfiguration could be executed only partially, allowing a half-human, half-beast form to emerge, Feng chose to remain silent for the moment. As the only catgirl at Hogwarts was regarding him with a puzzled expression. Shortly, you will pass through these doors and join your fellow classmates. However, before you take your seats, you must be assigned to your respective houses. Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw each possess their unique characteristics. During your time at school, your house will serve as your home, and your classmates will be akin to your family. If you perform well, your house will earn points. Conversely, if you violate school rules or perform poorly, points will be deducted. At the end of the year, the house with the most points will be awarded the House Cup. I hope you all strive to excel. Now, the sorting ceremony is about to commence. Please follow me inside. With that, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall turned and entered through the door. Just as Feng and his companions prepared to move, a small boy with golden hair, slicked back, and an air of arrogance stepped forward. It seemed their earlier conversation on the train had been accurate. Harry Potter had indeed arrived at Hogwarts. The mere mention of Harry Potter's name caused an uproar among the young wizards in the queue, who, unaware of his presence, began to chatter excitedly. Meanwhile, Feng, fully aware of Harry's arrival and disinterested in their petty intrigues, chose to ignore their commotion. He continued to stride confidently behind the vice principal into the hall. Hermione, initially intrigued by the gossip, abandoned her curiosity upon seeing Feng move on, hastily following in his wake. Neville, noticing both Feng and Hermione departing, intended to join them, but as he lifted his foot, he realized the others remained rooted in place, leaving only Feng and Hermione advancing forward, which felt rather conspicuous. Naturally timid and apprehensive, Neville was startled into halting his steps. At that moment, the gaze of the onlookers shifted toward Feng and Hermione, intrigued by their apparent disregard for the illustrious Harry Potter. They were eager to discern the identities of these two curious figures. However, upon closer inspection, they found nothing remarkable about Feng and Hermione. Indeed, no one recognized them, implying that neither they nor their parents were renowned within the magical community. Stop! Draco Malfoy's frustrated voice rang out from behind, yet Feng seemed oblivious, captivated instead by the impending sorting ceremony. He was particularly curious about whether the sorting hat could truly delve into one's innermost thoughts. More importantly, he pondered whether the hat could penetrate his mental defenses to uncover his intentions. If it could not, he contemplated whether he should slightly lower his defenses lest the hat perceive him as merely a stone or perhaps a Death Eater. Draco's repeated disregard by Yi Feng and Hermione infuriated him further. He drew his wand, pointing at Yi Feng, and shouted, "Are you two deaf? Stop right there." At last, Yi Feng turned to face Draco, and upon seeing the wand drawn, he could not help but laugh. "Do you wish to duel me? However, I must say, do you truly believe you can cast spells with that wand you just purchased and have yet to warm up? Oh, by the way, a friendly reminder, the sorting ceremony is about to commence. Are you sure you want to continue this nonsense and keep Professor Dumbledore waiting?" Draco, who had been seething with anger, and the young wizards eager for entertainment, both paled at Yi Feng's words. Though Dumbledore might appear, in the narrative or in Yi Feng's eyes, as merely an ordinary old man, in the magical realm, he represented authority and unmatched power. Thus, even the self-assured Draco could not help but temper his arrogance upon hearing Dumbledore's name. Startled by Yi Feng's remark, Draco, fuming, hastily bypassed him and strode into the hall. Yi Feng, observing this, smiled softly, nodded at Harry, and turned to follow him inside. As the ever-vigilant deputy headmistress Minerva McGonagall deliberately slowed her pace. Keeping a watchful eye on the movements behind her, she noticed the young wizards catching up and promptly quickened her steps. Her pensive expression suggested that she had intentionally allowed Malfoy to create a disturbance, the purpose of which perhaps only she or Dumbledore truly understood. No longer bickering, the young wizards closely followed McGonagall and soon arrived at the Great Hall. Upon entering, Yi Feng and his companions discovered that everyone else, including Dumbledore, had already gathered and was seated neatly at the dining table, awaiting their arrival. However, what captivated them most was not the students who had been waiting or the floating, unmoving candles, but rather the ever-changing night sky above. What a splendid enchantment this was! Yet, it was somewhat regrettable. How much more magnificent it would be if it were a true night sky, where sunlight could enter, but wind and rain could not. Dumbledore, standing on the platform, raised an eyebrow upon overhearing Yi Feng and Hermione's conversation, yet chose to remain silent, for Harry had just entered. Though Dumbledore was the headmaster, he was not one to indulge in superfluous dialogue, merely stating a few prohibitions, such as the ban on entering the Forbidden Forest, before announcing the commencement of the sorting ceremony. "Students, when I call your name, step forward. I shall place the sorting hat upon your head and determine your house. Here it comes, here it comes." As the saying goes, the protagonist may change, but the Iron Throne remains. I declare the winner of the Iron Throne of the magical realm is Hannah Abbott. In the midst of Yi Feng's excitement and anticipation, Deputy Headmistress McGonagall announced the name that had captured everyone's attention. Hannah Abbott. Ravenclaw. The moment the sorting hat declared its decision, a tremendous cheer erupted from the Ravenclaw table. Amidst the jubilant applause, Hannah Abbott, the newly crowned queen, smiled as she walked towards them and took her seat at the long table. As each name was called, cheers rose and fell like waves, and when Hermione Granger's name echoed through the hall, Yi Feng felt a gentle tug at his robe. "Don't be nervous, just remain calm. Treat it as if it were merely an ordinary old hat," he assured her. Perhaps his words of comfort had an effect, or perhaps Hermione had found her own composure. In any case, as soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, she took a deep breath and stepped forward, sitting beside McGonagall. Unlike the others, Hermione experienced a moment of silence after donning the hat, during which Yi Feng sensed her consciousness engaging in a dialogue with the sorting hat. When their exchange concluded, the hat rendered its verdict. "Gryffindor. Ye Feng Guspit. Did I just hear that correctly? It slipped. It must have slipped. It just said Gryffindor." Though he spoke quietly, his intent was unmistakable, and his voice carried enough for those nearby, including Dumbledore at the head table, to hear, causing Dumbledore to raise an eyebrow in response. Dumbledore had heard it, and so had the nearby vice principal along with the sorting hat. The very next moment, the sorting hat, still perched upon Hermione's head, began to protest loudly. "No, I did not say that. You must have misheard me. I have never claimed to belong to Gryffindor. The entire magical community knows that the sorting hat, and the epitome of honesty and never tell lies. Yet, it is precisely because one never lies that they are most likely to deceive. For when a person who never lies finally does, no one would believe they have spoken falsely." The sorting hat exclaimed, "By my word, that is a sound argument. I find myself at a loss for words." No one anticipated that a single remark from Yeffing would render the sorting hat speechless. In an effort to alleviate the awkward silence, Vice Principal Minerva interjected, "Perhaps the sorting hat was ambiguous, and you misinterpreted it. After all, it is quite old and somewhat tattered. A bit of vagueness is to be expected. All right, let's move on from this topic. Next," she continued, "no need to read the name. It is this little troublemaker. I am quite curious to which house you will be assigned, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, or perhaps Azkaban." "Azkaban. He must be sent to Azkaban. The moment the sorting hat was grasped by Vice Principal Minerva and placed upon Yeffing's head, it began to shout. Upon hearing the name Azkaban, the expressions of all but a few genuinely uninformed young wizards drastically changed. Mr. Sorting Hat, are you truly certain you wish to send me to Azkaban? To everyone's surprise, Yeffing did not display panic or anger at the mention of Azkaban. Rather, he felt a twinge of anticipation. Yes, anticipation. Although Yeffing had cultivated his magical abilities for a decade, his strength remained largely untested, and even he was unaware of his true potential. However, he had never truly encountered souls or spirits. Of course, he had seen the souls of those who passed away in his village, but they vanished almost immediately, as if they transitioned into another dimension the moment they left their bodies. Even with his modest accomplishments in cultivation, his ethereal spirit could wander freely during the day, yet he could never locate them. Therefore, if he had the opportunity to meet a genuine ghost or study the so-called Death Eaters and Dementors, he would not refuse. Thus, when Yeffing heard the Sorting Hat's intention to assign him to Azkaban, he remained untroubled. The Sorting Hat's inclination to place him in Azkaban was not due to any prior comments or its inability to discern his thoughts. Rather, Yeffing had not fully concealed his mind. After a brief pause, realizing that the Sorting Hat struggled to read his thoughts, he purposefully allowed a thread of his defenses to loosen. The Sorting Hat's exaggerated reaction may have stemmed from a fleeting thought of Yeffing's that startled it. Understanding this, he was not particularly opposed to going to Azkaban, yet he knew that while he could visit Azkaban at any time, the opportunity to visit Hogwarts was not as readily available. So, Yeffing cleared his throat and inquired, Mr. Sorting Hat, might you enlighten me as to why you intend to assign me to Azkaban? Because you are a demon. You actually wish to extract my soul from my body. Indeed, this is the reason, but it is truly a misunderstanding. Allow me to plead my case. In a moment of contemplation, Feng spoke directly, Mr. Sorting Hat. You have misunderstood. I have no intention of extracting your soul. I merely believe that your talents are rather squandered in merely sorting young wizards into houses. Really? Pray tell. Feng's deft flattery immediately put the Sorting Hat at ease, softening its tone. Observing this, Feng glanced at Dumbledore above him. Dumbledore, perceiving the inquiry in Feng's eyes, nodded in encouragement, indicating he could boldly express his thoughts. With Dumbledore's tacit approval, Feng felt a surge of confidence. Actually, my intention is not to extract your soul, but rather to create a new vessel for you to reside upon the gates of Hogwarts. Of course, I would not mention that after crafting such a creation, your soul would still need to be extracted and placed within it. Imagine such a wondrous object. Anyone or anything passing through would reveal all hidden plots and malevolence, no matter how deeply concealed. Even the most secret of Death Eaters would be unmasked upon passing through this door. If this miraculous instrument were indeed realized, Hogwarts would be able to keep all dangers at bay. And Mr. Sorting Hat, with your ability to discern good from evil and see through hearts, I cannot think of anyone more suited for this position. After this proclamation, Feng paused slightly, tilting his head with an expectant gaze fixed upon the Sorting Hat. After approximately 2 seconds, he continued, Mr. Sorting Hat, what do you think of this proposal? Perhaps the Sorting Hat was taken aback by Feng's astonishing suggestion. For if such a marvelous device could be created, it would indeed send shockwaves throughout the magical world, unearthing the deeply hidden Death Eaters. Dumbledore, seated in the highest position, wore an enigmatic expression when Feng proposed this idea. Once Feng finished, he sighed softly and replied with a kindly demeanor, Well then, Mr. Feng, what do you think this marvelous object should be called? Unaware of Dumbledore's earlier change in expression, Feng exclaimed, I have decided to name this magnificent creation the Safety Check Gate. Dumbledore responded, I should not have held any expectations for you. Mr. Feng, your proposal is indeed intriguing. However, I would advise against further suggestions. After a brief pause, Dumbledore continued, wishing not to extinguish the student-esque spirit of inquiry. The Ministry has clear restrictions on the use of Muggle items, so while your idea is commendable, it is not permissible by law. Chapter 15, Forever Gryffindor. Dumbledore's decision decisively quashed Yeffing's proposal. However, he was not truly sent to Azkaban, but rather prompted the Sorting Hat to reassess him for a more suitable house. My dear boy, I must admit I wronged you earlier. With such virtues as bravery, resilience, wisdom, integrity, and loyalty, how could I have ever considered placing such a remarkable child in Azkaban? I am indeed guilty of a grave error. To atone for my misjudgment, I shall allow you to choose the house you desire. Yeffing, although he had recently opened a slight fissure in his mind for the Sorting Hat to glimpse his thoughts, wondered if it would truly act in such a manner. clearing his throat awkwardly. He recalled a faint awareness that had attempted to slip through the gap he had created, wanting to convey certain information. Initially, he had assumed it was Voldemort attempting to pry into his mind, prompting him to instinctively shatter the intrusion with his mental prowess. Gryffindor. It shall be. After all, my good friend resides there. As soon as Feng declared his choice, a tremendous cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table. Amidst the jubilant cries, a striking figure among the Ravenclaw crowd darkened momentarily, only to re-emerge with a radiant smile. Though her brother had not chosen her house, she felt a swell of joy at his swift ability to make friends his age. Yet, she could not help but remark on her brother's remarkable charm. He would surely attract attention, and as a sister, she felt the need to keep a watchful eye on him. As Feng made his way to the Gryffindor table, he sensed something and scanned the room, his gaze landing on a girl who stood out even among the sea of black robes. Noticing Zhang Qiu's cheeks flush as she lowered her head, Feng felt a twinge of confusion. He had merely asked her to wait for him, intending to spend time together later. Dismissing his puzzlement, he reminded himself that one could not expect a socially inexperienced soul to suddenly possess exceptional emotional intelligence after rebirth. Before long, it was Harry's turn. When Professor McGonagall called out Harry Potter's name, the hall fell into a profound silence, which was swiftly replaced by an even louder buzz of conversation, all revolving around Harry. Is that really Harry Potter? He doesn't look particularly special. Do you think he truly has a Z-shaped scar on his forehead? It must be real. The wizarding world has been saying so. I wonder which house he will be sorted into. By the looks of him, he doesn't seem suited for Ravenclaw or Slytherin. Most likely Gryffindor or Hufflepuff. I bet it's Gryffindor. After all, his parents were both from there. A cacophony of discussions reverberated through the hall, causing the flickering candles to sway unsteadily. Observing that Harry had paused, unable to take his seat amidst the uproar, Dumbledore cleared his throat and remarked, "All right, that will suffice. Harry, do not fret. Please come forward and take a seat." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Harry felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He followed Dumbledore's instructions, settling into the chair, while Professor McGonagall simultaneously placed the sorting hat upon his head. Gryffindor. As the name resonated, an uproar of cheers erupted, louder than those that had preceded it. Draco Malfoy smirked slightly, for he perceived that Harry was more popular than the previous contender, and he imagined that the latter would be quite displeased, perhaps even harboring resentment towards Harry. However, when Malfoy directed his gaze toward the already seated Cedric, he nearly exploded with rage. Cedric was engrossed in conversation with Hermione, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding cheers, as if the tumultuous applause were non-existent. There was no trace of the jealousy and envy he had anticipated. Impossible, Malfoy thought. He must be concealing his emotions. Surely, he views Harry as a rival. At this realization, Malfoy's eyes gleamed with excitement as he murmured, "Indeed, that must be the case. He is deliberately ignoring Harry, feigning interest in that girl to mask his feelings. He must be seething with anger." He scoffed to himself. What right does a mudblood have to be my adversary? Having Harry Potter is sufficient. It appeared he would need to cultivate a rapport with Harry Potter, thus sparing himself the need to confront that insufferable individual. Just then, he heard his name called. Malfoy, buoyant with confidence and certain he would be sorted into Slytherin, strode forward with assurance. "Look, it's that insufferable fellow. Hopefully, he won't be placed in Gryffindor." As Malfoy approached, Hermione nudged Cedric, prompting him to glance toward the stage. Before Hermione could finish her thought, Cedric erupted in laughter. As the sorting hat was yet to settle on Malfoy's head, it audibly and urgently declared Slytherin, as though there was something unsavory atop Malfoy's crown. Initially, neither Hermione nor Harry found it particularly amusing, but Cedric's laughter was infectious, and soon Ron joined in, chuckling even louder than Cedric, for the two were notorious rivals. The sorting hat's task concluded without further incident, and as Dumbledore tapped his goblet to announce the commencement of the feast, a lavish spread of food materialized upon the table. Though Cedric had indulged in many delightful meals before, being well-fed was a luxury in his homeland during this era. Thus, upon witnessing the abundance before him, he could not help but swallow in anticipation. It had been far too long since he had enjoyed such a sumptuous dinner. He resolved to savor every bite. As Feng immersed himself in his meal, Harry and his companions found their appetites piqued. However, just as they were enjoying their meal, Feng abruptly set down his unfamiliar knife and fork, sensing an extraordinary presence. Suddenly, Ron let out a startled cry, hurling his chicken leg aside, as a translucent head emerged from the pile of food. "Hello, how are you?" it greeted. A ghost. Chapter 16. A lesson for foreign spirits. Professor Dumbledore. "May I touch these ghosts?" Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement rather than fear as he beheld the ethereal figure rising from the food. This was not the first time Yi Feng had encountered a spirit. After cultivating his first strand of celestial energy a month into his journey, he had glimpsed a genuine soul. He vividly recalled that moment when, having uncovered the method to awaken his spiritual senses, he eagerly opened his celestial eye only to see nothing. Yet, merely a month later, without warning, he witnessed a spectral silhouette standing by the roadside, wistfully gazing in a certain direction. Despite that initial encounter and his subsequent boldness in deliberately approaching homes where the elderly had passed, he had never managed to discern where those souls ultimately went. They never lingered for more than a day and did not reappear after vanishing. Thus, upon learning of Hogwarts, Yi Feng was filled with elation, for this place held not only magic but an array of wondrous artifacts and the elusive spirits he had sought in vain. Perhaps the ghost of Hogwarts could offer me the answers I seek. Just as the ghost, having emerged halfway from beneath the table, was about to take flight, a yellow talisman was slapped onto its form, causing the mischievous spirit, ready to depart with a grin, to freeze in place. "Hey, Yi Feng, how can you interact with these ghosts? And what is it you placed on him?" Hermione inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she reached out her delicate hand to remove the talisman from the ghost. "Don't!" Yi Feng's warning was cut short as Hermione pulled the talisman away. In that instant, a piercing scream erupted, and the ghost, nearly petrified with fright, vanished at an astonishing speed into the ceiling. "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have touched your things without asking," Hermione stammered, her voice trailing off, her head drooping in remorse. Observing her distress, Yi Feng sighed softly and reassured her. "It's all right. I should have communicated more clearly. You are correct. I was too eager. I will apologize to the ghost at once." Having walked behind Yi Feng, Dumbledore's gaze turned unusually grave upon hearing his words. A flicker of relief passed through his eyes, yet he still spoke. "My dear student Yi Feng, it is commendable that you harbor such thoughts. For this occasion, I shall overlook your recklessness, but I hope it will not become a recurring event. Furthermore, I shall take custody of this talisman for you. I trust you have no objections?" The term talisman was uttered by Yi Feng in Mandarin, which rendered Dumbledore's repetition somewhat peculiar in pronunciation. Naturally, Yi Feng had no qualms about Dumbledore's proposal. Although it was true that the ghost had startled Ron with its mischief, Yi Feng had sought Dumbledore's counsel before taking action. However, these apparitions were not fixtures of Hogwarts. They were sentient entities in their own right. Thus, employing a talisman to immobilize one was somewhat excessive, yet could hardly be deemed malevolent, for he had merely restrained the ghost without any further intentions. As for an apology, Yi Feng glanced around. Not only had the ghost he had affixed the talisman fled, but the others had also dispersed significantly, with even the bolder spirits floating high near the ceiling, ready to make a swift exit at the slightest hint of danger. Dumbledore noted this situation as well, but found himself at a loss, for Yi Feng was merely an 11-year-old child, and thus he refrained from reprimanding him, instead advising him against such actions in the future. After cautioning Yi Feng against carelessly affixing talismans to the ghosts within the school, Dumbledore posed a question that weighed most heavily on his mind: the origin of the talisman that could bind spirits. In response, Yi Feng pondered for a moment before delivering an almost textbook answer. "I purchased this talisman from a nearby Taoist temple, spending half a month's allowance on it. Since my self-drawn, spirit-binding talisman proved effective, does it not imply that other talismans may work as well?" Indeed, the talisman that had immobilized the ghost was crafted by Yi Feng himself. However, due to his limited pocket money, he could only afford a minimal amount of yellow paper and vermilion. Despite having acquired various techniques for talisman creation from a system, he was uncertain about the efficacy of his drawings due to a lack of materials for practice. Now, with the fundamental spirit-binding talisman confirmed to be effective, it stands to reason that other talismans would be equally viable. The sole remaining concern lay in the materials needed for crafting these talismans, as the process often entailed more than just yellow paper and vermilion. Some required additional components. As Yi Feng's antics caused the ghostly mischief to dissipate, his fellow young wizards were free to indulge in their festivities. After a few minutes, guided by the prefect, Yi Feng and his companions successfully arrived before a portrait of the Fat Lady. "So, this is the legendary Fat Lady? Yet I find myself questioning whether a mere painting can truly deter a wizard." Although Yi Feng harbored some doubts about the strength of the painting, he had no intention of testing it. When the prefect recited the password to lead them into the common room and introduced various situations and precautions, they all found their respective dormitories and beds to prepare for rest. Unlike the protagonists of certain fan novels, Yi Feng was not assigned to the same dormitory as Harry and his friends. However, both parties lacked the desire to confide in one another, so they quickly fell asleep, particularly as classes were set to commence the next day. Chapter 17. The failed cat cuddled. The following morning, Yi Feng awoke, as was his custom, before the sun graced the horizon with its light. At this hour, the other inhabitants of his dormitory were still blissfully asleep. Rising from his slumber, Yi Feng approached the window to feed his little owl, whose feathers had fully grown in preparation for its long plumage, a morsel of meat. He then proceeded with his usual morning routine. By the time he finished washing up, the sun was nearly rising. Yet Hogwarts remained largely undisturbed by the stirrings of its students, not one to disturb others. Yi Feng had no intention of venturing out for his daily ritual of fresh air. Instead, he gently opened the window, only to encounter a rather awkward situation. Despite Hogwarts' vastness and the unobstructed windows of the student dormitories, the direction of the openings varied. Unfortunately, the view from Yi Feng's dormitory did not face the rising sun. Clearing his throat, he realized that his dormitory was situated on the topmost floor, which meant he could potentially climb out the window and ascend to the rooftop. Although Hogwarts architecture featured steep, pointed roofs that were generally difficult to scale, Yi Feng was no ordinary individual. Moments later, he found himself standing atop the towering peak. As the sun began to rise, Yi Feng inhaled deeply, facing the dawn. With this breath, a fleeting violet light flickered in his eyes. When the sun fully emerged from behind the mountains, he ceased inhaling and closed his mouth. With a slight movement of his throat, Yi Feng utilized his technique to consume the gathered purple energy and subsequently exhaled a long, misty breath. This time, to avoid a recurrence of previous incidents, he moderated his exhalation, resulting in merely a stream of white vapor. Meanwhile, Albus Dumbledore, the one who had summoned Harry Potter to Hogwarts, stretched and opened the window to breathe in the fresh air. The weather today was undoubtedly Dumbledore, Yi Feng greeted, somewhat astonished to see the headmaster at that moment. He had not anticipated that the rooftop he was on would be lower than Dumbledore's window, allowing for their eyes to meet at the same level, thus revealing his presence atop the roof. Certainly, although somewhat unexpected, Yi Feng felt no particular concern. After all, both cultivators and wizards are capable of flight. Over the years, Yi Feng had often ascended to elevated heights. Thus, he was oblivious to any impropriety in finding himself atop the roof, and he warmly greeted Dumbledore. However, Dumbledore, who faced Yi Feng, was nearly struck with terror, for they were perched several dozen meters above the ground. A fall from such a height could necessitate an owl delivering the grim news to Yi Feng's parents. Startled, Dumbledore wasted no time and drew his wand, casting a levitation charm directed at Yi Feng. As Dumbledore brandished his wand, the exquisite sword pendant at Yi Feng's waist quivered momentarily before settling into stillness. Upon witnessing Dumbledore draw his wand, Yi Feng instinctively reached for his own. Yet, when the spell was cast, he halted, recognizing Dumbledore's intentions were not malevolent. Indeed, the instant Dumbledore's magic enveloped him, Yi Feng felt himself rise uncontrollably into the air. Dumbledore, observing Yi Feng's instinctive gesture towards his wand, was taken aback, for such reflexes were rare even among many adult wizards, let alone a young sorcerer. While admiration lingered, Dumbledore deemed it unacceptable for someone to venture on such perilous rooftops at dawn, prompting him to impose a lesson upon Yi Feng. He subtly moved his wand, causing Yi Feng to float towards the edge of the roof, suspended dozens of meters above the ground. Were it anyone else, they might have been rendered speechless by this spectacle. However, Yi Feng, if one were to speak candidly, had likely flown more often and with greater speed and height than Dumbledore himself. Thus, when Dumbledore's levitation spell lifted him to the rooftop's outer edge, Yi Feng expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Headmaster Dumbledore, is this the levitation charm? How marvelous! If one could cast and control it on oneself, could it mean wizards need not rely on broomsticks for flight?" Dumbledore replied, somewhat exasperated, "Is this what I intended when I used the levitation charm to elevate you? This is a punishment. A punishment." Although Hogwarts regulations did not explicitly forbid young wizards from climbing to rooftops, such behavior was undeniably perilous. "If you wish to witness the sunrise, I know of a far safer location," he added. "Since Hogwarts rules do not explicitly prohibit this action, I shall refrain from deducting points from Gryffindor this time. However, as a penalty, you are to transcribe the Hogwarts regulations. Do you have any objections to this decision?" Dumbledore's tone, while not harsh, carried an undeniable authority, and he was indeed concerned for Yi Feng's safety. Thus, Yi Feng accepted the punishment, though soon he found himself regretting it. Initially, he presumed the regulations might consist of the few rules Dumbledore had previously mentioned. However, when Dumbledore placed the tome of regulations before him, he realized he had gravely underestimated their extent. In the end, Yi Feng, with his remarkable speed, managed to transcribe the school regulations before class. Yet regrettably, he missed breakfast, hastily grabbing some ingredients from the kitchen before rushing off to his lesson. Upon arriving at the classroom, Yi Feng found that it was not yet time for the lesson. But a gray-black cat was already perched upon the podium. Not being particularly knowledgeable about felines, Yi Feng could not identify the breed. However, he instantly recognized the cat as the transformed form of Deputy Headmistress McGonagall, which caused his eyes to brighten with excitement as he approached to reach out and touch it. Deputy Headmistress McGonagall. Chapter 18. Potions class and the lamb shank. Filled with a sense of regret, Yi Feng took his seat beside Hermione. However, unlike before, he merely greeted her and then turned his attention to the cat on the podium. "Hey," Hermione gently nudged Yi Feng, noticing his indifference towards her. "I truly adore cats. They're so graceful and soft to the touch. Unfortunately, the cats my family kept were rather wild and not very affectionate." Observing the two figures, Hermione couldn't help but shake her head. Although they were not particularly close friends, they had shared a carriage ride to school, making them somewhat more familiar than the others. Thus, when Hermione saw these two arrive late on their first day, she couldn't help but disapprove. Yi Feng, on the other hand, appeared to be thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. As Ron and Harry burst into the classroom, they were relieved to see that no teacher had yet arrived at the podium. Ron, ever the one to comment, remarked, "Thank goodness we're not late. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall's expression would have been terrifying." No sooner had Ron's words left his lips than the cat on the podium leapt down, transforming in midair. In the blink of an eye, the cat that had been resting atop the podium for so long morphed into Deputy Headmistress McGonagall. Ron. At the sight of the cat's transformation into McGonagall, Ron's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Nevertheless, true to his Weasley heritage, he quickly gathered himself and exclaimed to McGonagall, "That was truly impressive." While Ron's reflexes were commendable, McGonagall was not one to be swayed by flattery, and the art of transfiguration was indeed a meticulous discipline, as it involved changing one object entirely into another. Gurgle. Just as Professor McGonagall announced the end of class, Yi Feng's stomach grumbled audibly, prompting curious glances from Hermione and Ron. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yi Feng chuckled and explained, "This morning, I encountered Professor Dumbledore, who invited me to his office for a brief chat, so I didn't have time for breakfast." "You didn't tee up breakfast?" Hermione replied, her surprise evident. She had heard from his roommate that Yi Feng had risen early, leading her to believe he had already eaten. "I should have saved you some. The dessert this morning was rather delicious." As Hermione spoke, her face was etched with frustration, while Neville, feeling a twinge of guilt, lowered his gaze. For Yi Feng was the kindest soul at Hogwarts to him, yet he had failed to notice that Yi Feng had skipped breakfast. Observing the guilt on their faces, Yi Feng smiled and reassured them, "It's all right. I had already visited the kitchen before coming here to grab something, so there is no need for concern." Upon hearing his words, Hermione and the others felt considerably relieved. However, upon entering the potions classroom and witnessing Yi Feng produce a cauldron that was slightly different from theirs, and then augmenting the small flame beneath it into a roaring fire after adding water, they were utterly astonished. "Yi Feng, we've heard that the potions professor is quite strict, especially with Gryffindor students, so..." Bang! Before Ron could finish his sentence, the classroom door swung open abruptly, and a dark figure stormed in, taking position at the front of the class. "So, Mr. Weasley, what do you intend to do?" Gulp. Ron, caught in the act of speaking ill of another, swallowed hard under Professor Snape's imposing gaze. Nevertheless, his reflexes remained sharp. "Well, Professor Snape, I would suggest that Yi Feng refrain from increasing the flame beneath his cauldron too much, as it can be quite hazardous." Of course, after his introductory remarks, Snape did not neglect to note Ron's slight against him, deducting a full 10 points from Gryffindor. Without further ado, perhaps in a slightly better mood after deducting points, Snape commenced the lesson, guiding Yi Feng and the others through the process of brewing potions. After his explanations, he allowed them to begin the practical work. The potion was intended to familiarize them with the brewing process, which was rather straightforward, particularly for Yi Feng, who had experience concocting elixirs using a rice cooker. Thus, in merely 5 minutes, Yi Feng had completed the potion assigned by Snape and had it neatly bottled. However, rather than stopping there, he deftly cleaned the cauldron, added fresh water, and turned the flame to its maximum. On the platform, Snape observed Yi Feng's skillful movements, and, despite the fact that he was a Gryffindor, couldn't help but nod in approval, though the ingredients Yi Feng added seemed somewhat divergent from his instructions. "What is star anise?" "Oh, it actually has 8 points. How illustrative." "Pepper? Is it a type of chili? But why are the berries black?" "Quite peculiar. Yet they seem promising, albeit lacking any magical resonance. This potion has already failed. A few minutes later. Wait. While many of the ingredients were unfamiliar, yet comprehensible, what does adding lamb mean? And why does it smell so fragrant? As he mused internally, Snape couldn't resist swallowing hard. Chapter 19. The Creator of School Rules. Glug glug. The cauldron simmered with a hint of red broth. And the moment Feng added the thinly sliced lamb to the mixture, a rich meaty aroma wafted through the air. It was then that Feng retrieved his wand. Having forgotten to bring chopsticks, I shall make do with this wand for the time being. As he spoke, Feng casually wiped his wand and then plunged it into the cauldron, stirring the lamb within. On the platform, Professor Snape, filled with confusion, was infuriated to see Feng using his wand to mix the potion in the cauldron, as potion making was a subject he held in high regard, and he would not tolerate any disruptions in his class. Your name is Feng, is it? Can you enlighten me on what you are doing? Upon hearing the voice, Feng looked up to see a particularly grim and fearsome face. The moment Hermione and Harry, who were nearby, caught sight of this, they were taken aback, and Hermione, being closer, accidentally knocked over the cauldron. With a loud hiss, the spilled potion emitted a fierce sound as a plume of black smoke rose, startling Snape, who promptly drew his wand and dispersed the dark cloud with a quick incantation. The already irate Snape grew even angrier, glaring at Feng and Hermione as he declared, I believe you're ill-suited for potion class. Although Feng had not watched the entire Harry Potter film series, he was familiar with some basic concepts, and thus did not harbor any animosity towards the old man who, despite often targeting Hogwarts, secretly protected Harry. However, Feng felt a surge of anger at Snape's words. He did not understand the criteria by which Snape judged, but to publicly declare that Hermione was unfit for potion class merely for having knocked over a cauldron, especially in a moment of fright, was utterly unjust. Consequently, Feng picked up a test tube he had previously set aside. Professor Snape, I'm aware of your disdain for Gryffindor, but to utter such hurtful words over a trivial incident is unbecoming of a qualified teacher. As he spoke, Feng waved the test tube in his hand. Snape, ready to reprimand Feng for daring to retort, was momentarily halted by a faint, peculiar odor mingling with the aroma of the meat. Prompting him to glance at the test tube Feng held. Is it a potion for treating scabies? Judging by its color and scent, its quality is rather commendable, almost rivaling my own creations. Observing the potion in Feng's possession, Snape fell silent, for he had never encountered a student with such innate talent for potion making. He had to concede that even he could not have successfully concocted a potion after merely hearing the instructions once, gathering the correct materials and adding them in the precise sequence and quantity. Yet Feng had not only succeeded, but had produced a potion of exceptional quality, surpassing that of some potion instructors. Ultimately, Snape flicked his sleeve and turned back to the platform, angrily stating, Mr. Feng, while you have brewed a potion of commendable quality, due to your insubordination, Gryffindor shall still lose 5 points. Furthermore, could you elucidate the concoction you are currently brewing? I have no recollection of instructing you to add finely sliced mutton to a potion, let alone to stir it with a wand. The wand's efficacy stems from its construction using materials imbued with magical elements. To some extent, the very materials used to forge wands can also be utilized in potion making. Mr. Feng, pray tell, by stirring the potion with your wand, do you intend to incorporate the wand as an ingredient? Observing Professor Snape's demeanor soften, Feng chose not to press further and began to explain. Professor Snape, you seem to have misunderstood. The potion was completed long ago. What lies before me is not a potion, but rather my breakfast, which we refer to in our homeland as hot pot. Snape exhaled deeply after a prolonged silence, his tone calm as he inquired. So, you are merely cooking something in the cauldron, rather than brewing a potion? Indeed. However, there are occasions when a teacher need not specify the exact school rule violated to impose a penalty. If they perceive wrongdoing, they may reprimand you. Currently, Snape is acting in such a manner. Feng was taken aback as Snape genuinely reached for his quill to impose a deduction of points from Gryffindor, leaving him perplexed. This was somewhat unexpected, and he firmly believed that he should not be penalized. Thus, he boldly defended himself. Professor Snape, may I inquire as to why you intend to deduct points from Gryffindor? Why? Snape nearly chuckled in disbelief at Feng's inquiry. Pray tell, Mr. Feng, what class are you currently attending? Potion class, of course. Oh, are you brewing a potion at this moment? No. Therefore, is there an issue with my deducting points from Gryffindor? Indeed. What did you say? You are not brewing a potion, but rather cooking food during potion class, and you find fault with my deduction of points? In response to Snape's words, Feng spoke with gravity. Professor Snape, I recently transcribed the Hogwarts school rules in Headmaster Dumbledore's office this morning, and I distinctly recall that no rule prohibits students from cooking food during potion class. In the absence of a prohibition, what is permissible remains valid. Thus, Professor Snape, my cooking during potion class is not an error. Moreover, the fact that I missed breakfast is the fault of Dumbledore. The latter remark was made somewhat quietly, yet in the hushed classroom, his voice resonated, ensuring all could hear. With Yeffing invoking Dumbledore, Snape recognized that further contention would only lead to Yeffing daring to escalate matters. Thus, he conceded defeat in this exchange. Take your seat. This time, no points will be deducted from Gryffindor. Oh, as soon as Snape's words fell, a resounding cheer erupted within the classroom. Observing the scene, Snape slightly lowered his head, allowing his gaze to fall, before continuing, however, I shall propose that Professor Dumbledore promptly prohibits students from utilizing cauldrons for culinary endeavors during potions class. After uttering these words, Snape glanced at Yifeng, noticing a flicker of movement in his eyes, accompanied by a moment of inspiration. Subsequently, the corners of Yifeng's mouth twitched as he spoke. Oh, let me add, it is also unacceptable to proceed without a cauldron. Snape's proposal materialized the very next day. As Dumbledore officially announced 3 new school regulations, students were forbidden from stirring potions with wands, cooking food during potions class, and younger wizards were strictly prohibited from climbing to the rooftop to witness the sunrise. Consequently, Yifeng became a legend within the school, a singular individual who, in a single day, had instigated the addition of 3 new school rules. Chapter 20. If the sunrise cannot be observed, let us engage in some exercise. Due to a single pot of hot pot, Yifeng unexpectedly became a celebrated figure at Hogwarts overnight. The notorious Weasley twins, known for their mischievous antics, approached Yifeng, admiring his audacity. However, Yifeng, still troubled by the loss of his cauldron, the very one that had been confiscated after a single use, politely declined their invitation. After all, he had replaced it with a cauldron made of the same material as everyone else's, and he was hesitant to use it for cooking, fearing it might hinder his growth. The rejected Weasley twins felt a tinge of disappointment, for they perceived immense potential in Yifeng's mischievous inclinations. If they could recruit him into their ranks, their aspirations to dominate Hogwarts would surely progress further. Yet, Yifeng found little interest in pranks. His heart was set on exploring the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest. Regrettably, due to his previous unruly behavior, Dumbledore scrutinized him closely, thus compelling him to temporarily abandon his adventurous aspirations. Of course, hunting in the Forbidden Forest and fishing in the Black Lake were pursuits he could not engage in for the time being. However, he could still partake in morning exercises. Therefore, as dawn approached the following day, Yifeng completed his morning rituals and departed from the dormitory, making his way to the tower adjacent to the Great Hall. The Great Hall, being expansive, boasted a roof that was not conical but rather arched, resembling a lid, with a gentler slope. While not entirely flat, it was sufficiently level to allow for easy traversal. Yet, the most significant aspect was the absence of obstructions surrounding the area, granting him an unobstructed view of the sunrise. Thus, upon reaching the roof of the Great Hall, Yifeng seated himself cross-legged, facing the direction of the rising sun. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully consuming the purple chi daily. Given that the host has accumulated an impressive 3,600 days of consumption, a set of celestial fishing rods has been awarded. Please explore the detailed usage methods independently. Yifeng. Upon hearing this notification from the system, Yifeng was taken aback. He had encountered such reward systems from cumulative sign-ins before, yet it was the nature of the reward, the celestial fishing rod, that truly astonished him. Those familiar with the novel are aware that any level associated with the realms of the multiverse cannot be trivial, for a lower level would hinder communication with these worlds. More importantly, Yifeng lamented the lack of a suitable fishing rod, making this reward a delightful boon to his heart. Eagerly, he retrieved the fishing rod. At the moment of extraction, a dazzling radiance erupted from the set of 6 rods. Fortunately, Yifeng, with his prior experience, immediately harnessed his celestial energy to enshroud the area, lest the next day the prophets daily report mysterious phenomena at Hogwarts, speculating about a potential attack by Voldemort. As the brilliance gradually subsided, a collection of fishing rods, primarily in hues of yellow, purple, blue, white, and black, materialized before Yifeng. Upon extending his hand towards the floating rods, a rod predominantly yellow seamlessly descended into his grasp. Simultaneously, information regarding the rod flooded into his mind. The functionality of this set was quite straightforward, with levels ascending from yellow to black. The yellow rod could only be used within this realm, while the purple rod was applicable to similar worlds, specifically within the Harry Potter universe. The blue rod expanded the fishing scope to encompass magical realms, including those inhabited by Western deities. The white rod pertained to immortal realms, whereas the black rod embraced the entirety of the fantastical genre. When these 6 rods converged, there was no realm that could not be fished. This set of rods was indeed formidable, for even the most basic yellow rod could directly catch threads of causality and fate, albeit with varying ranges. The increasing levels of the rods corresponded to the broader scope of the worlds they represented and their greater distance from his current location. However, the efficacy of this remarkable set was predicated on certain conditions. As the saying in the fishing world goes, a poor student has many tools. A superior rod does not guarantee a successful catch, and this set operated under the same principle. Utilizing these rods required the input of celestial energy. The more energy infused, the further the line could be cast, and the more enticing the bait, thereby increasing the likelihood of reeling in something remarkable. At present, the yellow rod that Feng possessed was functional, yet his casting distance was limited. Upon exerting his full celestial energy, he discovered he could fish for bluefin tuna from the depths of the Atlantic while still within Hogwarts. This indicated that he had yet to fully utilize the potential of even the yellow rod, let alone the others. Understanding the rod's capabilities brought a smile to Feng's eyes, as he had been craving the various seafood from the Black Lake for several days. With this rod in hand, he need not fear losing a catch should the line break. However, it was not yet the time to fish, so Feng stowed the rod away. "Hey, Feng, what are you doing? Practicing your marvelous Chinese martial arts?" A voice suddenly called out from behind him as he immersed himself in his training. Upon hearing the sound, Feng immediately ceased his actions, turning to follow the source of the noise. To his delight, he beheld 2 boys, identical in appearance with hair like flames, leaning halfway out of the window, gazing at him with excitement. Recognizing them as the Weasley twins, Feng smiled and nodded. "Indeed, but we refer to this as morning exercises. The routine I just practiced is called the rising sun, also known as the young eagle takes flight. In addition, there's an advanced version called the vitality of youth, or the times are calling, and the ultimate version known as dancing with youth or releasing aspirations. What do you think? Would you like to learn? If so, I can teach you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stretch exercises 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, the air at the academy is as refreshingly beautiful as ever. 5, 6 full body workout. 1, 2, 3, 4. What is that? Wait, is that the Weasley twins? And Feng, how did you get to the rooftop again? And you brought along 2 of the Weasley gentlemen. Chapter 21, A New Dawn. As Feng and the twins joyfully engaged in their morning exercises, they were suddenly startled by the voice of Dumbledore. The Weasley twins let out a yelp and bolted away, but in an instant they froze in place. Feng, however, did not react as dramatically. Though he too was startled, it was due to his immersion in instructing the twins, and upon realizing it was Dumbledore calling them, he was not frightened at all. Instead, he beamed a radiant smile. "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore. I was just teaching the Weasley gentlemen their morning exercises. Maintaining a daily routine can invigorate the body and is immensely beneficial for both physical and mental health. Would you care to join us, Professor? It's beneficial for the elderly too. It might even rejuvenate your body by a few years." "Youthful by a few years? Perhaps I should try." "No, mister. Feng, let us not change the subject. The matter at hand is not about morning exercises. Why are you on the rooftop? Did I not publicly announce the new school rules in the hall yesterday? Are you intending to violate them, gentlemen?" Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Feng nodded earnestly. "Yes, if memory serves me correctly, the new regulations state that younger wizards are absolutely forbidden from climbing to the rooftop to watch the sunrise. However, Professor Dumbledore, we are not watching the sunrise. We are currently engaging in morning exercises, thus we are not in violation of the rules." Dumbledore replied, "Is that so?" As he spoke, he produced his wand and with a gentle flick, a thick book soared into his presence. With another subtle motion of his wand, the book began to flip through its pages rapidly until it reached the final page. On that last page, or rather the last page with writing, 3 freshly inked school rules were inscribed, one of which mirrored Feng's words exactly. Alas, upon hearing Feng's words, which echoed the school regulations verbatim, Dumbledore could not suppress a sigh. He finally understood why Severus Snape had been in such a furious state the previous day. This student, whom he had summoned from that enigmatic realm, was indeed extraordinary. It seemed that a headache awaited him in the future. He pondered whether his decision to bring this young lad into their midst was wise. Gazing at the boy in the distance, who stood with his back to the rising sun, beaming with a radiance that was almost blinding, Dumbledore rubbed his forehead in distress. On that day, all the wizards entering the dining hall for breakfast were informed not to rush away afterwards, as Headmaster Dumbledore had important news to share. Upon hearing this, Feng surmised that it must pertain to his earlier mischief with the Weasley twins. His speculation proved accurate. Once all the wizards had finished their breakfast, Dumbledore first lowered his head slightly and issued an apology, stating, "I sincerely regret that my oversights have delayed you all. However, this matter must be rectified promptly, which is why I have chosen to retain you all here to announce it. For certain reasons, I hereby officially annul one of the 3 school rules that were announced yesterday." After uttering these words, Dumbledore cast a profound glance at Feng, prompting an uproar among the gathered wizards. The rule has been annulled? Why? Was it not just proclaimed yesterday? Which rule could it be? Is it the one prohibiting the preparation of food in potions class, or the one forbidding climbing to the rooftop to watch the sunrise? To be honest, I had never considered climbing to the rooftop to witness the dawn. Perhaps if I could invite Delia to join me, it might become a splendid surprise, and she might agree to be my girlfriend. What was happening? Dumbledore was not one to frequently change his decrees. It had merely been one night. What had transpired in the interim? Both students and teachers could not help but murmur among themselves after hearing Dumbledore's announcement. However, Dumbledore did not keep them waiting long. Just 5 or 6 seconds later, he raised his hand to signal for silence. Enough speculation. The rule I am annulling is that younger wizards are absolutely not permitted to climb to the rooftop to watch the sunrise. No, it would not be accurate to say it is entirely annulled. I believe this rule possesses significant loopholes, which I have come to recognize thanks to the astute observations of Mr. Feng. Therefore, in light of Mr. Feng's contribution, I have decided to award Gryffindor an additional 20 points. Feng, upon hearing Dumbledore's proclamation, was momentarily taken aback, while the other Gryffindors, including the Weasley twins, erupted into exuberant cheers. This addition was not merely a numerical increment. It bestowed a sense of honor, for such acknowledgments from the headmaster were rare. Witnessing this scene, Dumbledore's lips curled into a subtle smile as he exchanged a meaningful glance with Feng before continuing. In recognition of Mr. Feng's insight, I shall amend the rule to read, "It is absolutely prohibited for younger wizards or those who have not mastered the levitation charm or flying broomsticks to ascend to the rooftop." Additionally, I have one more suggestion, though it is merely a suggestion. Mr. Feng, along with Fred and George Weasley, if you intend to engage in morning exercises, I suggest you descend to the open space beneath the castle. This would ensure both safety and minimal disturbance to others. What do you think of this proposal? With Dumbledore's endorsement, Feng and the others had little choice but to acquiesce. As for the restriction against accessing the rooftop, soon they would have flying broom lessons and charm classes. Once he mastered the art of broom control, he could procure a broom, and if the rooftop remains off limits, so be it. Truly, the Gryffindors have stirred up quite a commotion within just a few days of the term's commencement. For now, he would attempt to forge friendships. Should that prove unfeasible, they would become formidable rivals, and as adversaries, one must be well prepared. He had already attained a certain notoriety, his renown within the school rivaling that of Harry Potter, and if he were to be encircled by this group, escape would be a distant thought. He wished to avoid entanglements with them, particularly given the less than genteel tendencies of certain upperclassmen who had already demonstrated their audacity by pinching his face, a gesture he deemed rather magnanimous. Chapter 22. The Concept of Object Manipulation. Upon the platform stood a diminutive, balding figure atop a stack of books, none other than Professor Filius Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw and their instructor for today's charm class. Despite his stature, Professor Flitwick's mastery of charms was unquestionable, and had it not been for Harry's affiliation with Gryffindor and his interactions with Hagrid, he surely would have opted for Ravenclaw. Nevertheless, the current arrangement was still favorable. After all, Professor Flitwick would not withhold knowledge simply because one did not belong to Ravenclaw, and many charm texts were readily accessible. Of course, there exists a significant disparity between self-study from books and guided instruction, as many charms at Hogwarts necessitate vocal resonance. One must articulate the incantation correctly to synchronize their magical essence and bring the charm to fruition. Thus, when Professor Flitwick commenced his lecture, not a single student dared to lose focus, for a mere mispronunciation could render their charm ineffective. Wingardium Leviosa. As Professor Flitwick concluded his statement, Feng's voice resonated in tandem, and with a gentle flick of his wand, the feather on the desk began to levitate. Upon witnessing this, Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. If the levitation charm could elevate objects and control their motion, could one not amplify the magical force applied to the floating object to direct it as a weapon against foes. Goodness, was this not object manipulation? This sudden epiphany sent Yi Feng's thoughts racing, prompting him to intensify his magical output. Alas, modifying a charm was not as straightforward as it seemed. Otherwise, the magical community, having evolved over the years, would have surely encountered such an idea by now. The absence of any direct charm for object-based offensive tactics spoke volumes. Without any warning, as Yi Feng increased the magical energy he applied to the floating feather to a certain extent, the feather suddenly ignited with a golden flame, almost instantaneously consuming it entirely. Although the feather was incinerated by the unexpectedly fierce flames, Yi Feng remained undeterred, for he realized that his hypothesis was indeed correct. Regrettably, the feather could not endure the immense magical energy he infused, leading to its spontaneous combustion. This direction was promising. Yet to forge a magical artifact capable of withstanding substantial magical energy and possessing considerable lethality, it would be wiser to simply learn an effective spell. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why a spell for manipulating objects to vanquish foes has not emerged over the years. With this thought, Yi Feng lost the desire to continue his exploration since he already possessed the skill of object manipulation and had mastered it to perfection. There was no need for him to exert further effort on something he had already mastered. Although Yi Feng's feather was lost, there was no doubt that his levitation charm had been successfully cast. Hermione, true to her reputation as an exceptional scholar who could lead her teammates to greatness, even in challenging situations, cast the levitation charm just a moment after Yi Feng, and her feather remained unscathed. Wingardium Leviosa, she pronounced, as Malfoy pointed his wand directly at Ron. To everyone's astonishment, when Malfoy aimed his wand at Ron, a beam of white light shot forth from his wand and struck Ron. The sight of Malfoy attacking Ron sent shockwaves through the onlookers. Ron, terrified, frantically checked himself for any injuries. When he discovered that nothing had changed and no wounds had appeared, he breathed a sigh of relief. While Yi Feng's eyes gleamed with brilliant intensity, a thought struck Yi Feng. Since ordinary objects could not withstand the magical energy I apply, I could entirely shift the target of my magic, perhaps opting for a charm that influences people, which would be quite promising. As Yi Feng pondered the feasibility of this charm, Ron suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, causing him to shudder and rub his arms. After confirming that Ron was unharmed, Professor Flitwick dismissed the class and cautioned Malfoy against casting spells on his classmates, particularly offensive ones. Consequently, after the morning class and lunch, the students dispersed to engage in their preferred activities. Yi Feng, however, did not head to the library or disturb Zhang Xiao. Instead, he discreetly left the academy and made his way to the edge of the Black Lake. To avoid Dumbledore's gaze, Yi Feng spent 2 entire afternoons searching for a fishing spot that offered a good view, appropriate depth, and shade from trees, where he could comfortably set up a deck chair and a small table. Excellent. The fishing spot has been cleared. Patience, giant squid. I shall reel you in shortly. And I have brought an array of seasonings, cumin, iron plate, chili powder, and many more delectable additions. As Yi Feng murmured these words, he skillfully prepared a yellow fishing rod, expertly drew the fishing line close, attached bait to the hook with practiced ease, and cast the bait to a suitable distance. As Yi Feng immersed himself in the art of fishing, Dumbledore, observing through binoculars from a distance, could not suppress a sigh. Although Minerva's words remained unspoken, Dumbledore understood her intent, for he shared the same thoughts. Yi Feng's talent was indeed the most remarkable they had witnessed over the years, surpassing even that of the Dark Lord himself, to the extent that Dumbledore contemplated shifting his focus of mentorship to Yi Feng's exceptional potential. However, concurrently, the troublemaking propensity of this young man was exasperating enough to induce a headache. Minerva, it seems I must trouble you to keep a closer watch on him. Perhaps there are multiple paths ahead, as I perceive another burgeoning hope gradually illuminating the future. Chapter 23, The Fisherman's Lament. Mr. Yi Feng, Hogwarts rules explicitly prohibit fishing by the Forbidden Lake. Headmaster Dumbledore is awaiting you in his office. Engrossed in watching the bobber floating on the water's surface, Yi Feng was oblivious to Minerva McGonagall's approach from behind. Thus, when she suddenly addressed him, he was startled into a stiffened posture. Yi Feng had dedicated 2 afternoons to find and clear this optimal fishing spot, ensuring it was both well-positioned and sufficiently discreet. He had only just begun to fish with full concentration for less than half an hour. Dumbledore, are you a dog? Why do you fixate on me so intently? Shouldn't you be watching over your little Harry instead? Upon being caught by Professor McGonagall, a flurry of thoughts flooded Yi Feng's mind. Beyond his complaints about Dumbledore, he regretted having curtailed his spiritual awareness to savor the pleasures of fishing. Although not an experienced angler, Feng relished the joy of the pursuit, never resorting to using his spiritual senses to cheat. If he did, he could easily discern the presence of fish and whether they were nibbling at the bait. Even in such scenarios, he could effortlessly hook them as they swam past. However, the essence of fishing lay in the anticipation of a bite, the mental duel with the fish, and the exhilaration of drawing it up into the net. Thus, Feng never relied on his spiritual senses to gain an unfair advantage. This habit undoubtedly aligned with the philosophy of a true fisherman. Yet it also rendered him oblivious to the fact that he had already been targeted by Dumbledore until the enemy stealthily approached from behind. Professor McGonagall, allow me to explain. You need not justify yourself to me, Mr. Feng. Whatever the matter, you may discuss it with Headmaster Dumbledore in his office. I trust he will provide you with a satisfactory response. Feng sighs hearing McGonagall's words. Feng felt a sense of resignation. However, caught in the act, he found himself with little choice. Just as he prepared to reel in his line and comply with the impending reprimand, the bobber suddenly plunged beneath the surface, indicating a strong bite, accompanied by tremendous force surging through the fishing rod. Whoosh! Feng gasped Suplush. Professor McGonagall, wide-eyed Professor Minerva McGonagall, taken aback as she witnessed a figure soar into the air and plunge into the forbidden lake with a resounding splash, quickly regained her composure. With her wand drawn, she prepared to cast a spell. Meanwhile, Albus Dumbledore, observing from the window of his office, was equally astonished. Although he regarded Harry as the prophesied child destined to vanquish Voldemort and save the wizarding world, he had not overlooked the remarkable talent of the young man who had just fallen into the water. While he did not place the same weight of expectation upon him as he did Harry, Feng nonetheless held considerable significance in Dumbledore's mind. Thus, upon witnessing Feng being dragged under by the creature lurking within the lake, Dumbledore immediately utilized apparition to materialize beside Professor McGonagall. The moment he appeared, his wand glimmered with magic. As both McGonagall and Dumbledore anxiously sought to rescue Feng from the water, the young man himself felt a surge of excitement, for he had caught sight of the formidable creature that had ensnared him. Contrary to expectations, it was not the gigantic squid, but rather a silver fish, measuring nearly a meter in length. Given its sleek and powerful form, Feng surmised that it would provide a delectable experience. With a sudden tug on the fishing rod, he adjusted his stance in the water, rising as if he were on solid ground. In that instant, the rod bent dramatically, transforming into a mighty bow as the frantic fish was caught. Its speed significantly diminished. Realizing he had gained control over the creature, Feng felt a surge of magical energy enveloping him, lifting him effortlessly to the surface of the lake. As he ascended, the water rippled around him. Dumbledore and McGonagall, now hovering above the lake, prepared to cast spells to rescue him, but were rendered speechless by the spectacle unfolding before them. A slender fishing rod broke through the water's surface, quivering with tension, while the taut line emitted a whirring sound as it was pulled in opposing directions. Yet, what astounded them even more was the sight of a young wizard, seriously focused and controlling the rod, floating upward, engaged in a fierce battle with the great fish below. Levitation charm? Without a wand or incantation, how could this be possible? A silent, wandless spell? Was this truly a first-year student? Surely, this must be some kind of magical creature. Feng, sensing their incredulity, thought to himself, though you are my headmaster and deputy headmaster, I must insist that your words are defamatory. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Acutely aware of his precarious situation, the impending judgment of his actions rested solely upon their whims. Thus, he earnestly continued to wrestle with the fish, striving to draw it ashore. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, caught in their contemplation, stood motionless as they observed Feng, who was lively and unscathed, engaged in his struggle with the fish. They remained by his side in silence until, after half an hour, Feng finally succeeded in hauling the exhausted creature onto the bank. I never anticipated that you could catch such a sizable fish. It appears I have underestimated you. Your strength far surpasses that of an ordinary person, even an adult, manifesting silently and without the aid of a wand. Mr. Feng, you truly have brought me a multitude of surprises. However, you have indeed contravened the school's regulations, and thus, this fish shall be confiscated. Feng, please, Professor Dumbledore, you may punish me, but please do not confiscate my fish. I am willing to copy the school rules. Once, twice, even 3 times if necessary, as long as I can keep my fish. Moreover, I assure you, I will not cause any trouble for an entire month. What is the gravest punishment for an angler? It is not the breaking of a fishing rod, nor being barred from fishing, but rather the heart-wrenching moment when a fish slips away just as it is about to be caught. with the severity of the punishment proportional to the size of the fish. If an ordinary fisherman were to lose a fish of the same size that Yi Feng has just caught, they would likely lament in their final moments, wishing they had been more careful. In the end, Yi Feng's fish could not be saved. However, the silver lining is that it will serve as one of the main ingredients for tonight's dinner. As a consequence of confiscating the fish, Dumbledore imposed no further penalties on Yi Feng for his fishing escapade, though this was, in fact, the greatest punishment of all. Thus, while many students joyfully relished the fish on the table that evening, Yi Feng sat glumly, staring at a mere two-finger-sized piece of fried fish. Fortunately, the broomstick flying class awaited him the following afternoon, which somewhat lifted his spirits. Humph, Professor Dumbledore, you shall come to regret the decision you made today. This month, I shall show you what it truly means to be a cultivator. Oh, my poor silver fish, your demise was so tragic. Nevertheless, there is still some joy to be found in the feast. Chapter 24. Yi Feng, wake-up service is now online. Please accept. Is that Yi Feng? For the first time, I realize that an Asian can be so adorable. What to do? I suddenly find myself rather fond of him. Wake up. You are a 16-year-old young lady, and he is merely an 11-year-old child. You are not suited for one another. Adorable? Only you Gryffindors would find him cute. I see another Weasley twin. So what? Adorable is enough. Furthermore, little Yi Feng's talent is exceedingly impressive, as even Professor Dumbledore has acknowledged. He may very well be a super genius capable of surpassing him. At first, Yi Feng was quite pleased to overhear the older students discussing him. After all, being recognized for his appearance is certainly a cause for joy. Yet, as he listened further, he sensed something amiss. He was unaware of Dumbledore's admission of his superior talent. Although that noseless one is half damaged, he is unafraid. However, he certainly does not wish to be thrust into the spotlight unexpectedly, as he is not one to seek attention. In truth, he possesses an inherent quality of steadiness, marked by a reluctance to draw excessive attention to himself. He prefers to temper his brilliance rather than stand out conspicuously, neither assuming the role of an exceptional figure nor trailing behind, but rather blending in as an unassuming presence. However, these traits are not of paramount importance. What truly matters is that those senior female students are genuinely approachable. As the saying goes, a single rogue female is not formidable, but a collective of them certainly is. Thus, after swallowing the morsel of fish, Yi Feng discreetly greeted Hermione and Harry before slipping away. Observing Yi Feng's quiet departure, Dumbledore, seated at the head of the table, chuckled softly and took a delicate sip from his goblet. At his advanced age, with limited vitality and the responsibility of overseeing Harry, he realized he could not keep a watchful eye on Yi Feng. Therefore, he devised a plan to mold Yi Feng into a star akin to Harry. Yet, Dumbledore did not anticipate that Yi Feng would garner such affection from those senior students. This was a delightful surprise, albeit his primary objective had been achieved. In truth, once the meals improved, Yi Feng's previously gaunt visage began to fill out, his cherubic, rosy cheeks often inciting a whimsical urge to pinch them. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for those young ladies to be drawn to him. Moreover, Dumbledore noticed a subtle, refreshing fragrance emanating from Yi Feng, a delicate, natural aroma reminiscent of flora, evoking a sense of tranquility and serenity in his presence. Hence, it is entirely understandable that so many were enamored with him, vying for the chance to embrace him. Unbeknownst to Yi Feng, he could not fathom why an abundance of young women suddenly desired to hold him. As for the faint scent surrounding him, it was simply that upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one's body becomes pure, a state Yi Feng had already achieved, leaving him blissfully unaware of this fact. Nonetheless, despite his ignorance of these nuances, he instinctively sensed the looming danger and seized the opportunity to flee while most were still sated. All right, I know you are hungry. I brought you a piece of fresh fish. Do eat. As he spoke, Yi Feng produced a morsel of fish, no larger than his thumb, and offered it to the small orb perched on his shoulder. You guessed correctly. This endearing little creature, seeking food from Yi Feng, is none other than his owl, Chubby. Yi Feng had not anticipated that the owl he acquired, which he presumed would grow large, was actually the world's smallest owl, the elf owl, measuring a mere 12 centimeters in length. However, do not be misled by Chubby's diminutive size. All the elixirs Yi Feng had previously concocted had filled its belly, making it a formidable contender against even much larger foes, should a confrontation arise. On the following morning, an early rising Yi Feng awoke promptly. But this time he did not ascend to the rooftop to absorb the purple aura. Instead, he sought a sunlit window. Dumbledore, wake up. The sun is about to shine on your backside. Dumbledore replied with a momentary expression of bewilderment. Dumbledore peacefully reclined on his bed adorned with a pointed nightcap. was startled by the sudden sound of knocking at his door. As he sat up in bewilderment, Feng had already opened the door and nonchalantly walked to the window, drawing it wide to inhale the fresh morning air. Ah, the morning air is indeed invigorating. Each dawn, as I open the window and take a deep breath of the refreshing atmosphere, I feel revitalized. As Feng spoke, the sun gracefully ascended the horizon, casting a hint of purple light in his eyes. With a long exhale, Feng's face radiated with a brilliant smile, while Dumbledore remained seated on his small bed, utterly perplexed. "Good morning, Headmaster Dumbledore. Would you like me to fetch your clothes?" "Ah, yes. Feng, could you kindly enlighten me on how you enter my room?" If memory serves me right, my door was enchanted, and without my permission or specific incantation, even Voldemort would be unable to enter. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Feng tilted his head in innocent bewilderment, responding, "Was it? I merely knocked, and the door opened by itself, allowing me to enter. Perhaps, Headmaster, you forgot to close it last night? Have you considered that you might not have checked if it was secured after you came in?" Dumbledore, upon reflecting on Feng's words, began to harbor doubts, as it seemed he might indeed have neglected to close the door. Wait a moment, I almost fell for this little rascal's trick. This is a magical door. A magical door closes automatically. It does not require a person to close it. Realizing Dumbledore had come to his senses, Feng promptly dashed away, calling back as he ran, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I just remembered that Harry asked me to teach him some morning exercises. I cannot be late, so I must take my leave for now. I shall return tomorrow." It appears this child is far more enigmatic than I had anticipated. A true wizard hailing from that mysterious land. I hope he brings me even more delightful surprises. Little did Dumbledore know what awaited him in the future. He would surely regret not being more prepared, for Feng's surprises would far exceed his imagination. Chapter 25, Professor Snape. You wouldn't want your morning exercise habits to be disclosed, would you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Feng's claim that Harry had invited him to teach morning exercises was not a ruse. Perhaps he was simply intrigued by the routines that caused Dumbledore to hastily amend the school regulations the following day. Or perhaps he had been roused by the Weasley twins and Harry. In any case, now, behind Feng stood a group of 10 students, all participating in the exercises. Initially, Harry and the others perceived the movements as trivial, even feeling a sense of inexplicable embarrassment that made them reluctant to continue. However, halfway through the routine under Feng's guidance, they suddenly realized their bodies felt significantly lighter, enveloped in a warm sensation that illuminated their eyes in astonishment. Although this set of calisthenics remained unchanged under Feng's guidance, the world possesses a supernatural force known as magic. As they followed Feng in performing these exercises, which effectively mobilized their entire physical being, the magical energies within them began to flow and nourish their bodies. While this nurturing would not transform them into cultivators, it would undoubtedly lead to improved vitality and youthfulness over time, surpassing that of other wizards. This was something Feng had observed on the first day when the Weasley twins joined him for morning exercises. However, this enhancement seemed inconsequential to Feng, and he paid it no mind. In contrast, the quietly observing Dumbledore was profoundly astonished upon realizing this, for even though the current routine seemed feeble in its incremental intensity, the cumulative effects over time would yield a significant improvement. More importantly, Dumbledore noted that during these exercises, Harry and the others were experiencing a gradual increase in their magical power. Was this the reason why this little fellow was more formidable than the rest? Such a mysterious and endearing creature, so generously sharing without a hint of reserve. Yet, as the saying goes, one stands on the bridge admiring the scenery, while those admiring the scenery from above watch you. While Dumbledore discreetly observed Feng and the others from his vantage point, Snape, a level above, gazed in astonishment. Initially, witnessing the esteemed Dumbledore engaging in these movements was shocking and hard to believe. However, as an exceptional wizard and potions master, Snape possessed a keen perception of magical fluctuations. It didn't take long for him to discern the ebb and flow of Dumbledore's magic. When he attempted to mimic Dumbledore's actions, he was utterly astounded, for these exercises not only enhanced his physical capabilities, but also increased his magical reservoir. Truly, Dumbledore is remarkable. Unfortunately, I have only grasped a fragment of these movements. If only I could master them entirely. With this thought, Snape returned early the next day to his previous spot, armed with yesterday's experience. He was less shocked today, allowing him to observe other aspects. He soon realized that Dumbledore was indeed following the others in these exercises. Was this the morning routine initiated by Feng? No wonder Professor Dumbledore was so accommodating towards him. Had it been me, perhaps Snape's thoughts remained unvoiced and unheard. Yet like Dumbledore, he also developed a habit. Only his awakening was self-driven, while Dumbledore enjoyed Feng's gentle wake-up service. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, one who frequently traverses the river is bound to get their shoes wet. Eventually, with more students joining Feng's exercises, it was only a matter of time before they encountered one another. One day, a student passing by was astonished to discover that the stern and humorless Professor Snape, whom many students secretly speculated might never smile, was secretly joining Feng and the others in their morning exercises. Judging by the professor's adeptness, it was evident that he had been engaging in this routine for quite some time. However, that was merely a preamble. It was precisely this unexpected revelation that led to the widespread dissemination of the morning exercise practice throughout the entire school. Under Dumbledore's guidance, Hogwarts naturally adopted a tradition distinct from other magical institutions: morning exercises. Feng remained oblivious to the events that would transpire afterward. At that moment, he was eagerly making his way towards the designated area within the academy, specifically set aside for broomstick flying lessons. Thus, that afternoon, as the first-year wizards stood in neat rows at the broomstick practice field, Feng arrived in a rather disheveled state, akin to the wind. However, upon noticing the dilapidated broomsticks placed before them, some nearly devoid of bristles, his anticipation swiftly morphed into disappointment. Despite the unfortunate condition of these brooms, they remained functional flying apparatuses, meant solely for practice. Afterward, they could purchase their own. Consequently, Feng cast a glance around and found an unoccupied spot, making his way over. Truth be told, though he felt it somewhat demeaning for students to practice on such tattered broomsticks, he could reluctantly accept it. Yet, when he beheld the broomstick before him, its handle worn and the bristles nearly gone, he felt utterly disheartened. While it was understandable for the academy to provide older, worn equipment for newly admitted young wizards, one would expect at least a semblance of integrity to remain intact. However, the object before him resembled less a broomstick and more a weathered wooden staff. Though broomsticks were intended for flying rather than sweeping, the state of this particular one was exceedingly antiquated. Feng's comment drew the attention of his peers, and upon seeing the broomstick in front of him, they erupted into laughter. Even the instructor leading the flying lesson couldn't suppress a chuckle. Ahem, Feng, the only functional broomsticks we have left in our academy are these. Despite the fact that the bristles on yours are nearly non-existent, it can still be used effectively. Professor Hooch, could you please repeat that while looking into my eyes? Though he internally scoffed at the situation, Feng could only endure it, for he had arrived last. Chapter 26, Broomstick Flight. To evade the overly enthusiastic senior students, and to reach this lesson, Feng had meandered for a good half hour after leaving the dormitory. Ultimately, he did not arrive late, but he was the last to arrive, and as such, he had no choice but to select from the remaining broomsticks. All right, everyone, gather by your broomsticks. Noticing Feng's silence, Professor Hooch cleared her throat to bring the students to order and proceeded to the side of the broomsticks. The utilization of the flying broomstick is, in essence, remarkably simple, for it functions as a finely crafted aerial vehicle. The only requirement for a wizard is to establish a connection with the broom through their magical essence, thereby enabling it to soar into the skies. As for the act of control, Feng observed that it resembles the operation of a balanced scooter, relying entirely on one's innate talent and diligent practice. Ascend. When the instructor demonstrated how to summon the broom from the ground, Feng calmly uttered the command, and the broom obediently flew into his outstretched right hand, which he grasped effortlessly. However, gazing at the bare broom in his possession, worn smooth by generations of students, Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. It appeared less like a broom and more like a crooked stick. The onlookers were astonished to witness Feng's immediate success in summoning what resembled a mere rod, as it was quite similar in appearance. Despite others struggling to summon their brooms at first, most could manage to do so within a few attempts. Hogwarts, being a school of magic, exclusively admits wizards. Thus, the notion of needing to learn or cultivate skills to become a wizard is non-existent. Consequently, invoking a broom that was already crafted and nearly usable by any wizard is not particularly challenging. However, challenges do arise, as exemplified by Ron, in his eagerness to summon the broom, caused it to spring up with such force that it struck him on the head. Such minor incidents did not impede Madame Hooch's lesson. Upon seeing all the students successfully summon their brooms, she instructed them to mount and take off in succession at the sound of her whistle. As Feng arrived last, he was naturally the final student to take his turn. He took his time examining the broom in his hands, contemplating how those male wizards managed to sit so steadily upon it without causing it to dip. Perhaps adding a cushion would provide comfort, a handle for steering, footrests, and possibly a railing would create the perfect design. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by a cacophony of sounds from the center of the gathering. Upon glancing towards the commotion, Yi Feng witnessed Neville soaring into the air on his broomstick. Wow! Yi Feng exclaimed in astonishment at Neville's unexpected prowess in controlling the broom. However, before Yi Feng could finish voicing his surprise, Neville cried out as he shot off uncontrollably, revealing that he was unable to manage his magical power, resulting in the broom going awry beneath him. It seemed Neville had yet to master wandless magic, implying he was entirely incapable of dismounting the broom or regaining control. With this realization, Yi Feng promptly tossed his broom to the ground and stepped upon it. Whoosh! With a sudden whoosh piercing the air, Yi Feng soared into the sky atop his broomstick. This spectacle left not only the novice wizards, who had only recently arrived like him, but even Madame Hooch, who had taught broomstick flying for many years, utterly astounded. For even she had never witnessed such an audacious use of a broomstick. It was undeniably impressive. Although this was not the conventional way to utilize a broomstick, one could not deny its sheer coolness. Merely a show-off. He would soon pay the price for his reckless actions and might even fall painfully to the ground, perhaps breaking a leg in the process. Such shallowness. Yi Feng was far from the person one might presume. I believe he was intent on rescuing Neville, and I have faith that he would succeed. While Hermione was countering Malfoy's taunts, Yi Feng had already caught up to Neville, but he found himself at a loss for how to help. Neville's broom was completely out of control, rendering his flight path utterly unpredictable. Not only was he flying erratically in every direction, but he was also spinning wildly, making it impossible for Yi Feng to reach out and save him. Suddenly, with alarming speed, Neville's broom hurtled towards a towering statue ahead, which grasped a spear in its hand. Although the statue was of a normal human size, Hogwarts had chosen to make its spear genuinely sharp and usable. While it seemed unlikely that Neville would collide with the spear given his altitude, one could not take such risks. If fate were unkind, the future of Gryffindor's sword saint might be lost. Thus, Yi Feng drew forth his wand. With a swift motion, Yi Feng hurled his wand, and with a resounding crack, it pierced through the broom beneath Neville, erupting in a spectacular explosion. The force of Yi Feng's throw propelled the wand forward, shattering the statue ahead. The statue, now obliterated, caused the spear held to tumble from the rooftop with a resounding clatter. Seizing the moment as Neville was dislodged from his broom, Yi Feng dashed forward, grasping Neville's clothing as one would a kitten, and flew him to safety. As Yi Feng set Neville down, first-year wizards gathered around, applauding him. Even Madame Hooch joined in the admiration. However, once it was confirmed that no one was injured and the lesson resumed, Ron and Malfoy, imitating Yi Feng, began to challenge each other by standing on their broomsticks. Madame Hooch's expression darkened. What are you doing? Broomsticks are meant for riding, not for standing on. Yet, why was it that Yi Feng was allowed such audacity? Ye Feng. Ron's statement rendered Madame Hooch speechless, as she too could not fathom how Yi Feng managed to stand atop the flying broom and control its flight with such remarkable fluidity, more so than her own seated command of the broom. You have all witnessed the incident with Neville. Utilizing a broom contrary to regulations is exceedingly perilous. Yi Feng's feat was merely a fluke, so I expect everyone to adhere to the rules, including you, Yi Feng. Yet, upon hearing Madame Hooch's admonition, Yi Feng felt somewhat dismissive. Forcing him to fly with just a single-handled broom would be akin to condemning him, while the regulations did not explicitly prohibit standing atop the broom. Even if they did, what of it? Standing or adding enhancements was not expressly forbidden. Chapter 27, The Sorting Hat. Its tip seemed a tad chilly. Due to Madame Hooch's reprimand, Yi Feng refrained from participating in the subsequent practice, while Harry showcased an astonishing aptitude for broom control during the session. Consequently, while others continued to hone their skills, both Yi Feng and Harry were approached by Professor McGonagall, who led them to Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Potter, Yi Feng, this is Oliver Wood. I've found you two exceptional seekers, both possessing remarkable talent, and I encourage you to train them. All right, Yi Feng replied, with a raised hand indicating he wished to speak. With Professor McGonagall's nod of approval, Yi Feng astonished Harry and the others with his unexpected declaration. To be honest, I have little interest in Quidditch. Let Harry take the role of seeker. Despite not having participated in Quidditch training, Yi Feng's disinterest in the sport was genuine. Quidditch involved chasing balls while seated atop a flying broom, and compared to the lack of recreational activities in the magical realm, Yi Feng had encountered an abundance of sports and amusements. Although disappointed by Yi Feng's choice, McGonagall and the others respected his decision and refrained from sharing it publicly. Yet, They underestimated the capacity of gossip enthusiasts to unearth information. By the next day, the entire school buzzed with discussions about Harry's appointment as Seeker. But the most fervent chatter revolved around Yi Feng's refusal to join the Quidditch team. Yi Feng, why did you decline the role of Seeker? As far as I know, this is a coveted position for many wizards. After lunch, Hermione, following Yi Feng in search of a quiet spot to review their morning lessons, could no longer contain her curiosity. Indeed, why? Ron chimed in, echoing Hermione's sentiment, while Harry nodded in agreement. Seeing the eager expressions of the trio, Yi Feng sighed softly. Do you truly wish to know? Absolutely. Well, it's quite simple. Being a seeker is far too easy for me. And I find myself lacking interest in endeavors that are overly simplistic. Isn't simplicity preferable? Ron questioned, somewhat perplexed. Perhaps this way, Gryffindor might just secure the Quidditch championship. Although the academically challenged and the top scholars can spend time together, a subtle generational gap remains. For instance, Ron finds it challenging to settle down and study quietly like Yeffing and the others, and while Harry cannot be classified as academically weak, he is not inclined towards tranquility either. Regrettably, they are unaware that Yeffing and Hermione's study spot is not some serene garden. After leaving the classroom, they head directly out of the college and continue on until they reach the shores of the Black Lake, where they finally pause. Upon arriving at the lake, Yeffing retrieves a set of furniture, though it comprises merely 2 chairs. As he sets them up, Hermione, with practiced ease, pulls one of the chairs out and sits down, while Yeffing adeptly takes out a fishing rod, attaches bait, casts it into the water, and then joins her. Thus, by the shimmering lakeside, the young couple sits quietly, the girl engrossed in the books spread out before her, occasionally reaching for a snack from the table, while the boy intently watches the fishing float on the lake surface. Suddenly, the float plunges beneath the water, and at that moment, the fishing rod in the boy's hands bends into a perfect arc, the tremendous pull even causing him to lurch forward in his seat. Oh my goodness, I've hooked a big one. Hermione gasps, her eyes widening in disbelief as she holds a book in one hand and a fry in the other, momentarily forgetting her snack. Although it is not the first day she has accompanied Yeffing to fish at the lake, it has been 2 consecutive days without even a nibble, which is why she continues to join him. After all, quietude, shade, and snacks create a rare and delightful reading environment. Yeffing feels slightly offended. However, today marks an unprecedented turn of events, as he has remarkably made a catch, and even Hermione, despite her lack of fishing knowledge, can discern that the fish he has caught is indeed substantial. As Yeffing stands, excitement radiating from him as he wrestles with the fish beneath the water, occasionally shifting his position, Hermione's heart begins to race with a mix of excitement and apprehension. The sound of the fishing line being rapidly pulled through the air resonates as Yeffing, wielding his robust rod, resolutely withstands the powerful pull of the fish, steadily drawing it closer to the surface. With each inch the fish emerges, waves ripple across the lake surface, and perhaps sensing impending danger, the fish begins to fight back vigorously. The immense force suddenly bears down on the rod, resulting in Yeffing being dragged nearly a meter forward. Let go quickly, Hermione exclaims in alarm, urging him to release the rod as she witnesses him nearly being pulled into the water. Yet, how could a dedicated fisherman willingly let go of his catch? Thus, Yeffing remains steadfast. Observing his reluctance to comply and realizing he might be dragged further, Hermione rushes forward, wrapping her arms around Yeffing's waist and pulling back with all her might. Hermione's thoughts were quite straightforward. Since Feng was unwilling to let go and could not manage to hold the fish alone, surely their combined weight would suffice. Unfortunately, Hermione underestimated the strength of the fish lurking in the lake. Even with their combined efforts, they found themselves slowly being pulled towards the water. Fortunately, the fish's stamina was limited, and as they approached within a meter of the shore, the tension on the fishing rod began to wane. Noticing this reduction in force, Yifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. After calling out for retreat, he began to pull the rod back. Hermione, quick-witted as ever, immediately grasped his intention, and together they heaved backwards. After half an hour of effort, a massive fish, shimmering with a subtle bluish hue under the sunlight, emerged from the water. Goodness, how enormous! Yi Feng exclaimed in astonishment, for the fish's head alone was nearly the size of both of them combined. As they finally dragged the fish onto the shore, Hermione's mouth fell open in shock, and she gazed at Yi Feng as if he were a creature from a fantastical tale. For the fish measured a full 2 meters in length. Yi Feng was elated to have caught such a magnificent specimen, yet amidst his joy, he faced a dilemma. The fish was simply too large, and the kitchen utensils at his disposal were inadequate for the task of filleting it. What to do? He couldn't summon the house elf from the kitchen, as that would surely invite trouble from Dumbledore. Wait a moment, Dumbledore? There was indeed a suitable dissecting knife that could be used. As he pondered, a tattered, frayed hat flickered into his mind, currently residing in Dumbledore's office. At that moment, the sorting hat in Dumbledore's office suddenly felt a chill. Headmaster Dumbledore, are you there? If so, please make a sound. Otherwise, I shall enter. A faint sound echoed in response. Not from Dumbledore, but from Feng, who had already pushed open the door to the office. Inside, the sorting hat and Dumbledore's pet phoenix, Fox, regarded Feng's entrance with indifference. Having grown accustomed to such occurrences, Feng, equally familiar with the scene, took a brief glance around and, confirming Dumbledore's absence, focused his attention on the sorting hat. Why are you staring at me like that? I must warn you, I am an esteemed figure at Hogwarts. Even Dumbledore treats me with respect, so do not take liberties. Yet, would Feng be intimidated by such a warning? He dismissed the sorting hat's admonition without a second thought. After all, if it came to it, even Dumbledore could be tricked. Feng, seemingly undeterred by the warnings, continued to approach, leaving the sorting hat in a state of alarm. With a panicked expression, he exclaimed, "Hey, Feng, I must caution you. This is Dumbledore's office, and I am an indispensable elder of Hogwarts. Should anything happen to me, you will undoubtedly face expulsion." Yet, it appeared that Feng paid no heed to the hat's words, moving closer until he reached it, at which point he boldly lifted his hand to grasp the sorting hat. "Oh, no, someone is attacking the hat. Dumbledore, come quickly. There is an attempt on the life of Hogwarts' esteemed sorting hat." The hat's shrill cries elicited a sigh of exasperation from Feng, prompting him to hasten his actions. With a swift motion, he seized the sorting hat and plunged his hand into its depths, pulling forth a radiant single-handed sword that gleamed with a cold light. The crisp sound of the blade resonated in the air, and Feng felt waves of joy emanating from the holy sword. Unlike the sorting hat, however, this sword lacked any semblance of self-awareness. Perhaps only it could be concealed within the sorting hat. Feng had no interest in the reasons behind the sword's concealment or who had hidden it. His sole concern was its sharpness. With a flick of his wrist, a strand of black hair appeared in the air as he extended the sword, allowing the hair to fall gracefully onto the blade's edge. In that fleeting moment, an imperceptible sound echoed, and the hair was effortlessly severed into two pieces. Before they could touch the ground, a wisp of smoke arose. Feng was mindful of the curses that existed within this world. Thus, he could not afford to leave behind any trace of his hair. However, the sword's ability to so easily sever the strands, achieving a precision akin to cutting through the finest of hairs, was somewhat unexpected. Shortly after Feng departed, Dumbledore emerged from his office, glancing at the sorting hat, which had returned to its normal state as if nothing had transpired. He murmured, "Could it be that the prophecy was mistaken? I never anticipated this young lad would extract the holy sword with such ease. It seems I have underestimated him. But how did he know the holy sword was hidden within the sorting hat? And what does he intend to do with it?" Curiosity piqued. Dumbledore followed the path Feng had taken. The sword of Gryffindor was crucial to the prophecy and the future of the magical world. Nevertheless, being within the confines of Hogwarts instilled Dumbledore with confidence that no mishap would occur. Thus he proceeded at a leisurely pace. However, upon arriving at the lake and witnessing Feng's actions with the holy sword, he felt an overwhelming urge to chastise his past self. For Feng was using the sword of Gryffindor to catch fish. That was indeed the sword of Gryffindor. One of the 4 founders of Hogwarts once wielded this sword, a treasure of considerable renown within the entire magical realm. Even the fearsome Lord Voldemort sought it for an immeasurable time. Yet at this moment, this coveted artifact was being wielded single-handedly by Feng, who was engaged in the rather mundane task of fish cleaning. Judging by his deft movements, it was evident that he had become quite adept at this practice. As Feng finished draining the blood from the 2-meter-long fish and severing its head, discarding the inedible entrails while meticulously filleting the flesh, he was startled by a familiar voice that resonated with authority, a voice he had grown all too accustomed to hearing over the past few days. "Oh no, I'm in trouble," he thought, momentarily pausing before feigning nonchalance as he casually stowed the Gryffindor sword into his enchanted ring. Turning to face Professor Dumbledore, he flashed a radiant smile and exclaimed, "Headmaster Dumbledore, what brings you here? Look, I prepared this delightful fish for our dinner at the school tonight. The texture of the meat is exquisite. I assenti it. I assure you, it will taste delightful." Dumbledore nearly chuckled in disbelief at Feng's words. Having come to know him well, he realized that indulging his line of questioning could lead to a diversion of the conversation. Thus, he refrained from pursuing that line of dialogue. "Let us set aside your unauthorized fishing expedition for the moment. Instead, I must inquire about the sword you were just holding. Where did it come from? Feng felt a pang of guilt upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, for he had already recognized the sword's identity before using it. Nevertheless, he had opted to employ it, as the only alternatives in his possession were mundane knives, which, while sharp enough, lacked the finesse required for such a sizable catch. "What is the matter, Headmaster Dumbledore? Is there a problem with the sword?" he replied. Dumbledore responded, "This is not merely a problem. It is a significant issue. This is the sword of Gryffindor. How would he use it to butcher fish?" Though he thought this, Dumbledore knew better than to express his thoughts in such a manner. Instead, he shook his head and said, "The sword itself is not the problem. However, you're only 11 years old, and wielding such a perilous weapon is ill-advised. For now, please relinquish it to my care. As for the fish, I will summon a house elf to assist with the processing." Surprised that Dumbledore had not seized the opportunity to reprimand him further, Feng, upon reflecting on his laborious task of filleting only a small portion of the massive fish, promptly retrieved the Gryffindor sword and handed it over to Dumbledore. Chapter 29, on whether 13 spices constitute a potion. First, add white atractalodes, followed by 3 flower cough remedy. The Sichuan pepper and dried ginger should be sautéed beforehand. Fortuitously, I have brought a small frying pan. While sautéing the Sichuan pepper and dried ginger, let us crush the cardamom, sand ginger, nutmeg, and cinnamon in advance. In a hushed murmur, Feng meticulously handled one ingredient after another, prompting a nod of approval from Professor Snape at the podium. The only slight drawback was the pungent aroma that wafted from the Sichuan pepper and dried ginger as they were sautéed, given their proximity to Snape. Moments latte. Feng combined the sautéed Sichuan pepper with chili, clove, star anise, fennel, wood aromatic, and ginger, grinding them into a fine powder, ultimately mixing it with previously prepared cardamom and sand ginger. How fragrant! However, Feng, what potion are you concocting this time? Why is this potion in powdered form? Is it meant to be sprinkled? Upon hearing Snape's inquiry, Feng hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved to be honest. After all, Snape had assured him that as long as he successfully brewed the assigned potion, he could experiment with other concoctions and select from a defined range of potions. It would not be wise to burn bridges. "Professor Snape, what I am brewing is called 13 spices, and indeed is intended for sprinkling." Feng spoke the truth. This mixture was indeed meant to be sprinkled, though not for attack, but rather as a seasoning. Despite the decent meals at Hogwarts, Feng found himself less fond of British cuisine, preferring the flavors of Chinese food. Thus, he decided to prepare a little something for himself. Unfortunately, due to differing culinary habits, the ingredients required varied significantly, compelling Feng to grind various spices before embarking on his cooking endeavor. Hence the scene in potions class where he prepared the 13 spices. At that moment, Snape remained unaware, for without being informed that this was a seasoning, who could discern its purpose merely from the name 13 spices? Snape was in such a state, thus believing that Feng had concocted an entirely new potion. "Oh, a novel potion, you say? Might you enlighten me on its effects?" Feng replied, "It eliminates gamey flavors, enhances taste, freshens, and adds fragrance." As he articulated the benefits of the 13 spices, he felt a twinge of unease, recognizing that such effects were clearly not those of a conventional potion. Snape, bewildered, inquired, "What effects? Could you repeat that?" Upon hearing Feng's claims, Snape was engulfed in confusion. "It eliminates gamey flavors, enhances taste, freshens, and adds fragrance. Particularly suitable for marinating lamb. I strongly recommend the house elves in the kitchen add a pinch when preparing lamb or other meats with a strong odor." Ron, seated beside Feng, could not help but swallow hard as he observed Snape's expression darken at Feng's remarks. Instinctively, he edged closer to Harry, distancing himself from Feng. Although he acknowledged that Feng's seasonings produced delectable results, just the thought of the 13 spices had him salivating. Yet, seeing Snape's reaction, he feared Feng might inadvertently splatter him with blood, so it seemed prudent to remain a low-profile observer. "Are you certain this so-called potion qualifies as a potion?" "Excellent. Now tell me, what justifies your 13 spices being labeled as a potion? A friendly reminder, should you manage to persuade or refute me, I shall not only refrain from holding it against you, but will also award 10 points to Gryffindor. Furthermore, you may continue to concoct such potions in my class. However, should you fail to convince me..." Snape's words trailed off, but his expression indicated that if Feng were unable to sway him or provide a counter-argument, he might indeed face dire consequences. Although Feng sensed that he might be in a precarious situation, he resolved to make one last effort. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "Professor Snape, how do you define a potion?" At this, Snape's gaze flickered. He realized that this young lad had seized upon a flaw in his earlier statement. He promptly elaborated, "A potion must exhibit magical properties, whether for combat or healing, among other uses. Yet your 13 spices merely eliminates the gamey flavor from meat, serving solely as a seasoning. Pray tell, Mr. Feng, how can a mere condiment be classified as a potion? Even if its ability to neutralize odors is indeed remarkable, it remains nothing more than a seasoning and not a true potion. But Professor Snape, you cannot dismiss it as a potion merely because it serves as a flavoring agent. Why can't 13 spices be considered a potion? All the ingredients were meticulously selected from those you provided, and I employed magical guidance during the brewing process. Moreover, its efficacy in neutralizing odors is effective even on magical creatures. From both the brewing process and its functional application, my 13 spices align with your definition of potion. Professor Snape, it is a potion, albeit one that I utilize as a seasoning. It would be unjust to deny its status as a potion simply because I have chosen to use it in this manner. Snape, momentarily at a loss for words, found himself reluctantly acknowledging Feng's adeptness in debate. Despite being acutely aware that there were flaws in his rebuttal, he felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding his stance. Ultimately, the typically reticent and unargumentative Snape had to concede that Feng's concoction of 13 spices indeed constituted a type of potion. After securing Feng's agreement, he diligently transcribed the recipe into the compendium of potion recipes. Though merely a commonplace debate, its outcome bore profound implication for the field of potion making. Following this event, the restrictions on potion categories were lifted, leading to an influx of new potions in a short span of time, with Feng standing out among the pioneers. Naturally, during this process, Feng successfully prompted the establishment of several new school regulations, such as prohibiting cauldrons exceeding 50 centimeters in the potions classroom and forbidding the preparation of hot pot bases, especially spicy varieties, within those walls. Chapter 30. A wand can also be adequately utilized. The news of Feng's victory over Professor Snape in their debate spread throughout the entire academy like a gust of wind. Zhang Xiao from Ravenclaw was exceedingly delighted upon hearing this, as her brother's remarkable prowess brought her immense pride. However, when she learned that the topic of their debate was whether the renowned seasoning known as 13 spices constituted a potion, she nearly choked on her own saliva. While others might be unaware of what 13 spices entailed, she was certainly not ignorant. After all, this seasoning had been in existence since the Northern Song dynasty and had since evolved into various distinct formulations, making it quite famous. Nonetheless, despite her knowledge, she could never disclose such information, for he was her brother, and she could not betray his confidence. Alas, this fellow had always been quite obedient at home, yet he had transformed into such a mischievous character upon arriving at school. It must be those Gryffindor rascals who have led him astray. Thankfully, Zhang Xiao's thoughts remained unspoken. Were they to be uttered and overheard by others, particularly those in Gryffindor, Harry and his friends would surely protest. After all, Feng hardly required any instruction. He possessed an innate inclination towards chaos, making him the most rambunctious among the entire Gryffindor cohort. Unbeknownst to Feng, Zhang Xiao from Ravenclaw felt an unusual sense of satisfaction upon hearing of his debate with Snape. Despite being in the same school, their differing years and houses rendered it difficult for them to encounter one another unless they actively sought each other out. Furthermore, Ravenclaw students, being dedicated scholars, seldom wandered about aimlessly. Fortunately, Feng did not forget his sister. After successfully concocting the 13 spices, he did not keep it to himself. He promptly ventured into the kitchen to experiment, and upon discovering its effective ability to enhance flavors, he took it upon himself to prepare a sumptuous feast with the seasonings he had crafted over the past few days. When Harry and the others beheld the dishes Feng presented, which were not only different from those prepared by the house elves, but also more tantalizing in flavor and appearance than the ones he had previously made, even the ever-rational Hermione could not help but swallow hard. I have reiterated this countless times. If you wish to savor my creations, patience is essential, and do refrain from using your hands. See properly. Watching Ron clumsily attempt to spear a piece of sweet and sour pork with a fork, Feng nearly burst into laughter. That was sweet and sour pork indeed, though it appeared as though it had a crispy coating resembling a boneless piece of meat. It was unmistakably a rib. Attempting to pierce it with a fork was akin to trying to skewer a stone. Observing Ron's anxious expression as he struggled to eat, Feng chose not to offer assistance. Instead, he nodded toward Hermione and Harry, then gestured for Neville, who was sitting beside Ron and swallowing nervously, to take his seat before turning to make his way toward Ravenclaw. Though the dining hall of Hogwarts does not explicitly designate areas for each house, students typically gather with their own housemates due to shared personalities or habits, resulting in minimal mingling. Consequently, when Feng departed from the Gryffindor dining area and made his way towards the Ravenclaw section, Not only did Harry and his companions pause, bewildered, but students from other houses also halted their activities to observe him, unperturbed by the collective gaze. Yi Feng continued his steady progression and ultimately halted beside a girl of similar age, possessing a delicate appearance and a complexion akin to his own. As everyone else ceased their movements, Zhang Xiu was no exception. The moment she spotted Yi Feng approaching, she instinctively knew he had come to find her. However, the fact that he chose this moment to seek her out caused her heart to race. Despite the fluttering in her chest, Zhang Xiu did not falter. She gently inquired, "What brings you here? Is there something you need assistance with?" Upon hearing her words, Yi Feng felt a wave of emotion wash over him. It was a rarity in both this life and his previous one to experience the nurturing affection of an elder sister. Thus, Zhang Xiu's immediate thought of offering her help touched him deeply. Regrettably, she had misjudged the situation. Yi Feng could hardly fathom a need for assistance at Hogwarts. His purpose for approaching her at that moment was to share a sumptuous dinner he had prepared. With a gentle shake of his head, he addressed the girl beside Zhang Xiu, whose beauty earned her a score of 90, though her figure only a modest 70. "Might I kindly request you to shift slightly to the side, my dear lady?" Yi Feng's reputation resonated throughout Hogwarts, and given that young women in the West mature more swiftly, the girl did not take offense. Instead, she eagerly scooted aside, her curiosity evident upon her face. In truth, she was not alone in her intrigue. Others around shared her sentiment. Even Professor Dumbledore, seated at the head table, displayed a faint smile, embodying the spirit of an onlooker. The sole exception was Hermione. Despite wearing a curious expression, bore a slightly strained smile. A closer examination revealed her hands clasped tightly beneath the table, her fingers pale from the pressure. Amidst this collective attention, Yi Feng waved his hand, clearing the dishes before Zhang Xiu, and then, with another flourish, conjured forth an array of steaming, aromatic dishes from his enchanted ring. "I prepared this myself. I hope it suits your palate." As Yi Feng's words resonated throughout the restaurant, a palpable excitement enveloped the atmosphere. The gazes of the young ladies, particularly those from Gryffindor, turned toward Zhang Xiu with an unmistakable tinge of envy. Some had not only caught a whiff of the delectable aromas emanating from Yi Feng's culinary creations, but had also had the fortune of savoring them. "Are you unsure of how to eat?" Yi Feng remarked. "Well, watch closely. I shall demonstrate only once." With that, he turned and deftly retrieved Hermione's wand from within the folds of her wizarding robe, followed by his own, which he deftly rubbed together on the table. He then employed them as chopsticks to lift a steaming piece of braised pork rib. Have you grasped the technique? Chinese cuisine is meant to be enjoyed this way. Forks and knives are utterly useless. You must use chopsticks. However, I regret to inform you that I forgot to bring an extra pair today, so we shall make do with our wands, as they serve a similar purpose. Observing Yi Feng skillfully wielding his wand as makeshift chopsticks, deftly lifting a piece of rib to his lips, Hermione's initially dazed expression transformed as her eyes widened in astonishment, her lovely mouth involuntarily parting slightly. Noticing Hermione's slightly agape mouth, Yi Feng assumed she too desired a taste. He, therefore, curiously offered her a smaller piece, one that contained more meat and was easier to separate from a bone, and promptly placed it in her mouth. Hermione's expression shifted through a myriad of emotions as she instinctively bit into the rib, her face soon radiating pure bliss and contentment upon tasting its exquisite flavor. Nearby, Ron, who had been coveting the food for quite some time, nearly drooled at the sight. He, too, emulated Yi Feng by retrieving his own wand. Alas, he possessed only a single wand. In unison, Ron and Harry exclaimed, "Ron, may I borrow your wand, Harry?" "Harry Potter, not a chance. Don't be so stingy. We could take turns." "No, wands are meant for casting spells, not for eating. Besides, you could easily borrow from someone else." As Ron contemplated snatching Harry's wand, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. Indeed, if Harry's wand was unavailable, he could seek assistance from others. Moreover, who said one must use a wand? Any 2 sticks of appropriate length and thickness would suffice. With this thought, Ron dashed out to procure chopsticks. Although Hermione should have felt elated to acquire chopsticks, an inexplicable sense of disappointment crept into her heart. Fortunately, this melancholy was swiftly dispelled by the enticing aromas wafting from the abundant spread before her. Nearly an hour later, after painstakingly extracting the last piece of spicy chicken from the chili peppers, Ron reluctantly set down his chopsticks, while Yi Feng meticulously cleaned his oil-stained wand and returned it to Hermione. Although Yi Feng prepared a considerable amount of dishes, sharing is indeed a virtue. Thus the feast, sufficient to satiate 6 adults, was completely devoured. However, due to Ron's gluttony and his clumsy use of chopsticks. He found himself still indulging while the others had finished and departed. I'm so full, Yi Feng. I feel unable to rise. Lend me a hand, he exclaimed. Yi Feng, despite his evident disdain, extended his hand to assist the slumped Ron. In the process of helping Ron up, Miss Granger subtly grasped Yi Feng's robe to gain leverage and stand. As they exited the dining hall, Harry and Hermione concluded that Ron had overeaten and decided not to head straight to the common room. Instead, they opted for a leisurely stroll outside to aid digestion, wandering until dusk. Although Hogwarts does not have evening classes, students are likewise prohibited from roaming the grounds after dark, particularly as there are patrols specifically tasked with apprehending wayward young wizards. This duty fell to Filch, who possessed a cat that specialized in catching students rather than mice. However, sometimes haste invites trouble. As they ascended the staircase leading to the common room, the labyrinthine stairs began to shift, compelling Yi Feng and his companions to quicken their pace. Yet, when they paused to regain their bearings as the stairs shifted, they discovered they had inadvertently arrived at the forbidden third floor, a place expressly warned against by Dumbledore. Upon realizing they were on the third floor, Harry and Hermione grew anxious, but Yi Feng observed the ever-changing stairs with a contemplative expression. He recognized that, regardless of their route, they were destined to arrive here, as the stairs had intentionally guided them to this very location, the door before them. As Harry and Hermione debated whether to enter, a soft meow echoed from below. Oh no, it's Mrs. Norris. Upon spotting the adorable cat watching them from the ground, Harry and his friends turned pale and, without a second thought, flung open the previously avoided door and dashed inside, continuing their frantic escape. After what felt like an eternity of running, Ron finally stopped, panting heavily. Harry, we must have lost Mrs. Norris by now, right? He gasped. Meow. Ron's expression darkened. Harry, why is it that, after all this time running, Mrs. Norris meows still echo behind us? I don't know. Perhaps cats are just faster? Wait, are you talking about Mrs. Norris? As he spoke, Yi Feng reached down to stroke the furry Mrs. Norris nestled in his arms. Meow, she responded. In the end, amidst Hermione's protests, Yi Feng reluctantly set down the fluffy, soft-furred Mrs. Norris, who gazed at him with reluctance, enchanted by the delightful scent that lingered on the boy. Unlike Filch, there was an unmistakable musty odor about him. After Yeffing set Mrs. Norris down, they swiftly distanced themselves from her. However, they soon encountered a grave predicament. They were lost. Just as Harry and the others hesitated on whether to seek an alternative route, a voice called out from behind them, accompanied by Filch's excited mutterings. Stand azide, alohomora. As Mrs. Norris approached with Filch in tow, Hermione, disregarding everything else, cast Alohomora, unlocking the door and stepping inside. Chapter 32. Yeffing. Betray my team. I am a professional. Alohomora? Ron, having just closed the door and sighed in relief, suddenly recalled Hermione's earlier incantation, and a look of confusion crossed his face as he gazed at her. Hearing Ron's thoughts, Hermione felt a pang of disappointment, for he was indeed correct. He had never prepared in advance. Aside from what the teacher had covered, he had scarcely ventured beyond the prescribed material. Harry fared a little better, having flipped through perhaps 3 or 4 more pages, but the concept of preparation was utterly foreign to them. Boys often harbor inexplicable pride, and at that moment, confronted with Hermione's calm and self-evident demeanor, Ron felt an unexplainable surge of defiance. He muttered under his breath, "What's so impressive about it? Yeffing should be able to do it too." Although Ron spoke softly, Hermione was close enough to hear him, which caused her a fleeting sadness. Yet, this feeling dissipated quickly as they noticed Yeffing and Harry gazing intently at a furry mass before them. Is this the 3-headed dog? It seems rather large, but otherwise. Before Yeffing could finish his thought, the 3-headed dog stirred, awakening to their commotion, and 3 startled cries erupted around him. A menacing growl filled the air, and the creature, which Yeffing had deemed merely large and not particularly fierce, opened its central mouth wide, lunging towards Yeffing, for he stood closest. Bang! Just as the dog's mouth was about a meter away from Yeffing, he widened his eyes in alarm, clamping his hands firmly over his nose, while swiftly raising another hand to strike. With a loud crash, the terrifying head that had seemed so fearsome moments before slammed to the floor, leaving Harry and the others momentarily stunned. In that instant, Yeffing decisively turned, grasped Hermione's small hand, and with a swift and resounding motion, sprinted toward the door, shutting it behind them. Good heavens, that was terrifying. Thank goodness I ran fast, otherwise I would have surely suffocated in there. Meanwhile, behind their door, before the 3-headed dog, Harry exclaimed, "Did something just dart past us?" He paused. Wait, where are Feng and Hermione? Did they leave us behind? Ron and Harry gasped. Oh no. The door is locked. Feng, Hermione, open the door. Bang, bang, bang. And there was Feng. Hermione, have we forgotten something? Harry and Ron remarked. Indeed. Your story lacks us. We are merely inconsequential outsiders. Are you both all right? A flicker of sympathy crossed Feng's heart as he observed their expressions. He attempted to console them and casually closed the door behind them. As he did so, the three-headed dog recoiled in fright, glancing back at Feng with trepidation. Upon realizing Feng was merely shutting the door, it exhaled in relief, though it still hesitated to approach the doorway. Yet it did not relinquish its position at the entrance to the secret chamber. As the three-headed dog relaxed, so too did Harry and his companions. Heaven knows how terrified they were to discover themselves trapped within, with a creature capable of devouring them whole lurking behind. Even now, as they had managed to escape, their legs felt somewhat unsteady. Or were they thinking, locking such a terrifying creature within school? Ron, nearly in tears from fright, was the first to speak. I didn't even look at its feet. I was too busy staring at its heads. He stood on a trapdoor, indicating that it was not merely a coincidence. It was likely guarding something. As the two were about to argue, Harry quickly interjected. Guarding what? Perhaps, but whatever it is, it's beyond our capacity to investigate. Our small frames cannot withstand it. The three-headed dog chimed in. Oh yes, you cannot defeat me. I merely stumbled on the floor. It was certainly not due to someone slapping me down. Hearing this, the adventurous spirit ignited within Harry and Ron was doused with a cold splash of reality. Yet, protagonists are often characterized by their indomitable spirit of adventure. Nevertheless, Feng's words had some effect, and while they debated, they did not genuinely intend to act upon it. This matter was soon relegated to the back of their minds as Harry prepared to practice Quidditch. As for Feng, he had little interest in the sport. Although he, along with Zhang Qiu and Hermione, had purchased Nimbus 2000 brooms, he had not touched his broom since casting several protective charms for Hermione and Zhang Qiu. He was utterly engrossed in studying Transfiguration until one fateful evening, when Quirrell burst into the dining hall, shouting. Chapter 33, The Dreadful Collapse. With a loud creak, the dining hall doors swung open, and a figure, swathed in a turban and resembling an Indian, rushed in, exclaiming, There's a troll in the dungeon. I thought you ought to be informed. After uttering these words, Quirrell collapsed to the ground, prostrating himself in the aisle. Upon witnessing Chilo collapse to the ground, coupled with his words prior to fainting, the entire restaurant erupted in a cacophony of screams. Yet Feng, who had observed Chilo's utterly unconvincing expression from beginning to end, remained impassive. While others stood in a panic, unsure of their next move, he rose with a clear purpose. Moments later, a slender leg, relatively long for his peers, came to rest beside Chilo's head. Voldemort! Feng, raise your foot. Voldemort! Feng, the raised foot descends. Voldemort! Don't come any closer! Though seething with rage, Voldemort, who was parasitically attached to the back of Chilo's head, could only watch helplessly as that modest yet resolute foot landed squarely on his face. Despite the barrier of a hood, Voldemort could distinctly feel the grooves of the shoe's sole imprinting on his skin. The sensation of it pressing into his face was painfully vivid. Strangely, it seemed that the foot had ground down slightly as it departed. What on earth is so abrasive? Voldemort, damn it, do not let me discover your identity. As the foot withdrew from his face, Voldemort vaguely heard a remark that ignited his fury. Regrettably, its owner swiftly departed, and since he had just been stepped on, by the time he regained his composure, that person had already vanished. More importantly, Dumbledore on stage began to speak. Observing the chaotic scene below, Dumbledore quickly raised his voice to restore order, instructing the young wizards to calm down. Silence. Please do not panic. Dumbledore's authority was palpable in an instant. The previously tumultuous crowd of frightened young wizards settled down, and under the guidance of their respective leaders, they began to move orderly towards the lounge. In the original narrative, Harry and his friends departed due to Ron's hurtful words towards Hermione, which led her to seclude herself in the restroom, crying for the entire afternoon. Thus, upon hearing news of the troll, Harry and Ron strayed from the group in search of her. It became evident that Feng had somewhat underestimated the inertia of the plot. Halfway through their journey, Ron suddenly clutched his abdomen, exclaiming his urgent need to use the restroom. Judging by his expression, it was clear this was not a mere act. He had genuinely fallen ill. Feng recalled that during their previous meal, the Weasley twins had given him a pumpkin lollipop, which he had promptly passed on to Ron due to his lack of interest. Could those two rascals have tampered with that lollipop? The mere thought of the Weasley twins, Ron's mischievous siblings, brought Yi Feng a twinge of headache, as they had persistently attempted to ensnare him ever since failing to recruit him into their antics. Yet, he had never been fooled. Unfortunately, this time seemed to follow the same pattern. Instinctively sensing something amiss, he had casually handed the lollipop to their dear younger brother. And now the outcome was all too apparent. More importantly, Yi Feng was quite eager to ascertain the true nature of this so-called giant that had instilled such fear in a professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. The other teachers seemed unperturbed by any potential deception. Perhaps the tales spun by the Weasley twins were sufficiently compelling. Or perhaps it was a genuine fear of encountering a giant that spurred Ron on, for he moved with remarkable haste. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. It was uncertain whether it was some drifting scent or a sound emanating from this place that attracted the giant, but within 3 minutes of Ron's arrival, a humanoid creature, towering at around 5 meters, with green skin and wielding a massive wooden club, ambled towards them. As Yi Feng's mind wandered, the giant was now less than 10 meters from the restroom entrance, while behind him, Hermione was desperately pulling him back. Simultaneously, her delicate, pale hand clamped over Yi Feng's mouth, preventing him from uttering anything that might draw the giant's attention. Meanwhile, Harry was quietly urging Ron to move faster, reminding him that this giant was not confined as the previous one had been. When the giant was but 2 meters away from the restroom, Hermione yanked Yi Feng into one of the stalls, while Harry and Ron concealed themselves, striving to remain silent and hoping the giant would simply pass by. However, the giant had been deliberately unleashed, and the next moment, a colossal head loomed over them from above the restroom. This was the second time that day Yi Feng had heard such an enormous scream. Upon hearing Harry and Ron's cries, Hermione flung open the stall door and brandished her wand. Regrettably, despite Hermione's considerable magical talent and diligent study of spells beyond her peers, she was still merely a first-year student and had not learned any offensive or defensive spells. Thus, when the giant raised its club to bring it crashing down, her mind went blank. Yet, true to her reputation as the intellectual pinnacle of the Harry Potter universe, she quickly devised a solution. Wingardium Leviosa. Although she had not learned any disarming spells, the levitation charm could effectively remove an enemy's weapon if employed skillfully. Nevertheless, even without the club, the giant remained a giant. And when it turned to look at Hermione, her face paled significantly. Just as she was frantically pondering how to escape safely, a hand seized her and yanked her behind. Stupefied, with a resounding crash, the giant collapsed, leaving Hermione bewildered by the sight of the creature, now rendered unconscious by a blow from its own club. Was this truly Stupefy? Indeed, such force required considerable experience to wield accurately. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. Observing Yi Feng's nonsensical yet earnest demeanor, Hermione, who had been on edge, couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, Harry and Ron pushed open a restroom door and emerged. Had the giant been dealt with? Chapter 34. Playing ghosts, I'm serious. In numerous American films and television series, law enforcement or military personnel often arrive belatedly after events have unfolded. At this moment, Professor McGonagall and her colleagues also arrived only after Yi Feng and his companions had dealt with the giant. My goodness, I hope you two can provide an explanation. Mr. Yi Feng and Miss Granger are present as well. I trust you can elucidate the matter. Upon hearing McGonagall's words, Ron's face flushed crimson, for he could not admit that he had excused himself due to a stomach upset, only to encounter a giant midway. Well, you see, I read about giants in a book and was fascinated, which is why I persuaded Harry and the others to come out in search of one. Yi Feng, noticing Ron's embarrassment and recognizing his own involvement in the situation, took it upon himself to address the matter. Professor McGonagall's expression revealed her understanding of the situation. However, she was somewhat aware of Yi Feng's capabilities. After all, he was the one who had managed to outsmart Dumbledore on several occasions. While uncertain if he could confront the giant directly, she had no doubt he could protect others while fleeing. Thus, though her demeanor remained stern, her tone softened considerably. I hope you understand the gravity of this situation. Even seasoned wizards face considerable danger when confronted with an adult mountain giant. In light of your reckless actions, Gryffindor will lose 5 points. It was him. It must be him. That guy just stepped on me, Quirrell exclaimed. Find a way to kill him. You must find a way to eliminate him. Listening to his master's furious outburst reverberating in his mind, Quirrell, despite gradually acclimating to his parasitic existence, felt a wave of dizziness. He had never witnessed Voldemort in such a rage. However, recalling his earlier feigned collapse, it seemed reasonable for Voldemort to be so incensed. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, bowing his head in obedience to Professor McGonagall's admonition, couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. The overwhelming fury and murderous intent emanating from Voldemort were palpable. Even though he had suppressed 99.9% of his spiritual power, he was still acutely aware of that malevolent presence. Voldemort is quite petty. It was merely a footstep. What is the big deal? Moreover, it's not even your body, it's Quirrell's. While musing internally, Yifeng contemplated whether he should simply dispose of Voldemort altogether. After all, he currently lacked a physical form. A single spiritual strike would suffice to send him away. On second thought, it would be wiser to refrain. This was Hermione and the others' graduation exam, and if he were to eliminate Voldemort prematurely, they would be unable to graduate flawlessly. Ashoo! Suddenly, Quirrell inexplicably sneezed, shivering in response. It was at this moment that Professor McGonagall recalled that they had just been attacked by a giant, and the faucet beside them, crushed by the giant, continued to spout water incessantly. Yes, Professor McGonagall came to reply. Certainly, this is merely the initial layer of disguise. As Yifeng began to dust flower, his footsteps abruptly vanished. If one were to lie on the ground, they would discern that Yifeng's feet were no longer in contact with the earth, hovering approximately 5 centimeters above it, an imperceptible detail unless one paid close attention. Oh, halt there, little rascal. Allow me to see which mischievous sprite has ventured out for a nocturnal escapade. Just as Feng was using his celestial energy and spiritual awareness to mold a piece of rubber-like material into a Voldemort mask, a voice from behind interrupted him. The initial tone of this utterance was quite ordinary, but it soon morphed into an ominous timbre, shifting from a male voice to a raspy female one. Instead of feeling terror, Yifeng found himself suppressing laughter. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke calmly. Mr. Nick, have you ever heard a tale? In a distant realm, there exists a caution. When traveling alone at night, one must refrain from calling out to the person ahead, for in that moment, Yifeng slowly turned around, his smile radiant as he gazed at Nick. Yes, in that instant of turning, Yifeng employed a transformation spell, altering his visage to that of Nick S. The effect was nothing short of spectacular. Yifeng, he chuckled, to be frank, when it comes to masquerading as a ghost or a vampire, such attempts pale in comparison to this. This is genuinely frightening. After sending Nick fleeing in terror, Yifeng continued on his path, traversing another 20 to 30 meters before making a turn. However, after scarcely 2 meters, he was once again halted, not by Ghost, but by Chilo, or rather Voldemort. Stop! As he uttered these words, Chilo swiftly approached Yifeng from behind, reaching out to grasp his shoulder. Yet, the moment his hand made contact, his unfinished words caught in his throat, for it felt as though he had clasped a block of ice, both frigid and exceedingly rigid. Boom! Simultaneously, a thunderclap echoed through the sky, illuminated by that fleeting light. Chilo realized why the figure before him had made no sound during his passage. He was not touching the ground at all. Gulp! Despite the presence of the most terrifying dark wizard clinging to the back of his head and the constant sight of ghosts roaming the halls of Hogwarts, an overwhelming dread surged within Chilo at that moment. He recalled certain midnight legends from the East. Are you calling me? As he spoke, Yifeng's head spun a full 180 degrees to face Chilo. Upon seeing the visage of the figure before him, a piercing scream erupted once more within Hogwarts. Chapter 35. Voldemort's soul was frightened away. The shrill scream resonated as Chilo, startled by his own imagination, instinctively turned and fled, convinced that he had encountered a true specter. If one were to encounter an ordinary foreign individual, they might scarcely believe in the veracity of such matters, for they have never been privy to the realm of magic nor witnessed apparitions. However, Chilo is an exception. He gazes upon the wandering phantoms within the academy on a daily basis. It is precisely due to his awareness of such entities that, when a legendary and terrifying presence manifests before him in an unfamiliar locale, an instinctual fear surges within him. When confronted with the unknown, one's innate reaction is to flee, and in that moment of terror, Chilo instinctively turns to run. Meanwhile, the Dark Lord Voldemort, lurking behind him, is struck with unease at the sight of a figure that bears an uncanny resemblance to his own post-transformation visage. Although Voldemort has encountered many specters and even dealt with Dementors, he is taken aback by this peculiar apparition. Nonetheless, as the former Dark Lord, Voldemort possesses considerable audacity and, being more observant than Chilo, he quickly discerns that the entity trailing them wears merely a mask. Upon this revelation, Voldemort's anger rises to a furious crescendo, though, as a bald man, he has no hair to stand on end. In any case, convinced he has unearthed the truth, Voldemort commands Chilo to halt. Upon hearing Voldemort's words, Chilo, struggling against his own dread, comes to a stop and draws his wand. A flash of emerald light erupts, sending a noseless mask soaring through the air. Simultaneously, a bolt of lightning streaks across the corridor, illuminating it entirely. In this brilliant light, a visage strikingly reminiscent of Voldemort's youthful countenance materializes before Chilo. However, what weakens Chilo's knees is the pallid hue of that face, reminiscent of a corpse long deceased. Yet, this is not the source of his greatest terror. What truly terrifies Chilo is the radiant smile adorning that familiar face, from which two streams of blood weep slowly down his cheeks. With a thunderous boom, a closer flash of lightning reverberates, causing the glass nearby to rattle violently. The bizarre scene sends chills racing through Chilo's body, and even Voldemort, witnessing it through Chilo's eyes, cannot help but swallow hard. Shall we play a game of hide and seek? The one found will become just like me. Hurry and hide. I shall begin my countdown. And do not think to escape. I shall be watching you. As he speaks, the youthful Voldemort mimics the act of leaning against the wall to count. Yet just as he is about to do so, he halts abruptly. In a flicker of light, he vanishes from sight, only to reappear directly behind Chilo. He found you. Now, you shall merge with me. Suddenly, the young Voldemort, appearing behind Chilo, abruptly lifted the cloth from Chilo's head and leaned in closely, fixing his gaze upon Voldemort. The latter, confronted with a visage strikingly reminiscent of his own youth, albeit marred by two trails of blood-like tears and an eerie smile, found his mind blank. The young Voldemort, with a sinister grin, regarded the aged Voldemort that was parasitic upon Chilo's head. At the moment their eyes locked, the very air seemed to solidify, and in the next instant, boom, a thunderous clap echoed, and the Voldemort, who was merely a face attached to Chilo, swiftly darted away. Goodness, ye Feng exclaimed, scratching his head in confusion. Is he truly that terrifying? Or is Voldemort inherently cowardly? Upon seeing Dumbledore, Yi Feng sheepishly lowered his gaze and hastily wiped the bloodstains and flour from his face with a piece of paper. Despite his age, Dumbledore's keen eyes caught the subtle movements of Yi Feng, connecting Yi Feng's actions with the previous cacophony of terror. A startling thought surged in Dumbledore's mind. Could it be that you were merely masquerading as a ghost to frighten others? Hearing this, Dumbledore felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. He sighed and remarked, "There exists such a custom, yet we are presently in a school, which is also infiltrated by trolls. It is exceedingly perilous here. You ought to refrain from acting as a specter and instead remain in the common room, awaiting the teachers to resolve the situation." Huh? Is that not Professor Dumbledore? Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. But who are you conversing with? Just as Dumbledore was about to elaborate, he was interrupted by another Yi Feng, stealthily emerging from the shadows behind him. Initially annoyed by the interruption, Dumbledore turned to glance at the familiar voice, only to freeze in place. Standing less than a meter away was another boy bearing the same face, smiling at him. With a long exhale, Dumbledore forced himself to regain composure. Though he had never encountered such a scenario, the wizarding world did possess the Polyjuice potion, which could transform one into another person entirely. Thus, despite the initial shock, Dumbledore was still able to maintain his composure. Once he steadied himself, he regarded the approaching Yi Feng with a grave expression and said, "Which year are you in? The Polyjuice potion is not something to be brewed and used lightly. You have violated Hogwarts regulations." Just as Dumbledore finished speaking, the Yi Feng beside him looked at him in confusion and asked, "Professor Dumbledore, are you addressing me?" Little ones, while I have never consumed the Polyjuice potion, I have witnessed Professor Snape brew it and have seen its effects on others. Thus, your ruse holds no effect on me. Wingardium Leviosa. As Dumbledore raised his right hand, two beams of magical light descended upon the two Yi Fengs like shooting stars. However, to Dumbledore's astonishment, these beams passed straight through them, failing to make contact. Thunder rumbled across the dark night sky, and even Dumbledore could not suppress the chill that ran down his spine at such an eerie sight. When he noticed that the Yi Feng beside him cast no shadow, whereas the one across from him seemed to float above the ground, a sense of dread enveloped him. "Professor Dumbledore, are you speaking to me?" At that moment, both Yi Fengs wore strange smiles and spoke in unison. Blast it! This bizarre scene sent beads of cold sweat down Dumbledore's back, as even with his vast experience, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. However, as he observed the two Yi Fengs merely gazing at him without taking any hostile action, he slowly regained his composure. If he truly faced the malevolent entities rumored in whispers, they would have already attacked him. The absence of aggression suggested two possibilities. Either they lacked the means to harm him, evidenced by the fact that earlier individuals had fled in terror rather than meeting their demise, or it was simply a prank orchestrated by that mischievous scoundrel. Yi Feng. No, that is not entirely accurate. There was another possibility. With this thought, Dumbledore abruptly retrieved a yellow talisman from his pocket and affixed it to the forehead of the Feng standing beside him, who was grinning at him in an unsettling manner. Feng, Dumbledore. Both Dumbledore and Feng fell into silence as they regarded the unmoving figure beside them. The object now adhered to Feng's forehead was the binding charm he had previously employed to restrain Nick. Dumbledore's suspicion that Feng was indeed playing tricks was further solidified when he noticed traces of flour still lingering on the Feng that had emerged behind him. It became evident that he was not dealing with any dark entity, but rather with the antics of that little rascal, Feng. One must not underestimate this little scamp. He nearly managed to deceive me. Yet, I must admit, he truly excels at playing tricks. With this realization, even Dumbledore could not help but shudder, prompting him to scan his surroundings and raise his wand to cast a flickering light before hastily retreating to his quarters. Perhaps genuinely frightened, the following day, their defense against the dark arts class was abruptly cancelled. The news ignited a flurry of excitement within the classroom, and soon, a well-informed redhead discreetly shared what he had learned with Harry. I can't believe it's true. What's true, Ron? Where did you hear this gossip? While I was having breakfast this morning, I overheard some upperclassmen discussing a rather alarming incident involving Professor Quirrell. They mentioned that he seemed to have encountered something terrifying the previous night and was utterly frightened, prompting Dumbledore and others to search all night without success in locating him. Initially, I dismissed this as mere rumor. However, the fact that Quirrell did not attend class today suggests that there may indeed be some truth to this unsettling news. Although Hermione is not privy to all of Yeffing's thoughts, her frequent companionship with him has endowed her with considerable insight into his character. She is convinced that Yeffing is capable of such audacity. After all, he is the one who wielded the sword of Gryffindor to slay fish. Given his propensity for the outrageous, Hermione finds it entirely acceptable. Following that incident, her fascination with the exquisite and remarkably sharp sword grew immensely. True to her nature, Hermione diligently pursued her curiosity, and after 2 days in the library, she successfully unearthed information pertaining to the sword. Upon discovering that the sword was indeed the sword of Gryffindor, Hermione was momentarily incredulous. Yet, after thorough verification and inquiries with Yeffing about its origin, she had to accept that it was, in fact, the legendary sword that had eluded countless seekers for years. Thus, when Hermione observed Yeffing's expression, she surmised the situation quite accurately, but chose not to voice her speculations, recognizing that revealing such truths could lead to unfavorable outcomes for both Yeffing and Professor Quirrell. This discussion persisted until lunchtime, when Harry received a delivery from his owl, a Nimbus 2000 broomstick emblazoned with its illustrious name. Naturally, this shifted the focus of conversation. The Nimbus 2000 is renowned as one of the finest broomsticks of the current era, and its arrival attracted a throng of admirers. As for the Nimbus 2000s that Yeffing had purchased for himself, Zhang Xiao, and Hermione, those were not publicly revealed, and thus few were aware of them, including Harry and his friends. Wow, the Nimbus 2000. With this broomstick, our chances of winning future Quidditch matches will significantly increase, remarked the ever-curious Weasley twins, eager to join the excitement. Ideally, they would have preferred to approach without concealing any peculiar ingredients. Hey, Harry, could I borrow the Nimbus 2000 for a moment? You know, we can't afford such fine broomsticks at home, they exclaimed, squeezing in beside Harry, inadvertently pushing Yeffing aside. Of course, Harry replied. Despite his celebrity status at Hogwarts, akin to that of a star, he was quite amiable and readily gestured for the Weasley twins to take a closer look at the broomstick. With Harry's permission, the two were filled with excitement, swiftly pushing Feng aside to take a seat next to him. In the process, a sprinkle of powder landed on the food before Feng. Trying to outsmart me again? Your determination is quite commendable. However, the mischievous antics of the Weasley twins, though subtly executed, were easily anticipated by Feng, their longtime rival. Thus, he was quick to notice their little scheme. Yet, instead of exposing them, he seized the opportunity while they believed they had succeeded and discreetly swapped his food with theirs, dividing it into 2 portions. 10 minutes later. Ugh, Fred, do you feel a sudden discomfort in your stomach? George, you're in trouble too. Feng. Can't you let us win just once? Just once would be sufficient. Realizing they had fallen victim to their own trap, the Weasley twins wailed as they dashed to the restroom, for they were well aware of the concoction's effects, having brought it themselves. Chapter 37. The proper approach to Quidditch. It became evident that the Weasley twins had severely underestimated the potency of their concoction, and they paid a heavy price for their folly. By the time the Quidditch match commenced in the afternoon, they emerged from the restroom, pale and considerably thinner, leaning against the wall for support. In their current state, participating in the Quidditch match was out of the question. Even standing upright away from the wall was a challenge. Thus, they turned their gaze towards Feng. Feng, the honor of Gryffindor rests upon you. Although the team had a reserve beater, there was only one, and it was too late to find a substitute. Therefore, it fell upon Feng to take up the role. Do not worry, being a beater is simple. Just hit the ball away and prevent the opponents from seizing it. The rest will be handled by your teammates. Reluctantly, Feng was compelled to become the beater for the Quidditch match. As for the rules, he only remembered one. Do not let the opponents get the ball. Preventing the opponents from obtaining the ball seemed straightforward enough. With his unique interpretation of Quidditch rules, Feng was thrust onto the pitch, unaware of the impending calamity that loomed. As he listened to the raucous cheers from outside, his heart raced uncontrollably. Though he held little interest in Quidditch, the spectacle of such attention was a rare experience for him. Thus, when he was obliged to don the Gryffindor Quidditch uniform and joined Harry at the entrance, his heart raced even more. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself not to be anxious. All he needed to do was prevent the opponents from getting the ball. Just that. As Feng was engaged in mental preparation, a girl around 15 years of age with slightly dark skin tapped him on the shoulder and smiled, saying, "Don't be anxious, Feng. We've got your back. Just focus on your safety and avoid being knocked out by the opposing batsman." Feng responded, Oh, I see now. So I just need to knock all the opponents out, right? I understand. Feeling a bit nervous, he only caught part of Angelina's words, which left her both amused and exasperated. Just as she was about to clarify her meaning, the doors suddenly swung open, and at the forefront, Wood and the others rushed out. Seeing the captain lead the charge, the rest instinctively followed suit, interrupting Angelina's explanation. By the time she spotted Feng, who was perched on his broomstick, the players on both sides had already taken their positions. "Oh, is it Feng from Gryffindor? I didn't expect him to be quite handsome, even more charming than Harry. But he is on a broomstick? This isn't a broomstick lesson. He is going to have a tough time." "Indeed, but I heard he was brought in last minute because the Weasley twins got food poisoning. Is that so? It seems Gryffindor is bound to lose this time." Poor lad, participating in his first Quidditch match under such circumstances. Let us hope today doesn't turn into a nightmare for him. A nightmare? Does that mean he feel quite down after the match? Should I, as a senior, go comfort this adorable junior? Perhaps I might even get a chance. Feng's unusual entrance sparked a flurry of discussions in the stands. Quidditch, being the most popular and sought-after sport in the wizarding world, meant that even figures like Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall chose not to reprimand him for standing on his broomstick. As Madame Hooch opened the box, a quaffle the size of a small watermelon and a golden snitch smaller than an egg soared into the sky. However, this was of no consequence to Feng, as it was Harry, the Seeker, who needed to act. For now, he merely focused on the bludger that Madame Hooch was about to release, since he was one of the batsmen. Of course, having never practiced with the Quidditch team, Feng remained still when the bludger was thrown out and subsequently seized by Gryffindor's upperclassmen. He floated quietly above the field, observing like Harry the Seeker. Indeed, Gryffindor's Quidditch players proved their mettle, scoring 2 goals within just 2 minutes, while the opposing team's attempts were thwarted by their goalkeeper, who was also the captain. However, perhaps in response to this, the Slytherin players grew agitated. No longer content to play by the rules, they resorted to more aggressive tactics. One player, in particular, overstepped by snatching the bat from the batsman's hands and striking the quaffle towards their goalkeeper, knocking him unconscious into the ground. As Feng was engrossed in observing and learning the rules, he was suddenly incensed by the scene before him. With a slight exertion of his right foot, his broom soared into the air at an astonishing speed. The other team members breathed a sigh of relief, believing Feng had dashed out to rescue their teammate, who was slowly plummeting to the ground. However, the truth was far different. Feng was headed straight for the bludger that had been knocked away and was now circling behind the green-clad, buck-toothed player. Whoosh! Under Feng's meticulous control, the speed advantage of his lightning broomstick 2000 was maximized. Dumbledore, who was watching from the stands with squinted eyes, widened them in shock as he noticed Feng closing the distance to the bludger. Alarmed, he drew his wand. Bang! With a thunderous explosion, the bludger, roughly the size of a small watermelon, shot forth like a cannonball. For those with keen eyesight, it would have been evident that the bludger created a sonic boom upon being struck. Crack! Almost simultaneously with the bludger's launch. Cries of agony and the sound of breaking bones echoed through the air as 2 players in green Quidditch uniforms were sent spiraling away, ultimately crashing with a resounding thud into an unoccupied section of the stands. Dumbledore, having anticipated this outcome, sighed and hurried over, Relieved to find that the two Slytherin students had merely sustained broken ribs and were unconscious but not in mortal danger, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. It appeared that Feng was capable of exercising restraint. However, the Slytherin players were in for a rough time. While Dumbledore assessed the injuries of the two Slytherin players, Feng's gaze remained fixed on Madame Hooch, the referee. Upon noticing that she had not called a foul against him, a wave of assurance surged within him. It seemed he had not misjudged the situation. This was indeed the role of a bludger player. As for scoring, Feng pondered. Score? Why should I care about scoring? Isn't Quidditch about incapacitating the opposing team to secure victory? Consequently, the once fiercely contested Quidditch pitch transformed into an arena of relentless pursuit, with little regard for the golden snitch. Chapter 38. A slight modification to the broomstick wow. How ruthless. Oh, that impact looks painful just to witness. Goodness. This freshman is truly formidable, and he hasn't even spared such a beautiful senior. However, I must admit, I appreciate the placement of this attack. It has remarkable elasticity. Hehehe. Isn't this rather brutal? In merely 5 minutes, Slytherin's team has dwindled to just 2 members, one of whom is the Seeker. If the Seeker falls, bang, well, the Seeker has also fallen, extinguishing Slytherin's last hope. It is now impossible for them to win this match. Win? You actually cared about the outcome of this game until just now? The nature of this match had already transformed the moment Feng pursued the Slytherin players. Indeed, the outcome of the match has long since ceased to hold significance. What captivates the spectators now is whether the Slytherin player can evade the relentless pursuit of Feng and successfully exit the field, or if, failing that, how long he can endure. Observing the current circumstances, it appears that the last remaining player will not be able to hold out for much longer. As the crowd buzzes with speculation, an exhilarated Feng stands atop his broom, closing in on the Slytherin player ahead. His survival thus far can be attributed largely to his astuteness in skillfully evading the quaffle. However, who says he cannot act in the absence of a bludger? Upon catching up to his opponent, Feng made no aggressive move against the Slytherin Quidditch player. Rather, he approached swiftly from the left rear. Just as the opponent prepared to change direction and sprint away, Feng accelerated, veering right to execute a textbook American tackle, colliding directly with the side of the opponent's broom. The Slytherin player, struck from the side, instantly lost his balance and tumbled towards the ground. Fortunately, the physical prowess of wizards is commendable, and with cushioning charms cast over the playing field, the player fell unconscious but sustained only minor injuries. With the last Slytherin player now out of the game, and their score remaining at 0, the inevitable conclusion of this Quidditch match was a resounding victory for Gryffindor. As for the match itself, apart from Slytherin, students from the other 3 houses expressed that, although few goals were scored and the golden snitch remained uncaught, the exhilarating chase was thoroughly enjoyable. However, they collectively agreed that such a match should not be repeated. One encounter of this nature was quite sufficient. Thus, on the evening of the match's conclusion, during dinner, Dumbledore announced a new regulation concerning Quidditch. In light of the intense competition between Gryffindor and Slytherin, and after consulting with several professors, I have made the decision to implement a new rule. In Quidditch matches, a beater may send a maximum of 2 opposing players off the field, excluding the Seeker. Furthermore, due to Feng's improper and reckless use of the broomstick, for the safety of all, I hereby declare a new school rule. The use of broomsticks on campus must adhere to proper guidelines, ensuring personal safety above all else. Failure to comply will result in the revocation of broomstick privileges. The announcement of this rule was met with uproar, as many believed Feng's stance atop the broom was far more impressive than the conventional method of riding it, and numerous students had already begun practicing their flying skills. However, as the instigator of this situation, Feng did not concern himself too much with the new regulation, recognizing its inherent loopholes. The school regulations stipulate that, regardless of personal circumstances or special situations, one must prioritize their own safety. This implies that as long as one can ensure their safety and provide sufficient evidence, they may not only stand on a flying broom, but can even recline upon it without any concern. Originally, the control magic array for the flying broom required a level of manipulation akin to riding a bicycle, where the broomsticks served as the handlebars, while the seat and pedals remained invisible. However, Feng decided to abolish this magic array, opting instead to implement a control array reminiscent of a flying sword. Yet, he soon encountered a dilemma. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners do not rely on the sword to provide propulsion. Rather, they exert their own force upon the sword, guiding it to carry them aloft. Consequently, cultivators need not worry about losing their balance or failing to control the sword beneath their feet. However, The object in question was not a sword, but a flying broom. The evidence he needed to present was directed toward Dumbledore and his fellow wizards, necessitating that they perceive this contraption as safe, rather than merely comprehensible yet inherently secure. Contemplating a modification of the flying broom, Feng was suddenly reminded of a certain squirrel who, due to a fear of heights, wished to install railings on a flying sword. He found the idea quite applicable to the flying broom. Thus, he reached into his spatial ring and retrieved a plethora of materials. While Feng lacked many magical or refining materials, he possessed an adequate supply of ordinary ones, which sufficed for the modification of a flying broom, as precious resources were not a requirement. First and foremost, it was undeniably awkward to simply clutch the slender flying broom, so a sleek exterior shell was essential. Once the shell was established, a rudder for directional control became necessary. With the rudder in place, it was only logical to arrange for gear shifts to manage flight speed and, for safety, implement brakes along with a safety mechanism to prevent ejection during abrupt stops. It appeared that there was quite a bit to address, yet to avoid flying while awkwardly holding the broom, it was imperative to proceed. An hour later, Feng gazed at the design blueprint of the flying motorcycle on his desk. Though devoid of color and rendered in stark black and white, it exuded a strikingly sci-fi aesthetic. Was this not the fabled convergence of theology and science? Nevertheless, the design held a certain allure. The following day, whispers circulated that someone had observed Dumbledore's office flickering with lights at night. Initially, disbelief reigned, as the office belonged to Dumbledore, a figure they regarded as composed and unlikely to engage in such trivial antics. The notion of someone trespassing into Dumbledore's office seemed even less plausible than the previous conjecture. A week later, Dumbledore gazed, wide-eyed, at the extraordinary and breathtaking flying broom that adorned his office. Chapter 39. The Reinvented Flying Broom. A director from the Bureau of Magical Equipment once proclaimed that aesthetically pleasing weaponry is invariably formidable. Feng's personal flying device is a marvel of aerodynamics and gravitational distribution, seamlessly combining elements that adhere to the laws of nature, which typically results in an aesthetically pleasing design. Consequently, even the erudite Dumbledore was taken aback upon its unveiling. However, once the initial astonishment subsided, Dumbledore dutifully adhered to the school regulations he had previously announced, inquiring, "Is this the product of your weak-s efforts, Mr. Feng? I shall refrain from questioning the safety aspect for now, but please enlighten me on how this contraption relates to a flying broomstick." Unfazed by Dumbledore's inquiry, Feng confidently pressed a button on the futuristic personal hovercraft, causing its upper section to open and reveal the modified control magic circle of the Nimbus 2000 nestled within. As Dumbledore observed the dormant broomstick, he fell into silence. However, upon noticing the impeccably altered magic circle, his eyes widened in astonishment. "You've modified the control magic of the broomstick?" In response to Dumbledore's astonishment, Feng cast a glance at him and nonchalantly remarked, "The original control magic bore no relation to this exterior, so it was only natural to make modifications. Yet, for you, esteemed headmaster, to focus on this aspect of an invention that could revolutionize the magical realm is rather telling of your age." After uttering these words, Feng feigned a sigh, nearly provoking Dumbledore's ire. Nevertheless, he spoke a truth. This magic circle, paired with such an unusual exterior, possessed an undeniable allure for the young wizards. The young lad has a commendable idea, yet he overlooks a crucial point. Many in the magical community cannot even afford a decent broomstick, let alone this novel model that appears to surpass the Nimbus 2000 in cost. Is Dumbledore's assessment truly accurate? One could argue that the caprices of fate are beyond even his seasoned comprehension. In reality, the trajectory of events unfolded in stark contrast to Dumbledore's expectations, as Feng's upgraded broomstick captivated the hearts of the majority of Hogwarts students. Through the enthusiastic promotion by these students, the entire wizarding world became aware of it. The overwhelming success of this enhanced broomstick can be attributed to two primary factors: safety and power. Safety refers to its superior protective features compared to traditional broomsticks. Even in the event of a high-speed collision with the ground, users equipped with helmets could roll multiple times and still recover to continue flying. As for power, that is another dimension altogether. With a substantial weight of 200 pounds and a robust exterior reinforced by protective spells, the broomstick's exceptional speed and mass enable users to charge at foes without the need for spells, delivering a forceful blow that could even fell a full-grown mountain troll in an instant. Perhaps it would be best to simply give away this flying broomstick, as I have already thoroughly experimented with its manufacturing process and materials. Should I wish to replicate it, I could easily produce another within a day. Ultimately, however, Feng decided against sending out this inaugural model of the enhanced broomstick. Despite his confidence in its reliability, he hesitated, uncertain whether it would function correctly in the hands of others. Thus, he resolved to conduct a few more tests to ensure its flawless performance before proceeding. Yet another dilemma arose. Without dispatching this broomstick, he found himself devoid of any other gifts to offer. The first-year wizards were prohibited from leaving the school, and the concept of online shopping had yet to take root, rendering even financial means ineffective. Perhaps it would be best for me to craft something myself, but first, I will need to gather some materials. The most suitable place for procuring materials was undoubtedly the Forbidden Forest, teeming with a plethora of magical creatures and abundant with various herbs imbued with unique energies. Unfortunately, Feng was unable to venture there. Of course, he could harness the powers of a cultivator to gain access, perhaps by utilizing a clone to divert Dumbledore's attention while he himself stealthily entered the forest. However, as a dignified cultivator, he found it rather unappealing to sneak around merely to gather materials. If he wished to enter the Forbidden Forest, it must be done with honor, so that he could later present materials exclusive to that location, effectively silencing Dumbledore. Since direct entry into the forest was not an option, there remained only one solution. With this thought in mind, Feng exited Dumbledore's office and made his way to the edge of the Black Lake, retrieving his yellow fishing rod. It is well known that fishermen can catch everything except fish, and so, as a fisherman himself, Feng sought to draw forth magical materials unique to the Forbidden Forest from the water. With a swift flick of his rod, the bare hook soared into the air, only to vanish into the void rather than plunge into the water. As he cast the hook, his spirit consciousness attached itself to the fishing rod, allowing him to perceive the immediate surroundings of the hook, albeit with limited clarity, similar to gazing through a glass pane on a rainy day. With this mindset, Feng maneuvered the hook to swim through the Forbidden Forest. To his surprise, as he guided the hook past a grove, it appeared to snag something, yet he could discern nothing in the vicinity through the hook's connection. Astonishingly, it was a tuft of unicorn hair, and quite a substantial amount at that, sufficient to weave a bracelet. With a chuckle, Feng pondered whether the hook had caught it while passing through the unicorn's habitat or during a close encounter. Regardless, he collected the hair and cast the hook once more into the depths. So much unicorn hair. As soon as Feng cast the fishing hook, he noticed a flurry of silver-white hair dancing in the wind. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed the hook towards it. Meanwhile, in his office, Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something darting towards him and entangling itself in his white beard. Chapter 40, Dumbledore, where's my beard? Feeling his beard ensnared by an unknown force, Dumbledore's mind was instantly filled with questions. He was Dumbledore, a figure so formidable that even the Dark Lord of the magical realm dared not invade Hogwarts lightly. Yet now, someone dared to tug at his whiskers. This was utterly unacceptable. Before Dumbledore could finish his thoughts, he was abruptly interrupted by a sharp pain. He watched helplessly as a significant portion of his long, snow-white beard was whisked away, swiftly vanishing into the void. Who was behind this prank? Feeling the sting on his chin and fueled by a rage he had not experienced in a long time, Dumbledore sprang to his feet. Sensing her master's fury, the Phoenix Fox immediately perked up, her keen eyes scanning the surroundings, eager to identify the audacious individual who dared to offend her master. She longed to reduce the culprit to ashes. As Dumbledore raged with his wand, engaging in a battle of wits with the air, Feng, seated by the lake, pondered the white fur in his hand. Though it possessed considerable magical energy, it was certainly not unicorn hair, and it felt oddly familiar. Time had slipped by for nearly half a day, yet the materials he sought remained elusive, causing Feng to feel a twinge of urgency. Once more, he cast the fishing hook, pouring all his celestial energy into it. In an instant, he found his field of vision expanding dramatically, from half a meter to a radius of 7 or 8 meters, with clarity soaring as well. If the previous image quality was akin to 360p, it now approached at least 720p, filling Feng with delight. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a snow-white creature with a horn lying on the ground. It was a deceased unicorn. The moment he laid eyes on the fallen unicorn, Feng's heart raced with exhilaration, for this legendary creature, emblematic of purity, was a treasure trove in itself. As for the curses associated with unicorns, Feng mused that, compared to the curses within the cultivation system and witchcraft, they were hardly noteworthy. Though it seemed unbelievable, this was the reality. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that the fishing hook and line seemed eerily familiar. Could it be an illusion? Armed with deep suspicion, Dumbledore hastily sought out Snape, for only he possessed the finest hair restoration potion. After all, Dumbledore's most pressing concern was not to uncover the identity of the prankster, but to restore the significant section of his beard that severely affected his image. A few minutes later, Dumbledore arrived at Snape's potions room. However, in his haste, he was unaware that two shadowy figures, displaying expressions of astonishment, were trailing behind him. Upon entering the potions room, Snape was startled to see Dumbledore, whose usually immaculate white beard was now conspicuously missing a significant patch. "Professor Dumbledore, what has happened?" Snape exclaimed, his face reflecting shock. Without hesitation, Dumbledore recounted the peculiar incident that had befallen him and expressed his urgent need for a hair growth potion. As Snape absorbed the news that Dumbledore's beard had been forcibly removed in his own office, his countenance grew grave. Being a colleague of Dumbledore, he held a certain understanding of the latter's formidable abilities. The fact that such a powerful wizard could be ambushed in his own quarters raised alarming concerns. "Do you think it might have been that individual?" Snape asked, his tone heavy with apprehension. Dumbledore, sensing Snape's rising tension, waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for alarm. I felt no malice from the assailant, and their current capabilities have diminished significantly. Based on my understanding of them, they lack the strength to achieve such a feat, so you need not worry. As for who is responsible, I have my suspicions, but it is a matter I will handle." With Dumbledore's reassurance, Snape found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he resolved to be more vigilant regarding Harry's safety. After all, he was Lily's child. Upon exiting Snape's potions room, Dumbledore's beard had regained its fullness, though a discerning eye might still notice the subtle difference. Indeed, as he emerged, his beard appeared slightly longer and denser than before, yet it was not overtly noticeable unless one looked closely. Coincidentally, Feng had closely observed Dumbledore's beard. Thus, when he returned from the Black Lake, laden with treasures, and exchanged pleasantries with Dumbledore, a sudden realization struck him regarding the tuft of white hair nestled within his spatial ring. "Oh dear, it seems I'm in trouble again," he thought, attempting to feign nonchalance as he brushed past Dumbledore, heading toward the dormitory. Just as the two had walked about 2 meters apart, with Feng contemplating how best to eradicate the incriminating evidence, Dumbledore's voice suddenly pierced the air behind him. "Mr. Yi, has my beard been reduced to ashes and scattered in the Black Lake?" This inquiry froze Feng in place, who had believed he had narrowly escaped. Turning to face Dumbledore, he found the headmaster regarding him with a knowing look, prompting Feng to swallow hard. "Professor Dumbledore, I can explain. It wasn't me. You see, I am merely an 11-year-old child, and it is quite natural for someone of my age to enjoy play. However, my preferences may be somewhat unique, as I have a particular fondness for fishing." Upon hearing Feng's words, Dumbledore remained silent, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at him, which sent a shiver down Feng's spine. "Professor Dumbledore, you must believe me. I truly had no intention of catching your beard. I thought it was a unicorn horn, and I only raised my rod because I felt a tug. I had no idea that it was your beard. Professor Dumbledore, you know me well. Although I often engage in behavior that diverges from that of my peers, even occasionally disruptive, such as adding chili to your meals or smearing mustard on your beloved desserts, I'm not a bad student. It must have been the creature from the Black Lake. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore, consider this. How could a first-year wizard like myself possibly master a spell as complex as apparition? It must have been some mischief from the lake's monster." At this moment, the Black Lake itself might have felt quite aggrieved. Despite its name, the water was remarkably clear, devoid of any darkness. Yet now, an enormous black pot loomed over it, and if it could not clear its name, it would indeed live up to its ominous title. As Feng desperately sought to absolve himself, Dumbledore suddenly chuckled, for in that instant, he comprehended a profound truth. Previously, Dumbledore had harbored doubts about Feng, suspecting he might be an ancient being who had usurped this youthful form through some sorcery, due to Feng's adult-like demeanor and perspective. However, the childlike blame-shifting exhibited by Feng dispelled those notions entirely. Indeed, while Feng's thoughts and actions were distinct from those of his contemporaries, he remained, at heart, a child, albeit a more mature one than his peers. Recognizing this, Dumbledore found himself less irritated, for the loss of a handful of his beard was a small price to pay for such significant information. When Feng witnessed Dumbledore's laughter, he felt a chill run down his spine. To be honest, Feng was unafraid of Dumbledore's displeasure or potential punishment. Any punishment would signify the conclusion of the matter, and thus he feared nothing. However, the unexpected laughter that followed his explanation was somewhat unsettling. "Professor Dumbledore, I was wrong. Please punish me. I promise not to fish by the Black Lake for an entire month. Can you forgive me?" With trepidation, Feng cautiously raised his gaze to Dumbledore. "While your admission is somewhat commendable, given your repeated transgressions and the serious repercussions of this incident, I have decided to assign you the task of teaching Harry and the others how to fish, but you shall not touch the fishing rod yourself. Yi Feng, oh no. What is meant by shrimp and pig heart? For an angler, this is precisely what it signifies. Thus, after a brief moment of anger, Yi Feng swiftly regained his composure, his ability to change expressions so rapidly that even Dumbledore felt a twinge of apprehension. Was this punishment perhaps a tad lenient for the little fellow? However, Dumbledore was no tyrant, and he promptly summoned Yi Feng, instructing him to procure enough ingredients for the entire Hogwarts dinner within an hour before the meal and to take charge of its preparation. Such a demand might seem daunting to others, but for Yi Feng, it posed no challenge whatsoever. Therefore, after merely half an hour, he successfully reeled in his catch, leaving Dumbledore utterly astonished, ultimately realizing his own lack of experience and marveling at the bountiful resources of the Black Lake. In preparation for the evening meal, Yi Feng completed the charm potion assigned by Snape during the afternoon potions class in just 10 minutes before tirelessly crafting various seasonings, resulting in his expulsion from the potions classroom after only half an hour. It is well known that Chinese cuisine often employs a plethora of seasonings, some of which can be quite pungent. Moreover, since Yi Feng intended to avoid complications for himself, he planned to prepare a barbecue for dinner, leading to the creation of seasonings that were delightfully spicy and aromatic. Fortunately, the preparation of these seasonings did not necessitate confinement to the potions classroom, and by the time night fell, Yi Feng had completed everything. In the dining hall, seated at the head of the table, Dumbledore noticed Yi Feng nodding at him, prompting him to clear his throat before gently tapping his spoon against the glass in front of him. With Dumbledore's gesture, a plethora of processed ingredients appeared on the dining table, accompanied by several roaring charcoal grills. Mr. Yi Feng, could you elucidate why tonight's dinner consists solely of processed raw ingredients? Dumbledore inquired. Hearing this question, Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, as barbecuing was not an unusual practice in Western countries. However, upon seeing the processed ingredients skewered, including chicken feet and wings, he suddenly comprehended the situation. This method, known as kebabs, allows one to simply take whatever they desire and place it on the charcoal grill. As long as one pays attention to the cooking time and applies seasonings according to personal preference, it becomes a delightful feast. While they were indeed familiar with barbecuing, this particular style was a first for them. Yet, as they imitated Yi Feng, grilling their favorite foods and taking a bite, the dining hall quickly filled with the sizzling sounds of fat rendering. How delightful! Dumbledore exclaimed, surprised by the unexpectedly delectable aroma of the seemingly meatless chicken wings. With a tentative bite of the golden wings Yi Feng had prepared, he instantly succumbed to the exquisite flavors. I have made my decision. Henceforth, Hogwarts shall indulge in a barbecue once a month. Long live Headmaster Dumbledore. As Dumbledore concluded his spontaneous announcement, a profound silence enveloped the entire dining hall, akin to the stillness before a storm. Yet, in the very next moment, a cacophony of cheers erupted, nearly shaking the rafters of the room. At that instant, a culinary marvel from a mysterious ancient land captured the hearts of Hogwarts, effortlessly achieving a feat that even the most formidable Dark Lords of history had failed to accomplish. Chapter 42. Yi Feng. Blowing the ceiling off for ventilation, it is well known that barbecue stalls are typically situated in open-air venues, as the fats from the meat, whether naturally occurring or brushed onto it, invariably drip onto the charcoal below. This interaction with the charcoal can yield two distinct outcomes. When the dripping fat meets a sufficiently vigorous flame, it ignites and is rapidly consumed. However, if the flame is too weak, the fat fails to ignite, instead charring and releasing acrid smoke. Regardless of whether the fat burns or not, it ultimately produces smoke. In a bustling restaurant, the numerous barbecue grills generated a thick haze of smoke, infused with a medley of spices and the sharp scent of chili powder being seared, a combination not easily tolerated by the average person, leading to a chorus of coughs throughout the hall. Yi Feng, taken aback by the restaurant's seemingly grand size, yet poor ventilation, found himself at a loss for an immediate solution. However, upon glancing up at the ceiling reflecting the night sky, an epiphany struck him. If the ceiling obstructed the escape of smoke, then perhaps it would be best to eliminate it altogether. Realizing his own brilliance, he felt a surge of self-congratulation. With this thought in mind, Yi Feng handed a skewer of grilled delights to Hermione and relinquished his position, allowing Harry and Ron to partake in the culinary endeavor themselves, while he navigated through the lively crowd towards the exit. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, relishing his meal at the head of the table, raised an eyebrow upon noticing Yi Feng's departure. Just then, he overheard a conversation that captured his attention. It is commonly understood that barbecues foster a lively atmosphere, and once the chatter began, it was easy for secrets to spill forth. At that moment, George and Fred were animatedly sharing juicy gossip with those around them. Honestly, we're telling the truth. We saw Dumbledore's beard was missing a considerable chunk. It was utterly shocking. We followed him all the way to Professor Snape's potions room, they exclaimed. You can't imagine how astounding Dumbledore looked at that moment. Alas, we didn't have a camera. Otherwise, we would have captured it for posterity. It was an unprecedented sight of Dumbledore, undoubtedly a collector's item of immense value. Dumbledore, visibly perturbed, interjected, "There's no need for that." His dismay grew as he realized how fortunate he was that these two mischief-makers had no camera in hand. It seemed that before the legacy of his illustrious name could be tarnished by Feng, it might have already been compromised by these two rascals. If this matter were entrusted to others, perhaps they would falter. However, the two young scamps from the Weasley family are undoubtedly capable of accomplishing it. Upon hearing that they had left no evidence, Dumbledore exhaled a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, he froze. For these two rascals were adamantly proclaiming the truth while pointing at his beard, brandishing a copy of the Daily Prophet. "Look," they exclaimed. "The photograph of Headmaster Dumbledore on this newspaper was taken just a few days ago. Now, compare it with the current state of his beard. Doesn't it seem longer and denser now? Moreover, upon closer inspection, one can observe that the cluster of hair in the middle is not only significantly thicker than the sides, but also appears darker." Dumbledore exclaimed, "You too? Cease this at once." Huh? Initially intending to use this strand of grass to conceal his beard, Dumbledore was suddenly captivated by the aroma of the chives, leading to a scene that left Hogwarts students and even Professor McGonagall utterly astounded. There, the usually dignified Dumbledore sat, squinting with delight, chewing on a tuft of grass like a goat, clearly relishing the flavor. While everyone was left in shock, Feng had already ascended to the upper reaches of the dining hall. Gazing at the expansive ceiling, he found himself momentarily perplexed. Detonating the roof would pose no challenge for him, and ensuring that the explosion did not affect those below was equally manageable. The true difficulty lay in demolishing the roof while preserving the structural integrity of the building. As for the issue of shielding from the elements post-explosion, that was a trivial concern for Feng. Perhaps he could simply reinforce the main structure. Thus, even if the roof were destroyed, the foundation would remain unaffected due to the fortifications. Without hesitation, Feng resolved to act promptly. He retrieved a brush and a small bucket from his belongings. Reinforcement would require the gathering of substantial earth elemental energy, and to withstand the impact, an infusion of metal elements and the establishment of automatic energy replenishment would be necessary. Upon reflection, it seemed he would require quite a few items. It appeared he would need to invest substantially. As he pondered, Feng continuously retrieved various materials from his spatial ring: crimson cinnabar, mithril, earth elemental crystals, adding them in generous quantities. After ensuring that he had gathered enough, he surveyed his surroundings and noted that no one was watching, prompting him to procure several handfuls of soil from his spatial ring. Although he did not slay the unicorn, the disappearance of its body along with the soil it once rested upon could raise suspicions. Should anyone discover these items in his possession, he would find it impossible to provide a satisfactory explanation. Thus, it was wise to exercise caution. Naturally, it was not imperative to use unicorn blood, but at present, this was the only viable source of mythical creature blood he possessed, so he had no choice but to proceed with it. When all the materials were gathered, Feng blended them thoroughly before placing the paintbrush on the ground and retrieving his wand. However, the wand served merely as a facade. It was his formidable spiritual awareness that he employed this time, under the control of Feng's powerful consciousness. The paintbrush unleashed a series of ethereal afterimages that danced around the entire building. In truth, Dumbledore, within the restaurant, noticed the paintbrush but dismissed it as a mere act of juvenile vandalism. Had he comprehended the gravity of the situation, he would have intervened without hesitation. As Dumbledore pondered whether to cancel the monthly barbecues due to the unbearable smoke, a tremendous roar erupted from above. Upon glancing at the ceiling, he was left utterly stunned. Where has my magnificent ceiling gone? Chapter 43. I've exploded, and I've repaired it again. With a thunderous explosion, the ceiling of the Hogwarts dining hall soared into the sky, quickly becoming a mere speck before vanishing entirely. Approximately an hour later, the alarm for an attack at Azkaban sounded, as they had been struck by a rooftop. Fortunately, due to the presence of Dementors guarding Azkaban, there were no casualties. On the other hand, Feng surveyed the now empty ceiling of the restaurant, which remained structurally intact and even appeared more robust than before. He nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. Now, I merely need to arrange the true starry sky ceiling. Murmuring to himself, Feng guided the paintbrush along with a small bucket, still containing some of the materials for the drawing of the magical array, beginning his work anew. Blowing off the roof was merely the first step. He needed to set up magical formations to seal the dome. Otherwise, the students dining below would be adversely affected by inclement weather. The dome would likely be repaired by the next day, so Feng intended to install glass atop it. This task was quite simple for him. He only needed to draw a few isolation arrays on the roof. This way, the dome would not only be a genuine transparent starry sky, but would also repel rain, allowing sunlight in while keeping the elements out. However, just as Feng commenced his work, a scowling Dumbledore appeared before him. "Mr. Feng, could you elucidate what you are doing? If your explanation does not satisfy Hogwarts, you shall repair the roof yourself." Seeing Dumbledore's displeasure, Feng hastily replied, "Headmaster Dumbledore, do you not think the restaurant's ventilation is somewhat inadequate? Our barbecue has only just begun, and the smoke is already unbearable. I am merely providing some fresh air for my fellow students." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's expression darkened further. "You mean to say you tore off the roof for ventilation?" Noticing a shift in Dumbledore's demeanor from dark to pale, Feng quickly added, "In truth, it was not solely for ventilation. Beyond that necessity, I found the previous faux starry ceiling rather unsatisfactory, so I resolved to dismantle it and create a genuine one. Rest assured, Professor Dumbledore, the magical array is nearly complete. Once it is finished, not only will you have a genuine starlit ceiling, allowing you to behold the celestial sky in real time, but you will also be free from the worries of inclement weather. In times of urgency, you could even ascend directly from the rooftop. Of course, any professor at Hogwarts can seamlessly enter the dining hall from outside the roof." Upon hearing Feng's words, Dumbledore's face, which was nearly ashen, gradually returned to its normal hue. It was at this moment that he discerned the profound intricacies of the runes being inscribed by the brush, so complex that even he could comprehend only a fraction of them, leaving him utterly astonished. "Feng, might you share where you acquired this knowledge? I doubt any instructor at our school has imparted such teachings to you." Dumbledore's confidence stemmed from the fact that even he had never studied such matters, leading him to ponder how anyone else at the school could possibly grasp them. Observing Dumbledore's suddenly serious expression, Feng nonchalantly replied, "I learned it myself at the library. Those texts were rather challenging. It took me an entire week to comprehend them all." "A week?" Dumbledore exclaimed, his jaw dropping in disbelief. He momentarily forgot that the tomes Feng referenced were only found in the restricted section, for the situation was simply too incredible. After all, he had devoted a month to painstakingly study and barely scratched the surface of understanding. What a remarkable prodigy! Unbeknownst to Feng, Dumbledore's thoughts about him were filled with admiration. To Feng, the magical arrays were not particularly difficult, having previously encountered numerous cultivation formations through the system. He found these arrays to be mere child's play in comparison, given that some of those formations span the size of a massive city. While he had indeed learned a considerable amount, his current lack of various materials limited him to setting up only a spirit-gathering array, as his stock of materials could not support anything more elaborate. Despite appearing unassuming as a cultivator, Feng possessed a wealth of knowledge. However, his financial constraints prevented him from showcasing much of it. Furthermore, as this was a magical realm, many materials differed from those he was accustomed to in cultivation, necessitating experimentation to understand their applications. Stunned into silence, Dumbledore struggled to find words as Feng continued to inscribe the magical array, enveloping the rooftop in a momentary stillness. Nevertheless, Feng's pace was remarkably swift, and within a minute, a brilliant radiance emanated softly from the roof. "All right, from now on, our dining hall will have a true starlit ceiling," Feng announced. Dumbledore swiftly turned to gaze at the now translucent roof, faint traces still visible, his eyes gleaming with delight. It appeared that next year, Hogwarts would have yet another enchanting feature to attract young witches and wizards, and the monthly barbecue gatherings need not be cancelled. Although Feng had uprooted the roof, he indeed managed to restore it. While the roof may no longer be visible, its existence remained undeniable. Thus Feng faced no punishment. However, the following day, when Dumbledore perused the Daily Prophet and learned that Azkaban had been assaulted by a roof, his heart skipped a beat. Upon spotting the remarkably familiar roof depicted in the newspaper, several dark lines appeared above his head. This fellow certainly had a knack for trouble. Yet, given the considerable distance and the fact that roofs of this nature were not exclusive to Hogwarts, it was unlikely that anyone could deduce its origin. Thanks to the inspiration from the earlier incident involving the roof explosion and the subsequent drawing of the magical array, Feng finally discerned the perfect gifts to present to Zhang Qiu's family and Harry's entourage, lacking the materials to forge artifacts or potions, and being only partially acquainted with the properties of various ingredients. he resolved to craft talismans instead. Naturally, these gifts would not be the ordinary disposable talismans drawn on yellow paper. He intended to create reusable jade and peach talismans. Little did Feng realize that this fleeting moment of brilliance would lead to the emergence of a new sect at Hogwarts, the Talisman Sect. Chapter 44, The Talisman Teachings. While Hermione was undeniably intelligent, with a commendable reservoir of knowledge and magical prowess, the presence of the burdensome Harry and Ron inevitably placed her in peril. Thus, he decided to craft a protective talisman for her, permitting up to 10 uses. As for Harry, this fellow's insatiable curiosity and audacious spirit often led him into perilous situations. Although he was not a top scholar, his academic performance was respectable, so Feng opted for a 3-use protection talisman, which would suffice in emergencies. Neville, on the other hand, exhibited a rather timid disposition. While Feng could assist him temporarily, he ultimately needed to learn resilience and defiance. Hence, a luck-enhancing talisman was deemed appropriate, hoping it would bring him better fortune in the future. However, Ron posed a bit of challenge. While choices for others, including Neville and even Dumbledore, were straightforward, selecting a talisman for Ron proved difficult. Much like Harry, Ron had a penchant for reckless behavior and was known for speaking without a filter, making him a prime candidate for danger without the protagonist's aura. Additionally, he was a lackluster student, even with the scholarly influences of Feng and Hermione surrounding him. Feng found himself at a crossroads. Should he opt for a talisman to enhance Ron's academic performance or a protective one akin to Harry's? Ultimately, he decided to craft a talisman similar to Harry's for simplicity, leaving the outcomes of exams to fate. Very well, it was time to consider gifts for the teachers. Although Feng was not intimately acquainted with most of the faculty aside from Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape, he believed that all should be treated equally. Therefore, he prepared gifts for each teacher, ensuring that even Hagrid was not overlooked. At this moment, Feng suddenly recalled that although he was unable to venture outside or shop online, he could write to Zhang Xiu's parents for assistance in purchasing items on his behalf. Fortunately, Feng's owl, despite its diminutive size, possessed impressive capabilities. Thus, during the following day's meal, the students of Hogwarts were astounded to witness a small creature with a wingspan of merely 20 centimeters, swiftly entering the dining hall while clutching an assortment of items taller than most adults. Whose companion is that? How remarkably brave! One student exclaimed. Did you all really team up? With a sudden realization, Zhang Xiu explained, Feng's mother was classmates with mine, so he is temporarily residing at our home. By the way, our house is half and half, meaning we live in the Muggle world. You're all welcome to visit us. After Feng and his friends departed, on the night of Christmas Eve, Harry and his companions received the gifts Feng had sent them. In addition to Feng's presents, they also received gifts from others. For instance, Harry was gifted back the invisibility cloak by Dumbledore. With the cloak in hand, Harry and Ron reveled in their nighttime escapades around the school, exuding a sense of audacity. Meanwhile, as they roamed the grounds in search of knowledge, Feng and Zhang Xiu made their way to Hermione's residence. To Feng's surprise, he discovered that Hermione's family was quite affluent, far wealthier than Zhang Xiu's. This was primarily due to Hermione's father being a dentist, whose income is renowned to be among the highest within the medical profession in Western countries. Feng, Ron mentioned that you possess the ability to create a marvelous artifact. Could you craft a few for us? We could trade you our trinkets in exchange, the Weasley twins proposed. Feng, taken aback by their request, was puzzled, as he had never fashioned any extraordinary artifacts. His confusion deepened when they presented a small, broken jade talisman the size of 2 fingers. Upon seeing the shattered talisman in George's hand, Feng was astounded. This talisman was capable of withstanding 3 lethal attacks, and if the assault were not fatal, it could endure nearly 10 severe injuries. Yet, such a protective amulet had crumbled within days of use. Feng could hardly fathom what its owner had encountered during that time. As to why Feng referred to the talisman's owner rather than Ron, it was because he was uncertain whether Ron or the Weasley twins had carried it. However, he leaned towards the belief that it was Ron, as it seemed his 2 brothers had not remained at school. Driven by a profound curiosity, Feng declined the twins' request and asked them to lead him to Ron. When he finally found Ron, he was utterly stunned to see him lying in a hospital bed, nearly swathed like a mummy, with another figure beside him resembling a mummy of Harry. Can you enlighten me on how you managed to sustain such injuries while carrying the talisman I provided you? I'm exceedingly curious. Upon hearing Feng's words, Ron's gaze faltered and he turned his head away. Sighing in exasperation, Harry explained. The situation is as follows. After you both departed, I happened to discover a book concerning the Philosopher's Stone in the restricted section. Feng, Understanding the implications without needing further elaboration could only remark on the undeniable incompetence of the two who had managed to transform a critical, life-saving artifact into a mere shield. Truly, they were the proverbial burdens of the legendary Hermione. You two are quite the talents, Yi Feng mused, at a loss for words regarding their actions. Ron, sensing the gravity of the conversation, quickly interjected, Yi Feng, we acknowledge our recklessness. However, if you could spare us a couple more talismans, we assure you we would succeed. A couple more? Yi Feng retorted incredulously. Do you have any idea of the value of that talisman? Let me clarify. The jade used for crafting these talismans alone is worth 500 pounds. With a hint of sarcasm, he added, I no longer possess the jade talismans. But would you care for the yellow paper talismans that can only be used once? Yes. The Weasley brothers and Harry responded almost in unison, and at that moment, Yi Feng realized that the talismans he had casually crafted were indeed quite valuable. Perhaps he should consider selling them, as the materials from the Forbidden Forest were plentiful. Not only defensive talismans, but other types could also be marketed. The diamond talismans, lightness talismans, and swift talismans could be of interest to Quidditch players, while invisibility talismans, wall-penetrating talismans, and binding talismans could appeal to those who enjoyed nocturnal escapades. As for the Ravenclaw scholars, who preferred the tranquility of reading, he could offer them clarity talismans and concentration talismans. Chapter 45. A shift in narrative. Hey, have you heard? That timid Gryffindor received a diamond talisman from Yi Feng. Guess what happened next? Spill it. I detest those who leave half the story untold. Indeed, Riddlers should leave Hogwarts. I only heard this, mind you. It is said that there was a Hufflepuff who delights in leaving stories unfinished. One day, as usual, he left a classmate in suspense, and the following day, he walked around with a rather awkward gait, seemingly terrified at the sight of male classmates. The one who enjoyed withholding information widened his eyes in shock, as a chill ran down his spine. He was indeed a Hufflepuff. I must speak. I must, he exclaimed. As you all know, Malfoy from Slytherin enjoys tormenting that forgetful Gryffindor. This morning was no different, and as he was harassing the forgetful lad, guess what? That very boy happened to be in possession of a diamond talisman. The ensuing chaos was nothing short of brutal. Have you ever witnessed a carriage speedily colliding with a person? The scene bore a striking resemblance to that. You all know my father is a surgeon, so I possess a modicum of knowledge on the matter. From a slightly concave chest of Malfoy, it was evident that he had at least 3 broken ribs, and the fractured bones must have pierced his internal organs. Such an injury, in a world devoid of magical potions, could prove fatal before even reaching a hospital. Are you suggesting that they were all struck by that forgetful Longbottom? Indeed, and after investigating the scene, it appears he only collided once. Hiss! Upon hearing this, the surrounding listeners collectively gasped, for if this were true, the implications of a shield charm were rather terrifying. If the shield charm were to be combined with the swiftness charm previously utilized by George, the Gryffindor Quidditch player. Gulp! This revelation caused those present to swallow nervously, exchanging glances before they unanimously declared, I just remembered something urgent I must attend to. A few minutes later, outside their classroom, Anthony, what are you doing here? I was just about to ask you the same. Wait, ISNT that would? Is he holding the rumored talisman? By Merlin, it truly is. That fellow is faster than us. This is absolutely intolerable. Minutes later, after bidding farewell to several upperclassmen, Yi Feng let out a resigned sigh. As the demand increased, the galleons in his pocket multiplied swiftly. However, the incessant stream of students seeking to purchase from him became somewhat bothersome, particularly since he was not in need of galleons. Yet, the hopeful gazes of his classmates and older girls made him feel soft-hearted. Perhaps he should enlist Ron and his friends to assist with sales. This would not only grant him some peace, but also provide a buffer should Dumbledore decide to investigate later. Of course, Yi Feng's consideration of enlisting Ron was not solely because they enjoyed creating mischief and could help shoulder the blame. Another reason lay in the fact that the Weasley family's financial situation was rather precarious. If Ron helped sell, it might provide some much-needed supplemental income. When Yi Feng approached Ron with this idea, Ron was somewhat reluctant, as he deemed it unkind to resell his good friend's belongings, especially when Yi Feng suggested a 20% markup. Yi Feng was somewhat surprised by Ron's refusal, yet he felt a sense of happiness. He then turned to seek out their older brother, Percy Weasley. Initially, Yi Feng intended to approach the twins, but hesitated, realizing that entrusting his talismans to them would likely result in their swift consumption before any sales could be made. Percy, being the more mature and responsible brother, considered Yi Feng's suggestion with a complex expression, but ultimately agreed. Thank you. I assure you, the Weasleys will not forget your friendship. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng recognized that Percy had discerned his ulterior motive, yet he did not dwell on it, considering it merely a matter of convenience. However, the ensuing developments exceeded Yi Feng's expectations, as the atmosphere at Hogwarts took a decidedly unexpected turn. No, it is no longer a mere deviation. The entire atmosphere has transformed. There exists a notion known as the celebrity effect, and the Weasley family is notably renowned within Hogwarts, if not throughout the entire magical realm. Thus, when Percy Weasley, the exceptionally honest outlier of the Weasley clan, began selling the talismans crafted by Yi Feng, a frenzy ensued, compelling Yi Feng to toil for 3 consecutive days to barely keep pace with the demand. The consequences of this substantial supply of talismans manifested swiftly. As Yi Feng walked along the school corridors, he would occasionally catch a fleeting glimpse of someone vanishing, though he could still hear the muffled yelps of pain emanating from some obscure corner, likely the result of an inexperienced user of the apparition charm colliding during a turn. Of course, thanks to his good classmates, Yi Feng found himself summoned to the office 3 times in recent days. The reason being that Filch had been mercilessly tormented by Gryffindor students utilizing the invisibility cloak until dawn. And since these individuals not only purchased the cloak, but also the wall-passing charm, Filch was utterly incapable of catching them. However, the most unfortunate were not Filch, but rather the ghosts within the academy. They were so terrified by those employing the invisibility cloak and similar talismans that they no longer dared to venture out at night, and even during the day. They avoided the darker corners of the castle. Snape was also quite irate, as students had taken to affixing talismans onto themselves during potions class, enabling the previously unruly students to comprehend his instructions. Yet, that was not what truly vexed him. When the Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin commenced 2 days later, Yi Feng found himself utterly astounded. Have you ever witnessed a group of players adorned with the invulnerability talisman, charging forth on their broomsticks equipped with the apparition charm and barreling through the air like missiles, entirely disregarding the quaffle in their singular pursuit of knocking the opposing team off their brooms? Chapter 46, Dumbledore, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Like the sudden arrival of spring, 1,000 trees bloom with pear blossoms. Yi Feng felt a similar sensation, astonished that within a mere 2 or 3 days, the ambience of Hogwarts had shifted so dramatically. He could hardly believe that his talismans had seamlessly integrated into every facet of life at Hogwarts in such a short span. Some individuals had even grown so lethargic that they deemed cleaning unnecessary, as a simple application of a dust-proof talisman could ensure their rooms remained immaculate. Were it not for Yi Feng's awareness that he was indeed within Hogwarts, he might have thought he had stumbled into a sect devoted to talismanic practices in a realm of cultivation. Moreover, due to the undeniable efficacy of the talismans and Yi Feng's sense of fairness, charging merely the cost of materials plus a modest fee, the price of each talisman had dropped to an astonishingly affordable 1 sickle, only slightly more than a bag of snacks. Consequently, many individuals preferred to rely on them rather than invest time in learning magic. Witnessing this situation, Yi Feng realized the predicament he was in. Therefore, after hastily producing a large batch of talismans overnight, he resolutely instructed Percy Weasley to make one last profit before ceasing operations. However, it was slightly too late. Percy Weasley's batch of talismans was only half sold before Dumbledore intervened. When Yi Feng received the news, he was far from flustered, for it was always Percy Weasley who peddled the charms. He regarded himself merely as a heartless charm-drawing machine. Disturbances within the school held no relevance for him. However, it soon became evident that Yi Feng was perhaps a tad too naive, or perhaps Dumbledore simply knew him too well. Almost instinctively, as if foreseeing the impending chaos caused by the million charms in Percy Weasley's stock, Dumbledore utilized apparition to arrive at Yi Feng's dormitory. Yi Feng, do you wish to bring ruin upon Hogwarts and obliterate the future of the wizarding world? Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Yi Feng's mind was instantly filled with questions, as the statement seemed rather perplexing. Although he had indeed caused Dumbledore a modicum of trouble, it hardly warranted the destruction of Hogwarts. Observing the confusion in Yi Feng's eyes, Dumbledore fell silent for a moment before seizing him with apparition and transporting them to the warehouse housing Percy Weasley's charms. When Yi Feng beheld the neatly categorized stacks of charms, he felt an awkward pang of embarrassment. Do I truly possess the capacity to create so many charms? Headmaster Dumbledore, are you certain these are all my creations? I recall not producing nearly this many. Dumbledore, exhaling a resigned sigh at Yi Feng's unembellished honesty, replied, who else at Hogwarts possesses the knowledge to craft these? Furthermore, Mr. Yi Feng, you grossly underestimate your own abilities. Are these truly all my creations? Despite Dumbledore's sound reasoning, Yi Feng remained skeptical and turned to Percy Weasley for confirmation. Indeed, you are the one who crafted all of these. I have been diligently transporting your completed charms from your dormitory at midnight and dawn. Otherwise, by the following morning, your room would be overflowing with them. Yifeng was taken aback. So I admit it, as long as I have acknowledged it. I suppose we must now discuss the serious repercussions your actions have had on the school. Setting aside the mischief involving Mr. Filch, which was merely a harmless prank. The true threat to the school, and indeed the entire wizarding realm, arose from the fact that your charms are exceedingly effective and remarkably inexpensive. Mr. Yifeng, do you realize that because your charms are so remarkably useful and cost-effective, many young wizards have begun instinctively considering which charm to employ when confronted with a problem? This is a profoundly troubling sign, for Hogwarts is a school of magic. If one day, a wizard encounters a dilemma, and their first inclination is not to rely upon their own abilities, but rather to resort to external aids, namely, your charms, it would herald a catastrophic disaster, as you are the sole individual who comprehends the art of crafting these charms. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Yifeng contemplated deeply. The issue did not lie in the inclination to use charms. Rather, the real concern was that these individuals only understood how to utilize them without grasping the intricacies of their creation. In other words, if one day Yifeng chooses to cease the sale of talismans, the wizards who have become profoundly reliant on them will find themselves utterly bewildered. Their dependence on these talismans means that they have likely forgotten much of their magical knowledge, or perhaps never learned it at all. Should such a scenario unfold, these wizards, having lost their talismans in a moment of crisis, would face a catastrophic disaster, particularly in perilous situations. Recognizing the gravity of this issue, Yifeng fell silent. Observing his awareness, Dumbledore drew his wand and pointed it at the talismans in the cabinets. Instantly, the talismans soared into the enchanted pockets of his robe, which were imbued with a spell of infinite extension. Ah, this lad seems to have been swayed by my subtle persuasion. I must quickly gather these talismans, as they are worth a fortune in galleons, and many of them may prove invaluable in the future. However, it is imperative that this young man no longer sells talismans in large quantities, lest these novice wizards develop an unhealthy dependence that hinders their learning. Watching the talismans disappear into Dumbledore's pocket, Yifeng's heart ached. Each one was painstakingly crafted through sleepless nights, with a trace of his consciousness guiding the pen while he slumbered. Each symbol represented his toil and sweat. Dumbledore. Yifeng. Oh, how could you, Dumbledore? I never expected you to be this kind of person, greedily hoarding my hard-earned work. Those materials took great effort to collect. Percy Weasley. It's all gone. Everything is lost. My path to becoming a prefect, my burgeoning empire, all vanished. Yifeng. Dumbledore. For instance, certain underachieving Weasleys are now glued to talismans, buried in the library, because a terrifying beast known as finals is slowly approaching. Of course, whether they pass or fail is left to fate, as Dumbledore has imposed new regulations limiting students' use of talismans. That day, after seizing Yifeng's stock of talismans, Dumbledore announced a new school rule, which explicitly forbade anyone from selling or gifting more than 3 identical talismans on campus at once, and stipulated that an individual could only gift or sell 1 talisman to the same person per month. Chapter 47. Yifeng. Harem? Just kidding. Yifeng was well aware of the Philosopher's Stone and knew how to obtain it, yet he held no interest in it. The stone's abilities to transmute substances into pure gold or to concoct elixirs of immortality were of little use to him. Gold symbolizes wealth, and for Yifeng, acquiring money was effortless. A mere trifle from the items he claimed from the system would incite a frenzy in the magical community. As for Muggle currency, it was even simpler. He could easily exchange some money and invest it. Although he was uncertain whether the twin brothers still existed in this world or whether they would establish their vast commercial empires, he understood their origin story and the essence of their rise. In the knowledge of future ascendant forces and with wealth in hand, he merely needed to invest a modest sum in advance, ensuring that he would never again have to fret over financial matters. Consequently, money held little allure for Yifeng. The immense wealth represented by the Philosopher's Stone was equally unappealing to him, and the prospect of immortality was even less enticing, given that he was a cultivator. As is widely acknowledged, cultivation is a journey in pursuit of transcendence, a continuous evolution of one's life force. However, the path is fraught with challenges, demanding extensive time and effort. Thus, a cultivator's lifespan is generally extended by a minimum of 300 years upon embarking on this journey. In other words, barring unforeseen circumstances. With Yifeng's current cultivation level, as long as he refrains from self-destructive actions, he could easily live until he no longer wished to. making the elixir of immortality entirely unnecessary. Furthermore, cultivators possess the ability to concoct elixirs, many of which can enhance one's lifespan. Indeed, certain celestial potions can grant not only eternal life, but also formidable powers that allow one to command the tides and capture the stars. Therefore, although Feng was aware of the location of the Philosopher's Stone and the means to acquire it, he chose not to divulge this information to Hermione and the others, instead encouraging them to seek it out directly. Naturally, he would assist in the search, as this matter pertained to Hagrid. To uncover more information, they would need to consult him. Feng had long coveted the assortment of materials in Hagrid's possession. Fortunately, after having gifted Hagrid previously and given his amicable relationship with Harry, Hagrid was acquainted with him, albeit only superficially. To procure or trade for a substantial amount of materials, he would still need to go through Harry. Thus, when Harry donned the invisibility cloak to scour the restricted section of the library for texts related to the Philosopher's Stone, Feng, too, embarked on a rare nocturnal adventure. Unlike Harry, who had to carefully evade Filch, Feng had no need for concealment, as he was on familiar terms with the Fat Lady. Filch's method for apprehending students wandering at night relied heavily on auditory cues and light. But his greatest ally was the Fat Lady herself. Little did Filch know that she had a particular fondness for a small silver fish, no larger than a thumb, found in the Black Lake, and could consume 5 of them in one sitting. Gently stroking the Fat Lady, who was contentedly purring in his arms after a satisfying meal, Feng hurried towards the 3rd floor, eager to ascertain whether the mirror of Ariste truly reflected one's innermost desires. While Feng indulged in his affection for the cat, while seeking the mirror, Harry found himself engaged in a battle of wits with Filch, darting about in evasion. Thanks to the invisibility cloak provided by Feng, the number of students wandering the halls at night had significantly increased. Prior to the implementation of the ban, it could be said that 2 to 3 students ventured out nearly every night, thus providing Filch with abundant experience in detecting those who roamed invisibly. Unfortunately, Harry's overconfidence in his invisibility cloak led him to collide with Filch's head as soon as he stepped outside. As a result, even though Mrs. Norris quickly caught wind of the situation and rushed over, Harry found himself being pursued by Filch like a dog. In fact, Harry should feel fortunate that the oil lamps in Hogwarts do not possess sound activation. Otherwise, the illumination they would generate would render escape utterly impossible. Should I suggest to Dumbledore to implement such a feature? It could save the school a considerable sum on lamp oil and candles. The other Gryffindor students would surely express their gratitude. Ultimately, however, Harry dismissed this notion, for he was not a monster. He would spare the other Gryffindors from such a fate. Oh, is this the mirror of Ariste? As he pondered, a full-length mirror suddenly materialized before him, standing at his height. It truly appeared out of nowhere, and Harry was certain it had not been there before, as the corridor was narrow enough that one could catch sight of it with just a slight step inward. Was it intended to reveal my heart's deepest desires? Curiosity piqued. He decided to take a look. Harry was aware that Dumbledore must have placed it there, but he did not mind since his purpose for venturing out was to find this very mirror, with Mrs. Norris cradled in his arms. Harry stood before the empty mirror of Ariste, scratching his head. After gently placing Mrs. Norris on the ground, he muttered, "Is there some kind of awakening spell required? Ahem. Mirror, mirror, tell me who is the fairest in the land." Oops, sorry, wrong line. Let me try again. As soon as Harry's words faded, his own reflection began to emerge in the previously blank surface of the mirror. To his surprise, it was not his current self, but a version of himself approximately 15 or 16 years older. What does this mean? Is my greatest desire to grow up? Could this thing be malfunctioning? Perhaps I should summon Dumbledore to fix it. Just as Harry's murmur subsided, the image within the mirror of Ariste began to transform, revealing the delicate features of a charming young girl. This girl looked familiar, as if he had seen her before he could finish his thought. Several girls swiftly appeared around him in the mirror's reflection. Each girl, though distinct in her beauty, shared a common trait. Their gazes were filled with affection for him. Of course, while he might entertain such thoughts, whether they would materialize in reality remained uncertain. After all, he was merely 11 years old, and even in countries where early romantic relationships were more common, he still had several years ahead of him. He would simply wait and observe. While Harry pondered with his head bowed, Dumbledore, concealed in the shadows, wore an expression of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this young lad's innermost desire would be such. Just as Dumbledore's thoughts lingered, he was startled, for the images within the mirror of Ariste were rapidly shifting. Chapter 48. The Mirror of Ariste Television. The mirror of Ariste reveals the deepest desires of the human heart, and such profound yearnings are unlikely to change in a fleeting moment. Yet, the scene within the mirror has shifted, provoking a rare display of exasperation from Dumbledore. The enchanting beauties that once surrounded the charming Yi Feng have vanished, and he is transformed into the composed and dignified headmaster of Hogwarts. To Dumbledore's astonishment, he himself has been relegated to the role of Yi Feng's assistant. Is this boy attempting to upend the natural order? As Dumbledore contemplated the urge to confront Yi Feng, ready to reprimand him, Yi Feng regarded the mirror of Erist with indifference. Is this truly the mirror that unveils the innermost desires of the heart? I have already relinquished my thoughts, and still, it requires my active imagination to manifest them. How disappointing. However, this prompted a whimsical idea in Yi Feng's mind. Over the next half hour, Dumbledore experienced a series of shocks that left him increasingly numb. The cause was simple. Yi Feng had decided to treat the mirror of Erist as a canvas upon which to project his imaginings. During this time, he conjured grandiose scenes reminiscent of epic tales, which the mirror then vividly displayed. Before Dumbledore's eyes, he witnessed individuals adorned with designs resembling swirling jewels piloting mechs in fierce combat. Landscapes being utterly transformed with every gesture. He saw muggles operating contraptions akin to aircraft, boldly shouting commands as they unleashed beams of light that obliterated the sun. He beheld ethereal beings, seemingly floating upon swords, playing with stars as if they were mere glass beads, and other ludicrous spectacles. Unbothered by the potential for sleeplessness that night, Yi Feng reveled in his newfound pastime, enjoying a restful slumber. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at Dumbledore's residence for 150 days. In recognition of your unwavering perseverance, the system rewards you with 1 acre of celestial land. May you continue to strive and ascend to immortality. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, astonished both by the system's generosity and by the realization that he had unwittingly signed in at Dumbledore's abode for a full 150 days. This was the most delightful surprise of the day. So, Headmaster Dumbledore, no more sleeping. Rise and celebrate. In a swift motion, Yi Feng leapt to the windowsill, only to find himself face to face with a ghost clad in a white robe, disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes, and dark circles beneath those eyes, staring intently at him from less than a meter away. Dumbledore exclaimed, "This is intolerable. My resolve has solidified. Were it not for the need to uphold the dignity of my position, I would certainly deliver you a few firm punches." Observing the startled Leaf Feng darting to the windowsill, Dumbledore clenched his fists. He pondered the absurdity of his current predicament, realizing that it was not without reason that he had been mistaken for a frightful specter. How outrageous it was! Despite the tempest of indignation brewing within him, Dumbledore endeavored to uphold the dignity befitting his position as headmaster, even if such gravitas seemed to have long eluded Leaf Feng. Suppressing his ire, he spoke with measured calmness. "It is I, Dumbledore. Mr. Leaf, it is perilous up there. Please descend from the windowsill." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Leaf Feng was struck with astonishment, recognizing that the silent apparition behind him was, in fact, their headmaster, Dumbledore. The disparity between Dumbledore's current appearance and his usual demeanor left Leaf Feng profoundly shaken. "Do you believe this visage is a result of whom?" Dumbledore inquired, his voice resonating with authority. Although Leaf Feng had already discerned that the disheveled old man before him, with tousled hair and a weary countenance, was indeed Dumbledore, he cautiously examined the scene before slowly stepping down from the ledge. "Headmaster Dumbledore, have you been burning the midnight oil? Such late nights are detrimental to one's health, especially at your age, when recovery becomes increasingly arduous. It would be prudent to retire earlier in the future." After speaking, a sudden thought struck Leaf Feng. Without waiting for Dumbledore to respond, he slapped his forehead and retrieved a small jar of vibrant red substance from his spatial ring, presenting it to Dumbledore. Receiving the jar with a puzzled expression, Dumbledore asked, "What is this? Red raisins?" Upon hearing this, Leaf Feng's face broke into a radiant smile. "This is called goji berries, a nourishing herb. As the saying goes, one must take precautions in middle age. Infusing goji berries in a thermos is highly beneficial for one's health, particularly for men in certain respects." Dumbledore, who? Amidst Dumbledore's confusion, Leaf Feng swiftly made his exit. The following day, an unusual scene unfolded at Hogwarts. Their kind yet formidable headmaster, Dumbledore, was inexplicably seen holding a transparent glass cup, within which floated small red fruits. Many students witnessed their headmaster as he walked, uncapping the cup to gently blow on the fruits, savoring a sip of the steaming water. Noticing the curiosity of onlookers, Leaf Feng nodded with satisfaction, placing his hand on the mirror of Erist and declaring, "You must be wondering why I have brought a mirror here. Allow me to assure you, this is no ordinary mirror. It is the mirror of Erist. Before he could elaborate, he was interrupted in unison by Harry and Ron. With a sigh, Feng gestured for silence and continued, "Indeed, it is that very mirror said to reveal one's innermost desires. However, today, I shall not focus on its ability to unveil yearnings, but rather introduce you to another, even more remarkable capability." Feng refrained from elaborating on the nature of his abilities and instead chose to demonstrate them directly. It is important to note that not everyone possesses the perceptive prowess of Dumbledore. Thus, others were unable to witness the visions materializing within the mirror of Ariste without the aid of a minor revealing spell. What you beheld moments ago was a mere figment of my imagination. This implies that as long as one can cast aside distractions and concentrate on crafting a thought, the mirror of Ariste will manifest it. This, indeed, is one of the extraordinary capabilities of the mirror. Imagine, if each of us were to refine our past fantasies, what would emerge would be a series of spectacular films. If we were to take turns each night, we would never again need to fret over how to spend our evenings. Upon hearing this, the young wizard's eyes sparkled with excitement. Some even began contemplating enhancements to the mirror to perfect its functionality, such as the ability to synchronize sound. Encouraged by Feng, a significant number of students ventured to try it out, yielding remarkably impressive results. Some of the visions conjured were so astonishing that even Feng was taken aback. Thus, the Ares television was officially activated in the Gryffindor common room. As the young wizards gazed in awe at the silent images within the mirror, Dumbledore stared at the empty corridor, feeling somewhat disheveled. "Where's my mirror of Ariste? I possess a rather large piece of it." Chapter 49, Dumbledore, exhausted, yearning for retirement. It must be said that, in a world where entertainment is scarce, where magical diversions are even less plentiful than those in the Muggle world, the allure of the Ares television was immensely powerful for the young wizards, leading to a noticeable increase in panda-like appearances among Gryffindor students the following day. Observing this phenomenon, Feng deemed it necessary to impose some restrictions, for late-night vigils are detrimental to one's health. Their esteemed headmaster, Dumbledore, served as a cautionary example, as the heavy dark circles under his eyes took 2 days of goji berry tea to finally diminish. Naturally, Gryffindor students were reluctant to accept Feng's decision to limit the duration of their mirror of Ariste usage. However, without Feng's guidance, they were unable to access the mirror's imaging functionality, and those seeking amusement would not be content to merely observe. Thus, they ultimately acquiesced. Yet, Feng did not anticipate that by imposing time restrictions, the imaginings of these students would grow increasingly outrageous and splendid. Furthermore, rather than diminishing, their numbers swelled. When Feng noticed Zhang Xiao accompanied by a female Gryffindor student in the common room, he finally grasped the unfolding situation. However, as the saying goes, it is better to enjoy together than alone. Therefore, Feng chose to remain silent. Additionally, the other houses, owing to their distinct personalities, conjured images of a different style, yielding even more impressive results. They even invented a method for 2 individuals to use the mirror simultaneously, resulting in a split-screen effect. Thanks to the enchantment of the mirror of Ariste, Harry and his companions were momentarily distracted, casting aside thoughts of the Philosopher's Stone. However, all things have their limits, and the mirror was no exception. On this particular day, the Weasley twins whimsically transformed the mirror into a gaming device for a magical duel, with surprisingly delightful results. After their performance, Draco Malfoy proposed a seemingly reasonable, yet fundamentally unjust challenge. He wished to use the mirror to compare their magical prowess against that of Feng, with the loser publicly acknowledging their inferiority. Almost everyone at Hogwarts was aware that Feng's academic achievements far surpassed those of his peers, excelling in spells, potions, and transfiguration. In every conceivable aspect, Malfoy was destined to be outmatched. Yet, the mirror of Ariste did not require one to possess knowledge. It merely demanded the ability to envision, rendering the challenge disproportionately unfair for Feng. As a pure-blood wizard, Malfoy possessed a far greater repertoire of spells than Feng. Upon hearing Malfoy's challenge, Feng was taken aback, recognizing the inherent unfairness, especially considering Malfoy was immersed in an age of information overload, where intellectual advantage was negligible but the breadth of knowledge was overwhelmingly vast. Consequently, in terms of imagination, Feng felt unperturbed by anyone from this era. As Feng conjured an array of apocalyptic curses during the duel, not only was Malfoy astonished, but so too were the onlookers. However, the mirror had a significant flaw. It lacked an autonomous mechanism for determining victory or defeat. Thus, even though it was evident to all that Malfoy had lost, as long as he stubbornly refused to concede, the imagery would persist. Moreover, With Yifeng's performance as a benchmark, the visions conjured by Malfoy began to escalate into absurdity. Initially, there were no issues, as, even with a reference, imagining such feats posed a challenge. But as time passed, Malfoy grew increasingly adept, leading the battle scenes to become ever more grandiose and intricate, until the mirror began to smoke. It's on fire! It's on fire! Run! The alarmed cries sent nearly everyone into a panic, but as they realized it was merely the mirror emitting smoke, calmness returned. Hey, it's not on fire. Just a mirror smoking. Oh, it's not actually on fire? You gave me quite a scare. Wait, what did you say? The mirror is smoking? Yes. The mirror is indeed smoking. After a brief pause, the realization struck. The mirror is smoking. A collective outburst ensued as everyone grasped the situation. The mirror had brought them boundless joy over the past few days, and if it were to break, their happiness would vanish. Thus, the mirror of Ariste must not be allowed to falter. After the others had departed, Dumbledore, realizing something was amiss, made his way to the scene. However, upon his first glance at the Ariste mirror, he was momentarily taken aback, for he instantly discerned that the mirror was irrevocably damaged. While the Ariste mirror possessed a remarkable self-repairing ability, such a power had its limitations. It was undeniable that the spectacular duel between Feng and Malfoy had irreparably burnt out the mirror's CPU, rendering it incapable of self-repair. It required an individual to replace its core, the magical runes. Subsequently, Harry recounted the events of the past few days to Dumbledore, whose mouth gradually gaped wider, remaining ajar throughout the narration. Are you saying that you treated the Ariste mirror like a mere television? He inquired. Indeed, replied Harry. Dumbledore sighed. I am weary. Let it be destroyed. The headmaster cares not for whom it may concern. After listening to Harry's explanation, Dumbledore fell into a prolonged silence, ultimately choosing to withdraw the Ariste mirror without uttering another word. However, that very evening, all the professors were summoned to the headmaster's office for a meeting. The contents of the meeting remained a mystery to Feng and his companions. Yet the following morning, Dumbledore announced a new school rule during breakfast. As he proclaimed this new regulation, Dumbledore cast a weary glance at Feng, who appeared blissfully absorbed in slurping his meat porridge with an air of indifference. Dumbledore found himself somewhat distracted, for Feng's expression of sheer enjoyment was quite captivating. The porridge, enriched with finely chopped meat, appeared delectably appetizing. Perhaps, he mused, he might request the house elves to prepare a bowl for him to sample the next morning. Chapter 50. Feng. This is going to be something, Albus? Headmaster Dumbledore? Headmaster Dumbledore. Huh? Oh. Minerva, what if we were to incorporate some Chinese cuisine into our menu? A balanced diet would be healthier. The children cannot subsist solely on fried foods. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Professor McGonagall stared at him in astonishment for a considerable time, her mouth opening and closing several times. Yet ultimately, she said nothing, merely nodding in agreement with Dumbledore's suggestion. Thus, the students of Hogwarts soon discover a variety of new dishes appearing on the dining table each day. While engrossed in his studies of transfiguration, Feng glanced up upon hearing this exchange and remarked, Have you found any records concerning the Philosopher's Stone? Upon hearing Feng's words, not only Ron, but Harry and Hermione too, sprang to their feet in alarm. Oh no! We were so preoccupied with the Ariste mirror that we completely forgot to ask Hagrid about the Philosopher's Stone. What are you all doing? Hermione exclaimed, rushing to Feng's side, snatching the book from his hands to place it on a nearby table, and then seizing his hand to pull him to his feet. Haven't you been collecting various magical items? Hagrid is the keeper of keys and grounds. I'm certain you would find his company delightful. The nocturnal escapades had long become second nature to Feng and his companions, especially as Feng had already established a rapport with Madame Loris. Coupled with their cloaks of invisibility and stealth charms, slipping out of the castle posed no challenge for them. Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, resided near the Forbidden Forest, where magical creatures typically dwelled. However, it was widely understood that these creatures rarely ventured out, thus minimizing any potential dangers. As Feng gazed at the modest little hut, a surge of excitement filled his eyes. This unassuming abode concealed immeasurable wealth. In a magical realm, unicorn hair was predominantly sold in bundles, with a mere handful fetching no less than a galleon. Yet, Hagrid had the audacity to utilize such a precious commodity to weave carpets. Suddenly, Feng comprehended why Hogwarts, despite not charging tuition, could operate continuously and maintain such exceptional dining provisions. With the Forbidden Forest as a treasure trove, financial constraints were hardly a concern. As Feng pondered, Harry, who had been leading the way, knocked on Hagrid's door. To their surprise, Hagrid, who they anticipated would welcome them warmly, did not step aside to let them in. I'm sorry, don't take offense, but I'm not available to entertain you today, he stated. A thought flickered in Yi Feng's mind. Could it be that Hagrid's dragon egg had yet to hatch? As he contemplated this, Hagrid promptly closed the door. Harry, undeterred, called out, "We know about the Philosopher's Stone." Upon hearing this, Hagrid gasped, reopening the door and retreating inside, with Harry following closely behind. "We suspect that Snape intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone," Harry declared. This revelation shattered Harry's perception. He had never imagined that Snape, whom they had long suspected of harboring ill intentions, was actually safeguarding the stone. "Harry, I've suddenly had an idea. Could it be that Snape targeted you because he learned of your previous attempts to breach the chamber guarded by that three-headed dog?" exclaimed Hagrid. "Oh dear, have you encountered Fluffy? Little Harry, you weren't harmed, were you?" Although Fluffy is quite endearing, he poses a significant threat to ordinary wizards. As he spoke, Hagrid grasped Harry's shoulders, turning him to inspect for injuries. Seeing that Harry bore no wounds, Hagrid exhaled with relief. "Listen, you mustn't seek out Fluffy again. Apart from myself and Dumbledore, no one knows how to handle him." At this, Harry and his companions turned their gaze towards Feng, recalling the exhilarating events of that day. Just then, a metallic clanging echoed from the cauldron resting over the fireplace, and Hagrid, clad in heat-resistant gloves, approached to present a rather dull-looking egg, placing it on the table. At that moment, Feng turned his gaze towards the window. "Mr. Malfoy, does Slytherin also have a tradition of nocturnal wanderings?" His words startled Harry and the others, and their hearts sank when they heard footsteps hastily retreating. If Malfoy were to divulge their activities, they could find themselves in serious trouble. Sensing their anxiety, Feng smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. Malfoy was just at the window when I called him out. He saw nothing, nor did he hear anything." While saying this, Feng glanced at the oval object on the table that was emitting a continuous tapping sound from within. Upon hearing his words, Hagrid let out a sigh of relief. His gaze towards Feng filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Feng. I, Hagrid, will repay you." Feng chuckled at Hagrid's words. His reason for joining Harry and the others was precisely for this acknowledgement. Trembling fear. With Hagrid's resources, I, Feng, shall finally rise. Chapter 51. A Wolf Among Sheep. Crack. With a resounding shatter, the charred dragon egg burst open, and Feng beheld a winged lizard, staring at the creature, which was scarcely larger than his fist and bore a striking resemblance to the pterosaurs depicted in films. Feng found himself at a loss for words. Although he understood that dragons in Western media were often portrayed this way, he had always envisioned real dragons to be more majestic and impressive. Alas, reality dealt him a harsh blow, awakening him to the truth. A Western dragon is indeed a Western dragon, even when labeled as magical. It still bore a striking resemblance to a lizard, a far cry from the imposing and awe-inspiring dragons he had imagined. I shall no longer yearn for the extravagant depictions of dragons from cinematic lore. Even a hint of special effects would suffice. Observing the so-called Norwegian Ridgeback that Hagrid had cooked up, Feng promptly abandoned his aspiration of raising a dragon, though he was thoroughly disappointed by its appearance. He nonetheless picked up a shard of the eggshell and inquired of Hagrid, "Hagrid, may I keep these eggshells?" At that moment, all of Hagrid's attention was fixated on the newly hatched dragon, still glistening with remnants of egg fluid. Even if Feng had suggested clearing the place out, Hagrid would have unhesitatingly agreed, for he was oblivious to Feng's inquiry. Instinctively, he nodded, "Take them. These things are of no use." After responding, Hagrid suddenly realized, and while gently stroking the little dragon's head, he looked at Feng and said, "Do you need eggshells? There are quite a few varieties in the Forbidden Forest. If you require them, I can help you gather more in the future." Hearing this, Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The only eggshells that could catch Hagrid's attention were undoubtedly those of magical creatures, which, having been nurtured within their mothers for so long and subsequently hatched, were imbued with considerable magical energy. These were precisely what Feng needed. Thus, Feng promptly nodded vigorously and exclaimed, "I am most grateful to you, Hagrid. When you have accumulated a bit more, I shall return to collect it. However, I shall not take it without offering in return. Next time, I shall bring some feed for the magical creatures." At that moment, Hagrid gasped in astonishment, for his little dragon had bestowed upon him a breath of dragon fire, singeing half of his bushy beard. Yet, he remained unfazed, gazing adoringly at the creature. Observing this scene, Feng, who had intended to buy some supplies for Hagrid, wisely refrained from further interruption. After gathering the remnants of the dragon egg, he departed alongside Harry and the others, sensing that Hagrid would not be available for conversation in the near future. As they left Hagrid's hut, Feng cast a lingering glance back at the dragon, which was nuzzling its head against Hagrid's finger. Alas, it was too small to draw much blood. Perhaps it was the sound of Yi Feng's murmured thoughts, or the instinctual perception of an ominous presence that caused the little dragon to freeze momentarily, before slowly turning its gaze toward Yi Feng, who responded with a radiant smile. Yet, upon witnessing Yi Feng's devilish grin, the little dragon darted swiftly to hide behind Hagrid. Yi Feng, somewhat disappointed, turned away and followed Harry and the others out. However, in his elation over acquiring the eggshell, he overlooked a crucial detail. While Malfoy had not seen the dragon, he was aware that Yi Feng and his companions had emerged. That evening, as they encountered Professor McGonagall, who stood before them with a candle in hand, the hearts of Harry and his friends sank, for she was known to be a rather strict professor. Any infraction, regardless of one's house, would result in a loss of points. As they pondered why McGonagall was waiting for them, Malfoy emerged smugly from behind her. There existed an unwritten rule within Gryffindor. If one was not caught during a nighttime escapade, it would not be considered a violation. All the professors were aware of this unspoken understanding. They would feign ignorance, even if they knew which students were out after hours, provided those students were not caught. Unfortunately, Yi Feng and his companions, who were usually adept at evading capture, had been betrayed by Malfoy, who was also out at night. Thus, at this moment, Yi Feng and his three companions, along with the still smug Malfoy, were escorted by Professor McGonagall to the front of the classroom. Regardless of the circumstances, she reiterated, students are strictly prohibited from wandering the grounds at night. Consequently, as a penalty, you will each lose 50 points. 50 points? Ron exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Indeed, 50 points for each of you, and to ensure you do not repeat this infraction, you shall all serve detention. Malfoy interjected, wait, Professor McGonagall, did I hear you correctly? Indeed, Mr. Malfoy, you have not misheard. Although your intentions may have been commendable, you have nonetheless violated school regulations and must therefore accept the consequences. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's unwavering pronouncement, Malfoy's smile faded. Yet, as the saying goes, a smile does not vanish, it merely shifts. When Yi Feng learned that the school had reformed its policies, no longer confining students to the dungeons, but rather sending them into the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid, his grin nearly contorted into a laugh. If only you had mentioned earlier that being caught during night escapade would lead to a trip to the Forbidden Forest. Had I known, I would have bribed Mrs. Norris with fish treats and evaded Filch with my invisibility cloak, eagerly awaiting your capture each night. In fact, I would have sought you out myself to ensure you caught me. Yi Feng had long harbored a desire to explore the myriad magical creatures dwelling within the Forbidden Forest, yet lacked a legitimate reason to enter, as the forest is, in strict terms, part of Hogwarts estate. Consequently, without permission, he refrained from trespassing. However, now the situation was different. He was not venturing into the Forbidden Forest of his own volition, but was instead being punished by being sent there, leaving him blameless. As for the loss of points, Gryffindor's reputation was not merely for show. Regardless of the chaos Yi Feng and Harry caused, or the points deducted along the way, the eventual champions of the House Cup would undoubtedly be Gryffindor, for Dumbledore had pledged his support. When Filch escorted Yi Feng and his companions to Hagrid's hut, Yi Feng exhibited a sense of excitement, in stark contrast to the anxious expressions of Harry and the others. Upon Hagrid's emergence, Yi Feng did something that left everyone utterly astonished. Get out, he declared, producing a net. What on earth are you doing with that net? Yi Feng, you can't possibly intend to capture a werewolf in the Forbidden Forest with it, can you? Malfoy exclaimed incredulously, to which Yi Feng replied, looking at Malfoy as though it were obvious. Why yes, is there a problem with that? It's a pity there aren't any adult dragons in the forest. Otherwise, I would definitely catch one to study. Yi Feng's words elicited laughter from all, save for one small creature hidden within Hagrid's hut, a newborn dragon, barely 2 hours old, who understood that Yi Feng was indeed serious and not jesting. The Forbidden Forest, here I come. Chapter 52, The Wild Voldemort. The Forbidden Forest, a place strictly off-limits to students at Hogwarts due to the multitude of dangerous magical creatures it harbors, is particularly infamous for its werewolves. Thus, Harry and his companions, who had heard countless terrifying tales of the forest since their enrollment, felt a wave of trepidation as they followed Hagrid into its depths. In stark contrast, Yi Feng was unfazed. For example, when he spotted a chubby little creature with a red beak and grayish-white feathers, stubbornly emerging from beneath its parents' wings instead of resting. He gently prodded its tail with his wand for its safety. The little creature squawked in alarm. Chirp! A ghost! Its parents looked on in confusion. Chirp? To which the little one replied, chirp, 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 chirp. Mom, something invisible just poked me. The mother responded, chirp, a ghost? Chirp, 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 just go to sleep. As long as you stay under my wings, the ghost cannot harm you. Little fat Geo. Chirp, 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 chirp. How terrifying. From now on, I will never venture outside my wings while napping again. Indeed, I am a kind-hearted individual, unwilling to let even little fat Jews suffer from a cold. Is this the blood of a unicorn? Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Hagrid could not help but turn his head to glance at him and said, "Indeed, this is the blood of a unicorn. A few days ago, I discovered that a unicorn had perished, and this little creature appears to be gravely injured as well. We must hasten to locate it. Unicorns are exceptionally pure, magical beings, yet their blood possesses extraordinary properties. It can grant immortality to those who consume it, albeit at the terrible cost of becoming a cursed monster for the remainder of their days. Consequently, while many are aware that drinking unicorn blood can bestow eternal life, very few would dare to do so. Should anyone choose this path, it would undoubtedly indicate their malevolent nature. However, in order to swiftly find the injured unicorn, and given Hagrid's familiarity with the area, he was confident that they would not encounter any real danger here. Thus, he explained the situation and promptly divided Yi Feng and the others into groups. After a moment of contemplation, Hagrid assigned the seemingly more reliable Yi Feng to Harry and Malfoy's group, while he took the comparatively weaker Hermione and Ron. Yet, when Hagrid noticed Yi Feng wielding a net in one hand and a wand in the other, he realized he had misjudged the situation. With such a demeanor, Yi Feng could easily convince one that he was merely out for a picnic, which caused Hagrid to harbor a twinge of concern for Harry and his friend's safety. Nevertheless, recalling that many creatures in the Forbidden Forest recognized Harry, and some were even friendly towards him, he felt somewhat reassured. Before they parted ways, he issued a caution. The Forbidden Forest harbors numerous dangers. Remember, if you encounter any peril, do not hesitate. Run and shout loudly as you flee. I will come to your aid as swiftly as possible. Harry and Malfoy nodded earnestly at Hagrid's words, and Yi Feng also acknowledged them, though remained uncertain whether it would be they or other creatures in the forest that would be doing the running. It is often said that nighttime is when wildlife emerges, and while this holds true for ordinary animals, it does not apply to magical creatures, whose strength and intelligence generally far exceed that of mundane fauna. Thus, they do not require the cover of darkness to hunt, which greatly facilitated Yi Feng's endeavors. Is this a wild vine imbued with fire energy, aged a century? Though its species is unknown, it has been collected. There appears to be a tree snake of the same hue as the vine resting upon it, and remarkably, it too possesses fire attributes. A delightful surprise. In a hushed murmur, Yi Feng extended the net in his hand. "Hey, Yi Feng, what are you doing? Hiss, get away." Before Harry could finish his sentence, a snake, as thick as their arms and of the same color as the vine, lunged down from the vine with a hiss, startling both Harry and Malfoy. Although Harry felt fear, he was aware that Yi Feng, despite occasionally engaging in perplexing behavior, was ultimately quite dependable. Thus, he only took half a step back. In stark contrast, Malfoy, upon witnessing a massive serpent descending upon them, let out a terrified scream and fell to the ground. A net, slightly larger than a basin, whizzed past, capturing the ferocious tree snake. After securing the serpent within the net, Yi Feng deftly spun it to seal the opening, then produced a thick white cloth bag. With a swift motion, he fanned the bag open and deftly stuffed the net into it, effectively enclosing the snake. He shook the bag vigorously to disorient the creature, allowing it to tumble to the bottom before tying it securely shut. Only then did Yi Feng turn to Harry and the others, asking, "What brings you here?" Gulping, Harry exchanged a glance with the seated Malfoy, both swallowing nervously before in unison declaring, "It's nothing. We just wanted to inform you that Feng seems to have made a discovery." Feng was Hagrid's large dog, known for his timid nature. However, dogs possess superior night vision compared to ordinary humans, coupled with an acute sense of smell. Thus, while Yi Feng was foraging and collecting various items, even startling some small creatures from their slumber, Feng successfully tracked the unicorn's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng scanned the assortment of unknown herbs piled like a small mountain within his spatial ring and nodded. "Then let us proceed. Finding the unicorn is of utmost importance." Perhaps due to their proximity or the sound of their movements, as they approached within 10 meters, the shadow they sought lifted its head. At that moment, Malfoy, holding an oil lamp, and Harry, who was closely following, were startled. A second later, a scream pierced the air, and as Malfoy cried out, Yi Feng's eyes lit up, and he lunged forward with the net in hand. The shadow, realizing who Yi Feng was, wasted no time and turned to flee. Yet, it was slightly slower as a massive net descended upon it. "Harry, come quickly and see what I've caught. A wild Voldemort. Its nutritional value is tenfold that of beef, just twist off its head and, Harry, Voldemort. Chapter 53, Voldemort. I am dead. Do as you wish. In the dimly lit woods, Yi Feng's exuberant voice sent chills down the spines of Hagrid and the others who had just arrived. For the name he uttered and the implications of his words were chilling. After all, it was Voldemort. Undoubtedly, the one who felt the most dread was Voldemort himself, trapped within the net. Initially, the sight of that face cast a shadow over Voldemort's heart, compounded by the fact that he was ensnared in an unknown net woven from mysterious materials. Escape seemed utterly futile. Thus, upon hearing Yi Feng's words, his body was not the only thing that turned cold, his very spirit chilled. Listen closely. The assertion that the nutrition provided was tenfold that of beef. Could such a statement truly emanate from a boy of merely 11 or 12, chiseled like fine jade? A shiver coursed through him. When would Voldemort exclaim, "Oh, pardon me, wrong set, strike that from the record," as Voldemort internally cursed and sought various means of escape. Hagrid and Hermione approached Yi Feng. Upon reaching him, Hermione scrutinized Yi Feng from head to toe, and only when assured of his well-being did she exhale in relief. Ron, though silent, conveyed a flicker of concern through his gaze, though more prominently, a sense of curiosity shone through. After all, the Weasley family was renowned for their insatiable inquisitiveness. Ron first glanced at Yi Feng before his attention shifted to the net he held. In stark contrast, Hagrid approached with a serious demeanor, striding swiftly to Yi Feng's side, his expression grave as he focused on the dark, ambiguous entity contained within the net. With utmost seriousness, he inquired, "Are you certain that what lies within the net is Voldemort? This is no matter to take lightly." Yi Feng cast a glance at the struggling shadowy form within the net. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he replied, "I cannot say for certain. By all accounts, a formidable dark wizard like Voldemort should not be so easily captured by a mere net." Suddenly, a sound akin to a blade piercing through the very fabric of the soul resounded, and Yi Feng noted the enigmatic object within the net had ceased its movement, as if it had malfunctioned. Malfunctioned? It couldn't have perished, could it? A colossal question mark formed above Yi Feng's head as he pondered this. Yi Feng. Poke. Voldemort. Yi Feng. Poke again. Voldemort. Yi Feng. Quite fierce indeed. Its vitality appears robust. It seems unlikely that it shall perish in the immediate future. Hagrid, Harry, and the others. This cannot possibly be the fabled Dark Lord Voldemort. At that moment, a singular thought surged through the minds of Harry and his companions. Yet an inner voice whispered to them that this was indeed the legendary Voldemort. Voldemort, confined within the net, became frantic upon hearing Hagrid's intent to deliver him to Dumbledore, not out of fear of being vanquished, but rather the dread of being recognized by Dumbledore. He was the current Dark Lord, a fearsome entity known to silence even the most restless of infants. If Dumbledore were to recognize that he had been captured by a mere child wielding a net, how could he ever hope to survive? How could he continue to navigate the wizarding world? Thus, Voldemort began to thrash wildly, yet the nature of the net's weaving remained a mystery, no matter his efforts. He found himself powerless against it. More alarmingly, his magical abilities were entirely suppressed, rendering him akin to a moth ensnared in a spider's web. Yi Feng, observing his plight, mused, "He seems quite pitiful. Perhaps you should let him go?" Voldemort. No, it is indeed ironic that I, the formidable Voldemort, would one day find myself seeking mercy from my arch-nemesis. The moment Harry uttered those words, Voldemort became utterly still. Initially, Yi Feng thought he was merely fatigued from his previous struggles, prompting him to prod the dark mass once more with his stick. However, to Yi Feng's astonishment, even with greater force applied, the inky entity remained completely motionless, as if it had truly perished. "Wait, no, be careful." A chorus of anxious voices erupted simultaneously. Standing beside Yi Feng, Hagrid, ever vigilant against unforeseen events, widened his eyes in alarm and reached out to halt Yi Feng. Yet, his reaction was a fraction too slow. Yi Feng's fingers had already made contact with the dark substance. As Yi Feng's fingers pierced the shadowy form, the once solidified mass of darkness dissipated into a swirling black mist, startling everyone present, including Yi Feng. Hagrid exclaimed, "There is truly no need for that." The notion that Yi Feng could envision a creature like Voldemort, capable of subduing dragons and eight-eyed giant spiders, as anything but fearsome was utterly ludicrous to Hagrid. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously suggested, "I know of a rather adorable magical creature called a puffskein. They are round and fluffy. Perhaps you could consider acquiring one." Yi Feng merely felt a twinge of regret at the fleeting essence of Voldemort's fragment, not genuinely wishing to raise a Voldemort of his own. Thus, upon hearing Hagrid's suggestion, he felt a bit speechless. Nevertheless, recognizing Hagrid's good intentions, He shook his head and replied, "No, thank you. I already have a little owl named Gray." Gray was the name Yi Feng had bestowed upon his owl. Initially, he had considered calling it Ball, but whether due to overindulgence, insufficient flight, or simply its fluffy plumage, the creature had transformed into a round, fuzzy ball of feathers. Yi Feng's popularity, particularly among older female students, was significantly bolstered by Gray's presence. Upon hearing Hagrid's words, Yi Feng glanced at the unicorn lying on the ground and suggested, "How about I give it a try? Since it's already passed, there's little to lose. But what if I could bring it back?" However, he quickly reconsidered, perhaps it is best to let it rest in peace. Seeing Hagrid's refusal, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yi Feng's eyes. He had been eager to test the healing efficacy of the passionfruit healing elixir he had concocted from 49 herbs just days prior, a refined version of the remedy he had once fed to a round-faced fat chicken that had ascended to paradise. Though it was somewhat regrettable, Yi Feng acknowledged that his harvest for the night had been quite commendable, as the resources in the Forbidden Forest were indeed abundant. Many of these wonders, whether magical creatures or wizardly artifacts, remained underappreciated and misunderstood, thus benefiting Yi Feng. Even at the forest's periphery, he had gathered numerous treasures that, at present, he deemed valuable. I believe that what Yi Feng captured in the Forbidden Forest moments ago was indeed Voldemort. For the scar on my forehead burned with an intense pain, reminiscent of fire, as if it were a harbinger. Yet if that truly was Voldemort, how could Yi Feng have captured him so effortlessly, employing nothing more than an ordinary net? Yi Feng interjected, raising his hand. "Allow me to clarify. That is not an ordinary net. To prevent it from being torn apart, I infused the materials used in weaving the net with some mithril and a particularly resilient alloy. In theory, it can hold even an elephant captive. Additionally, I inscribed a binding spell and runes during its crafting." Hermione, Harry, and Ron exchanged glances, acknowledging. Voldemort's demise is not unjust. Voldemort had become so weakened that he required unicorn blood to sustain his life. Thus, it was reasonable for him to be ensnared by the net specified by Yi Feng. The reason Snape sought the Philosopher's Stone was to concoct an elixir of life to restore Voldemort, allowing him to rise once more. However, if that was Voldemort, he should have perished right before their very eyes. Ron's words plunged them all into silence. As he articulated a truth they had collectively overlooked, Voldemort had indeed died in the Forbidden Forest, dissipating in a black smoke before them. Even Yi Feng could not help but commend Harry, the destined adversary chosen by Voldemort. Despite witnessing Voldemort's transformation into vapor, Harry, unaware of the existence of Horcruxes, instinctively sensed that Voldemort still lived. Perhaps influenced by Harry's conviction, Ron and Hermione also chose to believe in his words. Though they harbored doubts about Snape's intentions regarding the Philosopher's Stone, unlike Harry's anxiety, Hermione and Ron felt no concern that Voldemort would harm them, for they firmly believed that Dumbledore would protect them. Moreover, even in Dumbledore's absence, they had Yi Feng, for if he had managed to capture Voldemort once, he could certainly do so again. Comforted by Yi Feng and the others, Harry gradually calmed down. More importantly, the end-of-term examinations loomed, leaving them little time to dwell on other matters. For scholars like Yi Feng and Hermione, the impending exams posed no significant pressure. As for Harry, he possessed considerable aptitude in magic, so despite often frolicking around with Ron at night, sometimes even more recklessly than Ron, he faced the examinations with confidence. As for Ron, Yi Feng had done his utmost to assist him. After all, he had provided him with talismans like the focusing charm to aid in his studies. If Ron were to still perform poorly after that, there would be little that could be done. As it turned out, Ron's intellect shone through, and with the help of Yi Feng's talismans, he unexpectedly performed well in the exams. Judging by the smiles adorning the faces of their classmates, it seemed many had fared equally well, although the use of talismans was considerably restricted, who would not prepare a few of the invaluable clearing heart talismans for critical moments. It is fortunate that the examination results at Hogwarts are determined by scores. Otherwise, if the grading were based on a proportional system, students like Ron would surely face dire consequences, even with the assistance of Yi Feng's charms. After all, there is a saying, when everyone possesses something, it is as if no one possesses it. True possession lies in having what others do not. Perhaps we should suggest to Dumbledore this excellent examination system? Yi Feng felt that the academic atmosphere at Hogwarts, aside from Ravenclaw, was rather lax. A modicum of motivation was sorely needed. Unfortunately, Dumbledore had received a letter from the Ministry of Magic and departed, preventing Yi Feng from making his recommendation in a timely manner. The other students at Hogwarts exclaimed, "Could you not be so relentless? Spare us, spare yourself. Is that not preferable?" Yet, did they not find it curious? Hagrid, with an unwavering desire for a dragon, fortuitously encountered a stranger in possession of one. Consider it. who would casually carry a dragon egg around. Harry, Hermione. And Ron responded with disbelief. Oh, you noticed it already? Harry's gaze towards Feng was filled with incredulity. Indeed, this ploy was rather elementary. I would not deign to employ such a tactic. Were I in the same position, I would not even need to present the dragon egg. After all, Hagrid's discretion is notoriously lacking. A few drinks and a conversation about magical creatures would suffice for him to divulge everything. Knowing this, why did you not inform us? Harry's look was one of disbelief. I always feel as though you are mocking me, yet I have no proof. The three, feeling slighted, decided to gloss over the topic and swiftly made their way towards Hagrid's hut, prompting a smile from Feng. He had indeed deliberately refrained from alerting Harry and the others, for he was not their caretaker. While he would ensure their safety in times of peril, they must exert themselves to navigate their own challenges. Chapter 55. The Three-Headed Dog. As the saying goes, beware the fog. Among the fandom, it is a well-known fact that Hagrid's tongue is notoriously loose. Thus, when Harry inquired about his experience in acquiring the dragon egg, Hagrid, brimming with excitement, revealed the secret that the three-headed dog would fall asleep upon listening to music. Observing Hagrid's unhesitating disclosure, Feng began to wonder if Hagrid was intentionally revealing this weakness to Harry, though this secret was indeed meant to be shared with Harry. It was simply that the arrangement was orchestrated by Dumbledore, not Hagrid. One cannot reasonably believe that Dumbledore was unaware of Hagrid's propensity for loose lips. He knew full well that Hagrid could not keep a secret and was easily persuaded to divulge information. Yet, he still chose to have Hagrid retrieve the Philosopher's Stone and assign the three-headed dog to guard the entrance to the basement. If this was not a deliberate act on Dumbledore's part, who would believe it? It must be said that Harry possesses a streak of rebellion. The more one forbids him from doing something, the more determined he becomes to do it. This matter, relating to himself and Voldemort, prompted him to make a decision without consulting Feng. As Harry circumvented Feng, making a decision without consulting him, Ron hesitated for but a moment before resolutely standing by Harry's side. Hermione, on the other hand, nibbled her crimson lip, silently regarding Feng and relinquishing the choice to him. Feng held no particular interest in the Philosopher's Stone. However, he recognized that if he chose to refuse this time, a rift would undoubtedly form in their relationships. Thus, he nodded and remarked, I do not oppose investigating what lies beneath that moving door, but does anyone possess a musical instrument? Or do you wish to experience the joy of being a bouncing ball once more? At Feng's words, memories long forgotten surged forth in Harry, Ron, and the others, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Yet, they were unwilling to remain in their dormitory, waiting for an inevitable conclusion. Therefore, they cast pitiful glances at Feng. You need not look at me in such a manner. My own family is impoverished, leaving no funds for learning an instrument. However, let us remain optimistic. Perhaps someone has already resolved this conundrum for us. With such naive thoughts, as night descended, Harry dashed headlong towards the chamber guarded by Fluffy, the three-headed dog. However, the unfolding events soured Harry's mood considerably, for the chamber door stood wide open. Through the ajar entrance, they observed that Fluffy was not asleep, and at its feet lay a harp, evidently damaged by human hands. It appears we have encountered the worst possible scenario, Feng. The next steps are entirely in your hands. Feng, too, had not anticipated such a predicament. According to their arrangement, merely managing to gather a harmonious quintet would have been commendable. As for musical instruments, among the four of them, one was a savior residing at the bottom of his aunt's staircase, another hailed from a family of rural teachers, and the third, though pure-blooded, belonged to a notoriously impoverished wizarding family. Which of these identities could possibly be related to music? Hey there, Fluffy. We are dear friends of Hagrid, truly, very close friends. Would you kindly turn a blind eye and allow us to pass? Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Fluffy, the three-headed dog. Feng, you actually are turning a blind eye? Furthermore, since you close one eye, why not shut the eye in the middle as well? Seeing the three-headed dog displaying such endearing behavior infuriated Feng, prompting him to instinctively step forward, intending to strike it. In response, Fluffy was startled by Feng's sudden advance and swiftly retreated a considerable distance. Observing Fluffy's retreat, Harry's eyes lit up, and he lunged forward just as Fluffy, sensing Harry's intent, stifled its fear and advanced half a step, firmly pressing its paws down upon the trapdoor beneath it. Tick-tock. Upon hearing that Feng intended to roast squid for him, the three-headed dog, Lu Wei, simultaneously opened its mouths, its tongues drooping with an overwhelming desire, dripping with a foul saliva that nearly splattered onto Harry, who had barely managed to halt his vehicle. Yet, despite the overwhelming craving for the roasted squid that Feng described, Lu Wei did not forget the task assigned to him by Hagrid. Although this mission had previously ended in failure, Lu Wei was resolute in his determination not to falter a second time. Thus, it firmly pressed its paw against the moving panel door. With a resounding thud, as Feng pointed his wand at Lu Wei, the creature collapsed. When Feng glanced at Lu Wei, whose paw still rested on the moving panel door despite its fallen state, Lu Wei feigned a twitch, retracting its paw to reveal the coveted door that Harry yearned for. Chapter 56. Stocked up. A piercing scream erupted from Ron, who had jumped down first, but it was swiftly silenced as they became ensnared by a dense mass of vines, preventing them from plummeting to the ground. "Oh, thank goodness for these plants," Ron remarked, only for the vines beneath them to start rustling, rapidly binding them. At that moment, Hermione recognized the vines and exclaimed loudly, "Don't struggle. This is Devil's Snare. The more you fight, the quicker you perish. You must relax." Perish quicker? That was hardly a comforting thought. As Ron grew increasingly anxious, Hermione, having relaxed in time, had already descended. Feng, however, gazed at the Devil's Snare with gleaming eyes. Resilient, self-binding, and possessing impressive growth capabilities. What a remarkable find. Realizing the benefits of the Devil's Snare, Feng's eyes sparkled as he freed his hands and wielded his wand to cast a spell that illuminated the surroundings. "I found it." With a clang, the shovel struck the stone, sending sparks flying from the darkness. Below, Hermione and the others gaped in astonishment at Feng's actions. "Hey, Feng, what are you doing?" Noticing their puzzled expressions, Feng replied with a hint of apology in his tone. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't resist the urge upon seeing the Devil's Snare. Just give me a moment. It will only take 2 minutes." As he spoke, Feng hastened his efforts, and with each swift motion, clumps of earth cascaded down. Soon, the robust roots of the Devil's Snare emerged before him. With a decisive strike of his shovel, a root as thick as an embrace was unearthed. In that instant, Feng waved his right hand, swiftly storing it within his spatial ring. After securing the root of the Devil's Snare, Feng did not squander the severed roots, collecting them all into his spatial ring as well, for the Devil's Snare, or Devil's Vine, was rich in magical essence, making it an excellent material for potion making or alchemy. All right, let us proceed. Following closely behind Feng, they traversed the passageway leading to the Devil's Net, when an unusual sound reached their ears. What was that sound? It resembled the fluttering of wings. It emanated from the heavy door ahead. They decided to investigate. Creak! As the imposing door swung open, the hum of the secret became more pronounced. When they lifted their gazes to the source of the sound, even Feng was taken aback, for above them floated a myriad of winged keys. "Oh my, could it be that we must discern the one key among this multitude that opens the door before us?" "I believe so, Ron, you pessimistic crow." The sight of such a dense cluster of keys made Hermione's head spin, while Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. If they were swords instead? Just the thought sent a glimmer to Feng's eyes. He retrieved his net, but hesitated upon seeing the sheer number of keys. Instead, he pulled out 3 additional nets and handed them to Hermione and the others. Hermione exclaimed, "Ron, Harry, Feng, why are you giving us nets? We need to find a key that opens that door. We can't possibly try them all. It's far too many." "No, we don't need to catch them all, just the one with a wounded wing, as its color matches that of the door." Harry agreed. "That is true, but I suspect Feng's intention in giving us the nets is not solely for that reason, correct?" At Hermione's words, Feng nodded appreciatively, saying, "Exactly. While there may be nearly 1,000 keys here, we have 4 nets, so each of us only needs to catch just over 200 keys. By the way, did I mention my nets are specially designed? Once a key is caught, it cannot escape. You simply need to pour them into this basket." As he spoke, Feng produced a basket large enough to hold a person from his spatial ring and placed it before the 3. I suspect this is not the standard procedure, for Snape certainly does not possess such durable nets. I imagine he must have utilized the flying broomstick over there to capture the keys and unlock the door. Feng remarked, "It's just a couple of 100 keys. Watch me catch them all in no time." Receiving a sidelong glance from Feng, Ron immediately felt intimidated. Seizing a net and excitedly rushing to capture keys. Seeing that they were all prepared, Feng slightly bent his knees and then, whoosh! Harry and Ron, standing beside Feng, merely felt a gust of wind sweep by before Feng vanished from their sight. However, in the next instant, Hermione gasped and pointed with her delicate hand, exclaiming there. Following Hermione's gesture, Ron and the others beheld Feng, inexplicably suspended in midair, clutching the old key with the injured wing. But in the next moment, they understood how Feng had appeared in the air, for they witnessed him push off mightily, transforming into a human cannonball hurtling towards them. "Run! Wait, quickly catch him!" As Feng hurtled towards them like a projectile, Ron and Hermione uttered two starkly contrasting exclamations. Harry, though his legs trembled slightly, did not retreat. Even Ron, urging them to run, remained rooted to the spot, instinctively reaching out to catch Feng. However, their hopes were in vain. Just before colliding with them, Feng deftly pivoted and gracefully landed before them, producing a net. Quick, the keys are about to rush in. We cannot let them escape. They are exceptional materials for crafting. From a shadowy hideaway, Dumbledore murmured, "Meow, meow, meow." Goodness, that cannot be captured. As he witnessed Feng and his companions ensnaring the winged keys one by one and depositing them into a basket, Dumbledore's heart ached. For those were the key birds that had been gathered over many years at Hogwarts and could prove invaluable in critical moments. Yet now, they were being captured en masse by Feng. It became evident to me that this lad was not here to thwart Voldemort from seizing the Philosopher's Stone. Rather, he was here to stock up. Chapter 57, Voldemort, a familiar return of the Swallows. The enormous net swung continuously, swiftly capturing the winged keys, much like moths drawn to a flame, and depositing them into the basket on the ground. Feng gazed at the basket brimming with spirited keys, his eyes alight with delight. Though their lethality and sturdiness could not compare to genuine flying swords, their abundance was undeniable. Furthermore, they possessed inherent spirit and wings, requiring no guidance from a person. Truly splendid. In the original narrative, it was Harry who caught the keys, tossing them to Ron and the others to unlock the door and flee. However, they found no need for such tactics now, as within a mere 2 or 3 minutes, they had captured all the keys that had previously inflicted numerous wounds upon Harry in the story. Is that all? I have not yet had my fill of capturing. When the net, having ceased to snag any keys, felt light in his hands, Ron finally paused, realizing that they had emptied the key supply. Let us go. Do not forget our purpose. Noticing Ron's lingering eagerness, Harry quickly reminded him that they were there for serious business. Upon hearing this, Ron reluctantly returned the net to Feng. Feng, do you have any more of those nets? Just as Feng reached out to take the net back, Ron suddenly spoke up. Feng. Although Ron did not explicitly state it, Feng perceived 2 ominous words, freebie. Ron, he actually intended to obtain his net for nothing. Upon hearing Feng's words, not only Ron but also Harry and Hermione's eyes brightened. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, lurking behind them, almost drooled at the prospect. For that item was indeed remarkably useful. He speculated that if it were larger, it could even be employed to capture dragons. Alas, Feng had no intention of parting with any of his nets. How utterly lacking in understanding. One should show a modicum of empathy towards an elderly soul like myself. It appears that I must remind him next time. Moreover, I recall that lad possessing a rather impressive fishing rod and fish net. Could they possibly be crafted from such materials? At this moment, as Feng followed closely behind Harry into another chamber, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine, as if some unseen entity had fixated its gaze upon him. Is Voldemort here? That cannot be. In his current weakened state, even a mere mortal could dispatch him effortlessly. Yet, I cannot shake the ominous feeling that old by is plotting against me. It seems prudent to retrieve the small flying sword sooner rather than later. As Feng and the others entered the new room, they found it entirely vacant. What? This chamber is meant to challenge their camaraderie and courage through a wizard's auto-chess? Feng pondered, does such a thing truly exist? All he beheld were a heap of neglected puppets, and to avoid waste, he decided to gather them all up. Dumbledore, trailing behind, observed Feng's dexterous actions in a state of utter disbelief. However, familiarity breeds acceptance, and thus he resigned himself to the situation. Consequently, Feng and his companions traversed the chamber unscathed, in stark contrast to the original narrative where everyone bore injuries, with only Harry arriving before the mirror of Erist unscathed. It is the mirror of Erist. I never envisioned Dumbledore would conceal it here. Wait, why are you here instead of Snape? While Ron expressed astonishment at the presence of the mirror of Erist, Harry was taken aback to discover that the one attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone was not Snape, but rather Quirrell. Indeed, he does appear far more villainous, does he not? With him present, who would suspect the timid, stuttering Professor Quirrell? As he uttered this, Quirrell adopted his usual timid and stammering tone, which struck Harry as deeply ironic. However, fool, do not provide him with further clarification. You are no longer his instructor. Hurry and let him retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. Just as Quirrell was about to enlighten Harry, Voldemort, who resided within the back of his mind, erupted with fury. From the intensity of Voldemort's emotions, Feng surmised that the Voldemort he had previously ensnared must have been the one who fled in terror. for the current manifestation would never dare confront him so directly. Upon hearing Voldemort's voice emanating from Quirrell's head, Harry and Ron were utterly terrified, while Hermione retreated a step, seeking refuge behind Feng. Yet, Feng remained silent, for he too wished to witness the legendary Philosopher's Stone. Although the stone held little allure for him, it would be a grievous loss to not even cast a glance at it, especially since, within the narrative, it seemed destined for destruction. Thus, he contemplated that if it possessed any utility, it would be far better in his possession than destroyed. Such a fate would be far too regrettable. Hence, he watched as Harry was coerced by Quirrell to approach the Mirror of Ariste, and then, Dumbledore, Voldemort, Quirrell. Is it truly that simple to retrieve it? So, this is the Philosopher's Stone? It seems that apart from the relatively pure and abundant magical energy, there is nothing particularly special about it. It cannot be directly utilized for crafting artifacts, nor can it be employed in potion making, and it even fails to enhance one's magical capacity. Utterly worthless. With a thud, the magical stone is carelessly discarded by Feng after being extracted from the Heiress Mirror. A group of onlookers stood petrified, but in the next moment, they swiftly regained their senses. Harry, reacting immediately, dashed forward, resolute in his determination to prevent Voldemort from acquiring the stone, even at the risk of his own life. He was determined to seize the stone and escape, ensuring Voldemort could not restore himself. Quirrell's response was swifter. As the stone tumbled to a halt on the ground, he was already bending down to retrieve it, thus gaining a momentary advantage over Harry. Ron and Hermione also reacted, with Hermione drawing her wand, ready to cast a spell at Quirrell, a response that was quintessentially magical. Ron, however, took a more absurd approach, grabbing the net bag that Feng had given him and charging forward. Yet, someone was even quicker. As Quirrell lunged for the stone, Feng had already snatched up the net. When Quirrell bent down, Feng's net, significantly larger than Ron's, came crashing down with a whoosh. Voldemort, witnessing this, felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Chapter 58. The Birth of the Next Dark Lord? Beneath the enormous net, Voldemort watched in disbelief as Quirrell was ensnared like a mere insect, igniting a furious rage within the proud dark wizard. However, the next moment terror seized him, for he realized he was utterly immobilized. Quirrell, having grasped the stone, was also rendered incapable of movement, his magical power effectively confined. Feng exclaimed, "Look, I caught a wild Voldemort." In an instant, both Harry and the concealed Dumbledore could not help but facepalm, for the scene was strikingly reminiscent of a previous encounter. They could hardly fathom that this dread entity, capable of silencing children's cries merely by invoking his name, had fallen into the hands of the same individual not once, but twice, and in the same manner. For some reason, a wave of pity washed over me for this Dark Lord. Was it merely an illusion? Observing Quirrell, ensnared and writhing on the ground like a maggot in the net, Dumbledore felt an unexpected surge of compassion. "Who are you?" Voldemort roared in furious desperation, attempting every conceivable method to break free, yet all in vain. Having always viewed half-blood wizards as mere vermin, he could never have anticipated being captured like an insect. This humiliation was profound, and he was desperate to uncover the identity of his captor. Little did he know that Feng was merely an ordinary new student at Hogwarts. Which wizard could effortlessly capture the essence of a being capable of dominating the entire magical realm, merely by the haunting sound of a child's midnight wail, as if ensnared in a net? Thus, Voldemort could hardly believe that Feng was merely a first-year student. Although the wand in his hand seemed superfluous, he still had to show a modicum of respect for the wand, which had cost him a staggering 7 galleons. Therefore, Feng drew forth his wand and waved it slightly. Is it the soul extraction charm? Voldemort pondered. Or perhaps the soul-severing spell, or the soul-draining incantation. Each dreadful term uttered by Feng caused a shift in the expressions of Dumbledore and the others, while Voldemort, ensnared in the net, began to doubt his very existence. The knowledge of such spells was beyond his grasp. He barely knew a fraction of what Feng spoke of, and many he had never even heard of. "Could you possibly be the next Dark Lord?" Voldemort asked, his voice laced with profound curiosity, a question that Hermione and the others were equally eager to have answered. Feng replied, "Do you truly lack a sense of humor? I merely intended to frighten him." Voldemort retorted, "Why do I feel you are not jesting? Do you intend to act upon your words?" As Voldemort's thoughts spiraled into chaos, Feng's wand pointed directly at his visage, which was marred by the presence of the parasitic Voldemort clinging to Quirrell's head. With the mere touch of Feng's wand, Voldemort's face became rigid and Quirrell trembled uncontrollably. The wand lingered only for a brief moment before Feng lifted it, causing Quirrell's tremors to escalate into violent convulsions. a dark mist swirling ominously from the tip of the wand. Dumbledore's pupils dilated in alarm upon seeing the dark vapor. He rushed forward, neglecting his own safety, and delivered a swift kick to Quirrell, still ensnared in the net. As he kicked Quirrell aside, he raised his wand and struck it against Yi Feng's, producing a sharp crack. "You interrupted my spell," Yi Feng said, unable to suppress a frown. However, upon realizing that it was Dumbledore, he could only sigh in resignation, noting the urgency etched across Dumbledore's face. "Where did you learn this magic?" Dumbledore inquired gravely, his expression serious as he regarded Yi Feng. Observing Voldemort's soul, which was only partially extracted and slowly dissipating into the air, Yi Feng sighed inwardly. "I discovered it in the restricted section. I thought perhaps extracting Voldemort's soul from Professor Quirrell might restore him to normalcy." Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Dumbledore's expression softened considerably, while Quirrell, lying on the ground, shouted in defiance, "You shall not. You will not separate me from my master. Do you see, young Yi Feng? Your intentions are noble. But Quirrell's soul has already fused with Voldemort's. He is too deeply influenced by Voldemort. Even I cannot separate them. There is no hope for him now." Upon uttering these words, Dumbledore let out a deep sigh. Hearing him, Harry and the others lowered their heads in disappointment, for in their eyes, Dumbledore was nearly omnipotent. Now that even he claimed there was no solution, perhaps it truly was hopeless. "Professor Quirrell, if there is no salvation, then let us end this," Yi Feng declared, abruptly extinguishing the flicker of sadness that had just begun to emerge among Harry and his friends. They turned to Yi Feng with incredulity. "Why you look at me like that? Since Professor Quirrell has been severely influenced by Voldemort and is beyond redemption, keeping him alive poses a significant risk. Moreover, is Quirrell still Quirrell now that his soul is intertwined with Voldemort's? I believe the true Professor Quirrell perished the moment he became a vessel for Voldemort. What remains is merely a hollow shell. I think he would wish for us to avenge him by exterminating Voldemort, granting his body the release it deserves." As Yi Feng's words echoed, the gazes of Dumbledore and Ron shifted dramatically towards Quirrell. Sensing the change in their demeanor, the prostrate Quirrell began to thrash about in a panic. "No, Dumbledore, you cannot truly believe this child. I am Quirrell. I have never changed. You cannot kill me. I should face the punishment of the wizarding world, not be slain by you." "Silence. A dead man should not linger on," Yi Feng retorted, pressing Harry's hand onto Quirrell's head. The moment Harry's hand made contact, Quirrell froze, and within mere seconds, cracks began to form across his body, ultimately disintegrating into dust. "What a pity. I had intended to capture a wild Voldemort for research. After all, he is the Dark Lord. Although diminished, he should possess some value for study. Perhaps I could publish a few papers, like on the structural differences between the Dark Lord and ordinary humans. I am not. I have not. Do not make such wild claims. The Dark Lord is utterly pathetic." Chapter 59. Even dogs would recoil. Voldemort was vanquished once more, marking the conclusion of this academic year. As they prepared to leave the school for the holidays, Yi Feng pondered whether Voldemort's fragmented soul could endure until Harry and the others graduated. As they boarded the train home, nearly everyone wore radiant smiles, except for Harry, one of the protagonists, who bore a solemn expression. Ron, as Harry's friend, noticed the weight of concern on Harry's brow, yet he could not discern the cause of his sorrow. Although he wished to comfort Harry, he found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, Harry's aunt and uncle were his legal guardians, and without their consent, they were unable to act. Yi Feng mused that Ron and Harry, as portrayed in the original story, exhibited a certain rigidity. "You are indeed wizards of the magical realm. Although the Ministry of Magic has explicitly stated that underage wizards are prohibited from using magic outside of school, if you're being bullied, enduring such treatment seems futile. One might as well be a muggle, entirely ignorant of magic." Thus, Yi Feng pondered for a moment before speaking directly. "Why not move out, Harry? Although you are not yet of age, you're already a wizard and, by all accounts, could reside in the magical world. Your aunt and uncle, being non-wizards, cannot access that realm." Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Harry's eyes sparkled with hope, yet the light quickly dimmed as he realized that while Yi Feng's suggestion was sound, his understanding of the magical world was limited to Hogwarts. He had no idea where he could move, and the Ministry would not permit him to live alone in the magical realm. Sensing the flicker of despair in Harry's eyes, Yi Feng continued, "In fact, Gringotts not only allows you to exchange Muggle money for galleons, but they actually prefer that you convert your galleons into Muggle currency." With this revelation, Harry's eyes brightened with newfound clarity. Yi Feng, sensing his enthusiasm, added a further encouragement. "If you're concerned about not being able to rent or buy a place due to financial constraints, I can enlist the help of either Zhang Qiu's parents or Hermione's. I believed they would be more than willing to assist. At last, a smile graced Harry's face, though he did not immediately agree. Instead, he replied with anticipation, I look forward to that day. If possible, I hope the house has windows that face the sun and is preferably near either your home or Hermione's. Feng chose not to comment further. After all, while Harry's uncle appeared wealthy in the story, wealth and power held little sway for Feng. What good was their influence if the ministry could restrict Harry's use of magic? Furthermore, although the Muggle world lacks magic, it operates on the principle of power, which is often measured by wealth and influence. In many Western nations, money frequently equates to power, and fortunately for Feng, he was not in want of financial resources. In fact, should he desire, he could destabilize an entire nation's economy within a matter of days using gold. True, he currently lacked substantial gold, but he was adept at crafting magical artifacts. His expertise in metallurgy provided ample opportunity to engage with precious metals. It was not unusual for him to master extensive alchemical arrays, such as one capable of extracting gold from a vast area within minutes, or another that could continuously gather ambient spiritual energy to nurture exquisite gemstones infused with vitality. In essence, should Feng wish to, he could swiftly ascend to the status of the world's richest individual. Therefore, if Harry's uncle and aunt were truly unwilling to allow him freedom, Feng would ensure they learned the true meaning of financial power. The following morning, after a day had passed, a serene and tranquil village was greeted by a pair of 12-year-olds, resembling celestial beings, as they stepped into the village at dawn, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. Hurry up, they called, as the village dogs instantly convened, their barks breaking the morning calm, rousing the villagers from their slumber. Indeed, it was said that when the second child prepared a coffin for his brother, the miraculous elixir he consumed had revived him with vigor. It was quite the spectacle. As he had bounced about for nearly half a day, 3 grown men struggling to restrain him. Hearing the familiar barks, Feng, beaming with joy, made his way homeward, while Zhang Xiao, trailing behind, sensed an unsettling undertone as the dog barks faded into the distance. However, her doubts dissipated upon witnessing the cheerful smiles and warm greetings from fellow villagers who passed by. Oh, what a charming young lady, exclaimed a relative. Louis, what did you find her? Uncle, she is my classmate, visiting my home. I did not abduct her. Kidnapping is a crime, and the penalty is severe. Feng replied earnestly. His uncle, a seasoned farmer with a robust physique yet stooped posture, nodded in agreement. That is true. Last month, a gang of kidnappers from the neighboring village was apprehended, leaving only one survivor by the time the authorities arrived. Indeed, it was rumored that the lone survivor had perished en route to the hospital. In the village, where entertainment was scarce, the idle hours were often spent under the shade of trees, engaging in lively discussions. Within moments, a crowd gathered, sharing stories of the ill-fated kidnappers. It serves them right. They should have known better than to intrude upon a village notorious for keeping even the authorities at bay, one villager remarked. In the span of a few minutes, vivid anecdotes, once commonplace in the rural landscape of the late 20th century, unfolded, leaving Zhang Qiu wide-eyed and speechless. Noticing her adorable, slightly open-mouthed expression, Feng couldn't help but smile. However, as the conversation strayed into increasingly inappropriate territory, he hastily bid farewell and led Zhang Qiu away. Shortly thereafter, as the cooking smoke dissipated, the crowd dispersed swiftly. In the countryside, it is customary to rise with the sun and rest at dusk, with the sun now ascendant. The villagers hurried to enjoy their breakfast before embarking on their daily agricultural labors. Feng, drawn by the subtle yet enticing aroma of food wafting through the village, soon arrived at a quaint villa, halting before its welcoming entrance. In this quaint villa, Feng had contributed a modest effort, for even dual-income families in this era find it exceedingly challenging to construct a small villa, even in the countryside. However, an awkward situation arose for Feng. He had forgotten that today was not the weekend, which meant his parents were still at school and not at home. Alas, it seemed he would have to contravene school regulations. Open sesame, as the door creaked open in response to Feng's incantation. Zhang Qiu's youthful face was etched with perplexity. Isn't it supposed to be Alhambra? Hearing Zhang Qiu's remark, Feng, while stepping inside, began to concoct an explanation. You see, Alhambra unlocks doors in foreign lands, but here in China, such a spell would evidently prove ineffective. Thus, in our homeland, open sesame is the true incantation for opening doors. Observing Feng's earnest expression, Zhang Qiu felt an inkling that something was amiss with his explanation, yet she found a semblance of logic in it, leading her to nod in confusion and follow him inside. Could it be that we've been robbed? Zhang Qiu inquired. Robbed? Surely not. Our family maintains a good rapport with the villagers. They would certainly intervene if they noticed anything amiss. Perhaps you left the door ajar when you stepped out? Impossible. I distinctly remember closing the door behind me. Could it be that your parents have arrived? I believe they possess a key to our house. That is possible. Ye ma. Ye Feng. Ye ma. Is it possible our pig has already figured out how to root through the cabbages? Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I am Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu. Suddenly, a spark of recognition illuminated Yi Ma's mind, and she exclaimed, "You are Zhang Xiu? What a surprise. I never imagined that the dark and slender girl from school would blossom into such a beautiful daughter." Zhang Xiu felt a peculiar thrill at the unexpected criticism of her mother, for this was a side of her that she had never encountered. By the way, son, the old hen in the coop hasn't laid eggs for several days. You should take care of it later. And remember not to forget the passion fruit. Without it, the soup from the hen always feels lacking in flavor. Yi Feng realized the truth. He was undoubtedly her biological son, for only a true offspring would receive such treatment. Meanwhile, the somewhat anxious Zhang Xiu was swiftly ushered by Yi Ma to the sofa in the living room. Upon noticing Yi Feng still standing there in a daze, she turned to him with a stern expression. "Why are you still standing there? Don't you see Zhang Xiu has empty hands? Hurry and pour her a drink." Yi Feng sighed, resigned to his fate. Such is the life of a laborer. Let us get to work. With a soft sigh, he went to fetch a drink for Zhang Xiu, who, observing his look of exasperation, felt her own unease dissipate somewhat, perhaps because she had experienced a similar scene herself. Chapter 61, Returning to School. Zhang Xiu's presence brought a newfound liveliness to Yi Feng's household. At the insistence of Yi Feng's parents, she ended up residing there for over half a month, during which she successfully captured all of Yi Feng's affection, as well as that of the villagers. Certainly, both Yi Feng and Zhang Xiu were acutely aware that her popularity stemmed entirely from Yi Feng. Over the past fortnight, Zhang Xiu began to comprehend why Yi Feng was so revered within the village. His magical aptitude was indeed extraordinary. However, it is worth noting that Yi Feng did not practice magic in the conventional sense, but rather a form of cultivation strikingly reminiscent of the legendary celestial arts of Hogwarts. Zhang Xiu had witnessed Yi Feng, during his morning exercises, exhaling a mist shaped like a sword. Even though Zhang Xiu had not spent her entire life in the country, she could not resist the allure of such phenomena. Yi Feng recognized the yearning and curiosity reflected in Zhang Xiu's eyes, prompting him to share the most rudimentary energy-guiding technique he had acquired from the system. This technique, albeit the most elementary form of cultivation, is akin to a modern smartphone, available to virtually anyone. Its greatest advantage lies in its simplicity, should one wish to abandon it for a more advanced technique. A seamless transition is possible. Regrettably, it appeared that the people of this world might not possess the requisite meridians suitable for the cultivation practices. Although Zhang Xiu sensed the latent energy within her, no matter how earnestly she attempted to channel it through the energy-guiding technique, the energy resisted its guidance. It is essential to understand that this technique represents the most fundamental form of cultivation, if one cannot even master such an accessible method. The prospect of mastering more advanced techniques is utterly implausible. Nevertheless, Yi Feng was not particularly surprised, as he had previously encouraged his parents to try their hand at cultivation. After just 2 days of his fervent persuasion, they nearly regarded him as delusional, as they failed to perceive any semblance of energy. It seemed clear that she was ill-suited for the path of cultivation. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, a profound disappointment flickered in Zhang Xiu's eyes, for her brother was likely already a celestial being. Although she too was a sorceress, the disparity between sorcerers and celestial beings was immeasurable. The mere prospect of eternal youth was enough to leave Zhang Xiu entranced. Do not despair. While you may not be suited for cultivation, this world does harbor extraordinary powers. I have devised a mental guidance method that will enhance your mental prowess. More importantly, it will facilitate the evolution of your magical abilities, which could be considered a form of cultivation in itself. Zhang Xiu was no fool. Otherwise, she would not have excelled at Ravenclaw. Consequently, Yi Feng managed to guide her through the basics in a mere half-day. To his surprise, after her initiation, Zhang Xiu's magical power surged remarkably, rivaling that of a fully fledged sorceress. After Yi Feng imparted his knowledge to Zhang Xiu, she began to accompany him incessantly, even following him on his walks. However, to describe these excursions as mere strolls would be inaccurate, for he was actually wandering the village, assessing the health of the elderly and checking on the well-being of the chickens, ducks, cats, and dogs under his care, determining whether they required his assistance. Of course, his efforts were not entirely altruistic. After all, Theoretical knowledge without practical application is futile. Engaging with the village's livestock served as the perfect opportunity for him to hone his skills. It is precisely for this reason that whenever there is any matter in a household within the village, as long as he is at home, they will summon him to take a look. The dogs seem to sigh in relief, as if they are finally free from his presence. Ah, how arduous it has been. Alas, the poor little Feng. She ultimately could not withstand it. Is she all right? I saw her just yesterday in Lingtu village, accompanied by a dog. Suddenly, the two dogs fell silent, exchanging a glance before bursting into tears. As fellow souls in despair, they pondered whether they should endure their plight together, for as dogs, they need not toil or earn to build a home. With Yi Feng's departure, the village became extraordinarily lively, especially for the cats and dogs who had often been tormented by him. It was as if they were celebrating a festival. Remarkably, even a pair of cats and dogs, who typically would engage in fierce altercations upon meeting, embraced each other in joy. Of course, during this holiday, Yi Feng did not merely wander aimlessly. He achieved considerable success. Firstly, he had successfully developed his previously conceived art of human manipulation, which was remarkable not as a spell, but as a form of magic, implying that Zhang Xiao and Harry could learn it as well. Additionally, he had completed the transformation task that the system had assigned earlier. Through amicable interactions with the village's cats and dogs throughout the holiday, Yi Feng thoroughly grasped the intricacies of transformation magic, enabling him to seamlessly transform into any cat or dog in the village without a flaw, perhaps due to his exceptionally strong consciousness. Even after transforming into a cat or dog, his awareness remained unscathed, and he could effortlessly control his transformed body. This meant he could move just like the animated creatures from cartoons, entirely unaffected. At the moment Yi Feng completed his task, he received an astonishing reward, which was so remarkable that he had yet to figure out how to cultivate it. The system granted him the 108 transformations of the heavenly and earthly spirits, signifying that he had already acquired the 72 and 36 transformations. The only unfortunate aspect was that while the system provided the technique, it did not instruct him on its cultivation, leaving him to ponder it independently, much like previous rewards. 2 days later, at platform 9 3/4, Yi Feng's eyes lit up as he beheld a girl who entered with Ron and his family. Even more exquisite and charming than in the film. Do not misunderstand. He was not enamored with Ron's sister, Jinny. For Zhang Xiao was far more beautiful than she appeared in the movie. His attention was drawn to Jinny because he had discovered the final exam questions for this semester. He chuckled to himself, for another wild Voldemort had arrived, and this time he was determined not to let him be dispatched so easily. Thorough research was imperative. Chapter 62, Prologue to the Broomstick Competition. Just as a certain individual, who has had a tumultuous relationship with the heavens, produced disciples whose graduation examinations resembled a disturbance in the celestial realm, so too do Harry and his companions face year-end assessments in the world of Harry Potter that are strikingly similar, albeit their adversary is not a celestial being, but the nefarious Voldemort. Regrettably, the previous year's final examinations were intercepted by Yi Feng, resulting in Harry, Ron, and their friends being unable to complete them. This time, however, Yi Feng decided to grant them another opportunity, and with a sparkle in his eyes, he approached the Weasley family and Harry. "Good morning, Mrs. Weasley, Miss Ginny, and, oh, Harry as well. And what about us?" piped in the Weasley twins. "Oh, and you three too?" Yi Feng replied, acknowledging the trio. "Greetings," they responded in unison. As Yi Feng greeted the Weasley family and Harry, Zhang Xiao also arrived and extended her greetings. Upon seeing Zhang Xiao, the Weasley family and Harry appeared noticeably awkward, for Zhang Xiao had spent most of her summer at Yi Feng's home, where she was well cared for by his parents. She had also consumed several medicinal pills that Yi Feng had tested and found beneficial, resulting in her radiant complexion and remarkably fair, delicate skin, making her glow even without makeup. Sensing their discomfort, Zhang Xiao smiled and said, "You all carry on. I shall take my leave." Except for Harry and Ginny. The others swiftly understood Ron's implication and cast sly glances at Yi Feng. Observing this, Yi Feng rolled his eyes and remarked, "What are you all thinking?" The reason for Zhang Xiao's transformation lies primarily in my guidance on cultivation. Cultivation? What is that? Is it a form of magic? No, it is a kind of mysterious power from the East. Explaining it would be rather complicated. Upon hearing this, Ron and the others dismissed it as mere rhetoric from Yi Feng. Noticing their expressions, Yi Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. He was speaking the truth. Yet no one believed him. However, Zhang Xiao's striking appearance was also related to her still developing ability to harness her mental energy. Her remarkable transformation was chiefly due to her training under Yi Feng's modified mental guidance technique, which had caused a substantial surge in her mental power. This increase in mental strength, in turn, significantly amplified her magical abilities, leading to her temporary inability to properly contain these two forces, resulting in her current state. Nonetheless, this condition would not persist for long. Given Zhang Xiao's talents, she would likely regain her composure within a week. As for Yi Feng, he had already attained a state of simplicity, with his celestial energy and divine consciousness perfectly restrained. The group did not linger in conversation. As Ginny was a new student this semester, and with the train soon to depart, they needed to find their seats. After exchanging a few more words, the Weasley twins hurriedly moved on. However, just as they were about to charge towards the entrance of Platform 9 with their trolley, they suddenly recalled something and came to an abrupt halt. That was close. Almost forgot that this entrance is enchanted. We nearly collided like last year. As George cautiously pushed the small cart into the entrance, Fred behind him let out a sigh of relief. Observing the two, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley exchanged a glance, a hint of satisfaction gracing their faces. Our children, at last, are beginning to grasp the essence of responsibility. This sentiment remained unspoken. Had it been voiced, the nearby Yi Feng would undoubtedly have rolled his eyes in exasperation. The notion of these two notorious pranksters from Hogwarts exhibiting decorum was as challenging as persuading Voldemort to abandon his intrusion into the school. Of course, Yi Feng instinctively overlooked the fact that his own outrageous actions far surpassed the combined mischief of the Weasley twins. Let us proceed and find a suitable spot for Ginny. Mrs. Weasley nodded at Yi Feng, gathering her belongings and moving forward. This gesture indicated Ginny's esteemed position within the family, especially considering that Ron had not enjoyed such privileges upon his arrival. Yi Feng distinctly remembered the time they brought Ron to school. Not only did they fail to assist him with his belongings, but Mrs. Weasley, while accompanied by Ginny, didn't even step onto the platform. Noticing that Ginny and the others had already entered, Yi Feng, with his hands empty like Zhang Xiao, stowed all his luggage into his spatial ring and turned to follow suit. However, as he prepared to pivot, he sensed something amiss, raising an eyebrow slightly. He discreetly stepped back to clear the path, allowing Ron and Harry to proceed ahead. Although they were unsure of Yi Feng's sudden movement, time was of the essence, and any conversations could easily occur on the train, so they dismissed it and pushed their carts forward. Then, a loud clatter echoed as the metal cart collided with the wall. Fortunately, thanks to the magical barrier Yi Feng had set up earlier, the duo, despite their rapid pace, did not run, but rather bumped into the wall with a moderate force, eliciting a reaction akin to that of cooked shrimp as they hunched over from the unexpected impact. Oh dear, how unfortunate, one might exclaim, for it was indeed Harry's house elf who had orchestrated this mishap with remarkable efficiency. This was not Yi Feng's doing. He refrained from intervening, aware that the house elf bore no malicious intent. Thus, he watched with amusement as the two collided with the wall. However, while Yi Feng reveled in their misfortune, it did not imply any fondness for the rather unattractive house elf. In fact, he harbored a dislike for it, as he abhorred imposing his will upon others. Likewise, he detested having others impose their will upon him, even if it stemmed from good intentions. Nevertheless, this presented a splendid opportunity, a legitimate chance to ride a flying broomstick. As a soon-to-be second-year student at a magical academy, it was reasonable for him to be unable to break through the enchantment of a house elf, was it not? What? You claim I am not an ordinary soon-to-be second-year student? Very well. We are currently outside Platform 9, in the Muggle world rather than the magical realm, correct? Since we find ourselves in the Muggle world, it is entirely reasonable for a model student to adhere to the Ministry of Magic's regulations against using magic in such a setting, is it not? Thus, when the entrance was sealed by the house elf Dobby, Yi Feng and his companions inevitably missed the train to Hogwarts, as Harry and the others were anxiously at a loss. Ron recalled his father's modified magical car. Yet, with a superior mode of transportation at their disposal, why would they choose an old, sluggish, and uncomfortable automobile over a flying broomstick? As they departed the station and located Ron's father's flying car, Yi Feng spoke up. While your suggestion is commendable, Ron, are you not concerned that your father might discover you have taken his prized possession and react unfavorably? Moreover, I have a better proposal. With that, Yi Feng raised his hand and produced his flying broomstick. By the way, I made a few extras during the holiday. Would you like one? Or are you planning to drive? Yes, Harry and Ron exclaimed almost in unison. After all, who would not prefer a sleek, technologically advanced flying broomstick over a dilapidated old car? Within moments, 3 stylish flying broomsticks, trailing long white streaks, soared into the sky, heralding the commencement of the upcoming broomstick competition. Chapter 63. The thrill of the flying broomstick. What constitutes a man's romance? Is it the dazzling explosions, the towering mechas, or the exhilarating speed? While all these elements hold some truth, they're merely fragments of a larger picture. One undeniable fact remains. The allure of machinery, particularly large machinery, is indeed irresistible to men. For boys, a day spent admiring beautiful women may become tiresome, yet they could gaze at excavators all day without losing interest, even if the machinery merely repeats its digging motions. Now, Harry and Ron found it impossible to resist Yi Feng's technologically advanced flying broomstick, especially after mastering its controls under Yi Feng's guidance. The sensation of the broomstick surging forward at the twist of the throttle was utterly captivating. Compared to the first generation of flying broomsticks, Yi Feng's design included several auxiliary side jets, enabling this new generation to perform more intricate maneuvers at greater speeds. Of course, fundamental magical features such as cognitive camouflage and invisibility were present, meaning that ordinary people could not perceive the broomsticks. They could only see the ephemeral vapor trails dissipating in the air. Cool. This is incredible. Yi Feng, did you really modify this broomstick yourself? It's nothing short of a miracle. Although Yi Feng's brand of flying broomsticks had begun to emerge in the magical community, their somewhat complex manufacturing process made them rather expensive. Coupled with the conservative nature of the magical world, these broomsticks had yet to become mainstream. And thus Ron and Harry had not truly had the opportunity to experience this remarkable mode of transport. However, the interests of boys tend to be quite similar, which is why, in just a few brief minutes, Harry and Ron became utterly enamored with this object. After circling around a few times, Ron was particularly captivated by the flying broomstick's ability to be controlled at will, allowing for an array of impressive maneuvers. Thus, he inquired Yi Feng, "Do you sell this flying broomstick? If so, how much does it cost?" 2,000 galleons, Yi Feng replied. Upon hearing that the core of this item was indeed the coveted Nimbus 2000, Ron's aspirations of purchasing one were swiftly dashed, as he realized that affording such a luxury would require his family to forego basic necessities for at least a year or two. Yi Feng was well aware of Ron's family's financial situation, and to him, this broomstick held little value. This was primarily due to his ongoing collaboration with the workshop that produced the flying broomsticks. Having made some enhancements to the production process, he had become a shareholder, and thus, he could procure broomsticks without any monetary exchange. He simply needed to send a letter for them to be delivered. In fact, he even had access to the latest experimental models that had yet to be certified. Seeing Ron's enthusiasm for the flying broomstick, Yi Feng generously offered to gift them both a broomstick. "Harry, did I hear that correctly? Did Yi Feng just say he would give us these 2 broomsticks?" Ron exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes, Ron, you heard him right," Harry confirmed. "Thank you so much, Yi Feng. If I were a girl, I would surely fall in love with you," Ron laughed. Yi Feng rolled his eyes at Ron's remark. But what Ron said next nearly caused Yi Feng to lose control of the broom and plummet from the sky. "By the way, Yi Feng, isn't your country polygamous? What do you think of my sister?" Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, while Harry sat in stunned silence. They had not anticipated such a question from Ron, who had clearly contemplated it, albeit briefly. In Ron's mind, although Yi Feng was of Eastern descent, he considered him remarkably handsome by any standard, as evidenced by the persistent attention from the older girls and classmates at school. Of course, Ron was not shallow. He valued qualities beyond mere appearance. Despite Yi Feng's tendency to engage in seemingly absurd antics that might suggest unreliability, Ron had come to know him well over the academic year. Yi Feng was genuinely a kind-hearted individual and quite dependable. While he occasionally played pranks on Ron and Harry, his character was fundamentally sound. In addition to his admirable qualities and appearance, Yi Feng was also quite affluent. Although he never flaunted his wealth, throughout the previous school year, his dorm was consistently filled with various snacks and fascinating trinkets. He would purchase expensive potions, whose prices could make one dizzy just by glancing at the zeros. Without a second thought, such a paragon of virtue, beauty, wealth, and amiable temperament, who would be willing to let such a remarkable brother-in-law slip away? Of course, the more pressing matter is that if Yi Feng were to become his sister's husband, then her finances would naturally intertwine with his. Is it not entirely reasonable for a brother to borrow a little from his sister's wealth? It was this line of thought that prompted Ron, after a brief contemplation, to utter such a statement. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Ron and Harry promptly cast aside their previous conversation. With a commanding call from Yi Feng, 3 resounding booms echoed in succession, the sound of the enchanted broomstick breaking the sound barrier. Moments later, inside a train speeding along the tracks, several individuals were engaged in lively discussion within a compartment. At that moment, one of them glanced outside. Look, did you see that? A massive black rat just zipped by. Before he could finish his sentence, two more dark figures darted past the window, and this time, many others witnessed the spectacle. As the sound they made was far from subtle. Those were Feng and Harry. I recognize that. That is the latest model of the flying broomstick, reportedly modified from the Nimbus 2000. Its speed, safety, comfort, and price far surpass the ordinary Nimbus 2000. The newest flying broomstick? Is it even more expensive than the Nimbus 2000? Yet, considering its stunning appearance and speed, even a higher price seems justifiable. I must acquire one. In that moment, the desire to possess the newest flying broomstick took root in the hearts of numerous students. This scene also laid a solid foundation for the upcoming broomstick competition. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, who quietly followed the train, fretting over what trouble someone might stir up upon their return to school, rubbed his temples in exasperation. This fellow certainly knows how to keep one on edge. Chapter 64. The fisherman never goes empty-handed. In the sky, three objects, trailing faint streaks, soared into the clouds. Beneath them stretched an endless expanse of wilderness. A little further behind, a train billowing steam clattered along the tracks. This speed is astounding. At this rate, we should reach the school in no more than 2 hours, far quicker than the train. Fast, you consider this sufficient speed? In truth, this is merely the beginning. It is far from its ultimate velocity. Do you wish to experience its true swiftness? Simply press the accelerator to the floor while channeling your magic into it, and you will feel the exhilarating thrill of soaring beyond the bounds of reality. Feng's words, akin to a devil's whisper, resonated in Harry and Ron's ears, compelling them to follow his instructions. And then, my goodness, a prolonged, haunting wail, reminiscent of speaking before an electric fan, echoed from the heavens. Whether it was an illusion or not, in the moment when Harry and his companions, devoid of any experience or preparation, recklessly channeled their magical energy into the throttle of their flying broom, Feng seemed to perceive a faint ethereal silhouette materializing behind the two. He dubbed this phenomenon the living soaring ahead, while the soul pursues from behind. Feng had not anticipated that they would so abruptly max out their magical input. Coupled with their utter lack of caution, the overwhelming acceleration in that instant caused their very souls to feel as though they were departing their bodies. It appeared he had overestimated the physical resilience of wizards. While they might withstand extreme velocities, the instantaneous surge of speed was beyond their capacity to bear. The 36-second limit on speed enhancement seemed rather excessive. A slight reduction in acceleration would render it more manageable. In a soft murmur, Feng adjusted the acceleration to its maximum, swiftly overtaking the two. In Feng's opinion, the flying broom, whether in terms of instantaneous acceleration or top speed, paled in comparison to his sword flight, which could reach 2 to 3 times the speed of sound at launch, and employing a certain technique could easily escalate to speeds exceeding 10 times that. Just as Harry and Ron, having finally acclimatized to such extreme velocity and preparing to relish the exhilaration of leaving Feng far behind, noticed a dark figure whizzing past them. This shadow left behind a long white trail, vanishing into a mere speck in their sight. After a brief silence, lasting perhaps 2 or 3 seconds, the two exchanged glances and simultaneously voiced their thoughts. Feng, is he truly still human? They had experienced the immense pressure brought on by such a sudden acceleration, and the sensation of their souls momentarily departing their bodies was something they had no desire to relive anytime soon. Feng's instantaneous burst of speed had undoubtedly surpassed their recent experience, implying that he had to endure an even more formidable force. Ultimately, Harry and Ron attributed this anomaly to Feng's lifelong morning training, which had evidently endowed him with superior physical prowess. Otherwise, it was inexplicable why he could withstand the gravitational acceleration that had overwhelmed them. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, peering through binoculars from the train, observed Feng transform into a distant dot before vanishing, falling into a profound silence. This flying broom seemed quite delightful. Perhaps he should inquire if the young lad could procure 2 for him. As Dumbledore pondered whether to ask Feng for 2 flying brooms and how best to approach this request, at Durmstrang, Grindelwald lifted his gaze contemplatively toward the direction of Hogwarts. Albus, are you thinking of me? Half an hour later, by the banks of the Black Lake. How blissful it is to be unmonitored. Let the fun begin. Splash. A mass of bait, larger than Feng's head, was hurled with great effort into the depths of the Black Lake. Once submerged, it swiftly dispersed an irresistibly alluring aroma for fish, while simultaneously releasing tiny fragments that mingled with the water, saturating the vicinity with its enticing scent. This bait was the culmination of a week's labor. meticulously crafted from 60 different ingredients, and Yifeng was certain it would lure that great squid. An hour passed. Why hadn't any fish bitten? This was perplexing. My bait was carefully selected and configured. Surely it would attract fish to the area. As Yifeng pondered the absence of bites, a colossal squid was reveling in the bounty he had cast, using its tentacles to ensnare the larger fish that ventured too close. The great squid mused, "What a kind-hearted person. So many delicious treats. It has been ages since I feasted so lavishly." Another hour slipped by. Yifeng sensed something was amiss under normal circumstances. Even without baiting, he would have expected to catch fish by now. The stillness was unusual. Meanwhile, at the lake bed, the satiated squid belched contentedly, preparing to drift into a peaceful slumber. Yet, it suddenly recalled the benevolent human above. After some contemplation, it casually seized a curious fish that had approached and secured it to the fishing line. Of course, when retrieving the line, it could not resist the temptation of the bait, which emitted an aroma so enticing that even it struggled to resist. Now satisfied, the squid had consumed the bait and ensnared the fish. It was time to signal the good-hearted human above to reel it in. Thus Yifeng, who had begun to doubt his luck, was startled to see the float suddenly submerge, and the fishing rod bent into a perfect crescent. Yifeng exclaimed, "Ah, magnificent catch! A truly remarkable catch." Witnessing the rod's dramatic curve, he felt a surge of excitement and hastily began to reel in the prize. To his astonishment, this catch exhibited immense strength, nearly pulling him into the lake on several occasions. After nearly an hour of intense struggle, Yifeng finally brought the exhausted creature to the surface, only to be taken aback by the sight of a figure with a long fishtail floating before him. A mermaid? While resembling a human, its name bore the word fish, justifying Yifeng's belief that he was not empty-handed after all. As he dragged the worn-out mermaid to the shore, he found himself lost in thought, contemplating the feminine features of the mermaid alongside the fish that was less than a meter long. Who was it that was thinking of me? Chapter 65. Yifeng, old deng, do you want a wife or not? First, we shall require 6 large panes of glass, then a sprinkling of stones, seaweed, and other decorations. After that, we shall gather a few small fish, and finally, combine them all together before adding water. Thus, a splendid aquarium shall be created. As Yifeng gazed at the sizable fish tank before him, which, despite its considerable dimensions, still appeared inadequate for housing a mermaid, he found himself lost in contemplation. Perhaps he should enchant it with a few spells of infinite extension? With this thought, Yifeng's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Approximately half an hour later, a magnificent fish tank adorned with exquisite patterns emerged, teeming with a multitude of diminutive fish, each no larger than a pinky finger. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that among these small creatures, there existed one that was distinctly different, for its upper half bore a striking resemblance to that of a human. Though one must concede, from a human aesthetic standpoint, it was rather unappealing. Yet, this was entirely normal. Had the mermaid possessed otherworldly beauty, Yifeng would have certainly kept her for himself, rather than considering gifting her to the perpetually single Dumbledore. Thus, about half an hour later, Yifeng wheeled the grand fish tank to the entrance of Dumbledore's office. "Dumbledore, Dumbledore, do you desire a wife? How about a mermaid?" He called out loudly as he pushed the enormous tank into the office, showing no intention of behaving as an outsider. Fox, the lively creature, was quite familiar with this energetic young human. For as long as Yifeng remained at school, he would faithfully awaken his master each day with unwavering punctuality, even more reliable than an alarm clock. The inhabitants had grown accustomed to Yifeng's routine, such that if one day he failed to rouse them, they would find themselves somewhat disoriented. Both Fox and Yifeng had adapted to each other's presence, so he began to rearrange the office space for the fish tank with utter disregard for his surroundings. Drawing upon his knowledge of Dumbledore's office, he completed the task in a mere 10 minutes, seamlessly integrating the tank into the environment as if it had always belonged there. Once this was accomplished, Yifeng clapped his hands and retrieved a bag of roasted bamboo shoots, pouring them into Fox's feeding bowl. Upon catching the delightful aroma, Fox's eyes gleamed with excitement, and without hesitation, he plunged his beak into the bowl to devour the treat. According to legend, the phoenix thrives on the wood of the parasol tree, feeds on bamboo, and drinks only from sweet springs. While Fox was not the mythical phoenix of Chinese lore, he could certainly be considered a variant. Thus, he likely enjoyed bamboo shoots, even if they were small and not precisely fruit, as they sprouted from the bamboo itself. However, during this grooming session, an unforeseen mishap occurred. One of Fox's tail feathers fell away. Yifeng! Hokusu! Ke! A furious cry erupted from Dumbledore's office, and soon after, Professor McGonagall arrived to witness Yi Feng hastily fleeing from the office. In his wake, a magnificent bird engulfed in flames followed closely behind. And it was only then that Professor McGonagall noticed Yi Feng clenching a vibrant red feather tightly in his hand. Professor McGonagall, upon witnessing this scene, Professor McGonagall finally grasped a fraction of the exhaustion that Dumbledore had often spoken of. She felt a profound sense of relief in her role as the head of Gryffindor and deputy headmistress, knowing Dumbledore was there to support her. Otherwise, with Yi Feng around, she would undoubtedly have aged several years. Professor McGonagall, help! Fawkes is going to kill me. It was evident to McGonagall that the two were merely engaging in playful antics, and she had no desire to involve herself with Yi Feng, opting instead to ignore them completely and walk away. As McGonagall departed, Fawkes's eyes brightened, and the flames surrounding him flared even more fiercely. Goodness, you really mean it. Feeling the intense heat behind him, Yi Feng let out a startled cry and bolted, his speed surpassing that of moments prior. Several minutes later, panting heavily, Fawkes halted at the railing in the corridor. He gazed at Yi Feng, who stood less than 5 meters away, appearing completely unfazed and unruffled, prompting Fawkes to roll his eyes in exasperation. The fiery essence of this creature was indeed formidable. While it was rather challenging to utilize for crafting magical artifacts, it would serve splendidly for augmenting a flying broom for acceleration. With this thought, Yi Feng hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled back to his dormitory. After attaching the tail feather to his modified broom, successfully equipping it with 2 additional jet propulsion units, Yi Feng exited his dormitory just as Harry and Ron arrived. Observing the descending figures of Harry and Ron, Yi Feng's face was etched with confusion. Given the enhanced speed of his modified broom, they ought to have arrived by noon at the latest. Yet, it was already afternoon. Such a delay was entirely unexpected. Perhaps sensing Yi Feng's puzzled expression, Harry felt compelled to explain. Well, after you left, we figured we wouldn't catch up to you. So we took our time on the way. Also what? Yi Feng inquired directly, fixating his gaze on Harry. And we took a brief rest on the train, which is why it took us so long to arrive. Upon hearing Harry's words and observing Ron's expression, Yi Feng quickly deduced what had transpired in their interim. If he was not mistaken, many had likely experienced the new flying broom while they rested on the train. Indeed, this was the case. Consequently, after the sorting ceremony for the new students, before dinner had even concluded, Yi Feng found himself cornered in the dining hall by the male students of Hogwarts. The throngs of eager newcomers were utterly astonished, exclaiming that their seniors were quite affluent, thus ensuring that they would forever remember the name Yi Feng. Chapter 66, The Opening Ceremony. At Hogwarts, perhaps the most anticipated day for everyone is the first day of each new academic year. Although it marks the end of their holiday, it is also the day when they can meet the first-year students. Of course, strictly speaking, they're not genuinely eager to meet these first years. Rather, they're keen to see which houses the newcomers will be sorted into and to playfully tease them. Yi Feng harbored no such malicious whims. Yet he felt a modicum of anticipation for this year's students, particularly due to the entrance of another belle from Hogwarts, Ginny. This mention prompted Yi Feng to stifle a chuckle. For the casting choices in the Harry Potter films often diverged from the expectations of devoted fans, specifically those who cherished the original texts. In the books, the school beauty, Cho Chang and Ginny, in terms of physical appearance, paled in comparison to the rather unremarkable Hermione. Fortunately, this was a realm governed by the forces of reality, allowing both young women to exhibit astonishing beauty, even at their tender age. Thus, when Ginny was called to the stage, many found their eyes drawn to her brilliance. Of course, it was merely a fleeting moment of admiration. After all, Ginny was only 11, and any wayward thoughts could lead her to Azkaban, where she would face the Dementors. Moreover, she belonged to the Weasley family. Despite Harry's apparent fame at Hogwarts and throughout the wizarding world, wherever he went, he was recognized. If one were to randomly select 2 individuals to identify him and Ron, it was highly probable that Ron would be recognized first, thanks to his strikingly vivid Weasley hair. In addition to Ginny, another girl captured Yi Feng's attention, particularly due to her striking silver eyes. However, what truly fascinated him was her voice. Though merely conversational, it resonated with a melodious lilt akin to a lark's song, exuding an innate charm that inspired trust and a desire to confide. Was this the so-called Mad Luna? He was astonished by her formidable mental acuity, although it seemed she lacked the guidance to harness it effectively. Had she received proper direction, her innate mental prowess could render her a demigod in the high magic realm. As Yi Feng observed Luna, she appeared to sense his gaze, turning her head in his direction. Such mental acuity was truly remarkable. She discerned my attention, albeit perhaps due to my lack of discretion. As Feng pondered this, the Sorting Hat announced the house to which Luna would be assigned. Gryffindor. Feng thought, no. It should be Ravenclaw, Shoot and Teat. Congratulations, young one. You shall soon embark on your studies at Gryffindor. May you find fulfillment in your endeavors, the Sorting Hat proclaimed. Casting a sidelong glance at Feng, its words tinged with a subtle hint of schadenfreude. Hello, may I sit here? Luna inquired as she approached Feng, eliciting knowing smiles from nearly everyone present. I know of you. Although the Daily Prophet has not chronicled your exploits, my father is the editor who often swims against the current, so I am privy to certain information about you. I believe we could become excellent friends. Although unaware of the reasons behind Luna's allocation to Gryffindor or her sudden interest in him, Feng graciously nodded to invite Luna to take a seat. As she settled down, he noticed that the cuisine here appeared to differ slightly from that of others. Is this the legendary Chinese cuisine? I have only heard of it but never tasted it. However, I suspect it must be quite delightful. In the midst of their conversation, Luna astonishingly produced a pair of chopsticks from within her magical robes. Witnessing this, Feng and the others were left in a state of astonishment, gradually comprehending the implications of Luna's earlier words. They might indeed become great friends. Though Luna's presence was unexpected, the feeling of surprise swiftly faded as more students were sorted into their respective houses. Her inherent charm, which inspired trust, allowed Harry, Hermione, and others to quickly become acquainted with her. Ginny, who was in the same year, soon became her close companion. However, they soon retreated as an increasing number of individuals gathered around Feng. By the end, the crowd had encircled them entirely. Had Ginny and Hermione not departed earlier, they would likely have found themselves trapped within the throng. Feng also wished to escape, but alas, he could not. For those approaching him were solely there to seek his assistance, specifically to purchase flying brooms. Although the prospect of earning money delighted him, as one should never refuse free gains. When a number of interested buyers reached a certain threshold, it transformed from a boon into a calamity. He cast a pleading glance towards Dumbledore on the stage. Dumbledore had already noticed the commotion, but did not rush to intervene. Instead, he leisurely finished his tart before setting down his fork and knife to regard Feng, extending 4 fingers. Feng, you are taking advantage of my predicament. It is you who seeks my assistance, not the other way around. 2. I can offer you a maximum of 2 flying brooms. Deal. Did I perhaps set my price too high? Upon hearing Dumbledore's prompt agreement, Feng found himself filled with uncertainty. However, 2 flying brooms merely required him to compose a letter, so he did not dwell on it. Dumbledore, having secured the brooms he desired, did not become complacent. He promptly picked up a spoon and tapped it against a nearby cup, capturing everyone's attention. All right, gentlemen, it is time for dinner. Can we defer any discussions until tomorrow? Let's not startle our newly arrived young wizards. Wait, the fish tank. Ye think ich name it. It must be this fellow's doing again. However, the fish tank appeared rather peculiar. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Dumbledore noticed something amiss with the fish within the tank. Their size was slightly off. Though he could not pinpoint the exact anomaly, an intense sense of dissonance lingered. It was not until he spotted a tiny mermaid no larger than a pinky finger alongside a line of text on the tank that his curiosity piqued. Esteemed Professor Dumbledore, with the enchanting mermaid accompanying you each day, you shall no longer endure solitude in the years to come. Yours, the most beloved student, Feng Yi. My dear classmate Feng, you have indeed presented me with a rather unexpected gift for the commencement of the term. Professor McGonagall, perhaps I should handle this personally. He certainly is a rather troublesome fellow. Nevertheless, the extension charm he employed was truly astonishing, catching me off guard. I might inquire how this little rascal managed it. Speaking of inquiries, even Dumbledore might feel a twinge of apprehension. Chapter 67. The Pot Still Remains. Alas, this time the one pursuing him was not Filch, but rather Dumbledore. Thus, when Feng quietly set up a barbecue on the rooftop, an elderly gentleman with white hair and a beard appeared uninvited. Upon seeing the familiar figure, Feng remained unfazed and unflustered, leisurely arranging the prepared skewers. As he did so, Dumbledore gracefully approached and, with a flick of his wand, conjured a chair to sit down. Though he had come to confront Feng, one cannot deny the lad's remarkable grilling skills. The dinner served earlier, to accommodate the new students, comprised traditional dishes, leaving Dumbledore less than satisfied. Consequently, he resolved to fill his stomach before addressing the matter with Feng. It must be said, Feng's culinary talents were indeed impressive. Within mere minutes, a golden, glistening chicken wing was presented before Dumbledore. As he gazed at the steaming, aromatic delicacy, much of his initial ire dissipated. The remnants of his annoyance swiftly faded away with the introduction of a concoction known as happy water. After several rounds of drink and savoring the barbecue, Dumbledore, now somewhat satiated, slowed his pace and remarked to Yi Feng, "The diversity of species in the Black Lake is indeed remarkable. Even mermaids exist." At these words, Yi Feng instantly became alert. Yet he feigned nonchalance, casually popping a grilled kidney into his mouth and muttering indistinctly, "Mermaids? The kind that are said to be exceptionally beautiful?" Dumbledore, amused, noted to himself that the lad had grown astute, proving difficult to deceive. He had not fallen for the ruse. However, did he truly believe that denial would suffice? How naive. In truth, it was no mere legend. In the warm waters of the Caribbean, mermaids are indeed youthful and stunning, possessing gentle natures and unwavering loyalty to love, dedicating their lives to a single partner. Nonetheless, these mermaids are somewhat reserved, remaining isolated unless one understands their language. Fortunately, I possess a smattering of mermaid dialect. Yi Feng, Professor, I wish to learn. I want to learn. Very well, tomorrow after school, I shall first impart some fundamental phrases to you. Once you have familiarized yourself, you may practice with a mermaid. Indeed, I will promptly appear in your office tomorrow. Dumbledore. Little Blackfoot has revealed his secret, hasn't he? Pray, enlighten me. From whence did you acquire that mermaid? And then? Well, old Dumbledore, what do you say to that? Upon hearing Yi Feng's exaggerated remarks, Dumbledore nodded, encouraging him to continue. He was aware of Yi Feng's fondness for fishing, and having discovered that the Black Lake posed no peril to him, Dumbledore had grown rather indifferent. Indeed, on occasion, he would join the sport himself. Seeing Dumbledore entertained by his words, Yi Feng took the opportunity to vent his frustrations. Headmaster, you are well aware of my prowess in concocting bait. Once the bait is set, while it may not attract every fish in the Black Lake, it certainly draws a considerable number. An air force is out of the question. However, today I spent the better part of the day fishing, and not a single bite. The entire day. Dumbledore. Initially, Dumbledore found the account quite enjoyable, but as it unfolded, he sensed something amiss, prompting him to furrow his brow. So you crafted a colossal fish tank to deliver that mermaid to my office, complete with an inscription? Ahem, Headmaster Dumbledore. Do you not find the daily occurrences at Hogwarts rather mundane and tedious? Thus, you presented me with such a grand gift at the commencement of term? I'm truly grateful. Dumbledore spoke this without any hint of malice. His tone was remarkably calm and amiable, which relieved Yi Feng, for had Dumbledore truly been angered, his demeanor would have been quite different. Consequently, Yi Feng climbed the metaphorical ladder of conversation. Indeed, do you not find a fish tank in your office quite pleasing to the eye? During leisurely moments, one could feed the fish, allowing for relaxation and a soothing of the spirit. Truly a multifaceted benefit. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore envisioned the prospect and realized it might indeed be rather delightful, especially considering that outside of Quidditch, the school had little else to offer in the way of activities. Thus, he regarded Yi Feng thoughtfully, urging him to continue. With Dumbledore's encouragement, Yi Feng's enthusiasm surged. Headmaster Dumbledore, you cannot imagine, previously, when the four of us ventured to protect the Philosopher's Stone, we nearly failed to pass Fluffy's challenge due to our complete lack of musical knowledge. It is imperative to note that our school is a paragon in the magical realm. However, our students possess not but magical prowess and are entirely ignorant of other pursuits such as music or painting. Should this become known, it would be rather embarrassing, would it not? Even Muggle schools have various interest clubs. Therefore, I believe our institution ought to cultivate students' diverse interests, promoting well-rounded development. Yi Feng. While the establishment of a flying broomstick club had achieved its preliminary objective, he still could not deflect the blame for the mermaid. However, neither Yi Feng nor Dumbledore anticipated that a significant competition, one that could rival Quidditch in the future, was quietly taking shape amidst this barbecue. Chapter 68. The Disarray of the Dark Lord. Silence, please. I have an important announcement to make today. As soon as Dumbledore's words echoed through the bustling dining hall, a profound silence enveloped the space. The newly arrived students, unaccustomed to such gravitas, gazed earnestly at Dumbledore, awaiting his next words. In contrast, the seasoned upperclassmen turned their attention towards the Gryffindor table, specifically to the seat occupied by Yi Feng. Yi Feng, noticing that nearly all the second-year students and above were glancing in his direction, Yi Feng felt a surge of irritation. What were they taking him for? Not every announcement from Dumbledore in such moments was related to him, though this time it indeed was. Yet, there was little he could do about it. The crowd was too large. Even Harry and Hermione, beside him, looked at him with curious expressions, while Luna's silvery eyes sparkled with anticipation as if she were expecting something extraordinary. Yi Feng. The perils of choosing friends poorly. Not a soul willing to trust my words. I have decided to offer you all a 5 discount on the accessories for modifying your flying broomsticks, while others will receive far less favorable terms. While Yi Feng mused in solitude, Dumbledore once again addressed the assembly, announcing an event that would be etched into the annals of the magical realm. Following discussions with the faculty last night, we have resolved to establish various interest groups within the school. Students may join or explore these groups according to their preferences. Of course, participation is entirely voluntary and not obligatory. However, I encourage everyone to try their hand at acquiring skills beyond mere magic. For a wizard's life need not be confined to spells alone. That is all I shall say. Interested students may sign up with their respective heads of year, who will compile the information and submit it to me. If necessary, I will confer with the heads of the houses regarding the allocation of classrooms and the procurement of supplies. Long live Dumbledore! As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, a cheer erupted, and the initial voice quickly sparked a chorus of support. Thus, the phrase "Long live Dumbledore" resounded throughout Hogwarts, stirring envy among the portraits of past headmasters. What was so remarkable about this? Has he merely announced a few additional school regulations? If I were alive, I could do the same. Though such thoughts were voiced, there remained a genuine respect for Dumbledore. After all, if they were in his position, none could claim to have the capability to manage a rascal like Yi Feng, even if this little troublemaker had never truly crossed any serious lines. With Dumbledore's proclamation of the establishment of various interest groups and clubs within a single day, the number of registered groups with more than 5 members soared to over 100, with 11 groups boasting 50 members or more. Among the 11 clubs boasting a membership of 50, aside from the 5 college societies, there exists the Quidditch Club, the Flying Broomstick Society, the Potion Society, the Charm Society, the Cat Petting Club, and the Culinary Society. Yi Feng is an active participant in 2 of these clubs, one of which he founded himself, the Flying Broomstick Society, where he assumes a guiding role, and the Cat Petting Club, co-led by the Weasley twins, who affectionately named their cat Madame Loris. Not everyone shares Yi Feng's audacity in facing Argus Filch and Madame Loris. Hence, 99% of Gryffindor students tend to avoid Filch during their nocturnal escapades. Yet, Yi Feng defies this norm by establishing the Cat Petting Club, with the mission of winning Madame Loris's favor through feeding her, aspiring to make her the club's cherished mascot. Once their objective is accomplished, the members would not only be confident in their nighttime ventures without the fear of being caught by Filch, but they could also assert that as long as they do not directly cross paths with Filch or any professors, their escape is assured. As for the Flying Broomstick Society, Yi Feng is convinced that 99.9% of people would not guess the identity of its founder, who happens to be none other than Albus Dumbledore. Indeed, the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts personally took the initiative to establish the Flying Broomstick Society. When the members witnessed Dumbledore skillfully mount the broomstick, the only one unfazed by the spectacle was Yi Feng, while the others were left in awe, their mouths agape. The impact of this announcement was remarkable, as within a mere day, the Flying Broomstick Society emerged as the largest club at Hogwarts, attracting nearly every student, including faculty members, even Severus Snape. It was during the evening, when Snape sought to purchase Yi Feng's model of broomstick, that Yi Feng was too astonished to record the moment. Otherwise, Snape's bashful demeanor would surely have graced the front page of the Daily Prophet. However, not everyone was pleased with this turn of events, particularly their new defense against the dark arts instructor, Gilderoy Lockhart, whose attempts to promote his books were overshadowed by Dumbledore's Flying Broomstick Society, rendering his works virtually unmentioned among the students. Yet, this mattered little to Yi Feng, who was currently engrossed in organizing the inaugural Flying Broomstick competition. Distinct from traditional broomstick races, Yi Feng's competition emphasizes the modification of broomsticks rather than mere speed or control. As long as 1S enhancements are sufficiently impressive, their broomstick could soar faster, allowing even those with no piloting skills to have a chance at victory. Certainly, aside from enhancing flight speed, modifications in other directions are also feasible. For instance, one could enchant their flying broom with several disruptive spells, rendering opponents unable to fly swiftly, or even causing them to be eliminated from the competition, ultimately securing victory. Furthermore, one could simultaneously pilot the broom while launching attacks against adversaries, knocking them from the skies. It can be said that the customization of flying brooms knows no bounds. During the competition, apart from assigning each participant a life-saving charm, there are no established rules. For the sole regulation regarding flying brooms is that the first to reach the finish line is declared the champion, rendering the journey itself inconsequential. Upon hearing the rules set forth by Yi Feng, the members of the broom riding team were not intimidated. Rather, they were eager to participate. Even Dumbledore borrowed a considerable amount of modification materials from Yi Feng thereafter, as Yi Feng fervently prepared for the competition. A former Dark Lord from Nimengard had already transformed his broom into a striking embodiment of dark aesthetics. Just wait, Dumbledore. I shall prove to you that I am the superior one. Meanwhile, amidst the sharpening of competitive edges, the contemporary Dark Lord, hidden within a blank diary, sought to manipulate an innocent young girl. The actions of the two Dark Lords starkly contrasted, illustrating that even among those of the same ilk, there exists a profound difference. Chapter 69. A glance could cause an explosion. What is required to host a grand competition? Undoubtedly, the answer lies in funding. Without financial backing, one cannot properly arrange the venue, nor can one establish enticing prizes to attract a larger participant pool. Moreover, without adequate funding, ensuring the safety of contestants becomes increasingly challenging. Considering that both the rule-free broom race organized by Yi Feng and the Quidditch matches have a notable casualty rate, it is imperative to contemplate compensation and medical expenses for both participants and spectators. Fortunately, Yi Feng need not worry about these matters. For the largest broom specialty shop in the magical realm, in which Yi Feng holds shares, announced that they would cover all expenses incurred during the competition, with the sole stipulation of being allowed to advertise at the outset of the event. This request posed no difficulty for Yi Feng. However, when he observed the shop's representatives transporting numerous materials and broom components into Hogwarts, offering free trials, Yi Feng realized the short-sightedness of his initial perspective. Their intent was clearly to promote this competition throughout the entirety of the magical community. Thus, with the vigorous promotion by the broom specialty shop, excitement spread beyond Hogwarts, invigorating the magical realm as a multitude of wizards began to anticipate the event. Indeed, many had already begun acquiring the heavy-duty broom, and it was as if Pandora's box had been opened. Within a mere month, the sales of this model surpassed the annual sales of ordinary brooms. Certainly, the majority of individuals purchasing heavy motorcycles do so not for the purpose of modification, but rather for the unparalleled speed, comfort, and safety that these machines offer, far exceeding that of ordinary broomsticks. After all, it has been demonstrated that a fully powered heavy motorcycle can propel a banshee several meters away, effectively scaring it off. This alone is enough to entice wizards within the magical community, as banshees are regarded as one of the most fearsome magical creatures. The ability to confront such a menace with just a broomstick is indeed a remarkable advantage. Meanwhile, Yi Feng is wholly dedicated to the design and construction of the racing track for the competition. Although the race itself is already quite thrilling and challenging, Yi Feng feels it lacks a certain element of excitement. Thus, he personally crafted an intricate racing course, part of which traverses the Forbidden Forest and the Black Lake, complete with numerous surprises he has ingeniously devised. After a month and 7 days of relentless effort, Yi Feng's track is finally complete. At this moment, a certain Dark Lord, hidden within a notebook, has successfully ensnared a charming young girl, leading her to unlock the chamber left behind by the founding head of Slytherin within Hogwarts on this ominous night. As Yi Feng walks back to the dormitory, envisioning the delightful expressions of the participants when they encounter the surprises he has prepared for them, a small figure with fiery red hair darts past him. Is that Ginny? While students of Gryffindor are known for their adventurous spirit, especially since nighttime escapades have become commonplace with Yi Feng's invisibility charm, it remains uncommon for anyone, particularly girls, to wander alone at night. However, something seems amiss with her. Is she under some form of enchantment? Although Ginny vanished from his sight in an instant, Yi Feng immediately recognized her unusual state and decided to follow her. Due to his training in mystical arts, Yi Feng lacks the ability to conceal his presence and aura. Yet this is not something that an enchanted Ginny would detect. Thus, he successfully trailed her to an abandoned washroom. Upon witnessing Ginny speaking in a peculiar tone and the wash basin transforming after her utterance, Yi Feng began to piece together the situation. With a sigh of exasperation, he slapped his forehead and chuckled softly, realizing he had become so preoccupied that he had forgotten about Voldemort. Although the basilisk posed little danger and had not resulted in any casualties in the original narrative, it nonetheless caused considerable unrest. With the upcoming broomstick competition, where participants are fervently modifying their brooms, it is imperative that she does not create chaos at this juncture. Muttering under his breath, Yi Feng's form flickered, and in the next moment, he appeared at the entrance of the chamber revealed by the shifting wash basin. He swiftly reached out and caught Ginny just as she was about to leap into the entrance, simultaneously snatching the diary she clutched in her hand. At the moment the diary was taken by Leaf Wind, he simultaneously dispelled Voldemort's insidious influence. This meant that it was akin to Ginny awakening to find herself in an unfamiliar place, embraced from behind by an unknown individual, startling her into a brief tremor. Fortunately, Leaf Wind had anticipated this reaction. Thus, as he roused Ginny, he softly reassured her, "Do not be alarmed, it is I." Upon hearing his voice, Ginny, who had initially been filled with panic, transformed into a bashful state. Despite their acquaintance and familiarity, such intimate gestures had never occurred between them. Their interactions typically involved shared meals or the passing of items, with minimal physical contact. Consequently, upon realizing that it was Leaf Wind who held her, her cheeks flushed a vivid crimson. As for Voldemort, witnessing his meticulously crafted plan nearing fruition with the chamber now opened, he was infuriated by the sudden appearance of an intruder who snatched away the girl he had long manipulated. However, upon recognizing the identity of this interloper, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over him. If he could summon the basilisk, this unexpected individual would become the first sacrifice in his scheme. Yet in the next moment, Voldemort was struck with fear, for Leaf Wind cast a mere glance in his direction. Though it was merely a fleeting gaze, Voldemort felt as if his mental assault had melted away like thin snow under a scorching sun. More terrifying was the sensation that the very soul residing within the diary was on the verge of disintegrating into ashes beneath that gaze, rendering him paralyzed with fear. Noticing Voldemort's sudden stillness, Leaf Wind waved his hand to restore the restroom to its original state, only then realizing he was still holding Ginny. He quickly released her and stated, "What transpired tonight shall remain a secret between us. I hope you will not disclose it, may I ask?" Leaf Wind's desire for secrecy stemmed from wanting Harry and the others to handle the end-of-term examinations. However, Ginny's thoughts on the matter remained known only to herself. From that day forth, whenever Ginny found herself alone with Leaf Wind, her face would bloom with a rosy hue, leaving him perplexed. Yet considering that Ginny was a girl, he deemed her reaction to be quite normal, and thus did not dwell on it. Of course, Voldemort had made attempts to manipulate Greyback in Leaf Wind's absence. But one must understand that Greyback's daily sustenance consisted not only of tender chicken breast, but also an array of potions. Although the experimental success rate of refining elixirs in this manner is typically not very high, the sheer quantity is substantial. Moreover, Yifeng's elixirs are not like the mediocre ones that yield only a single pill per batch. Once successful, he can produce at least 9, and with a larger cauldron and more ingredients, this number can soar to 36, and at times even reach 81 or a staggering 108. Thus for days, Xiao Hui has been consuming the elixirs as if they were mere candies. It is indeed reckless for Voldemort's incomplete fragment of consciousness to attempt to manipulate and control an owl that has evidently undergone a transformation, treating the elixirs as treats. Feng is acutely aware of this folly, yet he harbors no concern, for he has previously fed his experimental elixirs to the cats and dogs in his village. Initially, these animals experienced significant digestive distress, with some even appearing to lose their essence. But as Feng honed his skills, such adverse reactions diminished. His penchant for innovation, however, led to the occasional misadventure, as evidenced by the derogatory nickname circulating among the dog community. If it were you, would you be willing to witness your own beloved dog effortlessly overpowering a bull, only to merrily trot over to you afterward? Even though a sum of 50,000 is undeniably a fortune in this era, those who saw such a formidable creature among the village dogs could only deem it average. Furthermore, regardless of the breed, any cat that encountered Yifeng would promptly tuck its tail and flee, thus elevating Yifeng's status in their eyes significantly. The fact that Yifeng's elixirs could elicit such remarkable effects with merely a handful suggests that Xiao Hui, who consumes them like sweets, poses a greater challenge than even a fully realized Voldemort. Therefore, Yifeng remains untroubled about Xiao Hui's safety. With Voldemort's interference eliminated, the flying broomstick competition is swiftly approaching. As the event draws near, the atmosphere within Hogwarts has become palpably tense. Even Harry and Ron, who typically enjoy nocturnal escapades, have vanished from the night, devoting all their energy to enhancing their broomsticks. Perhaps this collective focus is why there has been no opposition within Hogwarts, even from Snape, who has joined in. This time, Snape stands as a primary rival alongside Dumbledore. After all, he is the esteemed potions master and a renowned expert in the magical community. The competition permits the use of various tools, and one can only imagine the spectacle, as Dumbledore magically propels himself ahead to seize victory. Snape might unleash a flurry of potions, creating a scene that even the esteemed Dumbledore would find daunting. As for Feng, his modifications were relatively straightforward, consisting merely of the addition of a multitude of weapons. Furthermore, he assisted Zhang Qiu, Hermione, Luna, and Ginny in enhancing their flying brooms. although their upgrades primarily focused on defense and safety, emphasizing participation. For instance, in addition to imbuing Zhang Xiu's broom with spells such as immortality, rebound, and force release, he also integrated a high-quality spirit stone to power the front lights, allowing her to illuminate her path. Comparable to Tony Stark's creations, it was undoubtedly a worthy possession. Hermione's enhancements were similar, with the only distinction being that her front lights transformed into two amplifiers capable of magnifying magical force by 20-fold. Luna and Ginny, perhaps feeling a bit reserved due to their recent arrival and perceiving the modifications as somewhat aggressive, requested that their brooms be less conspicuous. Thus, Feng crafted a presence-reducing enchantment for them, yielding an effect akin to this. Person A, was that a Gryffindor that just rushed past? Person B, did someone just pass by? Person A, you won't distract me with such trivialities. The champion of this tournament will undoubtedly be me. Person B, in your dreams. The championship belongs to me. As for Harry and his companions, Feng declared that he would charge them a mere 95% of the cost for the modification materials, and that he would only charge them the cost price for inscribing the spell formations, which he deemed generous. The audacity of them requesting further modifications was absurd. The fact that he hadn't turned their brooms into explosives was already a courtesy, considering this competition was an individual contest rather than a team event. Chapter 71. The competition begins under the gaze of the multitude. The inaugural flying broom competition at Hogwarts was officially inaugurated. As both the headmaster and a participant, Dumbledore naturally took on the role of the ceremonious officiant and delivers speech. Today marks the day of our first flying broom competition, and I hope all participants and spectators alike enjoy themselves. However, it is imperative that both contestants and onlookers pay careful attention to their safety during the event. If possible, I urge participants to exercise restraint and refrain from inflicting severe harm upon one another. I do not wish for anything untoward to occur on this day that is meant for celebration. While uttering these words, Dumbledore cast a glance towards Feng's direction and the team of external participants who had been specially authorized to compete. Indeed, due to the overwhelming publicity surrounding the flying broom competition, numerous other schools and many adult wizards jointly applied to participate. Initially, Dumbledore had been opposed to this, but under pressure from the Ministry of Magic and the enticing offers from other magical schools, he ultimately conceded, stating that the pressure was too great to ignore. Naturally, he expressed strong condemnation regarding the involvement of certain remnants from a bygone era, yet the latter refused to accept such reprimand, leaving Dumbledore with no choice but to feign ignorance. Upon perceiving the menacing gaze of Dumbledore, Feng immediately vowed not to initiate the use of large-scale, high-powered magic. However, he made it clear that if anyone were to strike at him first, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Naturally, Feng asserted his autonomy in interpreting what constituted large-scale, destructive magic. Yet, to maintain the intrigue and excitement of the competition, he refrained from employing abilities outside the realm of magic. Otherwise, with his formidable prowess, a mere evasion spell would render the others futile in their pursuit for second place, as the victor would be unmistakably clear. Dumbledore's pronouncement elicited benevolent smiles from the audience, including those from rival schools, except for a certain short-haired, resolute man whose gaze towards Dumbledore brimmed with combativeness. Albus, this time I shall utterly defeat you. As Professor McGonagall called for the competitors to take their positions, they swiftly mounted their flying brooms, converging at the starting line. The nature of flying brooms rendered the need for designated lanes unnecessary. They simply awaited the signal at the starting point, as the limitless altitude could accommodate all participants. Thus, a magnificent and awe-inspiring sight unfolded. Like the cinematic depictions of armies in battle, the starting line was a densely packed congregation of riders atop their robust flying brooms, resembling a formidable black wall from a distance. Upon closer inspection, the riders, though visually similar, possessed distinctive styles, for each individual's aesthetic and flair diverged. In the realm of magic, one could hardly expect practitioners to have a grasp of fluid dynamics or aerodynamics. Consequently, they adorned their brooms in whatever manner they deemed appealing or unique. Thus, one could observe brooms transformed into colossal, majestic creatures, others resembling winged steeds, and even an absurdity like a horse-drawn carriage. When Feng beheld the broom reconfigured to resemble a classical carriage, he nearly lost his composure. For it was indeed just a carriage without any means of propulsion at the front, with a driver seated atop the carriage itself, reins in hand. Of course, aside from such peculiarities, many others appeared rather conventional. For instance, Harry and his companions sported relatively standard designs, albeit with a few colorful embellishments and additional trinkets. As for Yi Feng, while his design aligned with the original aesthetic of heavy-duty machinery, this was the magical realm, not some futuristic science fiction world. Thus, despite the seamless and aesthetically pleasing technological enhancements he had made, among the competitors, he stood out as an anomaly. The reason for this distinction lay in the two powerful magical turbines mounted at the front, which were relatively commonplace among such contraptions. This is precisely why Dumbledore had taken the time to caution Yi Feng, for he sensed an aura of danger emanating from the monstrous creation Yi Feng had fashioned, the implications of which require no further elaboration. However, this does not imply that the threat posed by Yi Feng has diminished. On the contrary, it has escalated. The unknowns that Yi Feng might unleash to obstruct his adversaries, following his inability to inflict direct harm, only amplify his menace. Consequently, as Dumbledore prepared for takeoff on the racetrack, he identified Yi Feng as his primary rival. Yet, preoccupied with vigilance against Yi Feng, Dumbledore failed to notice that more than half of the competitors cast suspicious glances in his direction. "Hey, I just saw the two of you huddled together. What are you whispering about?" "Oh, we were strategizing how to ambush Headmaster Dumbledore." "Is it really that thrilling? Count me in. Didn't you hold Professor Dumbledore in high regard?" "If I recall correctly, you're from Ravenclaw, right?" "It's Dumbledore. Opportunities to compete alongside him are rare, particularly in a relatively fair setting. And what if? I'm merely suggesting. What if we were to triumph over Headmaster Dumbledore? That would be quite a feather in our cap." I firmly believe I am not the only one harboring such aspirations. As they conversed, one individual gestured with his lips, prompting the other to glance in the indicated direction, revealing the Weasley twins quietly scheming, and further away, Snape, whose intense gaze was fixated on Dumbledore. Even Professor Snape is preparing. At that moment, the command rang out, capturing everyone's attention. "Begin." Indeed, Professor McGonagall did not count down, but instead announced the start directly, a deviation from the norm that caught everyone off guard. Chapter 72, The Unfortunate One Whoosh. What? There was no countdown. What just happened? Has the competition commenced? Did I miss something? And what were those two shadowy figures that shot out? With Professor McGonagall's announcement, many wizards in the arena found themselves bewildered. However, amidst the confusion, there were those who reacted swiftly. Of course, there were also prescient individuals, such as a certain shameless Albus. No sooner had Professor McGonagall uttered the word begin than Dumbledore surged ahead, covering a distance of 10 to 20 meters before the other students could even process what was occurring. Snape, who had been watching him intently, followed closely behind, creating a stark contrast that many found hard to accept. This is a blatant conspiracy. To start without a countdown is utterly scandalous. You must have colluded. Witnessing this scene, the headmasters from the other schools in the stands could no longer remain seated, and the students of Hogwarts also found it difficult to comprehend. Professor Dumbledore. However, once they entered the actual racetrack, laden with various traps and devices, it would be time for everyone to showcase their true abilities. As the competition commenced, Dumbledore and Snape surged ahead, leaving the others far behind. Following them were Feng and Harry, whose quick reflexes and the exceptional performance of their broomsticks compensated for any slight delays. Behind Feng and his companions were students with commendable reaction times. However, despite their responsiveness, their broomsticks could not match the speed of Feng's, rendering them slightly slower. Of course, not everyone who reacted promptly could keep pace, such as Malfoy. His reaction time was indeed impressive, nearly synchronizing with Harry as he activated his broomstick. Yet, his surname hinted at his lineage. As a scion of a pure-blood wizarding family that espoused the superiority of blood purity, Malfoy, like his father, exhibited considerable arrogance, particularly towards those of mixed heritage. His demeanor often reflected a palpable disdain for others. The broomstick he modified, viewed through Feng's perspective, was hardly worthy of being called a broomstick. To do so would be an affront to the very essence of what a broomstick should be. The singular aim of the broomstick race was to reach the finish line alive, prompting most participants to focus their modifications on speed, defense, or attack. Even the more conservative approach, which sought balance, would emphasize aspects such as increasing speed. However, Malfoy's broomstick deviated significantly from this norm. In his modifications, while he did consider speed and defense to a degree, he predominantly prioritized opulence and grandeur. Consequently, the original chassis was stripped away and transformed into something resembling a throne. Yet, the most absurd aspect was that Feng did not observe the control system he had added for better maneuverability. Rather, he noticed a segment of the broomstick's head, which was deliberately concealed but still visible from a high vantage point. To Feng, Malfoy resembled someone piloting a jet fighter who deemed the cockpit cover too cumbersome and poorly ventilated, prompting him to remove it entirely. Thus, as Malfoy propelled his broomstick forward, he was immediately confronted with the biting winds, akin to receiving an unexpected slap. Although Malfoy, unwilling to concede, attempted to brave the fierce gust to catch up with Feng and the others, the excessive embellishments on his broomstick proved to be a significant hindrance. In contrast, Feng and his companions, while appearing modest, had equipped their broomsticks specifically for the race. Consequently, within just a few minutes, Malfoy could only watch helplessly as Feng and his friends dwindled into mere specks before his eyes. Frustration welled within him. Why was it that Feng and his companions' broomsticks soared with such speed? Had they deliberately withheld faster broomsticks from the rest of them? As Malfoy watched the figure of his opponent fade from view, his fury knew no bounds. Yet, regrettably, all his wrath was rendered utterly impotent. In his blind rage, Malfoy remained oblivious to the fact that a broomstick, clad in a rooster-like exterior, was hurtling towards him with alarming speed. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air as two heavy-duty brooms collided. At that fateful moment, Malfoy, consumed by his biases, had dismissed the design of the Nimbus 2000 in favor of ostentation and prestige, leading to the catastrophic disassembly of his broom. The core component, a Nimbus 2000, was violently ejected in the chaos. Fortuitously, Malfoy had not been foolish enough to discard the defensive charms provided before the race commenced. As he slipped into unconsciousness from the impact, he glimpsed a colossal rooster soaring above him, while amidst the wreckage, a nearly pristine Nimbus 2000 spun away into the sky. It turned out that the instruction manual had not deceived him. Those core components were indeed irremovable. As one of the highly favored contenders, Malfoy's unexpected expulsion from the race sent ripples of shock through the spectators, igniting their fervor even further. Such an exhilarating start promised even greater thrills as the competition progressed. This was the essence of masculine adventure. Come the next tournament, they would spare no expense to participate. Although many merely watched with eager expressions, this sentiment resonated deeply with the majority of the audience, especially when they retrieved their outdated broomsticks, their faces filled with disdain. In the magical realm, there were no large screens to provide real-time coverage of the competition, necessitating that viewers follow closely behind the competitors. To enhance the audience's experience, the track had been designed with numerous loops, allowing them to avoid trailing the racers directly. Nevertheless, even with these provisions, the spectators lagged behind, likely due to the astonishing speed of the contestants. By the time they reached the first vantage point, the leading teams had already surged into the obstacle zone, with even the third tier hastening to claim their positions. However, upon entering, they regretted their lack of preparation as they encountered a curtain of water. Dumbledore, closely trailing behind the likes of Feng, found himself enveloped in thick smoke. While dangers such as massive boulders or trees might lurk beyond the veil, the robust construction of their brooms would allow them to crash through without protective measures. The water curtain, however, posed a different challenge. Despite its modest width of 5 to 6 meters, the impact at high speeds was akin to crashing on a solid ground. Consequently, without magical assistance to navigate through, even the most resilient broomsticks would falter, and within mere moments, the third tier faced near annihilation. How tragic, particularly for that short-haired, rugged elder, despite his valiant attempt to push through, bore the appearance of someone just expelled from a brawl. Gryffindor, exclaimed Feng, unable to suppress his amusement. Upon hearing that name, Feng immediately spat, and right after, Snape, who was closely following Dumbledore, stumbled as he lost his footing, nearly causing his enchanted broom to collide with Dumbledore's. Chapter 73, The Master of Self-Destruction. The name Grindelwald may not resonate with the younger wizards, or they might have heard of it without understanding its significance, for it belonged to the former Dark Lord, a figure synonymous with Voldemort in the minds of contemporary wizards. However, Snape was well aware of it. Thus, when he heard Dumbledore proclaim the identity of the bruised old man, he was startled to the core. Feng, having heard of Dumbledore's former lover, eased off the throttle and subtly angled his broom towards Grindelwald. "May I have a word with you, former Dark Lord?" Feng inquired. Upon hearing this, Grindelwald's initial favorable impression of Feng, who was handsome and had borrowed the broom from him, dissipated entirely. Yet, oblivious to Grindelwald's displeasure, Feng moved closer. "Mr. Grindelwald, it is said that you and Dumbledore once shared a bed, as close as brothers. Is this true?" Grindelwald, Dumbledore, Feng, why do I suddenly feel a chill creeping down my back? Am I underdressed? But it's not even autumn yet. With a sigh, Feng remained unaware of the impending crisis and boldly continued. "So, you are tacitly confirming it?" As he inhaled sharply, he added, "I never imagined Dumbledore to be such a heartless scoundrel, abandoning you and even imprisoning you afterward. What a cat. At that moment, two voices resounded in perfect harmony. And as Feng noticed the two attacks hurtling towards him, he twisted the throttle, and in an instant, his broom transformed into a blur, vanishing before Dumbledore and the other's eyes. Professor Snape, save me. Dumbledore and the former Dark Lord are out to silence me. The moment Feng's voice lingered in the wind, Dumbledore and Grindelwald's faces darkened, while Snape, who had been eavesdropping, was taken aback upon hearing his name mentioned. Goodness, don't drag me into your reckless antics. I have no desire to join my deceased classmates just for knowing too much. Dumbledore and Grindelwald, as Snape desperately attempted to diminish his presence. Both Dumbledore and Grindelwald turned their attention toward him. Feeling the immense pressure of their gaze, Snape's mind raced for an escape plan, and just then, he spotted Harry and his companions hastily retreating from the area, which sparked a sudden insight in him. Feng, the champion of the flying broom competition, must not fall into the hands of such a rogue. As the words fell, Snape immediately twisted the throttle to its maximum and unleashed the full extent of his magical power. This was merely the beginning. Being a master of potions, he had modified his broomstick with functionalities primarily geared towards potion making. Thus, with the throttle fully engaged and his magical energy at its peak, Snape produced a vial of potion and swiftly inserted it into the specially altered reservoir. Boom! The instant the potion was placed into the slot, two exhaust pipes at the rear of Snape's broom erupted, releasing long tongues of flame. In a heartbeat, Snape's broom vanished at a speed rivaling that of Feng, leaving only a lingering trail of white smoke in its wake. Dumbledore, I never anticipated that you would divulge our affairs to these young ones. I surmise you must have felt quite pleased and proud while uttering those words, given that you have vanquished the Dark Lord. As Grindelwald spoke, a subtle smirk graced his features. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore let out a soft sigh and replied, whether you believe it or not, I have indeed not disclosed our matters to anyone else. As for how this young lad learned of it, I cannot say. However, one thing is certain. This enigmatic individual from the East remains inscrutable to me, even after a year of his presence. Grindelwald's interest piqued at Dumbledore's remark, and he fixed his gaze on Feng, saying, Pray tell, how is it that there exists someone you cannot fathom? Of course, but do you not think we have already fallen too far behind? Those young ones behind us have already. Boom! Before Dumbledore could finish his sentence, a massive fireball soared from the ground, enveloping him as he turned to speak with Grindelwald, caught off guard. Grindelwald, who had been gazing ahead, swiftly maneuvered his vehicle to evade another fireball that came hurtling towards them. Who dares? Upon witnessing the attack on Dumbledore, Grindelwald's fury ignited. However, he was taken aback when he discerned the source of the assault: peculiar plants. These plants boasted thick roots and oversized leaves, with a trunk as thick as an arm, topped by a single flower with 3 petals. The fireballs that threatened them were generated from the center of the closed petals. Are these new magical creatures? No, those are magical creations conjured by that young lad, using transfiguration. Their original form is a half-meter-tall contraption capable of firing fireballs. While not particularly lethal, they certainly possess an intimidating appearance. Grindelwald. Startled by the sudden voice beside him, Grindelwald nearly leapt from his seat in shock. Fortunately, he quickly realized it was Dumbledore speaking. When he turned to see Dumbledore's current state, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. At that moment, Dumbledore appeared disheveled, with his beard singed in places and his robes marred by several scorched holes, presenting a sight more pitiful than himself. Be cautious henceforth. That little fellow has exerted tremendous effort for over a month to meticulously craft this racing track. According to him, even he is unaware of the perils that lie ahead upon entering this course. I believe it is you who ought to exercise greater caution. Do not find yourself humiliated before the crowd, defeated by magical traps set by your own students. If Feng were present, he would undoubtedly stifle a burp, for despite their apparent animosity and jibes, the concern and warnings exchanged between the two are painfully evident. At this moment, Feng, the subject of their discussion, gazed at the swarm of flying swords, his scalp prickling with unease. Blast! What atrocious luck to trigger the 10,000 swords piercing the heart trap. No, this mechanism has been reforged and enhanced. Relying solely on my magic will not suffice. I must enlist the aid of 2 allies. As he muttered to himself, Feng spotted Snape rushing towards him. A good man. Chapter 74, Brutality. Upon seeing Snape, Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. However, Snape, as if endowed with foresight, halted several dozen meters away, fully aware of this individual's temperament, despite his handsome features and an aura of trustworthiness. Snape understood that this man was not one to suffer losses easily. Thus, upon witnessing Yi Feng's pause, Snape instantly became alert, recognizing the wariness in Snape's gaze. Yi Feng comprehended the situation and, without hesitation, plunged into the flurry of flying swords. Yet, he did not charge recklessly ahead. Instead, he maneuvered gracefully, weaving through the multitude of wing blades. Although Snape remained vigilant, he mistakenly perceived the flying swords as mere obstacles on the track and followed suit with caution. Following Snape were not Harry and his companions, who had been tailing Yi Feng, but rather Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who had been cast aside. It must be said that these two old fellows are formidable. The magical traps set by Yi Feng along the way posed no challenge to them. Even the enhanced versions of the roaming balls and ghostly projectiles, which pursued relentlessly, were effortlessly evaded by them. In contrast, Harry and his group were far less fortunate. They unwittingly triggered the protagonist buff, encountering one of the three formidable bosses set by Yi Feng, the random maze. The essence of the random maze lies in its unpredictability, and thus even Yi Feng could not ascertain where one might be teleported upon advancing within its confines. With good fortune, one might find themselves outside the maze before they even realize it. With ill fate, one could find themselves unceremoniously expelled back to the starting point after numerous attempts. Harry and his companions were not particularly fortunate. Even though they possessed extraordinary intellect, it proved insufficient on their journey. The essence of this endeavor lay in its randomness. The intervals of teleportation were entirely unpredictable, as were the destinations. Consequently, within a mere 20 seconds of being transported into the labyrinth, they found themselves scattered. It was precisely this unpredictability that allowed Dumbledore and his allies to gain ground, with the Weasley twins trailing closely behind. Of course, the Quidditch players, relying on their solid flying experience, maintained a tight pursuit. Although they belonged to a different tier, their separation was merely a couple of 100 meters, a distance that could be traversed in the blink of an eye. Thus, closely following Snape, Dumbledore and Grindelwald plunged into the heart of the activated heart-piercing trap, and upon witnessing Yi Feng circling with a sword dragon, they realized they had been ensnared. Headmaster Dumbledore, Mr. Grindelwald, we meet again. Fire God, pave the way. Exclude your weapons. In unison, Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and Snape launched an assault on Yi Feng. However, unlike Dumbledore and Grindelwald, Snape refrained from using magic. Instead, he simply waved his hand, dispersing a vast array of potions. Goodness, you lack martial ethics. Ye think ik climate. Preparing for the onslaught. Just as he finished speaking, he abruptly elevated the front of his vehicle, swiftly ascending, causing all the attacks from Dumbledore and the others to land upon the sword dragon behind him. Originally, since Yi Feng had triggered the trap, the flying swords would not have attacked Dumbledore and his companions, given that Yi Feng had designed the sword formation to identify enemies as the default triggers. However, these flying swords possessed sentience, and for the sake of amusement, Yi Feng had not implemented any restrictions to only target the initiator. Thus, when Grindelwald's attacks struck the flying swords, the multitude of blades, including those merely hovering, vibrated in response. Gulping. Even Dumbledore could not suppress a swallow at the sight of the swarm of flying swords. As the swords redirected their targets towards Dumbledore and his companions, Yi Feng pressed a crimson button on the front of his heavy motorcycle. With a brief charging sound, the next moment, his motorcycle transformed into a phoenix engulfed in flames, leaving a trail of fire as it sped away, swiftly escaping the trap's confines amidst the chaos of the attacking swords. Damn it! Seeing Yi Feng vanish in an instant, the three ensnared individuals could not help but curse. Yet, in the next moment, a chill ran down their spines as the mass of flying swords converged directly towards them. With a sound akin to a torrential downpour, the densely packed swords descended upon Dumbledore and his companions. In the face of this impending storm, the three exchanged knowing glances, instinctively uniting to strategize. Fire God, pave the way. All, immobilize. Isnapicamandiv, potions, no potions. The clang of metal echoed as they braced for the onslaught. If it were Dumbledore and his companions confronting wizards, their collaboration would likely render any number of opponents futile. Alas, they're now faced with sentient flying swords, intricately arranged in a formation by Yi Feng. As the battle ensued, Dumbledore and his comrades soon realized that the flying swords showed no signs of diminishing. Instead, they found themselves increasingly ensnared. Dumbledore, I now believe the words you spoke earlier. This young fellow is indeed extraordinary. Had another wizard taken his place, they would have likely been obliterated by these minuscule blades long ago. It is worth noting that these three individuals are truly formidable figures in the magical realm. managing to engage in conversation amidst the relentless assault of countless flying swords. However, this may be attributed to Yi Feng not fully unleashing the power of the sword formation. Otherwise, it would have surely shattered. Although these swords have been reforged by Yi Feng, their original materials, merely ordinary copper and iron, impose inherent limitations. Thus, even after being reforged, they remain far inferior to genuine flying swords. If Dumbledore and his companions were to unleash their full potential, these swords would undoubtedly falter. One could argue that both sides are holding back. Yet, Yi Feng's intention in setting this trap was not to inflict fatal harm. These traps were designed merely to ensnare and create mischief, allowing Dumbledore and his companions to be released after a few minutes, albeit not without sustaining considerable damage to their already tattered robes. As for Yi Feng, he has reaped the consequences of his own actions. Why did I create this trap? Just as Dumbledore and his companions emerged from the snare, they witnessed Yi Feng soaring upwards like a rocket, spiraling into the sky until he vanished in the blink of an eye like a distant star. Huh, you rascal. Meanwhile, oblivious to the peril before him, Grindelwald, who was laughing heartily at Yi Feng's predicament, failed to notice a particularly green leaf atop a nearby tree. As he sped past on his black motorcycle, the gust of wind he generated whisked the leaf away, leading him to crash headlong into the forbidden forest. You little rascal, you shall pay for this. Before Grindelwald could finish his exclamation, a tremendous explosion reverberated, followed by the emergence of a mushroom cloud, clearly indicating that he had inadvertently triggered another trap upon his ill-fated entry into the forbidden forest. The spectators in the audience collectively wiped the sweat from their brows, relieved. Phew, I'm glad I didn't participate. The traps on this course are utterly brutal. They already eliminated half the competitors, and this is only the halfway point. Chapter 75, A Sea of Enemies. It must be said that Yi Feng's arrangement of the course is remarkably equitable and leaves no room for retreat. He has not spared himself either. The magical traps have elicited exhilaration from the audience. As for the competitors, they too found the experience thrilling, revealing that they were astonished at their own heart rates, which had quickened and steadied in the face of such peril. In the depths of the forbidden forest, the dazed Grindelwald sat motionless atop a heavy machine. Even the former Dark Lord found himself bewildered after plummeting from such a height, only to be further disoriented by an explosion. However, true to his former title, he quickly regained his composure, only to be stunned once more by the sight of a meteor hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Dumbledore! Boom! Just as he had begun to recover, Grindelwald was once again overwhelmed, this time by the impact of a meteor named Dumbledore, which struck him squarely. A few seconds later, the sound of retching echoed through the forbidden forest, followed by Grindelwald's voice, laced with disdain. Hey, Dumbledore, get off me. If you're gonna be sick, don't do it on my machine. Before Grindelwald could finish his sentence, the retching resumed, accompanied by an exasperated voice declaring, Clean it up, clean it up, clean it up. It turned out that after Grindelwald had been hit, Dumbledore had encountered a leaf floating up from the forest floor. Unlike Grindelwald's predicament, Dumbledore's trap was a spectacular, spiraling ascent followed by a meteoric descent, which culminated in him crashing down directly onto Grindelwald, resulting in an unfortunate mess. This prompted both men to share a moment of mutual disgust and a decision to join forces for a thorough cleanup. Before long, the intrepid Yeffing found himself pursued by 3 ominous old professors. The fastest among them boasted a shock of silver hair, flanked by Dumbledore, with his long white hair and beard, and Snape, whose flowing locks danced in the wind like a silky advertisement. Yeffing exclaimed, Expend your weapons. Fall into unconsciousness. Seize their souls. 3. Cough, cough, expend your weapons. Upon witnessing the 3 menacing professors, Yeffing wasted no time, flooring the accelerator and lifting the front of his vehicle. At that moment, 3 magical attacks soared past him in a triangular formation. 3 against 1. You lack honor. Little Yeffing, have you forgotten? We are wizards. We wield magic, not martial arts. Thus, lacking honor is entirely normal. Quit the chatter and take him down. Obstruct him. Petrify them all. Piercing bone. Cough, cough. Instinct, instinct. Relax your strength. You did this on purpose. You wicked old man. As Yeffing narrowly avoided the incoming magical assault, he felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. For one of the spells was indeed a bone-piercing curse that could have proven fatal. However, after evading these attacks, a smile crept across Yeffing's face as a dense thicket loomed ahead. Since you choose to discard honor, do not blame me for withholding mercy. As they conversed, Yi Feng pressed a yellow button located on the front of his motorcycle, and with that simple action, the belly of his flying broom quietly opened. With a hiss, several smoke-emitting spherical objects were released, enveloping an area of over 20 meters in an instant, causing Dumbledore and his companions to lose sight of Feng completely. Following the smoke bombs, several canister-like projectiles were deployed, and as the smoke dissipated, a brilliant flash of light burst forth, dazzling Dumbledore and the others who were desperately searching for Feng's figure. Ow! My eyes! Stay calm, maintain formation, and use protective magic. That little rascal must have more tricks up his sleeve. One must commend Dumbledore for his keen understanding of Feng, as the flashbang was followed by a barrage of stun grenades, intended to knock Dumbledore and his companions from sky. However, Feng had somewhat underestimated them. Although they were blinded by the flashbang, their instincts for danger remained sharp. Thus, they instinctively employed a displacement spell, casting everything ahead of them behind. The air was filled with a series of explosive sounds, and the brilliant flames illuminated the sky. Coincidentally, Harry and the others emerged from the trap just as they reached the third tier of competitors. Quick, get out of the way. That Feng S-bomb. If we get too close. Harry's warning came a moment too late. Before he could finish, the stun grenades detonated, catching the unfortunate group in the blast. They fell from the sky like hail, engulfed in flames. Quick, save them. Seeing his companions plummet like dumplings, Harry instinctively rushed to help, his actions inspiring those competitors who had not been affected. Perhaps it was a shared sense of empathy, as they had all endured similar trials to reach this point. Are we really going to be blown to the finish line? Who would willingly choose to be blown up? Do you want revenge? Revenge? For what? Didn't you see Dumbledore and Professor Snape teaming up? With their strength, we would just be throwing ourselves into the fray. No, not Dumbledore and the others. The revenge is against the one who created this course. Are you talking about Feng? Exactly. That guy caused us so much trouble, while he himself is ahead. Completely unscathed. He must experience the chaos of the flying broom competition too. As the dialogue flowed between them, the coalition against the Leaf-Wind Alliance swiftly took shape, and Harry and his companions unwittingly found themselves in leadership roles. Thus, when Dumbledore and the others beheld Harry, along with Zhang Xiao and a throng of excited followers, charging towards them, they were momentarily taken aback. However, upon realizing that Harry and his cohort were not there to confront them, but rather to assist in their battle against Leaf-Wind, their faces instantly lit up with radiant smiles. Ah, Leaf-Wind, my dear Misa. Leaf-Wind replied with a furious glare. All shall be petrified. Exclude your weapons. Avada Kedavra, the love spell, quickly restrained them. It seemed that something peculiar had just infiltrated their ranks. Chapter 76. Turning personal battles into strategic warfare. Spells soared through the air as they surged towards the frail figure ahead, resembling swallows returning to their nest. However, it was evident that these wizards lacked aerial combat experience. Thus, their magic was directed solely at the shadowy figure, while they attempted to block any approach from the sides and behind. Those familiar with first-person shooter games understand the adage, do not look up, for neglecting to survey one's surroundings often leads to dire consequences, mildly resulting in chaos, or severely culminating in complete annihilation. Now, Harry and his fellow wizards had committed a similar blunder, forgetting that in the aerial realm, evasion could occur not only laterally, but also vertically. Thus, as an onslaught of spells loomed, Leaf-Wind suddenly plunged downward, and the others were astonished to witness his heavy machine descending like a meteor. In a moment of shock, Leaf-Wind swiftly reversed his vehicle, and, simultaneously, the two magical turrets at the front began to whirl. The sight of Leaf-Wind's gleeful grin startled everyone, including Dumbledore, prompting an instinctive mass retreat. Yet, how could they escape? To maintain sufficient firepower to obstruct Leaf-Wind, they were spaced merely a meter apart, and with dozens of individuals jostling together. Dispersing was no easy feat hence. Tragedy struck even before Leaf-Wind unleashed his attack. In a desperate bid to evade the impending assault, nearly everyone instinctively veered aside. However, the space around them was far from open, crowded as it was with fellow participants. This instinctive maneuver resulted in a domino effect. Within mere seconds, a third of them were toppled and fell from the sky. Yet, they would soon learn that those who had plummeted were, in fact, the most fortunate and blissful. For the bizarre weaponry at the front of Leaf-Wind's machine began to emit a dazzling glow. As the brilliance reached a certain intensity, Leaf-Wind pressed the button controlling the machine gun's firing mechanism, and a radiant beam erupted from the muzzle. With a slight adjustment of his vehicle's direction, a torrential downpour of light rained down upon the disarrayed competitors. Mortals, tremble beneath my barrage. Witnessing Dumbledore and his companions scuttling for cover from the onslaught of magical projectiles, Leaf-Wind stood triumphantly, hands on his hips, laughing maniacally. By my word, this fellow is insufferably arrogant. His hubris must be quelled. Although the magical projectiles launched by Yi Feng's Modelin were remarkably dense, their damage was not particularly severe. Even without any defense, being struck would only result in excruciating pain and perhaps a slight bruise, not anything too grave. Thus, individuals like Dumbledore and Zhang Xiao, who had undergone significant enhancements, could endure the assault without the need for magical protection. Consequently, when they witnessed Yi Feng's audacious demeanor, they were instantly amused, with Hermione and Zhang Xiao exchanging knowing smiles filled with meaning. A faint charging sound began to resonate, and the Stark-like headlights of Zhang Xiao's heavy machine grew increasingly luminous. In the midst of Yi Feng reveling in the exhilarating sense of overwhelming firepower, a brilliant beam of light suddenly descended, obliterating one of his Modelin's weapons. Just as Yi Feng was startled by this unexpected attack, another Modelin was sent flying by a spell that materialized only upon nearing him. Yi Feng was taken aback, staring incredulously at Zhang Xiao and Hermione in the distance. Yet, the two were undeterred, locking eyes with him as Zhang Xiao teasingly remarked, "My dear brother, I am but a mere mortal in your eyes as well. Will you make me tremble too?" Realizing he had misspoken, Yi Feng felt the weight of his words, but it was too late to retract them. Furthermore, the broomstick competition was an individual contest. He would not yield. What if you're my sister? Sooner or later, I shall make you all tremble." Before he could complete his thought, Yi Feng sensed the inappropriateness of his words and abruptly fell silent. However, others were quicker than he. Faint. Almost simultaneously as Yi Feng managed to restrain his subsequent words, Dumbledore and Grindelwald appeared out of thin air, encircling him. Yi Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed these two venerable figures simultaneously raising thick wooden staffs, preparing to strike him. "It is you who has forced my hand. Harry!" Summoned. From a distance, Harry, who had been observing the spectacle, faintly heard Yi Feng call his name. In the next moment, his mind clouded, and upon regaining clarity, he found his esteemed headmaster, Dumbledore, wielding a staff slightly smaller in circumference than his own arm, swinging it menacingly toward his head. In that fleeting instant, Harry felt as though he were seeing his parents beckoning to him. "Father, mother." A sharp thud echoed as the image of his parents morphed into that of his beloved headmaster, and the hefty staff shattered the illusion. Yet he did not cry out, for in the following second, his vision darkened, and he fainted. Dumbledore's strike was remarkably effective, knocking Harry down with a single blow. Meanwhile, Grindelwald, gazing at the broken wand in his hand, fell into deep contemplation. Could this wand truly be a mere illusion? Grindelwald found himself in tears, preferring to believe that the wand he held was a counterfeit rather than accept that Yi Feng's sheer determination had shattered it. "Just wait until the competition concludes. I shall make you pay." But that will only be after the match is over. For now, we are adversaries. Yi Feng, prepare to meet your demise. Charge! At Hermione's command, the Gryffindor and Slytherin students surged towards Yi Feng, their roars echoing in the air. Even Yi Feng felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight, particularly as many of the weapons on his heavy-duty broom had been damaged. "You are formidable. I shall remember this." Sensing the peril, Yi Feng made a hasty retreat, though fortune was not on his side. Zhang Xiao had rendered his broom nearly useless, leaving him unable to contend with the throngs of frenzied opponents pursuing him. Chapter 77. The Guardian Beast Kuan. As the competition intensified, all attention turned towards him, transforming him into the target of relentless pursuit, rendering even the most formidable strength ineffective against such numbers. This was Yi Feng's predicament, prompting him to abandon thoughts of counterattacking the competitors behind him. Instead, he resorted to employing various traps to hinder his pursuers while hastening towards the finish line. As Yi Feng raced past, he collided with a tree the size of a forearm, shattering it, only to be met by a train belching steam, its whistle blaring. Although Yi Feng was uncertain what the trap had been before it was triggered, he had set it himself. Thus, he could deduce its nature from the ensuing tremors. The instant he propelled the enchanted toy train forward, he accelerated away. However, those behind him were less fortunate, as their relentless chase led them directly into the path of the speeding train, which thundered past, leaving many of their broomsticks in ruins. Watching the number of pursuers dwindle momentarily provided Yi Feng with a sigh of relief, yet he quickly had to accelerate again. While he had been entangled with these opponents, Dumbledore and the others had surged ahead, compelling him to alter his course. Otherwise, even if he managed to break through, it would come at a considerable cost. At last, amidst the explosions and flashes of magic, the competitors surged out of the Forbidden Forest and into the Black Lake area, with the finish line nearly within reach. With a swift motion, Yi Feng led the charge towards the Black Lake, and, as he entered the competition zone, The creatures lurking beneath the lake stirred into action. Towering columns of water erupted into the sky, catching many wizards unawares and sending them plummeting to the ground. These torrents were not aimed at the flying brooms, but directly at the wizards above, resulting in numerous individuals being hurled away before they could even draw their wands, only to be struck by a second wave of water. Fortunately, Feng had distributed protective talismans to everyone before the competition. Thus, while some were knocked off their brooms and even fainted from the overwhelming force, their injuries were mostly minor. However, if they were to fall into the Black Lake, it was uncertain what dangers might await them, as these water attacks were not orchestrated by Feng. His certainty stemmed not only from the fact that he had no involvement in their arrangement, but also because a significant portion of these water columns was aimed directly at him. To make matters worse, many of these torrents were laced with sharp harpoons. "Are you trying to kill me?" Feng exclaimed as he narrowly dodged one harpoon, catching a glimpse of a massive fishtail disappearing beneath the surface. Merfolk? With a deep sense of confusion, Feng quickly ascended higher. Otherwise, he would surely be knocked down, especially since his broom had suffered considerable damage after several rounds of fierce skirmishes, now barely holding together. Yet, the merfolk in the water had no intention of letting him escape so easily. Boom! A colossal column of water surged upwards, but this was not the most alarming aspect. What was truly significant was that these water spouts, instead of crashing back down like before, transformed into tendrils, sweeping towards him as if they were alive. Boom! Just as Feng evaded one of the watery appendages, a column thicker than his broom came crashing down, the resulting wave nearly toppling him over. "Do you really want to fight me to the death?" he remarked, watching the grotesque merfolk encircle him slowly, his tone devoid of emotion. "Oomph. You are but a lowly and fragile human. What right do you have to contend with us? Surrender the remaining potions and the methods for concocting them, and perhaps I might show you mercy and grant you a complete corpse. Oh, by the way, I have some gillweed. If you are willing to consume it and serve as our slave to brew potions, I might consider sparing your life." Feng, observing the boastful male merfolk with a distinctly pale golden tail, which set him apart from the others, Feng found himself utterly speechless. At times, he truly wondered if this male merfolk had somehow lost his mind. Although merfolk resided in the depths of the water, Dumbledore was undoubtedly one of the most formidable figures in the magical realm. Without substantial incentives, these merfolk would likely not risk provoking Dumbledore by attempting to surround and eliminate Feng. However, they seemed rather foolish. Why did they believe that someone capable of casually bestowing such potent elixirs, which could enhance their strength, would be weak enough for them to easily overwhelm? "Sigh, I truly do not know what to say to you. You dwell within the depths of the Black Lake, a treasure belonging to Hogwarts. Is your course of action truly wise? Although these merfolk may appear somewhat foolish and unappealing, consuming his elixir could lead to their enhancement. Perhaps, after several generations, they might evolve into the enchanting mermaids of fairy tales." Thus, Feng resolved to grant them an opportunity. Regrettably, not all can seize such chances. The male merfolk, adorned with a pale golden tail, misconstrued Feng's offer as a feeble threat and retorted disdainfully. "So what? Once we acquire that miraculous potion, we will fully harness its power in just a month. By then, not even Dumbledore nor his dark companion Grindelwald could hope to defeat us." Feng found himself at a loss for words. This individual was remarkably audacious. Consequently, he decided to allow him to test his fortune once more. Patronus. Feng had long since mastered the spell, yet he had never had the occasion to employ it, remaining unaware of his own Patronus. Now, the moment had arrived for him to invoke it openly. A resonant sound akin to a whale's song emerged from the depths of the Black Lake, and in the next instant, the waters churned violently, as if a colossal entity were about to rise from its depths. Indeed, a great beast was on the cusp of surfacing. As a melodic call subsided, a gaping maw, wide as 100 meters, silently opened, swallowing the surrounding merfolk whole. Upon witnessing that abyssal maw, the name of this awe-inspiring creature instinctively surfaced in their minds. Feng, too, was momentarily stunned upon realizing the identity of the Patronus he had summoned. He had unwittingly called forth a legendary Kuin. Chapter 78. The conclusion of the contest in the Northern Sea, there exists a fish known as the Kuin. Its immense size is beyond comprehension, transformed into a bird. It is named the Feng. The expanse of its wings is unfathomable, as it soars with the fury of a tempest. This description of the Kuin is drawn from Zhuang Zhou Xiao Yu. The Kuin summoned by Feng through the Patronus spell could not possibly match such grandeur. What he conjured was merely a diminutive specter. Whether the true Kuin could be contained within the Black Lake remains uncertain. Nevertheless, Even a mere shadow of this creature was beyond the capabilities of the merfolk to withstand. With a single bite, the merfolk met their demise. As the image of the Kuin faded, Feng received a multitude of insights. His ability to summon the specter stemmed from his incessant fishing by the lake, with the Kuin being the most formidable of all fish. Thus, when he invoked the Patronus, the Kuin emerged forthwith. However, such a being cannot be summoned at will. After all, the Kuin is a creature of divine status. In the lost world of Harry Potter's diminished magic certainly lacks the power to sustain its essence. In other words, Feng can summon the Phantom of Kuin at most once a month, any more than that would trigger the world's instinctive rejection of them. At that point, summoning Kuin would be impossible, and even calling for divine guardians might become unfeasible. However, given Feng's capabilities, as long as he does not act recklessly, it is unlikely that anything in the Harry Potter universe could truly harm him. Observing Feng continue to sprint forward as if unperturbed, the others were momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, who had been desperately contemplating how to rescue Feng, couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation upon witnessing this. Even at such a critical moment, he was still fixated on the competition and did not forget to make his escape. It was hard to determine whether to admire his determination or to deem him foolishly obstinate. Nevertheless, Dumbledore wasted no time. Seeing Feng dart away, he immediately pressed the accelerator and pursued him, shouting, "What are you all standing around for? The competition is not over yet." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, the remaining participants who were still unharmed suddenly felt a surge of excitement, and they soared after Feng on their flying broomsticks. Meanwhile, hidden within the grass by the lake shore, a diminutive house elf trembled in fear. The wizards, engrossed in the competition, had failed to notice that this house elf had recently attempted to scare Harry away from Hogwarts using a method known as retreating in the face of difficulty. However, upon arriving at this location, the house elf realized that the inhabitants of Hogwarts were far more formidable than he had anticipated. As Feng navigated through numerous traps while being pursued by the crowd, he ultimately crossed the finish line just as his Nimbus 2000 was on the verge of disintegration. After crossing the finish line, the Nimbus 2000 finally succumbed to its wear, snapping in two with a resounding crack, having lasted a mere 2 months and 3 days. To everyone's astonishment, Harry, who had been knocked unconscious by Dumbledore, unexpectedly surged ahead to claim third place, while Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who had been tailing Feng closely, secured second place. As for Zhang Xiao and her companions, the four of them had closely followed behind Feng after he was attacked by the merfolk, refraining from any further assaults, and they consequently achieved commendable placements, finishing in 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th places. Although the grand tournament experienced a minor mishap midway, it ultimately concluded satisfactorily. Both participants and spectators expressed their contentment with the event, especially since the broomstick supplier announced that they would not charge for any of the materials used in the modifications, essentially gifting them for free. Furthermore, the top 10 competitors received a complete set of upgraded components as a complimentary prize. However, what truly excited them was the reward for the tournament itself. With the elixir furnace secured and a substantial amount of materials collected from the Forbidden Forest, Feng generously bestowed upon each of the top 10 competitors a low-grade spirit stone and a concentration pill. While a low-grade spirit stone might seem unimpressive in Feng's hands, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy in the magical realm, as it could significantly enhance one's magical capacity either by absorbing its pure power or by being worn. As for the concentration pill, it is regarded as a formidable asset for wizards. Do not be deceived by the apparent simplicity with which wizards in the world of Harry Potter cast spells. The act of incantation is not an absolute necessity. It merely serves as a means for wizards to focus their attention and summon their magical essence. When a wizard's mental fortitude reaches a certain level, they may cast spells without reciting incantations or wielding a wand. For instance, both Dumbledore and Grindelwald can perform magic without the need for such tools, their extraordinary mental prowess setting them apart from other wizards. The elixir of concentration is designed to enhance one's mental strength. Therefore, when this prize was presented on stage, even Dumbledore felt a slight quickening of his breath. Such an item would undoubtedly incite a frenzy within the magical community. Understanding this, when Feng presented the prize and explained its significance, Dumbledore interjected, nudging Feng aside to assert, "Mr. Feng has elucidated the purpose of these items quite clearly. I trust you all comprehend their implications for wizards. Indeed, these 2 items could rapidly transform an individual into a wizard of at least a professor's caliber. One might argue that, with a few more such items, even the resurgence of a dark figure would pose no cause for concern. Regrettably, I have only managed to procure this limited quantity from that enigmatic ancient Eastern realm. The scarcity is disheartening. There is simply not enough to distribute. Hence, I have chosen to present them as prizes for this competition. Of course, to those who do not win this time, do not lose heart. Although these items are few, I retain some in reserve. Should you all demonstrate exceptional merit, they could yet become your rewards. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, the previously restless crowd below fell into a hush. If these items belonged to the boy named Feng, they could conceive countless ways to obtain them. However, with such wondrous objects now in Dumbledore's possession, the task seemed daunting. Moreover, they realized a more terrifying truth. The former Dark Lord, Grindelwald, was present among them. If it were only Dumbledore, they might regard him with caution, but with Grindelwald's presence, even the boldest among them would hesitate, for he was a man capable of taking lives. As for Feng, he felt a warmth in his heart as he observed Dumbledore pushing him aside, for Dumbledore's actions were protective, even if he did not require it. Perhaps this is why so many are willing to follow Dumbledore. I have decided that in the future, when I awaken you, I shall bring along breakfast as well. I wonder if you will grow accustomed to the traditional fried dough and soybean milk, old Dumbledore. Chapter 79, Voldemort. Ah, yes, I am, but a cartoon character. The flying broomstick competition has set the entire magical realm ablaze with excitement. On the very day the competition concluded at Hogwarts, individuals approached Feng, seeking to enlist him as the course supervisor for the flying broomstick competition. However, Feng declined, for these individuals had audaciously rejected his offer to assist them. If the course did not reflect his unique style, what significance would there be in his role as supervisor? Thus, Feng unhesitatingly declined. The flying broomstick tournament had concluded, and Hogwarts had returned to its former tranquility. It was at this moment that Feng recalled an important matter. Voldemort's diary had been carelessly tossed aside in his room. Chirp, it's nothing. You take a look first, and I'll discuss my matters later. Chirp, little gray, is this method of viewing the paintings your own invention? Upon hearing Feng's words, little gray nodded with delight, adopting a pose that seemed to implore praise, which filled Feng's gaze towards the diary with pity. Such an ability to present a complete picture almost instantaneously on paper must have required extensive training. However, what was it to him? So, Feng affectionately ruffled little Gray's small head and casually produced an orange-flavored pill to feed him. By the way, little Gray, when you view the paintings, they seem to come alive. Let's call it an animated film. Chirp. At this declaration, little Gray became immensely excited, as it found Feng's chosen name utterly fitting. While the diary, the very vessel of Voldemort, appeared to be steaming. Although Voldemort primarily dwelled in the magical realm, he was certainly aware of animated films. Having originated in the 19th century, and now, in the late 20th century, how could he remain oblivious? This meant that the child before him had taken him for a mere toy to amuse a pet. Feng, Hememe Voldemort, Sufurku. Yes, you are absolutely correct. I am indeed an animated film, created to entertain small pets. As he spoke, Feng casually tossed the diary out of the window, as though discarding inconsequential refuse. Oh dear! Feng. Though the pained owner, Feng, did not witness it, the sound was rather familiar. Was it perhaps the Weasley twins? Guessing whose head the diary struck, Feng silently mourned for Voldemort for a brief moment. He could only hope that those two would not conjure too many bizarre ideas upon discovering the diary's magic, especially regarding the manipulation of their minds. The following morning. Knock, knock, knock. Professor Dumbledore, rise and shine. If you do not get up soon, the sun will be up to warm your backside. Dumbledore. Although Feng had grown accustomed to waking him each morning, anyone would feel a twinge of annoyance when roused so early. However, when Feng opened the door and brought in a tray of delights, Dumbledore's irritation dissipated instantly. Sniff! What is that? It smells wonderful. Without needing to be beckoned, Dumbledore arose from his bed, noticing Feng had opened the window to face the sun. Naturally, he seated himself at the table and uncovered the tray. While the lid had been on, Dumbledore had caught only a faint fragrance, but as soon as it was revealed, his mouth watered profusely, for the aroma, not overly strong yet irresistibly appetizing, surged into his nostrils. Gazing at the bowl of meat porridge glistening with a sheen of oil, then at the fluffy bread exuding a natural aroma of wheat, and finally at the pristine white. Wait, what is that? Oh, it is tofu pudding, handcrafted with precision. It is virtually impossible to find such a delicacy elsewhere. Of course, if you do not favor sweetness, I can prepare a savory version. Or if your palate leans towards the more robust, I could attempt flavors such as spicy, stinky tofu, snail rice noodles, durian, or even herring. Stop. Just the sweet version will suffice. although the various flavors of tofu pudding mentioned were unknown to Dumbledore. The solemn way Feng introduced them suggested that these variations were indeed extraordinary, so he opted for the sweet one, which at least appeared less intimidating. Chapter 80. Feng. What is cultural export? Gulp. Despite the glistening allure of the tofu pudding before him, Dumbledore hesitated and chose to distance himself slightly. For it was called tofu pudding. Who knows what animal's brain Feng might have used? Dumbledore contemplated this and posed the question. What animal's brain is used to make this tofu pudding? Is there truly an animal called tofu in this world? Upon hearing Dumbledore's endearing inquiry, a radiant smile involuntarily graced Feng's face. What? Did I say something wrong? Realizing that his question was perhaps misguided, Dumbledore, though knowledgeable, acknowledged that he could not know everything. His inquiry was sincere and devoid of anger. However, he was cautious. Could one truly believe that among those fragrant skewers lay the tail of some animal? To avoid another misstep, Dumbledore felt compelled to clarify. It is no wonder Dumbledore asked, as Easterners are perceived to consume anything, and they not only eat, but also create a myriad of delightful dishes, often with surprisingly pleasing flavors, which prompted his curiosity. After a brief pause, Feng chuckled and responded, tofu pudding is not made from any animal's brain. It is crafted from ground yellow soybeans. It merely bears this name due to its delicate and snowy appearance. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's gaze returned to the bowl of tofu pudding. Just as he pondered whether to sample its flavor, a robust voice called from outside. It smells divine. Albus, what are you eating? Dumbledore, taken aback, reacted with astonishing speed, gulping down the steaming bowl of meat porridge and shoving a bun into his mouth, though his haste could not match the rapid footsteps of the person approaching. Ah, Albus, how could you indulge alone? And you intend to finish it all without leaving any for me? As the conversation unfolded, Grindelwald dashed to the table and snatched the last bun from the plate. Upon spotting the bowl of tofu pudding, he seized it without a moment's thought, mimicking Dumbledore by devouring it with one hand while clutching the bun in the other. Feng, observing their unrestrained feasting, discreetly wiped his non-existent sweat from his brow and tiptoed towards the door. This couple was engaged in playful banter, and he, as the proverbial third wheel, felt it prudent to make himself scarce. Just as he reached the threshold, Dumbledore and Grindelwald's voices erupted simultaneously. Wait. Hearing this, Feng froze, plagued by the unsettling notion that he might have witnessed something he ought not to have, leading to dire consequences. With a cautious demeanor, he turned around. Is there something you need? The breakfast today was exceptionally delightful. Do remember to bring more tomorrow. Make sure to include an extra portion of that sweet, smooth tofu pudding. Albus would surely appreciate it, Grindelwald insisted. Relieved, Feng exhaled. As long as it wasn't a matter of silencing witnesses, he could breathe easy. Though, if it were indeed a serious matter, who would be silenced remained a mystery. Yet, he reasoned that such scenarios were unlikely. For both he and Dumbledore were not of a murderous disposition, and their rapport was quite amiable. Surely, it would not escalate to that point. With a mind awash in thoughts, Feng finally made his exit. Meanwhile, muffled sounds of an argument emerged from Dumbledore's chambers, indicating a dispute over the ownership of the tofu, pudding, and fried dough sticks. Should anyone have been nearby to overhear? Minutes later, the familiar voice of the students from Hogwarts echoed in the Hogwarts courtyard. The fourth set of morning exercises is calling. Commence marching in place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Stop. What constitutes cultural export? Feng Musit. Pride radiating from him. This is cultural export. If only I hadn't chosen to study Sanda and volleyball in university, I could have introduced some Tai Chi for practice. A look of regret crossed his face. The Hogwarts students chimed in, thank you so much. Feng felt a flicker of conscience. Otherwise, they might have been subjected to more than just morning exercises, perhaps even a 5-kilometer run. Of course, time constraints could also be a factor. After breakfast and completing their exercises, class time was nearly upon them. Feng strategically waited until the older students had departed before making his way to the classroom. As he murmured to himself, Snape rushed to the podium, prompting Feng to break into a radiant smile. Good morning, Professor Snape. Your hair seems even more oiled today. In the span of 3 seconds, Snape's expression underwent a dramatic transformation, eliciting muffled giggles from Hermione and the others, who quickly covered their mouths lest they burst into laughter. Indeed, there was someone who could not help but burst into laughter. Ron, unable to contain himself, immediately attracted the penetrating gaze of Snape, who, in that moment, instilled a fear unlike any other in Ron's heart. Is it amusing, Mr. Weasley? Due to your impudence, 10 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. Snape's voice dripped with disdain. Oh, and Mr. Yeffung, I apologize for the sheen of my hair. Might you have any comments to make? The transformation of the typically taciturn Snape into such an aggressive figure is a testament to Yeffing's formidable prowess. While Snape is no weakling, the formidable figure that Yeffing has shaped him into is equally impressive. Yeffing boldly stated, "I know of a particular shampoo that leaves one's hair bouncy and radiant, akin to a special effect. Would you care to try it?" At this, the room fell into a profound silence, and Snape's expression became utterly frozen. However, the next moment, it was Yeffing's countenance that stiffened, for Snape had uttered a singular question. "Is what you say true? Does it truly make the hair bouncy?" Yeffing replied, "Yes." Snape responded with a mere nod. Yet, when the lesson commenced and Yeffing brought forth a cauldron towering 1.5 meters high, Snape's mood dampened considerably. For this contraption bore no resemblance to one used for brewing potions, much less the specialized elixirs of the East. "Mr. Yeffing, might you enlighten me as to the purpose of this enormous cauldron? Oh, can you describe the type of potion you intend to create?" Upon hearing this, Snape's interest piqued, as Yeffing often presented him with novel ideas that inspired him, which is one reason he tolerated Yeffing's antics in potions class. "The potion I am preparing possesses exceptional cleansing properties for certain substances, yet that is not its primary function. The crux lies in its incorporation of highly absorbable nutrients, enabling even the most unstable-rooted plants to absorb them and regain vitality." "Oh, a nutrient-rich potion? Your idea is quite commendable. Professor Sprout would surely appreciate it." Professor Sprout? At the mention of this name, a hint of confusion crossed Yeffing's face, as he could not fathom how the potion he intended to brew related to Professor Sprout, the herbology instructor. However, he did not delve deeper into this line of thought. Instead, he swiftly poured the enticingly fragrant olive oil into a pressing vessel. As Yeffing exerted pressure on the container, a stream of oil, adorned with tiny white bubbles, flowed forth from its base. Estimating that the oil was sufficient, Yeffing preserved it. Yet, just as he was about to proceed to the next step, an idea struck him, and he looked up at Snape, inquiring, "Professor Snape, may I ask what fragrance you prefer? Perhaps the scent of valley lilies? A slight inconvenience has arisen. However, I still possess a modicum of reserves." Snape yet. His internal musings were abruptly interrupted. Feng, without hesitation, extracted a substantial handful of fresh orchid lily petals from his spatial ring and unceremoniously stuffed them into the enormous cauldron. This bold act startled Snape. Yet Feng remained utterly oblivious, diligently stirring the petals within the cauldron with his wand. "Snape, the length of this wand is indeed quite suitable for stirring potions, etc." "The wand? Feng, may I inquire as to the whereabouts of your wand at this moment?" Feng, upon hearing Snape's inquiry, Feng casually picked up his wand from the table and replied, "It is right here. Is there a problem, Professor Snape?" "Oh, not your wand? Then, wait a moment. If your wand is here, whose wand are you using to stir the orchid lily petals in the cauldron?" Upon hearing Snape's words, Feng chuckled and said, "Oh, you mean this one? I simply took it from the table. I have no idea whose wand it is." Snape, upon hearing Feng's response, Snape furrowed his brow and scanned the room. To his astonishment, he realized that all the young wizard's wands were indeed beside them, indicating that the wand in Feng's hand did not belong to any of his students. "How peculiar. Let me take a closer look." Musing to himself, Snape examined the situation once more, yet he could not ascertain if anyone had lost their wand. Nonetheless, he could not shake the feeling that the wand Feng was using to stir the potion seemed oddly familiar. Professor Snape, just as Snape was engulfed in confusion, he was pulled back to reality by Ron, who was swallowing hard, while Harry, perspiring slightly, quietly reminded Snape and gestured towards the interior of his robe where the wand was stored. "Mr. Potter, please raise your hand before speaking in class. You may only speak after receiving my consent. Furthermore, when you speak, do so clearly and with vigor, not in a hesitant manner." Gulp. Upon hearing Snape's words, Harry swallowed again, and at that moment, Malfoy, with an air of smugness, raised his hand high. "You see, just like Malfoy, do you understand?" "Very well, Malfoy. Lower your hand and stand up to express your thoughts loudly." With Snape's permission, Malfoy swiftly stood and proclaimed, "Professor Snape, what Harry Potter wishes to convey is that the wand Feng is using to stir the potion is yours." "Snape, that is my wand." Upon hearing Malfoy's declaration, Snape was instantly electrified, a shiver coursing through him as goosebumps erupted across his skin, every hair standing on end. The sensation surged directly to his scalp, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Feng. No. Professor Snape, please allow me to explain." Snape, Gryffindor loses 1,000 points. Chapter 82. Crafting Shampoo for Snape. Gryffindor loses 1,000 points. Snape's voice, filled with fury, reverberated throughout Hogwarts, capturing the attention of students in adjacent classrooms and even drawing Dumbledore's interest. Professor Snape, has something occurred? Did a student from Gryffindor provoke you? If so, I apologize on their behalf. Never before had Dumbledore witnessed Snape in such a state of anger. Thus, he refrained from making any hasty remarks and instead sought to understand the situation before questioning why Snape had deducted 1,000 points from Gryffindor. However, Dumbledore soon regretted his words upon noticing Feng, who was holding Snape's wand, the tip of which bore remnants of crushed lilies. Come with me. Dumbledore needed no further inquiry to deduce that Feng was the cause of the trouble, so he instructed him to accompany him to the headmaster's office. The sight of Feng's reluctant demeanor, coupled with his grip on Snape's wand, nearly provoked Dumbledore to laughter. Return the wand to Professor Snape at once. Upon hearing Dumbledore's command, Feng, as if awakening from a dream, handed over the wand still adorned with fragments of lilies, the faint fragrance wafting from it. Snape's temples throbbed as he beheld the wand being offered, a mix of irritation and reluctant amusement stirring within him. Though Feng occasionally engaged in antics that raised Snape's blood pressure, he had undeniably brought more smiles to Snape's face in the past 2 years than in the preceding decade combined. He was, without a doubt, a source of both affection and exasperation. Exhaling deeply to quell his anger, Snape flicked the wand, dislodging the remnants of petals, and coldly declared, "You have 10 minutes to concoct this potion and report to the headmaster's office. Otherwise, Gryffindor shall incur a deduction of 20 points due to your actions." Upon hearing Snape's words, Feng discerned that the professor's ire had significantly subsided, though he remained uncertain about how this had transpired. Seizing the opportunity, Feng swiftly employed magic to extract the essence of the lilies from the cauldron, then adeptly combined olive oil, the essence, soap solution, thickening agents, nourishing liquids beneficial for hair and scalp absorption, and crushed ginger and FOTI into the large cauldron. Snape, Dumbledore, observing Feng's actions. Both Dumbledore and Snape wore expressions of confusion, albeit with a subtle distinction. Snape harbored an inkling of what potion Feng was endeavoring to brew, yet he hesitated to fully trust his intuition, leading to a blend of curiosity and irritation. In contrast, Dumbledore was genuinely perplexed by Feng's intentions. His curiosity piqued regarding the young wizard's next move. As Feng diligently mixed the various ingredients in the cauldron, Grindelwald arrived fashionably late. Upon seeing the contents within the cauldron, he initially displayed a look of confusion, only to suddenly exclaim, "Isn't this just shampoo from the Muggle world? I've used it before in the Muggle realm, and, I must say, its cleansing effect is quite remarkable." Undoubtedly, the one with the most complex expression was Snape. For if his suspicions were correct, this batch of magical shampoo, concocted by Feng, was intended for him. As everyone pondered in their own thoughts, a faint golden light emanated from the cauldron that Feng was stirring, astonishing all present, for they had never witnessed a potion glow during the brewing process. Feng, upon seeing the shampoo radiating a gentle golden hue, was instantly elated, as this indicated the success of his magical shampoo. Eagerly, he retrieved the pre-prepared bottle for the shampoo. However, upon examining the size of the bottle, akin to that of a mineral water container, and then glancing at the cauldron, which was significantly larger than a standard bucket, he fell into contemplation. After a fleeting moment of consideration, Feng cast an infinite extension charm on the shampoo bottle. Though this charm was not permanent, it would suffice until Snape finished the bottle. However, he seemed to have underestimated the cauldron's capacity, for upon filling the magically enhanced shampoo bottle, he was astonished to find that a third of the shampoo remained in the cauldron. "Kid, this shampoo is quite intriguing. May I have a remainder?" Grindelwald inquired, casting a glance at Dumbledore before speaking, and upon hearing this, Dumbledore exhaled in relief, a subtle smile gracing his features. Although Dumbledore's hair remained thick and lush, unlike Snape's oily strands, his age inevitably brought the prospect of hair loss. He had managed to maintain his hair well, and often wore a hat, which concealed the signs of aging. Therefore, when Feng produced this batch of shampoo, Dumbledore felt a stir of desire. Feng was still youthful, and so were Zhang Xiao, Luna, and Harry. Thus, they had little immediate need for shampoo. Moreover, since Feng could successfully brew it once, he could surely do so again, leading him to nod in agreement for Grindelwald to take the leftover shampoo. As for Grindelwald's presence, it was natural, for he had now become a teacher at Hogwarts. However, as the defense against the dark arts position was already filled, he was temporarily instructing a course on the wonders of the magical world. This course was inspired by Feng, whose vast knowledge prompted Dumbledore to realize that Hogwarts students should not only immerse themselves in the study of magic, but also broaden their understanding of the magical realm and other facets of life. Which is why Grindelwald had been retained. Certainly, as the former Dark Lord, he possesses a deeper understanding of dark magic than anyone at Hogwarts. He has indeed discovered Voldemort's diary, and he is aware that it was last in the possession of Feng before being released by him. However, he chose to remain silent and observe from the shadows, a fact even Dumbledore was unaware of. Thus, when Feng was summoned to the headmaster's office to diligently copy the school rules, Grindelwald appeared to be engrossed in studying the shampoo concocted by Feng. In reality, he was far more intrigued by Feng, a young enigma far more mysterious than Dumbledore had described. Possessing immense power, yet demonstrating remarkable self-control. He was not swayed by his strength. He treated those significantly weaker than himself with equality and even held a genuine respect for Dumbledore, whose prowess might not match his own due to age and experience. Truly a mysterious and innocent young man. At that moment, Feng, laboriously transcribing the school regulations, felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. Why do I feel as though someone is scheming behind me? Never mind, I'll finish copying first. Blast it, it's all Dumbledore's fault. It hasn't been long, and the school rules have multiplied, all targeting me. This is utterly excessive. Chapter 83, The Stirring Talent. There is no greater torment than watching others indulge in barbecue delicacies, while one is relegated to mere observation and the tedious task of copying texts. If there exists a fate more painful, it would be the enforced manual transcription, devoid of any magical assistance. Creak. As Feng approached the portrait of the fat lady, the painting automatically swung open to reveal the doorway behind, without requiring him to utter the password for the evening. This was a privilege unique to Feng, one that even Dumbledore did not possess. He had once attempted to pull the fat lady out of her portrait, aiming to transform her from a two-dimensional figure into a three-dimensional being. Naturally, his endeavor was a failure, as the resources at his disposal were limited. Reviving a spirit that lacked a corporeal form was beyond his capabilities, and his attempt not only failed, but nearly resulted in extracting the fat lady's spirit, potentially transforming her into a corporeal ghost akin to Nie Xiaoqian. While becoming a ghost seemed appealing, Hogwarts ghosts were generally confined to the castle, whereas they could traverse to other realms. Thus, the fat lady had no desire to become a ghost. Since that day, the portraits throughout Hogwarts have regarded Feng with a peculiar gaze, for in their eyes, he was a creature even more fearsome than the Dark Lord. After all, even the Dark Lord lacked the means to extricate them from their frames. Consequently, following that incident, a new rule was added to Hogwarts regulations, prohibiting students from offering tributes or attempting to revive the figures within paintings. One could assert that Feng's recent experiment rendered him nearly an adversary to the portraits, as even the gatekeeper portrait allowed him passage without his customary incantation. However, today, after a long day of diligent study, Feng felt quite fatigued and was oblivious to this fact. Just as he stepped through the threshold of the lounge, a sudden thrill coursed through him. He caught a whiff of tantalizing barbecue. Lifting his gaze, he was pleasantly surprised to find Harry and Luna among others. Their table adorned not only with an array of grilled delicacies, but also with a selection of refreshingly chilled beverages. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no emotion upon witnessing this scene, and as he savored the warmth of the barbecue, he realized that these friendships were indeed worthwhile. The following day, as was his routine, Feng went to rouse Dumbledore from slumber. Yet this time, he did not afford the headmaster an opportunity to respond. After breakfast and the customary signing of the attendance, he discreetly slipped away. By the time the drowsy Dumbledore instinctively sat at the table, gradually regaining his consciousness, Feng had already made his way to a corner of the courtyard. From a high vantage point, the courtyard appeared a lush expanse of greenery, but anyone who ventured to Feng's current corner would discover that this area, approximately 60 square meters, had been cultivated, with vibrant seedlings sprouting rather than mere grass. It must be noted that certain fruits abroad are indeed exorbitantly priced. Yet what irked Feng the most was the fact that many of these fruits were simply unattainable, even with wealth at his disposal, compelling him to take matters into his own hands. Initially, Feng intended to cultivate a plot near Hagrid's hut adjacent to the Forbidden Forest. However, due to its proximity to the forest, several crops had thrived only to be devoured by the creatures within. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided upon a site in the heart of the campus courtyard. One cannot deny the soil in this courtyard is truly fertile, without the need for fertilization. Merely watering the seedlings daily yielded remarkable growth. The most vigorous plant had already branched and flowered, with tiny fruits beginning to form at the tips of the vines. Judging by the current rate of growth, in about 2 months, he anticipated an abundant harvest. What excitement filled him! Amidst Yi Feng's eager anticipation, herbology class commenced. Today, we shall be repotting mandrakes. Can anyone tell me about the roots of the mandrake? Professor Sprout's inquiry was abruptly interrupted, as she sensed something amiss among the mandrakes before her. Yi Feng, could you please poke the mandrake in front of you? Upon hearing Professor Sprout's request, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Yi Feng's forehead, yet he extended his hand cautiously to poke the mandrake. Yi Feng, could you pull out the mandrake in front of you, so I may inspect its roots? Hermione? Miss Granger, please proceed. With Hermione raising her hand, Professor Sprout momentarily spared Yi Feng, allowing Hermione to speak first. With Professor Sprout's permission, Hermione excitedly remarked, Professor Sprout, mandrakes or mandrake roots can restore petrified individuals to their original state, yet they are perilously dangerous. The sound of mandrake's cry can be fatal. Therefore, Professor Sprout, I believe it was unwise to allow Mr. Yeffing to directly uproot the mandrakes. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Professor Sprout nodded appreciatively and said, Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor. Miss Granger has already informed you of the mandrake's characteristics. Now, I shall teach you how to distinguish mandrakes. The leaves of a mandrake are broad and thick, with 2 indentations at the tip resembling the letter W. The surface is smooth, and the leaf veins are striking white. However, Mr. Yeffing's mandrakes before him have wrinkled leaves. Although the main veins are also distinctly white, they are rather robust, indicating that the plants in front of Mr. Yeffing are not mandrakes at all. Mr. Yeffing, can you tell us what those plants are? Yeffing sighed as he noticed Professor Sprout approaching him and replied, Yes, Professor Sprout, those plants are not mandrakes. To be precise, they are not even herbs, but a type of vegetable known as lettuce. Professor Sprout inquired, So, you replaced my mandrakes with lettuce? Noticing the dangerous glint in Professor Sprout's eyes, Yeffing quickly clarified, No, Professor. These lettuces were planted in the empty pots after I used the mandrakes to brew potions, not by uprooting them. Intrigued by Yeffing's words, Professor Sprout, aware of his exceptional potion-making skills, gestured for him to present the potion he had concocted. Reluctantly, Yeffing produced a delicately crafted glass vial containing a potion the size of 2 fingers. The moment the potion was revealed, Professor Sprout faintly heard a familiar wailing sound. Can you tell me the purpose of this potion? She inquired. Of course, Yeffing replied, reaching for the vial's cap. Wait, that sound is... No. A piercing and familiar wail erupted, and in the next instant, everyone in the herbology classroom, except for Professor Sprout and the visibly excited Yeffing, collapsed to the ground. Eyes rolling back. This potion is the scream of the banshee. Its function is quite simple. Upon opening the cap, it renders individuals with insufficient mental fortitude unconscious. Thank you. No need for further explanation. Though I nearly went deaf, I am not blind. I can see perfectly well. Chapter 84. Yeffing. I am but a heartless pot-swapping machine. While the sound produced by Yeffing's Banshee Scream Potion may have been a bit grating and could indiscriminately affect even the holder if their mental strength was inadequate, one cannot deny its potency and rapid effectiveness. Disregarding the indiscriminate effects of its attack, the Banshee's Wail indeed serves as a rather effective potion. However, there are means to mitigate its impact. One merely needs to insert earplugs while utilizing this substance to diminish its sound to a certain level, thereby attenuating its effects. It is not that Professor Sprout underestimates her own abilities, but rather that Yi Feng possesses a unique understanding of various herbs and substances suitable for potion making, necessitating her to consult him on numerous matters. Although she is slightly more knowledgeable than Yi Feng regarding certain herbs, it remains uncertain who would teach whom if only Yi Feng were present. Thus, confronted with the sight of all the other students, save for Yi Feng, incapacitated by a vial of Banshee's Wail, Professor Sprout had no choice but to seek assistance from the school's medical staff to assess the student's conditions, delegating the task of repotting the mandrakes to Yi Feng. Upon hearing that the responsibility of repotting the mandrakes had been entrusted to him, Yi Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. While Professor Sprout went to find help, he swiftly harvested several robust heads of lettuce that were ready for collection. Naturally, the harvested lettuce could not go to waste. After uprooting the roots, he scattered 2 or 3 seeds into the holes left behind and covered them with a thin layer of soil, thoroughly watering the area. As the familiar cries echoed, Professor Sprout was suddenly jolted by a terrifying realization. If memory served correctly, the students who had fainted upon her exit were not wearing earplugs. At this, Albus Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, having rushed over upon hearing that the second-year students had been incapacitated by Yi Feng's potion, swallowed hard. Perhaps we could propose a research topic titled On the Influence of Mandrake Crying on Wizards Rendered Unconscious by Mandrake-Infused Potions. What do you think, Dumbledore? Grindelwald, eager to stir the pot, chimed in with a suggestion that seemed to add fuel to the fire. Dumbledore's expression darkened at Grindelwald's comment, while Severus Snape, who had been drawn in by the mention of potions, appeared contemplative, his demeanor suggesting a flicker of intrigue. Do not cause further chaos. Quickly check on the children. And for heaven's sake, stop Yi Feng immediately. By the time Dumbledore and the others hurriedly arrived, Yi Feng, equipped with earplugs, was already in the process of repotting a second mandrake. This particular mandrake successfully validated Grindelwald's earlier hypothesis. Those rendered unconscious by the Banshee's wail were indeed impervious to the effects of the mandrake's cries. Why is this so? The reason is rather straightforward. Almost simultaneously with Dumbledore's arrival at the door, Harry, whose mental fortitude was somewhat stronger, regained consciousness. Coincidentally, just as Yi Feng uprooted a mandrake with a decisive tug, the result was, "Mr. Yi, please pause for a moment." As Professor McGonagall's words lingered in the air, the wind swept through, and with a swift motion, Feng decisively uprooted a mandrake. The anguished wails of the mandrake utterly drowned out Professor McGonagall's voice, prompting a slight furrow of concern on her brow. The sounds of uprooting and burying the plant echoed in the air, each action fluid and seamless, as if choreographed by nature itself. If one were to disregard the mandrake's cries, the scene would indeed be a feast for the eyes. Feng, the protagonist of this tableau, resembled an emotionless repotting machine, his indifference adding an air of coldness to the moment until a sudden clap. Startled, Feng, who was intently focused on repotting the mandrake, flinched as someone tapped him on the shoulder, causing him to involuntarily toss aside the uprooted mandrake, which skidded several meters away. Dumbledore sighed softly, gazing at the visibly shaken Feng, and remarked, "Mr. Feng, it is imperative to wear earplugs while repotting mandrakes to shield one's self from their cries. I trust you haven't forgotten this detail?" Noticing Dumbledore's lips moving, Feng hastily retrieved the fallen mandrake, brushed off the soil, and quickly placed the distressed plant into a larger pot, covering it with soil before finally removing the earplugs. The mandrake exclaimed, "Thank you for listening to me. For it is you, Professor Dumbledore. You startled me. Do you all walk without making sound?" McGonagall interjected, "Do not be upset, Mr. Feng. It is not that we walk silently. Rather, you were wearing earplugs just now. Moreover, it is essential to wear earplugs while repotting the mandrakes, a point I believed you had not overlooked." Realizing Feng genuinely had not heard their conversation, Dumbledore reiterated his earlier advice. "I remember. I just took the earplugs out. Oh, if you recall, why didn't you provide earplugs for your fellow classmates before starting the repotting?" Feng hesitated. Did I truly begin repotting the mandrake without giving earplugs to the others? With a sense of unease, he swallowed hard and slowly turned to observe Harry and the others sprawled on the ground, their heads bare of earplugs, causing his body to stiffen. It was over. It was all over. Chapter 85. Consequences and Exemptions. Seeing his classmates lying around without earplugs, Feng felt a wave of panic wash over him. In his fervor for gardening, he had completely forgotten to equip his dear classmates with earplugs before commencing his task. Now, he could only hope that no one awakened prematurely, otherwise. Wait, these mandrakes are not mature yet. Even if they heard the cries, they would only sleep for a maximum of 7 hours. This meant they would likely awaken around dinner time, suggesting that today's lessons could be entirely skipped. Good heavens! This was truly an ingenious method of evading classes. As he pondered, Yi Feng glanced at the hands of Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, which seemed to stir restlessly atop the mandrake. "Yi Feng, if my memory serves me right, Professor Sprout just mentioned that you did not wear earplugs while employing the Banshee's wail, correct?" Yi Feng replied, "Indeed, what of it?" According to Professor Sprout's description, the potency of the Banshee's wail surpasses that of the mandrake. So, Yi Feng, you grasp my meaning, do you not? Moments latte. All those who had succumbed to the Banshee's wail, save for Harry, regained their senses. Upon hearing the entire account, Hermione and the others remained momentarily speechless. Yet found it quite typical, for Yi Feng was indeed such a person. In times of peril, being by Yi Feng's side felt the safest. They often experienced the illusion that even if Voldemort were to return in full might, as long as they were near Yi Feng, there was no cause for fear. However, there lies a caveat. While being near Yi Feng during dangerous times is the safest course, in the absence of danger, Yi Feng often becomes the greatest threat. For who knows what brilliant idea might suddenly spring forth from him to be attempted. Although many of Yi Feng's ingenious ideas later proved to be remarkably brilliant and valuable, they were not necessarily delightful for those present at the moment, as Yi Feng found amusement in endeavors devoid of danger, which others might not withstand. For instance, Yi Feng once deemed it exhilarating and entertaining to race sleds upon the frozen surface of the Black Lake during winter using broomsticks, and indeed, this activity was genuinely enjoyable and safe for him. Yet, when others attempted to replicate it, the experience was entirely different. Due to their extensive experience, when Hermione and the others learned how they had fainted and why Harry remained unconscious, they were merely slightly astonished before dismissing it, as it seemed far too commonplace to them. Observing Hermione's calmness, Dumbledore found himself somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, reflecting on it, these young ones had managed to stay unscathed alongside Yi Feng and continue to thrive, which indicated the presence of some extraordinary factor. Yet, despite such reflections, punishment was still warranted. However, when Dumbledore and the others prepared to reprimand Yi Feng, they were taken aback, for although Yi Feng had indeed rendered an entire class incapacitated, he seemingly had not violated any school rules. Even a vial of Banshee's Whale had been procured at Professor Sprout's behest. As for the failure to equip the other students with earplugs while repotting the mandrakes, that could at most be considered a mere oversight, not a fault, since neither Yi Feng nor Professor Sprout were obligated to provide earplugs to students. Their only responsibility lay in offering reminders, not in assisting with the application. Thus, throughout the entire process, Yi Feng had committed no error. In fact, he had contributed positively by assisting Professor Sprout in repotting the mandrakes. Upon realizing this, Dumbledore was left rather speechless, and the outcome of Yi Feng's handling of the situation soon emerged. He was deemed to have committed a mere oversight rather than a fault, as he had concealed from Professor Sprout his act of repotting the mandrake. Consequently, this incident was balanced out, resulting in neither reward nor punishment. Due to Yi Feng's actions, the morning classes were essentially cancelled. However, one class, History of Magic, remained, an exceedingly dull subject with a professor merely read from a textbook. Many students were, therefore, quite pleased to avoid this particular lesson. In the afternoon, there was Transfiguration class. For those wizards who found joy in it, Transfiguration was a captivating course, yet for others, it proved to be a torment, as it bore a slight resemblance to mathematics. This resemblance, however, did not imply that certain students could grasp concepts not covered by the instructor, nor that those who slept through lectures would still manage to perform. Rather, if one were to bend down to retrieve a fallen pen during class, they might miss crucial information that would render the lesson incomprehensible. Yi Feng, of course, did not belong to the afflicted category. He was among those who relished Transfiguration. Were it not for his youth and the inability to register as an animagus due to his status as a student, he would likely already possess certification as one. Nonetheless, despite lacking formal credentials, Yi Feng's Transfiguration skills were commendable. His animagus transformation differed from that of Professor McGonagall and others, as he was not influenced by the biological instincts of the animal he transformed into, and he had a considerably broader range of creatures at his disposal. In addition to the more common forms of cats, dogs, mice, and owls, he could also transform into mosquitoes, tigers, unicorns, and even trees. However, he was not yet capable of becoming creatures such as the Kunpeng, dragons, or Qilin, though he could achieve such transformations using the methods of the 108 transformations of Tiangang and Disha. Yet, having never encountered such beings, he could only replicate their forms without their essence. Ultimately, Yi Feng's enthusiasm for transfiguration stemmed from his desire to refine his unique ability to transform only partially, which remained only partially developed, and thus required further instruction from Professor McGonagall. Chapter 86. Yi Feng, Transfiguration Class with Catnip, is delightful. Yi Feng hurriedly prepared for class. Adhering to the customs of his homeland, he had developed a habit of taking a short nap after lunch, a practice that had gradually influenced Hermione and Harry, and even Dumbledore had begun to indulge in afternoon slumbers. Awakened by Hermione, Yi Feng yawned in a daze. Still groggy, he ambled to the faucet, turned it on, and was jolted awake as the cool water splashed onto his face. Revived, Yi Feng hastily dried his face and made to exit, but as he passed a particular flower pot, something vibrant and green caught his eye, compelling him to pause. To his surprise, the plant had flourished remarkably in just 2 days of neglect. I should pluck a few sprigs to brew some tea, he mused, reaching into the pot to snip several verdant, leaf-laden branches. As Yi Feng tucked the broken branches into his pocket, Hermione gently sniffed the air upon reaching the doorway and remarked, "What a delightful fragrance. What have you brought?" "Mint," Yi Feng replied. "It can be brewed into tea, possessing the benefits of dispersing wind heat, clearing the head, soothing the throat, alleviating rashes, and promoting liver function." Hermione was taken aback by Yi Feng's words. She had never imagined that the pot of herbs he had placed slightly inside the entrance could have such remarkable properties. Intrigued, she requested a bit of the mint. With the mint in hand, the two made their way to the classroom. As they settled into their seats, Professor McGonagall arrived punctually at the door. The moment she stepped inside, she instinctively twitched her nose, drawn to a peculiar aroma that wafted through the air, a scent that seemed to possess an enchanting allure. Though the sensation was fleeting, she regained her composure and commenced the lesson. Approximately 30 minutes later, Professor McGonagall declared, "I have clearly outlined the key points and important aspects for you. Now, it is time for practical application. Who would like to go first?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Hermione's hand shot up high. Despite her slightly inferior learning ability compared to Feng and her modest display of spellcasting prowess, Professor McGonagall held Hermione in high regard, recognizing her potential. Thus, she gestured for Hermione to proceed. As Hermione gently waved her wand and recited the incantation, her owl transformed with a loud pop into a cat. Feng, sensing a strange familiarity about the creature, remarked, "Doesn't this cat seem somewhat familiar? Have we seen it somewhere before?" Initially, Ron and the others did not think much of it, but upon hearing Feng's comment, they too began to feel that Hermione's transfigured cat held a certain resemblance. Yet, they could not quite recall where they had encountered it. Professor McGonagall's expression, however, darkened slightly. "Soudainly, Neville exclaimed, 'Ah, I remember. It's Professor McGonagall.'" At that moment, Feng, who had just added the mint leaves to his tea to enhance its fragrance and flavor, sputtered it out in surprise. As he absorbed Neville's words and witnessed Feng's reaction, Professor McGonagall's displeasure deepened. She could hardly fathom that Hermione had learned poorly, using transfiguration to transform her owl into the likeness of her animagus form, and so closely resembling it at that, indicative of Hermione's keen observational skills. With Neville's prompt, the others quickly recalled that Hermione's transformed cat indeed mirrored the form Professor McGonagall had taken previously, shifting their gazes towards Hermione with newfound intrigue. Perhaps this echoed the ancient adage from Huaxia: "He who associates with vermilion will become red, he who associates with ink will become black." Hermione, having overheard their discussions, felt a surge of anxiety. Had Hermione never encountered Feng before, the discussions surrounding her might have brought her to tears. However, in her current state, although anxious, she remained composed and unflustered. She stood up to elucidate Professor McGonagall. "The reason I transformed into a cat that bears an uncanny resemblance to yours is simply that the only animagus I have observed is you. Did you not mention that transfiguration is a serious branch of magic? I have always kept that in mind, which is why I have observed your use of transfiguration so meticulously. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that the cat I transformed into resembles your animagus form." Upon hearing Hermione's explanation, Professor McGonagall's expression softened considerably, and others nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Only Feng remained indifferent, as he had already mastered the animagus transformation. Nonetheless, he believed Hermione's words, considering her diligence in practicing transfiguration under his guidance. Regrettably, Hermione was quite resistant to Feng transforming her into a cat girl, which led to him attempting the transformation only once, leaving the study of half-animagus transformation unresolved. The distinction between using transfiguration on oneself versus on others is quite notable. Essentially, when one casts transfiguration on another, it equates to exerting one's magical power to control another's body. Once the magic is depleted, the transformation ceases. In contrast, a self-transformation is permanent, remaining intact unless willingly undone or reversed by another. Therefore, Feng hoped that in the future, Hermione and her companions could transform into adorable cat girls. As Feng contemplated the missed opportunity with Hermione, Professor McGonagall remarked, "Hermione is quite right. Transfiguration is a serious discipline, and you must all pay careful attention in class. Never undertake transfiguration lightly." At that moment, Professor McGonagall demonstrated transfiguration, swiftly transforming into a tabby cat. As she did, Feng's eyes lit up, and he promptly retrieved a handful of catnip from his pocket. He had longed to pet a cat, but Professor McGonagall had always remained vigilant, thwarting his attempts. Now, however, an unexpected opportunity had arisen, catching him slightly off guard. Generally, felines possess no resistance to catnip. This is dictated by their physiological structure, not merely a matter of willpower. Although Professor McGonagall was an animagus and not a conventional cat, the essence of her transformed state was authenticity. At that moment, her physical structure and instincts mirrored those of a genuine cat. Consequently, the tabby cat leapt toward the handful of catnip in Feng's hand. Chapter 6 Feng, surrender. That is not an option. As the tabby cat lunged towards him, Feng beamed with delight. At last, he would be able to pet a cat. Yet, As the cat sprang toward him, a flash of indignation flickered in her eyes at the sight of his outstretched hand, and then, thud. In a fleeting moment when the spotted cat leaped before Professor McGonagall, she regained her consciousness through sheer willpower, a moment that proved pivotal in determining many outcomes. Clearly, Professor McGonagall made the most prudent choice. She opted to revert from her animagus form, transforming back into her human self and harnessing the momentum of her leap. She swiftly approached Yi Feng, raising her hand and delivering a sharp rap on his head. Ye Feng, Sufurku. The adorable feline had suddenly morphed into a stern and wrathful elderly lady who had audaciously struck him, leaving an indelible psychological scar on Yi Feng. Perhaps he would never again entertain the notion of cuddling the professor in her cat form. Naturally, such an act of disrespect towards a professor in class could not go unpunished. Even though he had merely taken out some catnip from his pocket without prior intent, he still faced consequences. This time, however, it was not a punishment of copying school rules, which had lost its significance for Yi Feng. Instead, Dumbledore confiscated all of Yi Feng's Chinese food, leaving him with a solitary portion of Western cuisine, specifically a serving of mashed potatoes accompanied by a vegetable salad. Accustomed to an array of meticulously prepared dishes, Yi Feng found this dinner unbearable, particularly as his peers feasted on delectable items such as sweet and sour pork and braised ribs, which were far more appetizing. Ultimately, it was Hermione, unable to bear the sight of Yi Feng's plight, who discreetly offered him a rib, providing a modicum of solace to his wounded spirit. Dumbledore, observing this scene from the stage, chose to remain silent. Once everyone had gathered and their meals were nearly finished, he stood up and addressed the assembly. May I have your attention, please? I wish to discuss an incident that occurred during the second-year Transfiguration class today. Although it did not result in any dire consequences, its implications were considerably adverse. Thus, after collective deliberation, we have reached a decision. From this day forth, no student or professor is permitted to bring catnip into the Transfiguration classroom, nor may they place their homegrown catnip at the entrance or on the windowsill, particularly a certain second-year student. Ye Feng. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Feng promptly apologized to Professor McGonagall, which was why Dumbledore allowed Hermione to continue providing him with food. However, when he noticed Hermione offering sustenance for the third time, he couldn't help but clear his throat. Although Yi Feng had already expressed his remorse, a punishment was still warranted. Therefore, when Dumbledore observed the pile of bones accumulating before Yi Feng, while Hermione persistently supplied him with food, he felt compelled to remind her not to overindulge. If he doesn't want to eat, then let him be. I shan't be concerned about it, he thought. Yi Feng, having forced down enough to be considered somewhat satisfied, huffed to express his discontent with Dumbledore's intervention. Yet the headmaster paid him no mind, relishing the meal that was originally intended for Yi Feng. You think I can't handle you? Observing a child and an elder child engaged in a petty quarrel, Professor McGonagall could not help but shake her head. However, this version of Dumbledore was one she had only witnessed in the past 2 years. It is difficult to articulate, but despite the transformation of Dumbledore from the image she once held in her mind, she found this current iteration to be far more preferable. The previous Dumbledore bore the weight of many burdens, rarely gracing the world with a genuine, radiant smile. In contrast, the present Dumbledore, though often wearing a countenance of anger and frustration, radiated a true sense of happiness that McGonagall could discern, which in turn brought her joy as well. Of course, it would have been even better if Yi Feng could refrain from his mischievous antics. This time, however, Yi Feng had retreated, and Harry and the others vaguely recalled that during their herbology class that morning, several pots of lettuce had been placed before Yi Feng. Yet, according to Hermione and her companions, when they awoke and returned to class, all the lettuce had mysteriously vanished, with even the pots repurposed for other plants. Indeed, before they even entered Yi Feng's dormitory, the moment they stepped into the common room, they were enveloped by a rich, spicy aroma, which, if their suspicions were correct, could only emanate from one source, hot pot. Realizing what was happening, Hermione and the others hurriedly dashed into Yi Feng's room. Upon pushing open the door, the scene before them did not disappoint. In the center of the room, a small pot of bubbling red broth simmered on a table, surrounded by an array of meticulously prepared ingredients. Most striking among them were the vibrant green, succulent lettuce leaves and neatly sliced lettuce pieces. Gulping in unison at the sight, Hermione and her friends instinctively took their seats around the bubbling pot without needing any invitation from Yi Feng. Meanwhile, in a first-year Gryffindor girls' dormitory, Luna picked up a chopstick full of sliced gonkai and introduced it as she placed it into the bubbling hot pot. This is called gonkai, made from a type of long-stemmed lettuce that is peeled and dried. It's crunchy and exceptionally delicious. You should all give it a try. Naturally, Yi Feng would not forget to share this delightful treat with his dear sister. Indeed, it could be said that his sister was the most discerning of all. He had secretly dried 2/3 of the gonkai for her benefit. It seemed necessary to cultivate another patch of land to grow more gonkai, as he had labored tirelessly only to find that he himself had little to enjoy. Watching Harry and the others reach for the gonkai after tasting it, Yifeng let out a resigned sigh. Chapter 88. This misunderstanding is significant. Under the banyan tree by the pond, cicadas sang the song of summer. In the melon fields of the playground, the watermelons grew large and round. Inside the dormitory, with no fans or air conditioning, the students were sweltering, eagerly awaiting the ripening of the melons, the joy of summer, and all its delights. Of course, it was highly unlikely that anyone here had ever heard this song. Hermione and her friends had not only never heard it, but had not even studied the language, leaving them utterly bewildered by the melody Yifeng hummed, which they found to be remarkably cheerful. Upon hearing Hermione's sudden exclamation, Yifeng was startled and swiftly turned around, instinctively placing a hand over her mouth. Shoo! Don't shout. If someone discovers us, we're done for. I've toiled tirelessly to cultivate these watermelons, and they are nearly ripe. We cannot let anyone find out. Hearing his words, Hermione nodded earnestly. Once Yifeng saw that she understood, he released his grip and led her to take a slightly circuitous route into the watermelon patch from another direction. Yifeng, having consumed countless watermelons over the years, could easily discern their ripeness with a mere tap. Thus, Hermione was astonished to witness him cautiously navigating around the vines, tapping each plump, enticing watermelon. Thump, thump, thump. This one is not ripe. Next one. Thud, thud, thud. Oh, this one seems ripe. Should I pick it? As he pondered, Yifeng noticed several watermelons in the field that were even larger and rounder than the one before him, causing him to hesitate. Perhaps I should search a bit more? He murmured, returning to tap the watermelons, leaving Hermione utterly perplexed. Yifeng, what are you doing? Are you worried these watermelons are uncooperative? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback by her question, causing him to inadvertently apply more force to the watermelon in his hand, which consequently split open. However, upon seeing the alluring red flesh inside, a radiant smile spread across his face. You are the one. I hope you don't disappoint me. He swiftly plucked the cracked watermelon and placed it on the ground before retrieving his wand. Cool, down, splitting, zap. The already cracked watermelon divided evenly, as if it had been expertly sliced. For some reason, as Hermione watched the light red juice trickling from the vibrant flesh, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Observing her reaction, Yifeng chuckled and offered her a piece with fewer seeds, saying, "Try this, the first watermelon of the year. I wonder if it's sweet enough." Hermione, already craving the fruit, accepted the slice without hesitation. As she took a bite of the sweet, juicy watermelon, an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped her. Perhaps the watermelon was indeed extraordinarily delicious, or perhaps it was simply because she had never tasted one like it before. Upon taking a bite, Hermione couldn't help but exclaim in Chinese, her pronunciation perhaps imperfect due to her limited studies, but it clearly conveyed her excitement. Seeing her delight, Yifeng picked up the 2 irregular pieces of watermelon he had cracked and took a bite as well. His eyes lit up. The flavor was indeed remarkable. Not only was it sweet, but it was also incredibly juicy. Furthermore, after he had magically chilled it, one bite instantly dispelled the summer heat. It seems that the first batch of melons is ready for harvest. Let us gather a few. Lost in thought, Yifeng devoured 2 pieces of watermelon, spitting out the seeds with a satisfying pop before brushing his hands and heading towards the melon field. Hermione, take your time enjoying, while I pick the ripe watermelons to prevent them from overripening. With a slight hiccup, he glanced at Hermione, who was sprawled on the ground, clutching her round belly, and couldn't help but chuckle. Upon noticing the smile on Yifeng's face, Hermione's delicate features flushed a deep crimson, her earlobes glowing brightly, rendering her utterly adorable. Although the frozen watermelon was delectable, one should not indulge excessively. Otherwise, there would be no room for dinner later. Yifeng's words reminded Hermione that their dinner tonight was to be a barbecue, and he had promised to prepare a roasted piglet. Just the thought of the succulent roast made her swallow hard, even though her belly was already quite full. Upon noticing her slightly protruding abdomen, she felt akin to a deflated balloon, realizing she had overindulged. Seeing Hermione in such a state, a subtle smile crept onto Yifeng's lips. It's all right. The flesh of the watermelon is primarily water, and by the time dinner arrives, it will be mostly digested. But can you still walk? Would you like me to carry you? At his suggestion, Hermione's eyes flickered momentarily, and a hint of temptation crossed her face. Ultimately, she decided against it, opting instead for Yifeng to stay and accompany her for a while. Had it been earlier in their school days, she would have readily accepted, but now, with her close friends Luna, Zhang Xiao, and Ginny. She feared any misunderstanding might jeopardize their friendship, and she could not forgive herself for that. Feng, not pondering too deeply, had merely made the suggestion out of empathy, recalling times when he had eaten too much and found walking uncomfortable. Now that Hermione declined, he would not insist. Thus, they lay side by side on the grass, watching the sun slowly descend. As night fell and the lights of Hogwarts illuminated, Feng and Hermione strolled leisurely towards the dining hall. Shortly after they departed, Dumbledore gazed in their direction, his eyes shimmering slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely made his way towards the dense grass, which was higher than his knees. Though both of you demonstrate rather mature thoughts, you are still quite young. Do not be tempted to indulge in forbidden fruits at such an early age. Chapter 89. Snowflakes falling, north winds howling. With a tinge of concern, Dumbledore waded through the dense grass, slightly taller than his knees. After walking about 5 or 6 meters, he emerged into a clearing where the lush vegetation gave way to a vibrant, flourishing field of watermelons. Is this watermelon? Gazing at the plump and enticing watermelons, Dumbledore found it hard to believe the scene before his eyes. The growth of this particular patch of watermelons was simply remarkable, and more importantly, these melons were unlike any he had previously tasted. Although slightly smaller in size, they were rounder and exhibited a richer, more verdant hue. Suddenly, Dumbledore noticed a patch of grass that had clearly been trampled, and judging by its flattened shape, it appeared that Feng and Hermione had just been lying there. These two little rascals had indeed come to pilfer a snack, and to think they hadn't even invited Harry and the others. It was rather disheartening that such a delightful treat had not been shared with their elders. With a sigh of relief at understanding what had transpired, Dumbledore's demeanor quickly shifted to one of indignation. The notion that Feng would hoard such a delightful treasure for himself was utterly unacceptable. Dumbledore would not stand for such behavior. Thus, while Feng hummed a merry tune as he roasted a piglet, Dumbledore busily inspected the watermelons in the field, checking each one for ripeness. To his credit, Dumbledore's diligence paid off. After an hour of meticulous inspection, he discovered several watermelons that had escaped notice. Despite his aching back, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Therefore, when Feng and the others finally brought the roasted piglet to the table and began to carve it, Dumbledore initiated a watermelon feast of his own. It must be said that Feng's culinary skills were quite impressive, as both the roasted piglet and the watermelons left diners with satisfied bellies. Moreover, apart from Feng's group, Zhang Xiao and Luna, along with the third-year Ravenclaws and first-year Gryffindor girls, also indulged in the sweet watermelons. In that moment, they grasped the true meaning of indulgence. For both Feng and Zhang Xiao devoured their watermelons by slicing them in half and scooping out the flesh with spoons, in stark contrast to their own dainty portions, which they cut into tiny pieces out of fear of finishing them too quickly. Good things are always in high demand, and Feng's watermelons were no exception among the Hogwarts students. Paired with a quick chill, they were nothing short of summer delight, worth any price. Unfortunately, Feng had only harvested about 20 melons, and even among his acquaintances, he could only distribute 4 or 5 each. Selling them was out of the question for now. Perhaps once the melons ripened in abundance, he could share a few more. However, their envy soon dissipated, for 3 days later, Dumbledore announced before dinner an exhilarating event that thrilled everyone. They would host a fruit feast that very night. Although they were wizards, the truth was that the magical world's agricultural yield was not particularly bountiful, and delectable fruits were a rarity for Hogwarts students, who might only enjoy them a few times each semester. Thus, the news of a fruit feast was far more exciting than the prospect of a grand banquet. As Dumbledore concluded his remarks, nearly everyone present felt a sudden disinterest in the food before them. Many, having finished their meals, set down their cutlery and gazed eagerly at Dumbledore. Sensing the enthusiasm of the students, a radiant smile graced Dumbledore's face. He did not keep them in suspense. Instead, he clapped his hands and announced the commencement of the fruit feast. With a gentle wave of his wand, all the food on the dining table vanished without a trace. Then, with another flourish of his wand, the once bare table was adorned with an array of fruits. Common fruits like apples, bananas, and grapes were plentiful, but the centerpiece was an impressive, glistening watermelon. Feng thought to himself, could it be that dreadful possibility? As he felt an increasing sense of anxiety. Even the piece of watermelon Hermione offered him seemed less sweet. Professor Dumbledore, may I inquire about the source of such delectable watermelons? At that moment, a Ravenclaw student raised a hand to question Dumbledore about the origins of the watermelons. It was astonishing that such fine specimens could thrive in an unmanaged wilderness. Dumbledore, as if struck by a sudden thought, quickly added, "Ah, I almost forgot. We must preserve these wonderful watermelons, so after you enjoy them, please save the seeds." As this pertains to the critical matter of whether we will have watermelons next year, Feng could no longer remain seated upon hearing this, without even posing his question. He sprang to his feet and hurriedly dashed outside. Moments later, a heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout Hogwarts. No! Music start. Facing the verdant yet bountiful watermelon patch, Feng felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly causing him to collapse. At that moment, while enjoying his watermelon, Grindelwald suddenly remarked, "Can't bear it. Can you?" Imagine the herb garden, nearly stripped bare and converted into various vegetable patches, and then consider the location of that watermelon field. Dumbledore, taken aback, realized, "Oh dear, I almost let this slip by. That watermelon field is right where the students do their morning exercises. And this lad is practically suggesting turning the herb garden into a vegetable patch. A word of warning is indeed in order." He continued, "And let us not forget, we have only harvested the first batch of melons. There will be more to come, but we must wait a few days." Grindelwald's words extinguished any lingering compassion Dumbledore had felt. Meanwhile, Feng had already succumbed to tears in the restroom, for he realized he would not be able to indulge in frozen watermelon for at least a week. Chapter 90. Only sunflower seeds and peanuts were missing. The following morning, in the dining hall, it was reiterated that the greenhouses within Hogwarts were designated for cultivating various magical herbs, not for vegetable farming. Henceforth, strict regulations would be enforced regarding the planting of vegetables in the herbarium. Moreover, the exercise courtyard on the Hogwarts grounds was prohibited from being converted into vegetable or fruit gardens, particularly for students from Hogwarts. Remember, you are students. While I do not oppose your enthusiasm for labor, you must not directly convert the school's lawn into a vegetable garden. Do you understand? Feng understood. The playground cannot be transformed into a vegetable patch, but other areas are permissible, such as the seldom-trodden Quidditch pitch. A week later, Dumbledore stood before the Quidditch field, now nearly entirely overturned and sown with an array of plants, enveloped in a protracted silence. Did I not make myself clear? Gazing at the transformed pitch, Dumbledore began to question his life choices. The truth was not that Dumbledore had failed to articulate his instructions, but rather that Feng had acted with intention, seeking revenge for Dumbledore's earlier decision to pluck his watermelon. Thus, he had enchanted a hoe to till the Quidditch ground overnight and plant sunflowers. While some may still be perplexed by the term sunflower, it is worth noting that nearly everyone has sampled its seeds, commonly known as melon seeds, after they fall from the husk. In essence, Feng had sown a field of melon seeds on the Quidditch pitch, witnessing the lush green expanse transformed into a vibrant orange-brown terrain. Dumbledore felt his blood pressure rising. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he was powerless against Feng, for the chosen location for cultivation cleverly circumvented the regulations he had established. Sunflowers are neither vegetables nor fruits. This individual consistently retaliates from the most unexpected angles, leaving us utterly confounded. At times, I ponder whether my decision to admit him to Hogwarts was wise or misguided. Ultimately, gazing upon the vast rows of crops, Dumbledore conceded defeat. For the seeds had already been sown. He was not a pedantic individual. He would not insist on restoring things to their previous state when the outcome was already determined. Besides, apart from Madam Hooch, who officiates the games, no one truly occupied the pitch during Quidditch matches. Moreover, the uniformity of the crops promised a cohesive appearance when they matured, potentially yielding a delightful surprise. Dumbledore's intuition proved correct, as the Quidditch pitch indeed gifted him an enormous surprise, especially when the sunflowers bloomed. Even in the absence of Quidditch matches, he found himself irresistibly drawn to admire the breathtaking sea of flowers. However, as the sunflower harvest approached, and students learned from Feng how to roast the seeds, Dumbledore's head began to throb once more. Although the seeds were remarkably flavorful and enticing, compelling even him to indulge occasionally, this very allure was the source of his headache. Have you ever witnessed students in the infirmary, their lips cracked from incessantly cracking seeds, their throats inflamed and red from the heat, yet still yearning for more? Have you experienced the scenario where a crowd, while you speak, simultaneously cracks seeds, their eyes fixed upon you? These were experiences Dumbledore would soon encounter. Thus, in a year that followed, Hogwarts added yet another rule to its code of conduct. In the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, students found themselves in a peculiar predicament, limited to but a mere handful of sunflower seeds daily. After indulging in these seeds, it was imperative to hydrate, preferably with the refreshing herbal tea dispensed from the school's summer water cooler. This concoction was the brainchild of Feng. After overindulging in seeds and suffering from heat, devised a remedy that proved remarkably effective. In a shrewd exchange, Dumbledore traded the rights to the Quidditch pitch for the formula, albeit with the stipulation that not all seeds be sown as sunflowers, for Dumbledore had grown wary of Feng's ingenuity. However, Dumbledore may have underestimated Feng's resourcefulness. He was no mere practitioner of old routines. That fateful year, Feng filled the Quidditch pitch with peanuts, transforming the harvested legumes into a variety of delectable snacks, and even pressed some into peanut oil, successfully replacing the kitchen's cooking oil with his newfound ingredient. Yet, those events lay in the future. Presently, Feng had filled the Quidditch pitch with sunflowers, feeling a sense of relief, though regrettably, his watermelons had already been harvested, leaving him without a short-term solution for his cravings. In addition, he had secretly cultivated an array of vegetables in the greenhouse. Now, with Dumbledore having enacted regulations that severed his options, Feng needed to swiftly relocate his prized produce, as many of these fruits and vegetables were exquisite varieties nurtured with spiritual essence. These were treasures that would excel even in future generations, and he could not allow Dumbledore to ruin them. Amidst this, a low, serpentine hiss echoed from the lavatory, signaling the reopening of a long-sealed chamber within Hogwarts. As Voldemort summoned forth a colossal serpent, reminiscent of the monstrous creature from the films, awakening from its slumber and swiftly making its way toward the chamber's entrance. Meanwhile, after a long day of transplanting all his fruits and vegetables beside Hagrid's hut and securing the half-giant's assistance, Feng, weary and fatigued, trudged toward the dormitory. Exhausted, he lamented the burdens of life. To toil alone while many feasted was a state he vowed never to endure again. It seemed essential to cultivate a well-rounded development in Harry and his friends. After several days of relentless labor, Feng felt utterly drained, but now, with the tasks completed, he could focus on nurturing Harry and the others, alleviating his own burdens. However, he was hesitant to allow them to assist, as the plants were not as fragile as they appeared, yet the variety he had sown was rather eclectic. It was prudent to prevent them from meddling, lest the pollination become chaotic, resulting in fruits and vegetables that did not meet his expectations. A troublesome scenario indeed. Ultimately, after days of exertion, he resolved to let go of his worries. If anything went awry, Dumbledore would undoubtedly intervene. With this quiet resolve, Feng strode into the Gryffindor common room, where, upon his entrance, a pair of large yellow eyes and a figure concealed within a magical robe simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief. Feng declared, "You are the true villain, and your entire family is of the same ilk. Voldemort. Ah, indeed, I am a Dark Lord, but my family is not." Chapter 91. Only pets speak of bloodline. The following morning, Feng arose as he routinely did, but to his surprise, upon opening Dumbledore's chamber door, he found the room empty, with an abundance of food laid out in foxbowl. Had he ventured far? The pile of birdseed indicated that Dumbledore must have departed, though it remained uncertain whether Grindelwald accompanied him. It appeared they had left together. When Feng opened Dumbledore's window to absorb the ethereal energy, he glanced sideways and confirmed Grindelwald's absence, for the curtains in his room were drawn, and the window was shut. Typically, antagonists or villainous figures prefer to lurk in the shadows, embodying malevolence and darkness. However, Grindelwald, the former Dark Lord, was an anomaly. He favored drawing back the curtains and opening the windows to permit sunlight and air to permeate his space. Now that the window was closed, it signified their departure from Hogwarts. How unexpected that these two had chosen this moment to leave. I hope last night was merely a figment of my imagination, lest it turn into something far more intriguing. Although Dumbledore had left, life must continue. Yet, to Feng's astonishment, that very evening unfolded with unexpected occurrences. The chamber had been opened, and the heir's adversary had issued a warning. Witnessing this scene, nearly everyone was taken aback, while Malfoy, glancing at the inscription on the wall, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Beware the heir's adversary." With that, Malfoy promptly concealed his smile, his expression turning impassive as he addressed, "Next, it is your turn, Mudblood." His gaze directed squarely at Feng and Hermione, the term Mudblood being a particularly derogatory slur. With a slight smirk, Feng responded to Malfoy, "Do you know? In our homeland, only pets speak of bloodlines, chasing after the so-called purity of blood." Upon hearing this, not only Malfoy, but also the pureblood followers of Slytherin were momentarily incensed, yet they quickly lowered their heads, for it was Feng who had spoken. Were it anyone else, even Harry Potter, they would have dismissed it. After all, even Harry was merely slightly more accomplished with the added boon of surviving under Voldemort's shadow. Feng, however, was different. He consistently achieved near-perfect scores in every subject at Hogwarts, and astonishingly, he could perform spells and magic that even some professors struggled with. And he could do so silently. Indeed, while others were still laboring to master spells and enchantments, Feng had already mastered silent incantation, a feat that left him feeling utterly incapable of catching up. When one is merely a notch beneath another, the desire to pursue remains. However, when that individual is so far ahead that only their silhouette is visible, the urge to chase transforms into reverence. Certainly, aside from that, Feng had indeed accomplished numerous astonishing feats at Hogwarts that most would scarcely dare to imagine. Coupled with Feng's habitual visits to Dumbledore's office, akin to a daily routine in his own home, it was understandable that most would refrain from voicing any objections. Fortunately, at that moment, Filch arrived, and upon witnessing the petrified Madame Loris hanging there, he immediately seized Harry, who stood closest to her, assuming him to be the culprit responsible for the cat's demise, and shouted vehemently about executing him. Upon hearing Feng's words, Filch promptly regained his composure, for Feng's opinion held considerable weight in his eyes. After all, Filch was well aware that Feng often fed Madame Loris, and it was evident that she had not only gained weight, but also exhibited a more lustrous and silky coat. It would indeed have been remarkable had Filch failed to notice such changes. Naturally, both Feng and Harry were retained, as even if they were not directly involved, they were nonetheless informed parties. What elevated Feng's spirits slightly was that when Professor McGonagall inquired whether Harry had heard anything, he, as in the original narrative, chose to conceal his awareness of the mysterious voice. Is this a peculiar narrative device unique to Western storytelling? Alas, I possess information, yet I shall remain silent, willingly courting danger in pursuit of the truth. Witnessing this scene caused Feng's blood pressure to rise, prompting him to raise his hand. Professor McGonagall, I have something to report. Harry was taken aback by Feng's sudden declaration, and McGonagall, along with the others, instantly turned their attention towards him. You see, just as Ron was about to search for Harry upon noticing his absence at dinner, I overheard some voices. Although somewhat disjointed, the message was quite clear. It seemed someone mentioned the scent of blood and spoke of wanting to kill someone, to tear them apart. Harry, upon hearing Feng's account, transitioned from shock to delight, as he realized that the voice Feng had heard was identical to the one he had perceived. This revelation meant he was not the sole individual privy to such an eerie sound. Often, fear stems from the unknown, from the knowledge one possesses that remains concealed from others. Therefore, Harry felt a surge of joy upon discovering he was not uniquely burdened by this experience. McGonagall, observing Harry's expression, inferred that he too had heard the same voice. As for why Harry had chosen to remain silent, she did not press him. After all, everyone harbored their own secrets, and she respected that. A resounding crow echoed through Hogwarts with the first rays of morning light piercing the sky, the clarion call possessing an enchanting quality that could not be muffled even with closed windows or blankets pulled over one's head. Chapter 92, Mysticism from the East. The piercing and resonant crow reverberated throughout Hogwarts, jolting a multitude of slumbering individuals from their dreams, as they beheld the still dimly lit exterior. Realizing dawn had yet to break, their irritation swiftly escalated. Moments later, a throng of individuals emerged from their dormitories, bleary-eyed and in search of the source of the calling. Upon spotting the vibrant rooster, poised on one leg atop the pointed roof, their initial excitement dissipated. As the resplendent bird crowed, a ray of golden light pierced the darkness, illuminating its plumage. What a marvelous creature! While roosters are not unique to this land, the one before them was evidently unlike any they had previously encountered. Its feathers were more splendid, dazzling even under the sun's embrace. How enchanting it would be to keep one. Beauty is a universal longing. Thus, when a magnificent rooster graced their sight, it was only natural for some to desire to possess it. However, their hopes were swiftly dashed, for after its triumphant call, the splendid rooster took flight, landing directly on a familiar windowsill. Ah, it is you again, Feng. The snake monster, endowed with formidable powers, could bring about death with a mere gaze. Its scales bore a resemblance to dragon hide, remarkably resilient, impervious to ordinary blades, and possessing an inherent magic resistance. Indeed, the snake monster was a fearsome entity. Yet, despite its might, it harbored a critical vulnerability, the crow of a rooster. Upon hearing such a call, it would perish instantly. Thus, when Voldemort beheld Feng with such a striking rooster, his frustration mounted, his teeth nearly grinding in rage. Cursed mudblood! In that moment, as Voldemort's thralls muttered curses under their breath, Feng, sensing a disturbance, cast a fleeting glance into the crowd. This mere glance sent tremors of fear through Voldemort, who had previously been haunted by memories from his diary, a lingering psychological shadow. Yet, alongside his trepidation, a thrill coursed through him. Should his scheme succeed, he would be resurrected with a more vigorous form, rendering him immensely powerful. If Yi Feng were insufficiently strong, his revenge could be all the more satisfying. The raucous scene soon dissipated, but they soon realized that matters were far from straightforward. The rooster's crow, under ordinary circumstances, was not nearly as loud as it seemed. Even atop the lofty roof, it could not resonate throughout the entirety of Hogwarts, let alone penetrate the closed windows and muffled heads beneath blankets. However, once the rooster alighted on the rooftop, its call became astonishingly loud and penetrating, leading them to suspect it was a creature of extraordinary nature, rather than a mere common fowl. Yet, after consulting Hagrid, they received a profoundly disappointing verdict. The rooster was indeed just an ordinary one, albeit somewhat larger and more vibrantly feathered. A. Is it not a matter concerning the rooster, but rather an issue with the roof? B. Huh? The roof? That seems unlikely. A. Unlikely? Perhaps for others, but that individual is Yi Feng. B. A silence ensued for several seconds, as we gazed at the towering roof and sighed. Shall we go take a look? A. Very well. I have no desire to be awoken by noise at dawn every day. A minute later, the two stood in silence, gazing at the roof which had evidently been enchanted. I can only say, it is indeed worthy of you. Amplification magic, penetration magic, resonance magic. And those two must be spells designed to shield from rain and wind. Such meticulous planning. No wonder the younger students idolize him. No wonder this fellow has caused so much trouble, yet has never truly faced punishment from Professor Dumbledore and the others. Perhaps they intend to cultivate him to bear the banner against the Dark Lord. As their discussion gradually faded, our protagonist, Yi Feng, was earnestly holding a delicate little hand and gently stroking it. Beside him, apart from Hermione and Zhang Xiao, there was a gathering of others. Junior, it seems your lifeline has faced some tribulations. Did you encounter a life-threatening crisis at the age of 10? Yes, indeed. When I was 10, I was playing on the road and was struck by a runaway car. Fortunately, my father is a doctor and my mother is a nurse. They found me and immediately administered first aid before rushing me to the hospital, which is how I survived. Yi Feng, can you calculate? Ah, yes, fortune-telling. This prediction is so accurate. Could you possibly tell me about love? The young girl spoke timidly, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, after a moment of contemplation, he sighed and said, Junior, you are still young. Love is not as splendid as you envision. It resembles a fruit. Tasting it too early brings only bitterness. Is that so? But I still wish to see. Yi Feng, Junior, why are you so obstinate? Must I spell it out so clearly? You have no future in this. It would be wise to let go. Is there truly not a glimmer of hope, Senior? Gazing upon the girl's innocent yet earnest face, Yi Feng inexplicably felt a profound sense of guilt. What a burden. Indeed, being handsome is a crime, and I have clearly reached an irredeemable state. Noticing the helpless expression on Yi Feng's face, Zhang Xiao quickly interjected to save the situation. Palm reading and fortune-telling are merely general methods in our country. They are not to be taken seriously. We generally consider them as a form of amusement. Junior, do not take it to heart. Let's have Yi Feng assess your financial prospects instead. Upon hearing Zhang Xiao's words, Yi Feng was instantly moved to tears. Indeed, she is a good sister, unlike others who merely enjoy the spectacle. Come, place your hand here, and I shall take a look at your financial line. Huh? The startled Voldemort exclaimed. Are you ever finished? Chapter 93. Yi Feng, Senior. I assure you I am a serious person. Observing the serious expression of his classmate Yi Feng, whose complexion was notably dark, the student he had detained, one who had been seduced by Voldemort and possessed the cursed diary, instantly turned pale. Yi Feng, is what you say truly the case? I have felt rather unwell these past few days. This morning, I even noticed that the positioning of my shoes had inexplicably changed. Am I perhaps being haunted by something sinister? Yi Feng responded with a look of concern. Could it be that this fellow is about to cause trouble again? As it turned out, Voldemort's sixth sense proved remarkably accurate, for in the next moment, Yi Feng retrieved an exorcism talisman from his pocket and solemnly introduced it. This is an exorcism talisman. With it, you shall be safeguarded from malevolent forces, aiding you in navigating this impending calamity. Yi Feng, this is... As Yi Feng noted that the younger student still seemed oblivious, he shook his head in resignation and continued, Have you ever purchased a talisman before? Upon hearing this, the younger student suddenly awakened to the gravity of the situation and hastily began rummaging through his pockets. Eventually, after searching every pocket, he managed to gather a single gold galleon. Ye Feng, cultivating et cultivating. He collected all the coins from the table and, with a sense of gravity, placed the folded exorcism talisman into the younger student's hand, instructing, "Keep this close to you, ensuring it never strays more than a meter away. Otherwise, its power will be lost." Upon seeing the seriousness etched on Yi Feng's face, the younger student mirrored his expression, carefully stowing the talisman in the innermost pocket. He then clutched the diary imbued with Voldemort's memories tightly against him. Initially, Voldemort, observing Yi Feng's earnest demeanor, believed the talisman possessed some profound and mysterious power. After all, he had witnessed the efficacy of talismans before, which filled him with trepidation. However, when the diary made contact with the talisman, he was enveloped in confusion. As he felt no discomfort whatsoever, tentatively, he extended a sliver of his consciousness to touch the talisman, only to discover it was merely a piece of paper adorned with scribbles, devoid of any latent power. But is this truly the case? Perhaps only time will reveal whether this talisman is nothing more than a mere scrap of paper inscribed with meaningless symbols. After bidding farewell to the younger student, Yi Feng resumed his practice of palmistry, offering fortunes to other classmates. Naturally, most of his clientele were girls, as it was challenging for boys to squeeze in, and Yi Feng preferred not to hold the hands of male classmates for such readings. Certainly, Yi Feng's ability to attract such a crowd stemmed not only from his charm and appealing appearance, but also from his genuine skills. It is worth noting that those attending Hogwarts typically faced little danger. In fact, the most unfortunate individual had just been sent away. Generally, as long as one avoided Harry and kept their distance upon sighting him, they would likely remain safe. Due to Yi Feng's remarkable accuracy in palmistry, he quickly attracted a multitude of individuals seeking his services. Within just over a week, he had practically examined the hands of every girl at the school. From this experience, he drew a conclusion. The hands of Ravenclaw girls tended to be more slender, elongated, and soft, while those of Slytherin girls, though less elongated, were notably fairer. In comparison, the hands of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff girls were somewhat inferior, yet they possessed a greater strength. The girls, however, found themselves caught in a peculiar situation. Although Yi Feng was not a lecherous individual, the upperclassmen and younger students were drawn to him for palm readings, and he found it difficult to refuse their requests. Consequently, he often found himself examining the palms of numerous girls, leading him to ponder whether the images in the mirror of Ariste were indeed true. Was he truly a lecherous boy? With these deep-seated questions, Dumbledore quietly approached, his expression shifting to one of contemplation. "Your lifeline is quite long. With proper care, you could potentially live for another century. However, your love line appears somewhat tumultuous. Judging by its meandering nature, it seems you may encounter at least 2 fleeting romances before discovering that one true love who will accompany you to the end of your days. Of course, life is not immutable, and fate is not set in stone. Thus, this should merely serve as a reference, and one should not overly concern themselves with it." 2. You say? That doesn't seem excessive. Yi Feng retorted, "Ahem, senior, I'm a serious person, and quite young as well. Tempting me in this manner could lead to serious consequences." This remark left the attractive senior momentarily flabbergasted. But upon noticing Zhang Qiu's small hand resting on Yi Feng's waist, she quickly comprehended the context of his statement, causing her to erupt into laughter, much to the astonishment of nearby male classmates. Having been eavesdropping for some time, Dumbledore cleared his throat to remind them of his presence as the headmaster. Yet unfortunately, his attempt was too subtle, and Yi Feng and the others failed to hear it. Observing that they were oblivious to his cough, another girl soon sat before Yi Feng, placing her delicate hand atop his. Unable to restrain himself, Dumbledore coughed once more, this time intentionally raising the volume. "Yi Feng, please cease your actions." Annoyed by the interruption, Yi Feng felt a surge of frustration, deeming Dumbledore somewhat lacking in understanding the situation. Nevertheless, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore deserved a modicum of respect. So Yi Feng reluctantly released the senior's hand. "Headmaster Dumbledore, may I inquire if there's something you need? Are you feeling unwell? I possess a remarkable throat-soothing syrup known as Golden Voice, which serves as an excellent remedy for coughs. Should you find it unpalatable, I can also prepare a loquat syrup or perhaps an autumn pear syrup." Dumbledore, however, remained nonplussed. Although he recognized that Yi Feng was deliberately diverting the conversation, he could not help but feel a sense of amusement. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Yi Feng's words, albeit an attempt to change the topic, piqued Dumbledore's interest. After all, he was well aware of Yi Feng's considerable talent in the field of potions. Of course, inquiries regarding these potions would have to wait. for his immediate concern was the incident wherein Yi Feng had just taken hold of Miss Alana's hand inappropriately. Thus, with a grave expression, he inquired, "We shall discuss this matter later. I would like to know what you were doing when you grasped Miss Alana's hand just now." "Professor Dumbledore, are you truly curious about that?" Yi Feng replied. "It is known as palmistry, a mystical Eastern divination method that allows one to predict an individual's future in love, career, and life by examining the lines on their palm." Before Yi Feng could elaborate, a girl with a sprinkling of freckles standing beside Dumbledore excitedly completed the explanation. Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of utter confusion, as he had never encountered the notion that one could forecast fortune or misfortune solely through the lines of a person's palm, which intrigued him immensely. He promptly approached Yi Feng and seated himself before him. "Pray, I am most curious about this palmistry. Might you demonstrate it for me?" Yi Feng, gazing at the elderly wizard who had rolled up his sleeve and extended his hand, was momentarily taken aback. However, his expression soon morphed into one of distaste. For although Dumbledore maintained a commendable appearance, he was undeniably aged and, more importantly, a man. Thus, Yi Feng felt a twinge of aversion. Observing the visible disdain on Yi Feng's face, Dumbledore was incensed, becoming increasingly convinced that the lad intended to exploit this method to take advantage of the young ladies at the school. Squinting slightly, he inquired, "What troubles you, Yi Feng? Is there a dilemma at hand?" Upon hearing Dumbledore's pressing inquiry, Yi Feng let out a resigned sigh and placed Dumbledore's hand flat on the table, preparing to read his palm. As he gently laid his other hand atop Dumbledore's, he inadvertently found his fingers resting upon the wizard's pulse, raising an eyebrow in surprise. After a brief contemplation, Yi Feng spoke. "Professor Dumbledore, have you been experiencing a sensation of heat in your body these past few days, coupled with night sweats and difficulty sleeping?" Dumbledore was taken aback by Yi Feng's words, for he indeed experienced these symptoms, and instinctively nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, is this what you discerned through palmistry? It is rather astonishing. However, what do you mean by night sweats?" Yi Feng, upon hearing Dumbledore's question, felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead and hastily clarified, "No, palmistry does not reveal such matters. This is something I discern while taking your pulse. As for night sweats, it is a phenomenon characterized by excessive perspiration occurring after one falls asleep, ceasing immediately upon awakening. Come now, open your mouth and stick out your tongue for me to observe." "Dumbledore, what have I just done?" Upon instinctively complying with Yi Feng's request, Dumbledore belatedly realized the shocking nature of his actions in a public setting. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, as if unperturbed, simply nodded and calmly declared, "Indeed, this is a typical case of kidney heat, Professor Dumbledore. You need to cool down." While saying this, Yi Feng cast a sly glance at Grindelwald, then deftly retrieved a brush and paper to draft a prescription. Of course, although it was called a prescription, it was merely a commonplace herbal remedy for cooling and detoxifying, suitable for anyone. The reason for using a brush, naturally, was to enhance the ceremonial aspect. Consequently, when Dumbledore received the elegantly penned, still wet prescription, he was utterly taken aback. "Mr. Yi Feng, your calligraphy, even to one unfamiliar with its meaning, is evidently impressive, but could you perhaps render it in English? I cannot comprehend Chinese." Dumbledore's remark instantly lightened the previously grave atmosphere that his arrival had imposed. Yet upon witnessing Dumbledore's earnest demeanor, Yi Feng was enveloped by a profound sense of defeat. This was the first time he had earnestly engaged in such an endeavor, even retrieving a brush he hadn't touched in ages, only to elicit Dumbledore's comment. Feeling disheartened, he reluctantly switched to a quill and meticulously rewrote a prescription for a cooling herbal tea for Dumbledore. Chapter 95. Yi Feng, I believe I can. Dumbledore, being a prominent figure in the British wizarding community, finding himself unable to understand Chinese was, perhaps, quite reasonable. "Yi Feng, reasonable my foot. How could the illustrious headmaster of Hogwarts, a heavyweight in the wizarding world, who has come to China for recruitment and has numerous friends here, not understand Chinese?" Although seething with anger internally, Yi Feng had to accept this reality as Dumbledore carefully folded and stored both prescriptions before extending his hand once more towards Yi Feng. "Very well, let us continue with palmistry." Yi Feng, "All right, since you insist, Professor Dumbledore, I shall reluctantly oblige, though I cannot guarantee the accuracy of my readings." Hearing Dumbledore's words, Yi Feng felt reassured, responding, "With your assurance, I am at ease. What would you like to know? Fate, love, or perhaps career?" After a moment's contemplation regarding the three options presented by Yi Feng, Dumbledore slowly replied, "Career, I suppose. At my age, I have long since made peace with fate. As for love at this juncture, Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald before continuing. Love is a beautiful and yearned for thing. I once had the chance to possess it, but ultimately, I lost it forever. That shall suffice. Feng, listening to Dumbledore's insincere words, found himself utterly speechless. Yet what could he do? He certainly cannot directly expose the matters concerning Dumbledore and Grindelwald, can he? If he were to do so, Grindelwald would undoubtedly hunt him down relentlessly for at least 3 days and nights, and Dumbledore would likely have to resign from his position as headmaster. Although Dumbledore has penalized him on numerous occasions and imposed many regulations to constrain him, one must admit that he has treated him fairly well. While not as gentle and accommodating as he is with Harry, he still regards him in a familial light. Thus Feng would never commit such a treacherous act. With a faint sigh, Feng mused, "Ah, the matter of your career? Allow me to take a look." As he spoke, he glanced down at Dumbledore's palm, and upon catching sight of the lines of Dumbledore's career, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Headmaster Dumbledore, judging by the lines of your career, it appears you have encountered quite a few obstacles along your path, and it won't be long before a significant upheaval arises. Based on the fluctuations in these lines, it is highly likely you may face dismissal." At this point, Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he fixed his gaze on Dumbledore, speaking in a tone laced with persuasion. "Headmaster Dumbledore, according to your career lines, it seems that in a few days you might be dismissed for certain reasons. I presume you would be reluctant to entrust the management of Hogwarts to outsiders, so I have a rather splendid idea. Would you care to hear it?" Dumbledore responded with a non-committal, "Speak." Upon seeing Feng's expression, Dumbledore sensed that he had not properly gauged the situation, yet he chose to listen nonetheless. As for the likelihood of his dismissal, Dumbledore had little doubt. The board had long desired to remove him, but his immense prestige and the absence of justifiable grounds had thwarted their attempts. Despite his apparent inaction as a prominent figure in the magical community, with the former Dark Lord Grindelwald lurking nearby, how could he have failed to notice that the secrets of Slytherin had been unearthed or that Voldemort's diary had been discovered? However, things had shifted slightly, as Dumbledore now perceived that Harry was not the sole hope for resolution. Another potential candidate might even surpass Harry, though he wondered if he would live to see this individual mature to the level he envisioned. Feng, uninterested in passing through, thought, "Not my concern." He was unaware that Dumbledore viewed him as another hope to vanquish Voldemort, as he was preoccupied with a significant matter of his own. Consequently, upon hearing Dumbledore's words, he exclaimed with excitement, "From your career lines, Professor Dumbledore, it seems you are soon to be dismissed, correct?" "Indeed, if you're not mistaken." "That appears to be the case," Dumbledore replied. "Headmaster Dumbledore, the reason for your impending dismissal is that you are the headmaster of Hogwarts, is it not?" Dumbledore was momentarily perplexed by Feng's statement, but after some contemplation, he found it somewhat lacking in substance, so he nodded in tacit agreement. Feng continued, "If your position as headmaster is the reason for your potential dismissal, then what if you were not the headmaster? Then does that mean they cannot depose you from your position as headmaster?" Dumbledore, taken aback for a moment, quickly grasped the implications of Feng's words. Upon comprehending their meaning, he was genuinely startled, for Feng's thoughts were exceedingly unconventional and refreshingly original. "You wish to remove me from my position and oust me from Hogwarts, do you? Alas, there is no need for your efforts. I shall resign myself, and we shall see how you manage to depose me." However, the situation was not quite so straightforward, for the role of Hogwarts headmaster was not easily obtained. One must possess the trust and respect of the community. Should one take office and immediately plunge the institution into chaos, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences, akin to the fate of Grindelwald. Yet, candidates were not entirely absent. For instance, Professor McGonagall was quite dependable. However, Dumbledore could not voice this directly. Thus, he turned to Feng and inquired, "Whom do you believe could assume the headmaster's position after my departure?" "Grindelwald, Feng, repeated. The rationale behind this choice lay not only in Grindelwald's connection with Dumbledore, but also in the fact that he was the former Dark Lord. Despite his current demeanor as a kindly elder at Hogwarts, he was equally capable of ruthlessness. Moreover, unlike Dumbledore, he was unconstrained by conventional norms and thrived on chaos. This implied that if Grindelwald were to serve even temporarily as headmaster, he could engage in numerous beneficial actions for Hogwarts, including renovations to the castle, tending to the Forbidden Forest, leveraging Hogwarts with Gringotts, or even introducing a course on dark magic. Perhaps sensing the urgency in his suggestion, Feng hesitated before continuing. "Of course, if you do not mind, I believe I would also be quite suitable for the position of headmaster." "Leave?" Dumbledore retorted. Chapter 96, Shattered Hopes. "Leave," Dumbledore repeated. "All right then, you are indeed considering resigning and allowing Mr. Grindelwald to temporarily assume the role of headmaster, correct?" Dumbledore felt an inexplicable weariness wash over him in that moment, leading him to entertain the notion that perhaps allowing Grindelwald to take the helm of Hogwarts, albeit temporarily, might not be such a bad idea. However, he quickly regained his composure, for no one knew Grindelwald better than he did, nor did anyone understand Feng more thoroughly within the confines of Hogwarts. He was certain that if he were to resign and hand over the reins to Grindelwald, it would spell disaster. Even Voldemort would not be necessary, for the two of them could wreak havoc on Hogwarts. After all, Grindelwald was a staunch revolutionary, and his ultimate desire was for wizards to dominate muggles. If these two troublemakers were joined forces, Hogwarts would undoubtedly be thrown into chaos. Thus, although Yi Feng's suggestion was tempting, Dumbledore ultimately dismissed the idea. After all, the safety of Hogwarts far outweighed such trivial temptations. Disheartened by Dumbledore's rejection, Yi Feng abandoned him and sought out a young lady to read her palm. For Dumbledore's company paled in comparison to that of a charming girl. Dumbledore sighed as he watched Yi Feng turn away to engage with the female students. And the following evening at dinner, he announced a new school regulation. In light of students taking advantage of girls under the guise of palmistry, and the fact that several young women had already been deceived, the school, after thorough consideration, decided to prohibit students from reading palms or engaging in fortune-telling. Furthermore, my investigation revealed that traditional Chinese medicine is a remarkable discipline, albeit one that requires considerable experience. Therefore, we have resolved that unless a student's medical skills are validated by the school physician, inter-student diagnosis and prescription of remedies are strictly forbidden. At this juncture, Dumbledore cast a meaningful glance at Yi Feng, with both of them fully aware of the underlying reason. Feeling somewhat guilty under Dumbledore's gaze, Yi Feng turned away and began to whistle, for he had subtly altered a herbal remedy he had provided to Dumbledore, replacing one herb with another that bore similar properties but possessed slightly inconsequential side effects. In truth, the side effects were minimal. It merely caused one's urine to appear more yellow and emit a pronounced odor, strong enough to make one pinch their nose in distaste. Ultimately, the herbal remedy Yi Feng concocted proved effective. Dumbledore's symptoms had subsided, perhaps even a bit too effectively, and he likely would not have the opportunity to read palms for the fair sex again. However, who said he was limited to palmistry? In addition to his rudimentary knowledge of palm reading, he dabbled in various other arts such as character analysis, bone manipulation, massage, chiropractic adjustments, cupping, astrology, and tarot reading. His massage skills were particularly noteworthy, as he could elicit convulsions in the village's large dog with ease. The next day, Dumbledore observed Yi Feng setting up a small stall, adorned with several decks of tarot cards and a crystal ball that sparkled in the light. The number of girls surrounding him exceeded that of previous days, and even several boys, disregarding their pride, squeezed in to partake. However, this time they were met with disappointment. Tarot reading differed vastly from palmistry. To utilize this tool effectively, one must comprehend the significance of each card and possess the ability to weave a coherent and persuasive narrative based on their meanings. As many in the West were already well versed in the art of tarot, this, of course, posed little challenge for Yi Feng, yet it proved somewhat daunting for others. More importantly, he occasionally incorporated astrological elements into his readings, which only fueled the envy of those who watched him engage in lively discussions with the young women seeking his insights. Certainly, their envy was palpable, and their greatest desire was to master the art of massage, which Yi Feng had only briefly demonstrated. Even a glimpse was enough for these old lechers to comprehend that it was an exquisite skill. Regrettably, Yi Feng's demonstration was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of Zhang Qiu. However, they were destined to remain unlearned, for just as Yi Feng was handing a tarot card to a girl for her selection, Dumbledore approached from behind him. Yi Feng, come with me to the office. Indeed, the majestic rooster that Yi Feng had been nurturing was left untethered, and perhaps due to the surfeit of medicinal pills consumed by the little gray creature, it had begun to reject certain unpalatable ones, which it then fed to the rooster. Consequently, not only did the rooster grow even more formidable, but its routine began to resemble that of the little gray creature. Thus, on a certain day, a certain Voldemort, who aspired to dominate the magical realm, released a basilisk with the intention of dispatching a couple of half-blood wizards. Yet, a vibrant, silent rooster, trailing behind a diminutive figure, startled them to the core. The basilisk, in particular, was so frightened that it hid for nearly 3 days before daring to venture out again. However, whether it was due to poor timing or sheer misfortune, when they eventually emerged, they encountered not the half-blood wizards, but rather the little gray creature and its companion rooster. This incident led to Dumbledore instructing Yi Feng to confine the rooster and send it to Hagrid for a few days of care. Wait in a couple of days. It will be the winter solstice. Perhaps it is best to wait until after the festivities? As he murmured to himself. Yi Feng reminisced about the glutinous rice balls his mother used to prepare each year for the occasion, which could be employed to daze the giant dog, De Huang. Gulp. Perhaps it would be best to forego altogether? At that moment, far across the ocean, a dog named De Huang, on night watch, could not help but sneeze. Chapter 97, Yi Feng, surpriset, unexpected? 2 days later, in the Gryffindor common room. Hermione, Yi Feng, what is this round object? Is it truly delicious? Luna, this is called a tang yuan, which in Chinese culture symbolizes reunion and harmony. You can fill it with various fillings of your choice, and once cooked in boiling water. The flavor is exquisite. Ron, can anything be added? I want to put a chicken leg inside, preferably salt-baked for that delightful texture. The group fell silent. Ron effortlessly derailed the conversation, and after glancing at the tang yuan Yi Feng had prepared, he fell into contemplation over his usual chicken legs. However, was he the type to easily concede? Certainly not. Look, my salt-baked chicken leg tang yuan is ready. Just a few minutes later, Ron exclaimed with excitement. When the others turned to look, they were utterly aghast, for Ron held a tang yuan that was slightly larger than Hagrid's fist. Ron, that is not a tang yuan. It is merely a dough filled with chicken leg, and a rather large dough at that. After a prolonged silence, Hermione finally broke the quietude. Though Ron remained steadfast in his belief that what he had created was indeed a tang yuan, albeit a rather oversized one. Yi Feng remarked, indeed, it is merely a tad large, just one can fill an entire pot. Ultimately, Ron remained steadfast in his decision not to reshape the dumpling, and Yi Feng and his companions respected Ron's choice. Thus, they prepared another pot for him to cook on his own. As Yi Feng and the others finished wrapping the dumplings and brought them to a boil, Dumbledore and Grindelwald arrived, drawn by the enticing aroma. Yi Feng quipit. Are you dogs by nature? Your keen sense of smell is remarkable. Even with the doors and windows shut, you found us so swiftly. Dumbledore, unfazed by Yi Feng's sardonic remark, welcomed Grindelwald to sit down and replied, "Thank you for the compliment. However, it is primarily due to the excellent skills of the young ladies. The fragrance of these dumplings cannot be concealed, even by formidable barriers." Zhang Xiao Ginny and a few other young ladies interjected, "Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Grindelwald, please take a seat. The dumplings will be ready shortly." Dumbledore's words brought smiles to the faces of Zhang Xiao and her companions. Though Yi Feng was not particularly fond of these unexpected guests, he could not dismiss them, so he begrudgingly accepted their presence. To his surprise, within 3 minutes of Dumbledore and Grindelwald's arrival, Professor McGonagall and Snape also appeared. "Oh, I did not expect Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Grindelwald to be here as well. It seems you received an invitation too. However, considering your relationship, how could Mr. Yi Feng not invite you to partake in the dumplings?" Dumbledore inquired. "Did you all receive invitations?" Snape responded with a peculiar expression directed at Dumbledore. "Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore. Did you not receive an invitation?" A piercing sensation struck Dumbledore's heart upon hearing Snape's words, compelling him to suppress the urge to clutch his chest. At that moment, an unexpected individual delivered the final blow, catching Dumbledore off guard. Grindelwald exclaimed, "Ah, Albus, you did not receive an invitation? I assumed you had come along after receiving an invitation from that young fellow Yi." Dumbledore mused. It is said that the most potent daggers are wielded by the closest of allies, as Grindelwald's words pierced through Dumbledore's heart. Yi Feng, witnessing this scene, found immense joy in the unfolding drama. As for invitations, they were absent. The winter solstice was not akin to a wedding banquet, so formal invitations were unnecessary. However, he indeed had asked Harry and the others to invite Professor McGonagall and the rest for dumplings, and it appeared that the situation had taken an unexpected turn. As for why Grindelwald had not informed Dumbledore, Yi Feng was unaware, yet he relished the unfolding spectacle. Observing Dumbledore's visibly disheartened demeanor brought Yi Feng great amusement, even causing the corners of Snape's lips to lift slightly. Ultimately, it was Professor McGonagall who could no longer bear the sight. "Albus, do not be disheartened. We were not formally invited. It was Harry who informed us of the delightful feast of tang yuan today, urging us to gather in the common room of Gryffindor at this hour. Moreover, Harry mentioned that they have already taken control of your gathering, which is why I made my way here." Dumbledore, are you implying that I am among the invited guests? Grindelwald, ahem, did I not mention it? Perhaps I was too preoccupied to recall, but I have indeed brought you along. Come now, the tang yuan have risen and should be perfectly cooked. Let's indulge while they are still warm. As he spoke, Grindelwald picked up a bowl and a ladle, ready to serve the tang yuan. The enticing, steaming morsels emerged, and Dumbledore, unable to resist the sweet aroma that filled the air, hastily prepared to partake, oblivious to the heat. He scooped up a tang yuan with his spoon, blowing gently on it before bringing it to his lips. Just as Dumbledore was poised to savor the treat, Yi Feng finally spoke up. I just remembered. I had prepared a little surprise while wrapping the Tanyuan, such as perfectly clean galleons, magical beans, fiery chilies, bitter gourds that could make one grimace, and beans with an earwax flavor. Dumbledore. Harry. Yi Feng, you must be jesting. Yi Feng. I assure you, I'm not in jest. I truly included them. As Yi Feng concluded, Luna eagerly interjected. I can attest to this, for I personally witnessed Yi Feng encase a magical bean within a Tanyuan. However, I thought one bean might not be sufficient, so I added 2 more. The others. Are you a devil? In just a few sentences, what should have been a joyful occasion of consuming Tanyuan transformed into a trial of courage. Before anyone dared to indulge heartily, they remained on high alert, cautiously tasting while keeping their senses attuned to any signs of an explosive surprise. Chapter 98. To lift a stone and crush one's own foot. Suddenly, while Harry quietly savored his Tanyuan, he let out a yelp, prompting the others to witness him frantically searching for water. As he sought relief, his fair complexion flushed with visible speed, and beads of sweat began to pour down his forehead. Hermione. Their relationship is quite amicable, although they are not romantically involved. They share a closeness that surpasses that of ordinary classmates. Thus, Hermione felt no aversion to Yi Feng drinking the syrup from her bowl. Rather, she was intrigued as to why Yi Feng would suddenly act so in a crowded setting. However, she soon understood, for after finishing her syrup, Yi Feng proceeded to take Zhang Qiu's bowl across from her and performed the same maneuver. When Luna thoughtfully extended her bowl, Yi Feng accepted it without hesitation. Upon finishing the sweet soup in Luna's bowl, Yi Feng finally sat upright. However, when Ginny, her cheeks flushed, pushed her bowl toward him, he hesitated for a brief moment before silently taking it. Initially, the attention of the others was focused on Harry, whose face was red from the spiciness as he searched for water, so they did not notice what was happening over here. Yet, Dumbledore had been observing Yi Feng intently. Thus, when Luna willingly handed her bowl to Yi Feng, he took note of it. At first, Dumbledore was merely puzzled, suspecting that Yi Feng might have a penchant for sweet soup, as he had not witnessed Yi Feng taking Hermione and Zhang Qiu's bowls. However, upon seeing Yi Feng accept Ginny's bowl, he began to form a conjecture. When Yi Feng set down Ginny's bowl and silently picked up Hermione's to approach the Tanyuan pot, Dumbledore's suspicions were confirmed. Yi Feng, could it be that you've fallen victim to something? Yi Feng, who was ladling sweet soup for the Tanyuan, stiffened at Dumbledore's words but quickly regained his composure, responding, How could that be? I simply enjoy sweet soup. Oh, is that truly the case? I find it hard to believe. Dumbledore's statement successfully drew the attention of others. Even Harry, whose ears were nearly smoking from the spiciness, could not resist turning his head. Yet, how could Yi Feng admit to it? Therefore, he filled Hermione's bowl to the brim with sweet soup and, with a slurp, consumed a substantial portion in one go. If you claim to enjoy sweet soup, then why does your bowl still contain a significant amount of sweet soup and Tanyuan that you have not eaten? Opting instead for Hermione's bowl? At this, Dumbledore adjusted his glasses slightly, lowering his head momentarily before suddenly lifting it to gaze at Yi Feng. Cunning frog, always probing your belly. Yi Feng, you've bitten into a bitter Tanyuan, haven't you? Yi Feng was taken aback, no longer able to contain himself. His previously calm and indifferent expression crumpled in dismay, for Dumbledore had hit the nail on the head. He had indeed fallen for it. The bitter Tanyuan, capable of bringing one to tears, lay quietly in his bowl, having already been nibbled at. Although it was but a small bite, he had to admit that the ingredients he had chosen were truly potent. Just a morsel had rendered even him, a formidable practitioner who once feared Voldemort, nearly unable to bear the bitterness. If he were to consume in one go, tears would surely flow today. Laughter erupted from the others. Vitne sink, ye Feng's pilite. Even Hermione and Luna beside him couldn't help but chuckle. Yi Feng's expression grew even more pained as he observed their amusement. This is what they call self-inflicted harm, isn't it? Who would have thought you would find yourself in this predicament? Dumbledore, utterly delighted at Yi Feng's misfortune, happily scooped a Tanyuan into his mouth, only for his expression to suddenly freeze. In an instant, Yi Feng surmised what had just transpired. At that moment, he felt the bitterness in his mouth dissipate significantly, under the gaze of Yi Feng and the others. Dumbledore paused for a brief moment before nonchalantly chewing on the glutinous rice ball, expressionless as he swallowed it. What startled Yi Feng was that after consuming the rice ball, Dumbledore casually nodded and remarked, "The taste is quite delightful. The girls have truly excellent phones." Yi Feng was left astonished. He had to concede that, in terms of sheer audacity, he could not hold a candle to Dumbledore. At the very least, he could not maintain an impassive demeanor while chewing and swallowing a rice ball filled with 3 beans that tasted of earwax. The spicy, bitter, and earwax-flavored rice balls had already been consumed, leaving only the promise of surprises in the remaining morsels. Consequently, Hermione and the others boldly indulged in the rice balls, though it was soon proven that a lack of immediate calamity does not guarantee safety. Merely a minute later, Ron let out a pained groan, and they witnessed him clutching his mouth as he expelled the deformed galleon. With Ron's experience as a cautionary tale, the others, particularly Dumbledore and the four professors, became increasingly wary, especially considering the presence of the Spirit Stone rice balls. The galleon, being predominantly gold, was relatively soft and could be bitten into without much pain, but the Spirit Stones were another matter entirely. They had tested those before and knew them to be harder than steel. Should they inadvertently bite into one, they would likely find themselves relegated to a diet of soft food henceforth. Ultimately, the Spirit Stone rice ball was consumed by Ginny, who was quite exhilarated, for she had heard her brother describe its immense value. With his Spirit Stone, their family could not only escape financial strain, but also spend freely in the future. The spicy and bitter rice balls were genuinely chosen at random, but Feng could sense the rich spiritual energy emanating from the Spirit Stone rice ball, even with all his senses dulled. Thus, he deliberately presented it to Ginny, motivated by the fact that her family was the most financially challenged among them. Chapter 99, Dumbledore. Everything is under control. While Feng and his companions joyfully consumed their rice balls, on the other side, Voldemort had scoured the vicinity and ultimately confirmed that the accursed rooster was indeed confined. Not only was it imprisoned, but its crowing had also diminished to a mere whisper. Even in the quietest moments within the school, its calls could not be heard. This meant that his basilisk could finally be unleashed to sow chaos and drive Dumbledore from Hogwarts. Indeed, Voldemort's primary aim in releasing the basilisk was not to kill, but to demonstrate that Dumbledore was incapable of safeguarding Hogwarts, thus exerting pressure on the board to remove him from his position. Voldemort was acutely aware that as long as Dumbledore remained at the school, even his resurrection would not guarantee his victory over the esteemed headmaster. Moreover, if Dumbledore were present within the castle, the likelihood of successfully reviving himself through the diary would be significantly diminished. Although he was not one to shy away from the prospect of failure, he naturally wished for success, particularly as the outcome was tied to his desire for retribution against that insufferable boy and the detestable creature. Thus, Voldemort felt it prudent to exercise utmost caution. The following day, when Feng and his companions arrived, they were met with the shocking news of a petrified individual. Feng recognized this person as a member of Gryffindor and a devoted admirer of Harry, known for his incessant photography with a camera in hand. Regrettably, although he had managed to raise his camera, he was a fraction too slow to capture the moment before being petrified himself. However, this was of little concern, for the mandrakes had matured, and the potion to reverse the petrification would be ready in no more than 2 days. Therefore, they would soon glean the truth from this unfortunate soul. Of course, there was a swifter means to uncover the truth, seeking out Moaning Myrtle. This ghost, who had lingered in the restroom for decades, was the victim of the chamber's opening 50 years prior. While she had not witnessed the basilisk in its entirety, having encountered it directly upon exiting the restroom, her experience would still yield valuable insights. The ability to understand Parseltongue implied that Dumbledore, too, could hear the voice of the basilisk, and it was he who had expelled Voldemort from the school. The fact that someone who could interpret the serpent's tongue did not seek out Myrtle to inquire about the events unfolding was telling. It suggested that he possessed knowledge of the situation. This might also shed light on the peculiar absence of fatalities attributed to the basilisk, which, despite its deadly nature, had not claimed a single victim, even sparing the cat, who had only been petrified. It could be posited that everything transpiring within Hogwarts was under Dumbledore's meticulous control, rendering him unfazed. Feng, too, remained calm, fully understanding the circumstances at hand. In his eyes, the basilisk was merely a slightly oversized serpent. Were it not for Hermione and her peers facing their end-of-term examinations, he might have taken a moment to admire the creature's plumpness, considering it a mere curiosity, especially given how easily it was led away by Harry and dispatched by a child wielding a sword. At the commencement of the school year, Dobby endeavored to prevent Harry from attending Hogwarts, despite having witnessed the myriad of unpleasant experiences Harry endured at the hands of their uncle. Even when Dobby observed the sheer joy on Ron's face upon arriving to fetch Harry, he persisted in his actions, believing he was acting in Harry's best interests. From Dobby's perspective, he was indeed rescuing Harry, for in his mind, Hogwarts was a perilous place, where Voldemort would inevitably cast his gaze upon Harry. Thus, he felt compelled to extricate Harry from this treacherous environment. However, he mistakenly ended up in the wrong dormitory. With the snap of a finger, a decorative one-handed sword ascended silently from the bookshelf, zipping towards the unsuspecting figure peacefully slumbering in bed. Just before the blade could reach its target, a fierce, sharp aura erupted, causing the sword, imbued with lethal intent, to disintegrate into ash almost instantaneously. The instigator of this chaos, Dabi, was rendered utterly dumbfounded by the terrifying force. While Dabi stood paralyzed by fear, the occupant of the bed, still in a state of drowsiness, blinked awake. Struggling to fully open his eyes, he rubbed them. And as he did so, the menacing aura dissipated. "Oh, has dawn arrived so soon?" he murmured. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, sensing the ominous presence even in his dreams, jolted upright, bewildered by the commotion. What transpired? An earthquake? It became evident that an overwhelming aura could indeed create tremors, as was the case now. The fleeting intensity emanating from Feng nearly threatened to collapse Hogwarts, while Dabi remained in a state of shock, observing the inky night sky through the window. Feng's mind was awash with questions upon noticing the peculiar and unappealing presence that had invaded his dormitory. His disdain was not directed at house elves as a species, but rather at their appearance, which in human aesthetic terms could only be deemed unattractive, short, bald, with wrinkled skin, and garbed in tattered rags, resembling a beggar. Thus, still groggy from sleep, Feng was startled by the elf's presence. "What the? A ghost?" Dabi retorted. "Is that any way to show respect? Though I may not conform to human beauty standards, must you react so exaggeratedly?" In response to Dabi's perplexity, Feng simply replied, "Indeed. Who dares to masquerade as a specter and not reveal their true form? Great dragon, divine rod, prajna paramitha." With Feng's furious proclamation, the soft velvet blanket ascended from the bed, and to Dabi's astonishment, several golden talismans adhered themselves to his form. Boom! A husunding explosion erupted, sending Feng's dormitory door flying off its hinges. The diminutive figure within was likewise propelled outward. At that moment, Feng himself was somewhat bewildered, as this chain of events had been largely driven by instinct, an instinct triggered by the shock of awakening to an unseemly sight. While it was indeed instinct, he retained a semblance of consciousness. Otherwise, the objects affixed to Dabi would not have been mere rudimentary talismans drawn on ordinary yellow paper, but rather the flying sword that others had long regarded as mere ornamentation at his waist. Fortunately, when Dabi attempted to wield the one-handed sword through magical means, he bore no intent to kill. Coupled with the fact that the sword's power could not breach Feng's protective aura, it was a fortunate circumstance. Otherwise, Hogwarts would have been reduced to ruins at that very moment. It was precisely due to the lack of perceived malice from Dabi that, despite being startled, Feng managed to retain a sliver of lucidity amidst his half-dream state and refrained from delivering a fatal blow. He merely sought to impart a lesson, as deep down, he believed that aside from the Dark Lord, whom he had ensnared twice with a net, none within Hogwarts truly wished him harm. Thus, there was no need for lethal force. A moderate response would suffice. Consequently, after being blasted away, Dabi found himself accompanied by several talismans soaring through the air. As Feng cast yet another handful of talismans, the explosion had roused Dumbledore, who was now hurrying at utmost speed. The reason was simple. He recognized that the explosion emanated from Gryffindor Tower, the very dormitory where Feng and his companions resided. It should be noted that Dumbledore's urgency was not born out of concern for Feng's safety, but rather from the fear that, given the current chaos, if he delayed any longer, the Gryffindor common room would inevitably become a wasteland. With a snap of his fingers, the talismans thrown by Feng were suspended mid-air, a sight that momentarily astonished him. Ah, so one dares to resist? In that case, accelerate. With that command, Feng's suitcase suddenly burst open, unleashing a flurry of talismans into the air. This spectacle caused Dabi's already alarmed eyes to widen even further, prompting him to turn and flee without a moment's hesitation. Though house elves possess innate magical talents, enabling them to cast spells swiftly without wands or incantations, allowing them to temporarily immobilize the talismans Feng had casually tossed, this did not imply he could manage those that were distinctly different, those summoned rather than simply thrown. There exists a notable distinction between casting and summoning talismans. When cast, the talismans rely solely on the inherent power within them, activated through skill alone, devoid of any additional force from the user. Thus, their potency remains constant from the moment of creation to their release, lacking precision in tracking or targeting. In contrast, summoning involves the infusion of the user's own power into the talismans, enabling control over them. While this process incurs greater energy expenditure, it also significantly amplifies their strength and affords the wielder the ability to command them at will. although Dobby remained oblivious to the intricate mysteries at play. He could distinctly sense the disparity in power between the two talismans that had flown towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, even resorting to invisibility. Had he been any other Hogwarts student, this tactic might have proven effective in eluding capture. However, he had inadvertently awakened Feng. There was no need for Feng to summon any extraordinary powers, as his acute hearing and heightened senses enabled him to detect the slightest fluctuations in the air, thereby easily locating Dobby. For Feng, this invisibility was utterly ineffectual, merely rendering Dobby invisible to the human eye. Was this not reminiscent of the madness at the entrance of platform 9 3/4 at the beginning of the term, where a rogue bludger had recklessly pursued Harry, nearly leading to his demise? Dobby, indeed, it was I. As for why he had not approached Harry, and had instead inexplicably found himself in Feng's dormitory. Feng surmised that Dobby had simply mistaken his lodging. To be frank, Feng harbored little affection for Dobby, despite his intentions for Harry. Such behavior resembled a parent's misguided attempts to act in their child's best interest, often leading to disastrous outcomes, especially since Dobby was genuinely relentless in his efforts. Thus, upon recognizing that this house elf was indeed Dobby, Feng's thoughts quickened, prompting the talismans to accelerate. The sound of thunderous explosions echoed continuously, urging Dumbledore to hasten his pace. His shoes nearly smoking from the exertion. He arrived just before Feng could completely obliterate the Gryffindor common room. As Dumbledore arrived, Dobby's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he dashed to stand behind him. Simultaneously, Feng's eyes lit up, and the multitude of talismans surged forth, seemingly out of control, hurtling towards Dumbledore with renewed speed. Feng, Dobby, I forgive you on Harry's behalf. Dumbledore, Choptur use bead Feng, Delictful. Ironclad protection, all defenses reinforced. Indestructible. The cacophony of explosions, thunder, and torrential rain merged into a symphony that roused all of Hogwarts from its slumber. The corridors and staircases, having borne the brunt of the talisman's power, shattered into a myriad of fragments, prompting the approaching Grindelwald and Snape to tread cautiously. Mr. Feng, what on earth has transpired? What are you attacking? Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's inquiry, Feng's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, Professor McGonagall, I was abruptly assaulted while asleep. Had it not been for the multitude of protective talismans I have fixed in my bed, I might have already become a ghost. The assailant is now trapped and cannot escape. Professors, please attack and subdue him. The revelation that Feng had been attacked in his sleep astonished Professor McGonagall and her colleagues, but upon hearing his words, they sighed in relief and silently mourned the unfortunate assailant for a moment. Feng is renowned as the talisman supplier of Hogwarts. Were someone to inform them that Feng had used the talismans he hoarded to obliterate Hogwarts, they would be entirely unsurprised, for they are acutely aware that Feng's subtlety is, in truth, monumental. Although the school is currently unable to distribute talismans in significant quantities, a shop called Talisman Delights has quietly emerged in Diagon Alley. This establishment may not boast a wide array of exquisite talismans, yet offers a plethora of ordinary talismans crafted from yellow parchment, particularly the commonly utilized explosive talismans, which are stored in the warehouse by the ton. Thus, when Feng called for their assistance, a flicker of doubt stirred within them. After all, given Feng's substantial stockpile of talismans, they were not entirely confident in their ability to best him using only those. Nevertheless, faced with the current circumstances and having witnessed figures amidst the flames, they recognized that if Feng continued his onslaught, Hogwarts would require extensive renovations. Hence, they all sprang into action. Exclude your weapons. Petrify them all. Shadowless spell. Heart-piercing curse. Dumbledore. G. Gryffindor. Feng. Others. Did I just hear Professor Dumbledore's voice? Feng. Impossible. You must have misheard. Professor Dumbledore is so fond of me. He would never come to attack me in the dead of night. So do not hesitate. Unleash your full strength to defeat this assailant. Gryffindor. While the others may have harbored some skepticism, Gryffindor was certain that voice had indeed belonged to Dumbledore. As for why Dumbledore would be attacked by Feng's talismans and why he had not escaped using apparition or similar mobility spells, that remained a mystery to him. However, as someone who likely understood Feng better than Dumbledore did, Gryffindor was acutely aware that Dumbledore had been thoroughly duped, and he was confident that Feng had already crafted an excuse. Otherwise, he would never resort to bombarding Dumbledore with talismans. Gryffindor's certainty stemmed not only from Dumbledore's furious outcry, but also from the fact that, thus far, Feng had only employed the most rudimentary and least valuable talismans, those produced en masse through magical control of quills. The more potent and expensive talismans had yet to make an appearance. If the truth were that an assailant had nearly brought him to his end, Yi Feng would assuredly not have relied solely on these seemingly intimidating yet easily countered talismans. He would have utilized more advanced ones capable of breaching formidable defenses. Hence, after synthesizing all the information, Gryffindor arrived at a definitive conclusion. There might indeed be an assailant within, but Dumbledore was also present, actively shielding that very individual. If Gryffindor's conjecture was correct, the assailant was the very reason Yi Feng dared to bombard Dumbledore with talismans. Had Yi Feng been privy to Gryffindor's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have bestowed upon him a grand commendation, for Gryffindor's deductions were entirely accurate. However, at this moment, rather than pausing, Gryffindor was casting spells with even greater fervor. Certainly, upon closer observation, one would discern that although Greenwood, in this moment, resembles a god of war, unleashing 3 spells per second akin to a magical machine gun, the spells he conjures are but mere trivial incantations, lacking significant potency. For an entity of Dumbledore's caliber, these spells could at most serve to create a minor distraction. However, this was sufficient, as Severus Snape and Professor McGonagall were also present. Notably, while Yi Feng's rudimentary talismans may lack formidable strength, their sheer volume is ample. Although they do not reach the threshold of qualitative transformation, they can certainly leave those within the vicinity in a state of disarray. Nevertheless, McGonagall and Snape are not fools. After a few more seconds of assault, they began to sense something amiss. In the entirety of the magical realm, few could withstand the barrage of Yi Feng's talismans, even if they were not fully committed to their efforts. It can be asserted that there are scarcely any within the magical community that meet such criteria. Furthermore, coupled with the earlier cry that bore a resemblance to Dumbledore's voice and Greenwood's transformation, they began to harbor suspicions that the individual within was indeed Dumbledore. As it became evident to all that something was amiss, and with Yi Feng reveling in the chaos he had created, he feigned reluctance and ceased his onslaught. When all attacks subsided and the smoke and flames slowly dissipated, revealing the figure within, the assembled crowd exchanged bewildered glances, as the individual before them was not what they had anticipated. It appeared that this was not Dumbledore after all. Yi Feng, Greenwood at that moment, standing on the sole patch of undisturbed floor, was a figure, accompanied by a house elf, both covered in soot and confusion. Notably, this individual had lost their hat in the explosion, their unkempt black hair singed in places, and their attire was tattered, revealing a small expanse of their muscular chest. Dumbledore,